Chapter 61 Brewing. It is said that he wants to kill the radiation beast, but it is impossible to do it right away. At least, he has to fully master the upgraded skills. So Gao Gong changed the place to brush for 2 days. During these 4 days, the mood of the spectators went from shock, unbelievable to numbness. How can you last so long? In general, the profession of mechanical hunter is relatively durable. After all, they have to face not only radiation beasts, but also various dangerous environments. However, the other side maintained a high intensity for 4 days, 96 hours. And it could even be said that they were fighting on the line of life and death. Except for the time when the low-level robot delivered supplies. He ate a few nutritional pastes and rested for an hour. The rest of the time was spent in bloody fighting. He didn't even go to poop. Some people suspected that the digestive system of the senior engineer had been modified. This suspicion was correct. The stomach of the harvester can eat almost anything, digest everything, and digest it to the extent of dregs. So the frequency of Gao Gong's pooping, is much lower than that of ordinary people. The command center was busy again. This time, it was not to study Gao Gong's combat system, but to study his transformation system. It was because this guy was too durable. Even more durable than combat robots. Robots can also be worn out. You have killed thousands of radiation beasts, many of which were sea-level leaders. How come you have no damage at all? No, there must be damage. But the recovery speed is so fast that it is incredible. There must be some special transformation. As long as this transformation method is obtained, the strength of the Legion will definitely be greatly improved. And some of his weapons are also very attractive, such as the sound that can attract monsters, the VR that makes the radiation beast hallucinate, and the single-molecule hook. In short, this person is full of treasures. In the headquarters. Manager Zhou. Good morning. Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou, this is the information you want. Manager Zhou smiled and nodded one by one. For colleagues and subordinates, he has always been very gentle, so his reputation in the logistics department is also quite good. Someone privately said, in our army, there is probably only one person who can avoid corruption, bribery, and equipment trading. However, when the door was closed, Manager Zhou's face suddenly darkened. He walked to the back of the desk in 2 steps, pressed the combination lock, took out an encrypted phone from it, and dialed a number. Why don't you arrange for me to retreat? You gave me 2 choices at the beginning. Either to go to the city that never sleeps or to the other side of freedom. You betrayed me. Get his transformation information? It's easy for you to say. Now 2 generals are interested in him. What do you want me to do? Believe it or not, I will turn myself in and dig out all your hands and feet. Bang! Manager Zhou slammed the microphone on the table with a ferocious face. After taking a few deep breaths, Manager Zhou finally calmed down, his anger gradually turning into regret. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. The security corps is different from other mechanical corps. It is a notorious oil and water group. If it is not straight at the top, it will be crooked at the bottom. Although he did not say that he was clean, he dared to guarantee that among his peers, he earned the least. He had a strong sense of moral superiority. Then this sense of superiority was instantly shattered in front of the money of his peers. Damn. We all do the same job. Why is your gray income 100 times more than mine? He was also planning to play big. Then, he was set up by a honey trap. Maybe he was lacking in the skill of embezzlement and bribery. If he wasn't careful, he was roasted on the fire. Especially, the one who roasted him was the famous terrorist organization on the planet, the Knights. Manager Zhou rubbed his eyebrows, let out a long breath, showed his signature smile, and made another call. Hello, is this Brigadier General Guel? I have something to report to you. Gao Gong cut the neck of the last mechanical ostrich with a knife. The blade swung, shaking off a pool of gray liquid. He turned around, pressed a button, and the suction of the electromagnetic sensor immediately turned into repulsion. All 5 green reapers popped out, dropped from the sky, and were inserted into the ground in front of the chariot one by one. Why did you rest so early today? Andy Xiong asked curiously. You don't look like you can't do it. Repairing equipment. Gao Gong ignored her. After Fat Xiong was fine, the old woman returned to her usual attitude of being greedy for money, and insisted on riding a tin car over, saying that she wanted to help him deal with the waste. The little woman wanted to come here, too, saying that the recycling station didn't have a live broadcast, and she wanted to watch the live version of the humanoid war beast. The senior engineer told her to get out. Wild Lone Wolf is such a good nickname. Cold. Arrogant. How did it become Humanoid War Beast? Humanoid War Beast sounds very muscular. Humanoid War Beast has brought him a lot of experience from the monster hunting these days. And the second largest increase is actually reputation. Your regional reputation plus 2,000. Enter the next stage. And get the title, Humanoid War Beast. Humanoid War Beast, all mechanical hunters have heard of your notoriety. And they are sincerely in awe of your endurance. Gao Gong sighed. How can he tell the truth in public? But this is not all bad. The bigger his reputation is, the less likely it is that the traitor will run away. The knights are probably more curious than the people in the security corps. Others can't see it, but they can see that Gao Gong's current method is very similar to flesh machine technology. And it is a longer-lasting combination of flesh and machine. As long as the other party is not blind, they will not let him go. As for the knight style of doing things, you can understand it by looking at a certain player boss, whose account was abolished. If you don't kill people, then kill them. In the eyes of large artificial intelligence, all people are executing programs, and programs just need to be executed. Have you brought everything? Tiepi, who was roasting the wings of a radioactive bird, uttered a hum and quickly got up. Although the meat of radioactive beasts cannot be eaten, you can smell it, it smells so good. Tiepi wiped his hands, opened the trunk, and dragged down two large items with senior engineer. One was a mobile sterile room, the other was an operating table. This is also the reason why the little woman couldn't squeeze into the car. There were too many things. And it couldn't carry garbage. After inserting the two large items into the energy plate, Kippy took out a high-tech box from the seat. When he opened it, he saw two more advanced micromotors. This is what Staff Officer Huang asked me to give you. He said this is a special version of an advanced combat robot. And its power is 3 times that of your original one. Gao Gong nodded. Every captain has his own procurement channel. Huang Wen was a mechanical engineer before. And he can get internal products directly. They are all talented people with backdoors. On the operating table, 3 surgical arms made a sizzling sound, and soon, a cut opened on the inside of the knee, and a thing that was 1 size larger than a chip and 1 size smaller than a circuit board popped out. For the senior engineer, this was as simple as changing a bandage. But for the mechanical hunters, who were still watching the show, their eyes were about to fall out. Is this prosthetic surgery? In fact, most mechanical hunters can do 1 or 2 mechanical repairs. So they know better, the difference between prosthetic surgery and mechanical repairs. This guy is actually a cyborg doctor. After picking up a bunch of junk, Aunt Xiong smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, and happily sharpened the knife for the senior engineer. Then with a snap, a blue unicorn was torn into pieces. Tai-Pai was stunned. Fuck. Aunt Xiong, you've made so much money, how come your skills are not so good? Aunt Xiong was a little embarrassed, and cursed. Bullshit, is my hand not good enough? You don't even see how many times I've chopped this thing. It should have broken long ago. It's better to break it in my hands than in the hands of the radiation beast. In the end, of the 6 blue harvesters, only 3 knives were relatively well preserved. However, Aunt Xiong said with certainty that if they continued to chop like this, the remaining 3 knives would soon be lost. I think you are just cutting corners. Bullshit. How could such an honest man like Peng Xiong have a mother like you? You must have been picked up. I'll beat you to death. At this moment, Engineer Gao ignored the quarrel between the two. He was moving his legs, sprinting, walking fast, or stopping suddenly, to constantly adapt to the power of the motor. He suddenly jumped on the spot, more than 3 meters high. When he landed, his body sank suddenly, and the knees sensing increased load bearing and reduced fall damage took effect. It was just a little stiff, and then it returned to normal. This stiffness did not affect the battle. He glanced at the system panel. Military micromotor motion system, a higher level of human motor. Explosive power. Carrying capacity far exceeds the current market version. Agility +2. He took another look at the ranking. He has successfully squeezed out Miyamoto Sanzang, and is currently ranked 3rd. You seem to be making a big move? Aunt Xiong suddenly said. Whether it's a big move or not, you will know if you go and take a look. Engineer Gao grinned and suddenly turned off the battlefield recorder. In fact, there were constant message prompts on the recorder, which were all orders to summon him back. However, as he killed more and more monsters, the tone of the command became more and more gentle. Let's go. Tiepi. Let's go for a walk. Oh, Tiepi was stunned for a moment. quickly opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Boss, where are we going? To the black areas on the map. Boss, that's the territory of Class B radioactive beasts. Why, you still want to go to Class A territory? At this moment, thousands of miles away, number 314. Old Copper Mountain, in an abandoned mine. Countless mechanical biochemical beasts are following the tunnels into the hidden biological factory, and the ground is full of torn bodies and rolling metal heads. These are the artificial soldiers of the Knights. Inside the biological factory, a blue octopus that was hundreds of meters long floated in the air. In the darkness, the spiritual nodes flickered like stars. This was the expression of the joy of the brain in the tank. In the next moment, countless biological culture chambers were opened. Nutrient solution was poured onto the ground. And one by one, biological soldiers came out. These advanced soldiers had one characteristic. That is, they had various organs implanted by radiation beasts. In the future, they have a famous nickname among players. Human-shaped beasts. Their full name is Beast Soldiers. They absorbed the spirits of so many creatures at once. And they were pure. Without any impurities. This made the brain in the jar very happy. In its simple values, equivalent exchange is a law of survival. It thought about it. And a spiritual tentacle as thick as a water jar suddenly fell off. And then disappeared. Chapter 62 Super Mechanical Orangutan. In the No Man's Land, the black zone and the red zone are two completely different modes. The red zone is a mess. You walk 100 meters in any direction and you will inevitably run into a herd of animals. Then not long after, 2 herds of animals, 3 herds of animals, 4 herds of animals, like dumplings, more and more, until you are completely submerged. The black zone is different. It is silent, empty, except for a large number of deformed plants. There is no sound at all. Ironplay drove the car carefully, driving slowly on the red and white boundary. His armored vehicles could pass through most of the red zone. But in this black zone, he suspected that he would not be able to get out once he entered. Aunt Xiong stared at the environment here for a long time before she said, "A long time ago, the urban area looked like this. At that time, the radiation ecology had not yet been fully formed. In every place, there must be a hegemon who commanded all the radiation beasts." Hegemon? Engineer Gao closed his eyes and said softly. After a long while, Tippy said, "Boss, I think I saw a beast just now. Is it a radiation beast or a mechanical biochemical beast?" Radiation beast. Then keep going forward. Oh! In fact, for Engineer Gao, radiation beasts are much easier to kill than mechanical biochemical beasts. Because radiation beasts do not have thick armored skin, and do not have their own mechanized weapons. The only thing they rely on is the ability to self-destruct. Gao Gong is his nemesis. But once the level rises to B-level, the situation is reversed. The reason is that every B-level radiation beast is supersized. Gao Gong cannot achieve a perfect kill by hitting the vital points, let alone being killed by the opponent. Even if he defeats the opponent with great difficulty, what he has to face is the self-explosion of a super bomb. The power of the self-explosion of a B-level radiation beast is equivalent to a thermobaric bomb, which can easily destroy a block. Even with Gao Gong's current health, he will definitely be taken away in one wave. Boss Aunt Xiong covered Tippy's mouth with her hand and shook her head sternly. An indescribable atmosphere was brewing in the car. Engineer Gao closed his eyes tightly, and occasionally a trace of pain flashed across his expression. He seemed to be immersed in a green swamp, and trudged forward with difficulty. There seemed to be something at the end of the swamp. It seemed to be a huge shadow, with 6 sickles covering the sky. Artificial muscles and biological systems are two completely different concepts. No matter how powerful biochemical muscles are, they are just hydraulic systems and polymer materials. But the biological system is a part of you that truly belongs to you. What Gao Gong is doing now is to awaken the harvester cells that belong to him. Tippy used the rearview mirror and was suddenly stunned. He saw that on Gao Gong's arm, the bright red color gradually seeped out of the skin, spreading from the elbow to the back of the hand. He was right before. Okay. Stop the car. Gao Gong took a deep breath, walked out of the car, waved his hand, activated the sensor switch, and 3 green harvesters flew out of the back seat and stuck directly to his back. He grabbed the red unicorn again and slowly inserted it into the metal buckle on his waist. "Do you have a cloth?" Aunt Xiong frowned, rummaged through the box, found a piece of knife wiping cloth, and handed it over. Based on his feeling, Engineer Gao tied the knife-wiping cloth around his eyes, smelling of knife oil and rust. Boy, don't die. Just before Engineer Gao left, An Xiang suddenly said, How is it possible? Engineer Gao grinned, and in the eyes of the two, he gradually changed his appearance. His hands and feet grew longer. His teeth opened. His scarlet eyes looked down from above, and even the swords on his body turned into steel-tailed vertebrae and giant claws. Thump. Thump. An Xiang could almost hear her own heartbeat, as the figure of the engineer gradually turned into a small black dot. An Xiang sat down on the back seat, let out a long breath, but there was a glow of excitement on her face. She suddenly had a strong desire to talk. She wanted to tell others. The earliest batch of mechanical hunters were so powerful and should be so powerful. They were even more brutal than them. But a strong smell of gasoline suddenly came from the front. There was even a dripping sound. An Xiang looked closely and was startled. Hey, you are covered in gasoline. It's not gasoline. It's sweat. Tippy smiled with difficulty. How can I describe this smile? It was even a little shy. Don't care what it is. Wipe it clean first. Do you want to die with me? An Xiang hurriedly took out a towel and handed it over. In this closed car environment, as long as there is a match, the two of them will end up in a barbecue. Tippy was lying on the back of the chair without moving, his mouth twitching constantly. My mechanical body was scared and crashed. Are you trying to piss me off to death? An Xiang was furious. After she calmed down, she could only turn over to the front seat and wipe him. As a result, the sound of water continued. Especially in the crotch, the sound of water was endless. You were scared and peed? Now it was An Xiang's turn to be stunned. Of course not. This is the urinary system crashing, causing gasoline to spray out from the catheter. Tippy looked at An Xiang with a look of help. Pang Xiang and I are close friends. Please help me. Get lost. When the predator field is fully activated, Dao Gong can see the surrounding things even if he closes his eyes. This is a very wonderful experience. He can clearly feel that the surrounding land, plants, and even the radiation field all give him a very intimate feeling. It's like a dead otaku returning to his computer desk, and there is even a bottle of fat otaku happy water on the desk. And the radiation in front of his eyes is his fat otaku happy water. And they are different colors, different flavors. For example, X-rays are like light blue light and shadow. Wherever they pass, they are concrete, even at the cellular level. Human cells are colorless, occupying most of the body, while harvester cells are red, with the stomach as the core, conquering everywhere, with extremely strong aggression capabilities. Alpha rays are like short lines made up of countless particles that are invisible to the naked eye. They are like lightning, appearing in an instant, and disappearing in an instant. Dao Gong can feel a force similar to bioelectricity. It is called charged particle flow. As for the last type, which is also the favorite type of the harvester cells, it is called neutron rays. It constantly makes normal cells diseased, but it can also make the harvester cells grow stronger. As long as normal cells become diseased to a certain extent, they must be given a radiation injection, unless they are cancer cells. So, radiation B cells are actually a special kind of cancer cells? I remember Professor Han said that in the Second Mechanical War, there were not only nuclear weapons, but also energy weapons. Right? Nuclear fission energy and another kind of cosmic energy produced some special reaction. At the moment when Dao Gong was stunned, a group of organisms wrapped in energy suddenly pounced from behind. Dao Gong almost let it go. The electromagnetic exciter was fully powered, and the red knife was pulled out with backhand. The opponent's figure was split in half in midair. At the same time, the energy rays on his body also dissipated. Dao Gong now finally understood why the symbol of the sea-level beast on the satellite map is red. It's not because its radiation organ is red, but at the moment of its death, all kinds of messy energy rays mix together, producing a blooming energy release reaction. This kind of bloom is red. If this energy reaction is destroyed, would it be possible to control the explosion of the radiation beast? Dao Gong put his knife back into its sheath, and no other mechanical biochemical beasts rushed over. The reason is that, in their eyes, they are their own kind, the harvesters, not humans. Conflicts rarely break out between the same kind, unless they are in a superior subordinate relationship in the food chain. Especially when the opponent exudes a terrifying aura, the surrounding same kind will run away in panic. Only one or two of their own kind who are unwilling to surrender will suddenly launch a sneak attack. Then it became the tool for Dao Gong to head drinking like crazy. When the red unicorn killed the 17th mechanical biochemical beast, the blade collapsed and split into two. Gao Gong took a deep breath, inserted the broken knife into the sheath, held the mechanical sheath with one hand, and pushed the sheath into the ground with force. The knife is alive, and the knife is buried. The sheath is the knife tomb. No other burial method is needed. Gao Gong pulled out the two blue unicorns with his backhand. He could feel that. The feeling of hair standing on end was getting closer and closer. After walking about 100 steps, Gao Gong's predator domain was suddenly hit by a strong impact, which came from another higher-level predator domain. This impact was like a storm, which forced Gao Gong's domain of 100 meters to about 3 meters. Gao Gong took off his blind. Looking up, on a mutated hill in the distance, a 4-story gorilla was staring down at him. The eyeballs, like searchlights, were giant mechanical balls that emitted light. The surface of the giant ball is a radar-like electronic grid. Gao Gong can be sure that this guy's vision is absolutely 360 degrees without blind spots. In addition, this super mechanical gorilla is covered with heavy armor all over its body, which is 3 times thicker than the armored vehicle. Even the fingers are wrapped in mechanical armor. The parts where the armor is connected to each other are pipes as thick as water tanks. At a glance, there are no less than hundreds of them. At this moment, this super mechanical gorilla is lazily lying on the hill, holding a large metal tree in his left hand and chewing it slowly. The sound of metal hitting metal is like forging iron blocks in a factory. Bang! 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 Its upper and lower rows of teeth are like a forging press, contracting, punching, contracting, punching. It doesn't even need the bite force of the upper and lower jaws, it is enough to crush the prey into pieces. Chapter 63 Radiation Field Mastery DD Name Super Mechanical Ape King Radiation Level B Health 126420/126420 Stamina 4861/4861 Mechanical Energy 205,700 Biological Attributes Strength 153, Agility 42, Endurance 100, Intelligence 31, Perception 33 Skills Siege Cannon Throwing LV6 Elite, Biological Bomb LV4 Elite, 4-Wheel Drive Animal Foot LV8 Elite, Tooth Hammer Bite LV2 Expert, Arm Cannon LV4 Expert, Leader Template, King of Mount Tai, Lord of Radiation. King of Mount Tai Mechanical Module, Effect 1. Slap the ground with both hands, create shock waves, cause earthquake effect. Effect 2. Vibrate the air strongly, create the pressure of Mount Tai. Lord of Radiation Mechanical Template, Effect 1. Control the radiation field. Effect 2. Effect 3. Good guy. Really good guy. 6-digit life, 6-digit mechanical energy, 2 main attributes over 100. A row of skills at least at the elite level. A mechanical module, a mechanical template. The corner of Gao Gong's eye twitched. Although he was planning to seek a breakthrough on the battlefield, he did not pursue the goal of killing a B-level mechanical biochemical beast. But this mechanical gorilla was too powerful. This was a standard boss template. Fortunately, the killing momentum that had been brewing before suppressed the reverie in his heart, like the waves in a dark pool, only a little ripple, and then sank. The bright red on Gao Gong's forearm gradually spread to the joints. On the muscles of the upper arms, the bright red blood vessels bulged. Just like the Harvester Queen, under the biological armor, it was all red. Gao Gong rubbed his teeth, and the Predator domain was activated again. Predator domain biological transformation. Once the domain is deployed, it will connect the food chain between the predator and the prey. If the connection is successful, all attributes of the prey will be reduced by 20%, and the prey's fighting will be greatly reduced. If the judgment fails, one of the prey's random attributes will be increased by 30%, entering a violent state, and hatred will be increased by 300. The attributes of this gorilla are already exaggerated enough, more or less doesn't make any difference. But if the opponent can be forced into a violent state, it will be more effective. The super gorilla's eyes immediately showed a kind of restlessness. It had an impulse to crush the ant immediately. However, the next moment, as the electronic grid of the eye lit up, this impulse disappeared immediately. Predator field unfolds. Food chain connecting. Food chain marking failed. A hint of ridicule flashed in the super gorilla's eyes, as if to say, you are using this little trick, and you want to deal with me, I am smarter than you. Electronic will? Gao Gong did not speak, but threw something with his backhand, dropping it at the other person's feet. It was a bunch of black bananas he picked on the road, and it looked like they had excessive heavy metals. Want to eat? The next moment, A black dot instantly appeared in front of Gao Gong's eyes. And it quickly enlarged, occupying all of Gao Gong's vision. This was the metal tree it had just gnawed. The tree was like a cannonball, and it was thrown with a sonic boom. Gao Gong also jumped up, closed his left eye, and turned his right eye into high-precision mode, listening to the wind and determining the position. Before the tree hit him, he pushed his two swords forward suddenly, and a huge force came out of nowhere. However, under the effect of the full-level anti-blocking sword, the force was constantly offset. With his roar, the tree siege cannon changed its direction abruptly. Behind him, a series of tree-breaking sounds were heard, as if a cannonball had hit the forest. Gao Gong barely paused, facing a monster with 5 attributes far superior to his own. Even a pause of 1 second would mean his death. The next moment, another tree cannon appeared at his previous position. Gao Gong swung his 2 swords fiercely, and countless sword shadows flashed at the same time. Hundreds of Gao Gongs lined up in a row, surrounding the super mechanical gorilla in a group of ants swallowing an elephant posture. The super gorilla slowly stood up, with 2 streams of white air as thick as water tanks coming out of its nose, and it beat its chest and roared violently. In the perception of the senior engineer, the radiation field within a radius of dozens of miles was stirred up, and the colors visible to the naked eye, blue, purple, red, large patches of light flashed in the air. Except for the main body, all the other seniors flashed, first a large number of snowflakes, and then they were disconnected at the same time. Disconnect my network. The giant beast fell from the sky, like a meteorite falling to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Gao Gong disappeared from the spot. Then the ground broke into pieces, and sank layer by layer. On a tree 10 meters away, a thin line that was barely visible to the naked eye caused the tree to sink. Then the next moment, a black shadow appeared in the direction of the super mechanical gorilla's hips, as if it had traveled through space. The wind was howling, and Gao Gong's bones and flesh were shaking. His target was the anus of this B-level radiation beast. The super mechanical gorilla had almost no hesitation. On its right hind leg, a dozen jet holes suddenly sprayed out air cannons, driving this giant pillar to arrive first. Its 5 fingers were like the palm of Tathagata Buddha, grabbing Gao Gong. The monkey. Gao Gong's infrared vision captured a lot of changes in the heat source. Without any hesitation, the single-molecule claw grabbed his right foot and pulled it hard. His limbs and bones retracted. Without being able to use the force, he forcibly transformed the gravity core, thereby changing the flight path and flying out from the opponent's fingers. Then, Gao Gong's double knives pierced into the opponent's wrists. With a sizzle sound, gold and fire splashed. You caused 10 points of damage to the super mechanical gorilla. Break. One of the Green Reapers suddenly broke while tearing the armor. Fuck. Gao Gong swung his claws again, grabbing a piece of thick armor, and as his figure flashed, another Green Reaper cut open a pipe as thick as an arm. For the super mechanical gorilla, this is probably equivalent to cutting a tiny blood vessel. You caused 50 points of damage to the super mechanical gorilla. It was like a flexible cockroach had drilled into the opponent's body, biting here and there. Although it didn't hurt, it was a little itchy. But it was uncomfortable all over. The 2 huge mechanical palms slapped everywhere, and every time the armor collided with each other, it would bring a huge sound that tore the eardrum. Gao Gong suspected that the damage he caused to the super mechanical gorilla was not even as good as the slap it gave itself. However, this feeling of life and death was something that no sea-level radiation beast could give. Gao Gong's artificial eye had been turned to the maximum power, and he only had this one eye that could keep up with the rhythm of the battle. The effect of the rebounding knife surpassed all skills at this moment. Without this full-level blocking skill, without the Buddha's palm, the undulating armored walls, and the huge metal spikes under the walls were enough to poke 100 bloody holes in him. This guy actually has a metal hedgehog form, but the metal hairs are hidden under the armor, and the nerve bundles in the hairs are not stimulated, and they will not become sharp and hard. What's more terrifying is that on Gao Gong's feet, the pair of flame leather boots with the characteristic of high temperature resistance actually melted. The 2 Green Reapers are also bumpy, and the blades are full of gaps caused by slashing. In terms of biological material hardness, the super mechanical gorilla is also 1 level lower than the Reaper Queen. As the pressure increased, approaching a certain limit, Gao Gong's palms also began to bleed. It was not the palms that cracked, but the fingers. To be precise, it was the external organs such as the bloodthirsty capture foot that were vomiting blood. This showed that Gao Gong's body system was about to collapse. But at the same time, A special feeling was brewing in the body. Under the pressure of the high-intensity radiation field, the body began to generate a new power. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Gao Gong's bright red forearms, his bulging arms, and his shoulder blades wrapped in a network of blue veins all seemed to be forcing something. This felt like a critical point that was about to burst out. However, the first one to give up was the super mechanical gorilla. When a cockroach crawls on you for almost a minute and a half, you will also be close to madness. The next moment, the super gorilla beat his chest and roared wildly. The colorful radiation waves were like a flock of birds returning to their nests, and like hundreds of rainbows, returning to the dark clouds. Gao Gong seemed to be in the center of a nuclear explosion all of a sudden. This radiation intensity. Gao Gong suddenly opened his left eye bulged, and his eyeball was full of bloodshot. The feeling is coming. The blood on the palm dyed the blade red. The next moment, Gao Gong appeared on the neck of the giant beast. In the boiling radiation magma, the two green reapers rolled up a blood-red light. The two swords danced wildly, and fiercely cut through the opponent's neck. The super mechanical gorilla screamed in pain for the first time. You caused 3263 damage to the super mechanical gorilla. You caused 3157 damage to the super mechanical gorilla. The two green reapers turned into iron slurry and fell at the moment of killing. The damage of the engineer soared from 2 digits to 4 digits. Although the opponent's HP was 6 digits. It was just a fraction. Although he was slashed, the next moment, countless metal furs immediately appeared on the crack of the neck, forming new pipes and mechanical spines. The super mechanical gorilla twisted his neck, looked around suspiciously, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Was this hateful cockroach finally burned? Sure enough, no one could escape from his palm. The super mechanical gorilla happily crossed the mountains and ridges. After a long time, not far from the battlefield, Gao Gong stood there with a strange expression. He glanced at his half-remaining health, but didn't care too much. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, a force that was invisible to the naked eye swept across the area of several miles. As he thought, radiation lines that were invisible to the naked eye materialized, like colorful rays, covering all space. This is the control of the radiation field. Isn't this an ability that only the leader of the radiation beast has? This time, I really became a humanoid war beast. Chapter 60 for the prototype of a new force. With a squeak, the armored vehicle stopped. Andy Xiong took the lead, walking out with a gloomy face. Tai Pai followed dejectedly, and Engineer Gao walked lazily at the end. The two guards at the door saw Engineer Gao, their eyes lit up, and they saluted with fanatical eyes. Greetings to you, Tribal Advisor. Tribal Advisor? At the Cable Sacrifice Conference, the Great Elder personally conferred you this position. You have the right to participate in all matters of the tribe, big or small. In the tribe, your position is only below the Great Elder. Below a little woman? With her height, what kind of position can I have to be below her? Gao Gong waved his hand casually. Okay, you go about your business. Yes, Mr. Advisor. Along the way, the attitudes of all the people Gao Gong met changed, becoming more respectful. If before it was just a kind of respect for the savior, now there is a feeling of worshipping the strong. Only 4 days after Gao Gong left, the recycling station had changed a lot. Outside, there were some rough processing equipment in the open air, and inside the abandoned building, there were some more advanced mechanical equipment. Everyone was busy, and even the shadow of the production line could be vaguely seen. Well done. Gao Gong walked to a warehouse, and the tribal guard in charge of guarding it saluted. In the warehouse, a member of the former mechanic team was counting the equipment. How is it? The member saw Gao Gong, and was stunned at first, but his expression was still calm. But he also reported seriously. During the days when you were away, we purchased materials worth nearly 280,000 mechanical coins. The specific list is as follows: advanced alloys. Engineer Gao waved his hand. Forget about the materials. I want to know the specific number of equipment. Before leaving, Engineer Gao asked the little woman to hand over 3 drawings to Huangwan, including Central Nerve Direct Control Circle, Open Version Virtual Projection, and Manual Nerve Disruptor, asking him to speed up the production and prepare for the upcoming Beast Tide. The member immediately reported, so far, 146 Central Nerve Direct Control Circles have been built, 77 portable virtual projectors have been built, and 65 manual nerve disruptors have been built. Gao Gong exclaimed. So many? The technical content of these equipment is not high. The key is the creator's ideas. which are wild and unimaginable. Ordinary equipment, but contains genius ideas. The member looked at Gao Gong with fanatical eyes. It seems that compared to force, the science man worships invention and creation more. That's all the wisdom of the stupid players. It's much faster than I thought. Gao Gong touched his chin. In that case, let's have a meeting, and take the opportunity to integrate ideas. Soon, in a cleaned-up conference room, a group of people walked in. Beast Consultant, you're back. Did you bring me a gift? The little woman jumped and walked in first. Do you want the radioactive beast whip that's taller than you? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Professor Han coughed dryly, and said, it's meeting time. Everyone should be serious. Gao Gong held the little woman's head with one hand, letting her wave her two short arms, while smiling and nodding at the people who came in from behind. Although small, it has all the necessary organs. The head of the logistics department, the former captain of the mechanic team, Wang Wen. The head of the combat department, the former captain of the fireweed team, Daisy. The head of the hunting department, a veteran hunter named Lao Qian. The technology consultant, Professor Han. The chief elder of the cable tribe, Wang Yuanli. After everyone sat down, Engineer Gao looked at Daisy and said, how do you feel about the new prosthesis? Daisy moved the three mechanical arms, and said with some dissatisfaction, it's not very easy to use, the power is only 70% of the previous one, and I have to adapt to the combat mode again. If you, Consultant Gao, take the time to do a prosthetic surgery for me, maybe it will feel much better. Daisy changed the subject, and the real intention was revealed. No problem, I'll design a surgical plan for you if I have a chance. Gao Gong agreed with a smile. It's just a blueprint. He had a lot of melee blueprints in his memory. She doesn't need this one. Wang Wen on the screen snorted coldly. It's good to have some. According to my calculation, when you were attacked, the mortality rate was as high as 86%. You should be grateful that you are still alive now. These three mechanical arms were designed by him. Daisy raised her eyebrows, and retorted, compared to you, I am indeed very lucky. Old Qian stared at Wang Wen for a long time, and then asked curiously, boy, are you AI? Wang Wen's face darkened, and he stopped talking. Senior engineer knocked on the table to draw everyone's attention. I came here this time mainly to get to know everyone, and report on the progress of each work. The war is coming, and everyone is very busy. Don't waste time talking. Who will go first? I'll go first. Daisy was the first to speak. So far, we have formed 3 combat teams, each with 10 people. We train the new with the old. The team consists of my previous team members, some tribal warriors, and mechanical hunters with good reputations, who have been recruited one after another. Can the hunters outside be trusted? Professor Han asked with a frown. Maybe I had some thoughts before, but after seeing Mr. Gao's performance, I won't have any more thoughts. Desira knew her colleague's thoughts very well, because she had her own thoughts. But after Gao Gong's killing spree, these thoughts disappeared immediately. It would be difficult for outsiders to understand the reputation of a super strong man in the professional group of mechanical hunters. Don't care about other people's thoughts. It's normal to have thoughts. People without thoughts wouldn't have survived until now. Gao Gong glanced at the list. 3 combat teams. 30 people. Half of them are our own people, and half of them are strangers. This ratio seems to be able to be expanded. Recruit 2 more armed teams. In my name. As for close combat or long-range combat, main force or auxiliary, you can decide. But there is only one requirement. They must be potential stocks, and they have the potential for mechanical transformation. A hint of excitement flashed in Desira's eyes. I understand. Engineer Gao gestured to Wang Wen, and Wang Wen thought about it, and said, I will mainly introduce the existing equipment reserves. So far, we have a total of 7 unmanned fighters, 46 remote-controlled guns, 76 close combat mechanical weapons, 5 automatic artillery, 54 shells, and 530,000 bullets. Our current productivity is mainly concentrated on the creation of new equipment you gave me. Is the equipment of the armed team still lacking now? Engineer Gao suddenly said. Daisy shook her head. The military warehouse is offering crazy discounts. The weapons are the same as the ones given away. Each person should have at least 2 spare guns. There is no shortage of weapons and bullets for the time being. Senior engineer looked at Lao Qian again. Lao Qian was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and muttered a few words, and said, well, we caught more than 50 of the big bugs you asked us old guys to find. So many? The young woman was surprised. There are actually more of these things on the riverside. We used the strange equipment you gave us, and we caught them very quickly. Give us a few more days, and I can get another 100. Lao Qian said with some complacency. Just arrange 1 or 2 people to be guides. Senior engineer shook his head. The others will repair for a day or 2. I have other arrangements for you. Old Qian opened his mouth, wanting to ask, what use are these old losers who are exhausted from catching a few bugs? But after thinking about it, he shut his mouth immediately. Senior engineer bypassed the little woman again, and said directly to Professor Han, the tightening ring is all handed over to you. In a short period of time, I need you to control 100 mechanical biochemical beasts, preferably in small tribes. This is a bit difficult. It's too dangerous outside now. Professor Han thought for a while, and said, it's okay. I will go with you. All you have to do is train the animals. Professor Han exhaled. I will try my best. Engineer Gao looked at Huang Wen again. Design a set of tactics with these 3 new equipment as the core. Okay. Huang Wen glanced at the young woman. But I need the cooperation of the animal trainer. I have never worked with these people, and I don't understand their ability parameters. People from our tribe will help. The young woman, who finally got the right to speak, hurriedly said loudly. By the way, let Aunt Xiang take on more apprentices, and teach more old-fashioned weapon-making skills. These old weapons can be very effective at certain times. Professor Han and Lao Qian, come over again in the evening. Don't install prostheses for some disabled warriors in the cable tribe yet. I have other arrangements for them. Take the recycling station as the center, and try to expand the defense line. Don't worry about what the security team thinks. If they want to cause trouble, let them come to me. The beast tide will come sooner or later. We can only rely on ourselves. As a former leader of a civilization, managing a small organization with only 300 members is easy for Gao Gong. The efficiency was so high that even the 2 team leaders Huang Wen and Daisy were surprised. And then they breathed a sigh of relief. Who said that Gao Gong was just a lone wolf? Isn't this very professional? After the meeting, everyone went home and went to their mothers. Gao Gong also had to get busy, extracting glands from desert worms, and then making ointments to make skin for 300 people. The workload was really not small. However, when everyone in the conference room left, Engineer Gao looked at the young woman who still refused to leave, and asked curiously, what's wrong with you? You don't trust me. You only trust Professor Han. The young woman said angrily, I am the chief elder of the tribe. You are over 30 years old and still acting cute. Engineer Gao shook his head. Of course you are important. Your telepathy is a magic weapon for battlefield command. If I am the top combat force of this team, then you are the top mechanical beast operator. And all tactical arrangements cannot be made without your help. Huang Yuanli grinned, finally satisfied. Okay, it's just a joke, am I that petty? It contacted me. It? Gao Gong figured it out in a flash. It was that ball of brains. It asked me to give you something. Something? Huang Yuanli opened her mouth wide as if she was acting cute, and then, a tentacle jumped out of her mouth. To be honest, the scene was quite weird. Chapter 65 Du Xiaodi. After the intense fight, Engineer Gao did not rest, but once again devoted himself to various preparations. On the operating table, rows of transparent reagents were being lifted, injected, and gradually formed as the operating arm rotated. The experience and knowledge required to make desert skin are only possessed by the profession of prosthetic doctors. Fortunately, this time the materials are sufficient. Engineer Gao does not need to worry about the failure rate, and can show his skills. He was busy until late at night, and when there was a noise at the door, Engineer Gao realized that he had been working for so long. The 2 of them had been waiting at the door for a while. Why don't you come in? Professor Han still looked calm, but that old Qian mumbled, seemingly a person who couldn't sit still. By the way, kid, oh no, consultant, what did you call me for? The senior engineer pointed at the operating table. Lie down, I'll give you a good health care. Old Qian looked at him suspiciously, and then looked at Professor Han. Professor Han said, give you a full body checkup, to see if your body rejects it? I thought, this thing doesn't look like a virtual machine. Old Qian laid down carelessly, and the cold operating table made him grimace. It hurts. Professor Han sat in front of the testing equipment not far away, debugging it quickly. Soon, a dozen screens displayed a series of physical data. How is it? Heteroskeletalization of the motor system. Vegetative disorder of the nervous system. radiation pollution of the endocrine system, and a few unnecessary parts in the circulatory system. Engineer Gao folded his arms and looked at the data on the instrument. And the chattering old Qian stopped talking. The scene was quiet for a while. In other words, behind the thick-skinned and carefree appearance of these old hunters, there is unbearable pain. Take off your shirt, Engineer Gao suddenly said. What? Do you want to mess with me? Professor Han glanced at him coldly. Old Qian's face froze. After hesitating for a while, he still did as he was told. The man took off his shirt and saw his body covered with scars, with large and small joints, a deformed sternum, and even an extra bone on his shoulder blade. On his hunched back, there were rash-like metal particles. Engineer Gao did not show a surprised expression, but carefully examined the man's broken arm. On the cross-section of the man's shoulder, there were obvious implant marks, and the 3 blood holes had scabbed over. But there was no mechanical organ. Sure enough, you forcibly implanted the limbs of radioactive beasts into the human body. To implant a beast's foot, you must cut off a limb. So these old guys either have a broken arm or a broken leg. Gao Gong glanced at Professor Han. Your bionics is good in everything, but it's a bit useless. No one has ever said that. Bionics can only be machines imitating humans. People can still imitate beasts. Professor Han's expression was calm. Seeing that Gao Gong did not show any discrimination, old Qian started to show off again. Boy, look carefully. I have 2 kidneys. Do you know what this means? Does it mean that you took too many kidney tablets? Bullshit. It means that I have sex 7 times a night. Put on your clothes. You don't need to go to bed with this. Women will be scared to tears. Gao Gong said mercilessly. Bring all your old comrades here later, and give them all a physical examination. Kid, what do you want to do? Old Qian's tone was uncertain. It is indeed difficult to restore your bodies to their original state. But if you just want to restore the physical strength of a normal person, it is not impossible to even control biological weapons to fight. After Lao Qian left half-believingly, Professor Han said in a complicated tone, their biological rejection has reached its peak. Do you want them to die on the battlefield? Then why didn't you say it just now? Professor Han was silent for a long time, and said, if the sacrifice of these people can exchange for the survival of others, I think it is worth it. You haven't changed yet. Senior engineer sighed, and then smiled. The problems brought about by technological development will inevitably be solved by the lighting of higher-level technology. I will not sacrifice anyone, and life itself is valuable. What are you going to do? Tell me a story. I am still very interested in the story of Lao Sun, the deserter. The next morning, 4 armored vehicles appeared at the door of the recycling station. An exoskeleton warriors, nearly 2 meters tall, walked down with heavy steps. The guard's face changed drastically, and he quickly called his companions. Soon, all the members of the 3 armed teams arrived and surrounded the warriors from 3 directions. Except for the ignorant tribal warriors, all the mechanical hunters looked unhappy, and there was a strong fear in their eyes. This was the elite equipment of the mechanical army, with a higher level of defense system, weapon system, implant system, and the high-tech guns in the opponent's hands without a magazine. They were standard electromagnetic weapons. Captain, who are they? Are they here as guests? Pang Xiang asked blankly. Matsushima Keiko, who was squatting on Pang Xiang's shoulder, slapped him in the face with her backhand, and the back of his head made a pop sound. Idiot. They are here to cause trouble. Daisy walked over with a serious expression, and the 3 electromagnetic guns in her hands made a sizzling sound, which made the exoskeleton warriors look more vigilant. Dear guests, please tell me your purpose. The 10 exoskeleton warriors did not speak, and the scene was terrifyingly calm. They are here to find me. Engineer Gao wiped his hands while walking out of the building. He stopped and looked up and down at the other party's blue fuselage. He suddenly smiled and said, We meet again. Major Zhou. The leading exoskeleton warrior's visor flipped open with a creak. Zhou Tsong looked at Engineer Gao with a complicated expression. I never thought you would be so strong. You are not bad either. Legion exoskeletons that have not run out of energy are standard battlefield killers. Captain, I sense that a small drone is approaching. They seem to be setting up a fire defense line. The voice of his teammates came from the headset. Zhou Tsong's face remained unchanged. He looked around and smiled. You are doing well here. It's full of life. More and more people are watching. Today, the members of the Cable tribe have also upgraded their guns. The steel bars in their hands have become various firearms and weapons. They look at these people dangerously, as if they will take action as long as they are ordered. I'm not your enemy, Zhou Tsong said seriously. With your skills, you can escape anywhere. But they can't escape. I'll go with you. Gao Gong nodded, indicating his agreement. It just so happens that I have something to report to your leader. The word report made Zhou Tsong raise his eyebrows. But he didn't say anything, just made a gesture of invitation. The little woman came out from nowhere and nervously pulled Gao Gong's sleeve. Hey, don't go. They will definitely slice you up for research. Gao Gong smiled and shook his head, saying, don't worry. The beast tide is only a few days away. Even if they do research, what can they research out? Zhou Tsong's heart moved. This scene, was it planned in advance by the other party? By the way, bring the box in my operating room. On the way, Gao Gong looked at the environment inside the car curiously. It's much more luxurious than his own. Zhou Tsong smiled, pressed a button, and a freezer popped out. In the freezer was a bottle of champagne. After pouring 2 glasses, Zhou Tsong handed one over and said with emotion, after escaping from the beast tide at the front, I thought I could rest for 2 days, but I didn't expect that I would have to fight again. The opponent is still the beast tide. This is really... He smiled bitterly, and shook his head, and drank it all in one gulp. Gao Gong took a sip of the wine, and showed a meaningful smile. You are a guest army, I am a guest general, in a sense, we are in the same group. Zhou Tsong was stunned for a moment, and didn't respond. But his expression changed subtly. Please introduce those leaders to me. Brigadier General Mozhan, he is the head of a combat corps on the front line. He has his own elite troops, he is a famous militant. Brigadier General Guel, he is from the equipment system. Although he is not good at fighting, he is good at making money, especially able to get the most advanced weapons and equipment, but the equipment system is also famous for its deep water. Today's gasoline town is completely unrecognizable, all kinds of military buildings, it seems to have sprung up overnight. The armored vehicle stopped in front of a trench as wide as a river. This is really... Gao Gong shook his head, it's really exaggerated. Hey, what is that? A transport plane. In the sky, an energy airship was flying into the parking lot not far away. This looks like a cargo boat from the factory. Zhou Tsong didn't care. Maybe it's here to transport equipment. That's a coincidence. Gao Gong laughed dryly, his tone was unclear. On the parking lot, at the tail of the huge airship, the mechanical armor slowly sank with the sound of a huge air pump. It's called an airship, but it's definitely not a World War II airship, but a super-armored aircraft that is thickened layer by layer to prevent the sudden attack of mechanical flying species. Zhao Xie stood at the entrance, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Since he came from a factory, he was responsible for the reception, but he never expected that the person coming was actually her. As the airship door was fully opened, a slender figure appeared at the hatch, wearing a light blue work uniform, with her hair tied into a neat ponytail, her hands in her pockets, and the strong wind blew the corners of her clothes up and down. Director Du, welcome to our inspection. The logistics personnel of the security team hurried over, smiling brightly on the surface, but muttering in their hearts. With the war coming, why would the factory send people to conduct surprise inspections? Director Du, long time no see. Zhao Xie approached with excitement and stretched out his hand. Du Xiaodi had a calm face and kept walking. A group of auditors followed behind her, each with a blank expression. At first glance, they were tools who had their amygdala removed. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am now an inspector of the Heavy Weapons Department of the Equipment Research Institute. I need to know the catalog list of all your weapons and their usage records. Please cooperate with our inspection. Also, third-party audits need to be objective and fair. Our previous working relationship will not affect my current work content. Please don't think so. Zhao Xie's face suddenly stiffened. Chapter 66 Enemy of Life and Death 2. Under the protection of a group of exoskeleton warriors, Gao Gong put his hands in his pockets and walked on the street. There were people coming and going on the street, except for the mechanical modifiers of the security group and the mechanical hunters. Fuck, it's him. Who? Looks familiar, a humanoid war beast. Is that monster back? After 4 days and 4 nights of live battle broadcasts, at least in the local oasis, Gao Gong can be said to be known to everyone. Everyone knows this terrifying combat power in front of him. There is even more terrifying endurance. Do you know? There is a saying now. Zhou Tsong teased in front. You alone can be as good as a mechanical army. Gao Gong shrugged and did not answer. 4 days and 4 nights is not your limit, right? A gambler on the roadside suddenly shouted. Gao Gong did not answer, but an exoskeleton warrior looked at him warily and pushed him away. You will definitely be the first. I'm betting all my wealth on you. I didn't expect there are gamblers who don't care about their lives here. Zhou Song sighed. There are gamblers everywhere. Aren't you and I gambling our lives with the radioactive beast? Wilderness lone wolf, stop! A loud roar suddenly came from the front, and a huge figure over 3 meters tall pushed away all the onlookers and rushed in. Wilderness lone wolf, isn't this my old nickname? Someone still remembers it now. Gao Gong was a little excited. Big muscle man can't be as good as this. People nowadays don't talk about feelings. A nickname is not a condom. How can it be thrown away after use? Gao Gong looked up, sizing up the sentimental person in front of him, wanting to confirm whether he was an old acquaintance of his. I don't know him. But this guy's transformation is quite fierce. There are more than a dozen mechanical pendants on this guy, all of which are directly cut off human body parts and forcibly implanted into prostheses. This is called component transformation, which is a very painful transformation method. The nervous system is directly connected to the equipment, and every time it is used, it will bring strong pain. The only benefit of this transformation is that it can more intuitively test the performance of the weapon. The opponent's hands and feet, spine, eyeballs, kidneys, scapula, wherever the naked eye can see, flesh and machinery are mixed together, and a trace of blood flows out from the implantation port. What's even more strange is that at least half of the mechanical parts on the opponent's body are not commercial products. This means that the opponent is either a low-key super-rich second generation, or he has borrowed a lot of corporate loans, and has become a new weapon experiment of a super enterprise. Why? Seeing me now? Are you surprised? The opponent was very satisfied with Gao Gong's expression, and grinned several times. Not becoming my teammate is your lifelong regret. Who is this be? Gao Gong lowered his head and thought. Not far away. Someone was surprised. The 7th Black God on the list. Is he going to challenge that monster? Black God? Never heard of it. While Gao Gong was still thinking, Zhou Song frowned and signaled with his eyes. The next moment, 3 exoskeleton warriors walked up. Hunter, don't block the way. Get out of the way. Haitian exerted force with one hand, and the rows of exhaust holes on his arm opened. With the sound of gas explosion, it was like a steel column sweeping across, and violently crashed into the 3 exoskeleton warriors. The opponent was huge, and his speed was not slow. At such a short distance, the exoskeleton warriors did not expect the opponent to attack so brazenly. Before they could react, they were swept away by the opponent. Looking for death. Zhou Song was furious. Under the mechanical force of the exoskeleton, a figure instantly appeared under Haitian, with his hands open. The small beam emitter on his palms turned red and hot. The next moment, a terrifying shock wave swept past in a fan shape. After the explosion, the tall figure leaned back slightly, and then a strange voice sounded. Is that the damage? That's all. That's all. I'm so powerful. Haitian slowly lowered his head. The implanted skin had been burned by the high-temperature shock wave, leaving only 2 high-speed rotating artificial eyes, and a mechanical face filled with electronic parts and wires. Electromagnetic weapons lit up at the same time. All the exoskeleton warriors were furious. They had never seen such an arrogant mechanical hunter. They dared to attack them in public. Gao Gong looked at the other party's huge metal arms, and a familiar feeling flashed through his mind. I remember. Gao Gong clapped his hands. You are the chimpanzee. My name is Black Death Chimpanzee. Haitian swung his hands violently, and countless gun muzzles shot out from the metal arms. It seemed that the firepower was about to explode. But the engineer disappeared right under his nose. Hey, do you really want to fight? If you really want to fight, I'm worried that you'll be beaten up. On his right, the engineer grabbed his arm with one hand, and pointed to the sky with the other hand. 2 high-tech helicopters without propellers appeared above everyone's heads at some point, and the black muzzles glowed red. This is not an old-fashioned helicopter, but a 4-stage aircraft. Their power source is a closed energy reactor, generally used in artificial satellites. The advantage of this energy furnace over a small nuclear reactor is that it can absorb cosmic rays to achieve replenishment-type space travel. This level of aircraft has a serious energy weapon on board. According to the equipment level, it belongs to the 2nd-level civilization. Although Haitian has a problem with his brain. He is not a fool. He looked at the aircraft in the sky with fear, and then stared at Gao Gong with crazy eyes. Remember, if you can't be my teammate, you will be my enemy for life. Sooner or later, I will twist off your head and hang it on my body as my trophy. After speaking, Haitian turned around, knocked away everyone who blocked his way, and disappeared on the street. If I wasn't short of manpower, I would definitely kill this guy. Zhou Song was furious. Don't be angry. Why should you be angry at a dead person? Gao Gong didn't care. Those who sign the enterprise loan might increase their strength in a short period of time, but for the rest of their lives, they would become consumables of the enterprise's products and be driven crazy by endless human body transformation. Most of these experimental subjects would not survive more than 3 months. For ordinary NPCs, there is no solution to the enterprise loan because they only have one life. But for a certain type of player, this is a good opportunity to have fun. This type of player specializes in swindling various companies, using desperate transformations to increase their strength in a short period of time, which is used to break through a certain mission level, or to achieve the first kill of a certain boss. This is called a one-way play. This type of deadbeat player will cause headaches for companies in the future. And there are even several companies that have been forced to go bankrupt and reorganize. This is called defeating magic with magic. Apart from this little episode, the journey was smooth. And soon, Engineer Gao was led to a meeting room outside the headquarters. There seemed to be a military meeting going on inside. They needed to wait outside. People were coming and going in the corridor, all in a hurry. Zhou Song grabbed a familiar face from the logistics department. What's going on? Did the radiation beast break in? Almost. That woman is going through the old accounts like crazy. We are settling the accounts. The fire dragon burns the warehouse. The ghost soldiers borrow food. This is a good sign. Zhou Song glared at Gao Gong. Gao Gong looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, with an innocent look. The door of another meeting room was gradually filled with people. Gao Gong felt another malicious look. He looked over and saw a young man staring at him angrily. What the hell is this? There are a lot of enemies I don't know recently. The same person can't fall into the same pit twice. Gao Gong thought about it seriously, and he thought of it. It was the public security officer named Zhao Xie. Didn't he have a grudge against Tiepi? How could the hatred be transferred? Let a woman stand up for you. You are really despicable. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. Does this guy know the relationship between me and Du Xiaodi? Or, he is actually referring to Black Rose. After all, Sister Rose is also very powerful. She might be doing something she doesn't even know about. There are so many women on his head that he couldn't tell which one she was talking about. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just ask directly, which woman are you talking about? Zhao Xie looked at him with disbelief, thinking that people can be shameless. But how can they be so shameless? Well, please don't misunderstand. What if this woman is my mother? Zhao Xie gritted his teeth. I saw it at the time. You are a liar. A boastful villain. You said you wanted to make a name for yourself. But this is the result? Let her appear on the battlefield at the risk of her life? Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. What's your relationship with Du Xiaodi? Oh, to be precise, do we know each other? Zhao Xie took a deep breath. Of course you don't know me. Back then in the factory, you were so eye-catching. And I was so inconspicuous. But look at you now. You are a useless hunter who can't even afford to eat. And I am the official representative of the security corps. When you fall into my hands, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Oh! Engineer Gao picked his nose, thinking that people don't play by the rules these days. He hadn't even brushed his teeth in the morning. And there were 2 more enemies of life and death. There is a lack of interactive plot. He thought about it. Since they are enemies of life and death, it is okay to stir up hatred. He explained in an exploratory tone. Mr. Zhao, Captain Zhao, is there any misunderstanding between us? Zhao Xie raised his chin, snorted coldly, disdained. For example, this getting ahead, it does not necessarily refer to career ambition, it may also be a sexual position, right? Gao Gong did not have time to see Zhao Xie's expression. Because the door of the conference room was opened, he was surrounded by a group of people. But why is there a cow panting behind him? Is the cow angry? Chapter 67 Male and Female Cooperation. There were not many people in the conference room, but they were all upper-level people, brigadier generals, school-level officers, AI robots, logistics supervisors. Gao Gong even saw a few cyber hackers. The implant covered most of their faces. As we all know, the larger the implant, the higher the hacker level. Everyone also looked at Gao Gong. This young man had a faint smile. It didn't seem like mockery, but it was definitely not respectful, especially when he bowed slightly and glanced around. Everyone's hair stood on end, as if they were stared at by a vicious beast. In their eyes, the shadows under Gao Gong's feet seemed to have changed, baring their fangs and claws, grinding their teeth and sucking blood, and seemed to be ready to attack and hurt people at any time. Good. Good. What a good mechanical hunter. A sound like a heavy hammer suddenly sounded, and immediately dispelled the aura created by Gao Gong. On the main seat, a nearly 3-meter-tall super transformer looked at him with admiration. General. The mountain. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. Compared with the bloated and chaotic mechanical components of the chimpanzee, the armor on this guy was both beautiful and dangerous. With such a tall body, he didn't feel clumsy at all. This feeling, he had only felt it on B-level radiation beasts. This guy's physical transformation is definitely more than 50 points. As for mechanical energy, it should be more than 500 points. Don't underestimate this number. Unlike mechanical biochemical beasts, weapon systems, armor systems, and some external equipment are not counted in human mechanical energy. This does not belong to the category of mechanical life. If all these are counted, this guy's mechanical energy must be at least 0. If the body size is also counted, with the same size, the super mechanical ape king may not be his opponent. Another old brigadier general smiled and said, I didn't expect that in our oasis. There would be a mechanical hunter. Mechanical hunter is a high compliment. A strong title that can cause serious damage to large mechanical systems. For example, every A-level boss is a mechanical hunter. One person is equivalent to a mechanical army. I don't deserve it. Gao Gong lowered his head slightly. It's just to make a living. Brigadier General Guel was very satisfied with Gao Gong's humble attitude. He thought the other party would be very unruly. After all, even the mechanical warriors, who came from the Legion, didn't have a very good attitude towards their generals. Very good. I believe that when the beast tide comes, Your Excellency will definitely show off your talents. A school-level officer interrupted. And another officer from the equipment department also took the opportunity to speak. However, no matter how strong one person is, in the face of the upcoming beast tide, he can't play a role in turning the tide. One person can't do it, only a group of people can have this possibility. Although the soldiers of our security corps have strong firepower, they can't last long. If you can give us your body transformation technology to resist the beast tide, we will have at least 30% more success rate. Of course, we will not let you pay in vain. Weapons, equipment, prosthesis, whatever you need. We have everything. This is just fooling people like fools. You use products to buy core technology. What are you thinking in your little head? Senior engineer did not speak. The door was suddenly pushed open. A heroic girl with a ponytail rushed in. She looked around coldly and stared at Brigadier General Guel. Director Du. We are in a meeting. Director. We can report all these issues to you. Yes. Director. Let's go out first. A circle of logistics staff surrounded the girl with ponytails. But this woman's aura was too strong. No one dared to approach her, let alone take her away by force. Javier frowned. The director of the factory was equivalent to a major in the security corps, and in most cases, he didn't take it seriously. But at the juncture of inspection, the other party took chicken feathers as a token of authority, which was very troublesome. Once the battle situation is unfavorable, if the equipment system digs out something, I will be transferred to take the blame on the spot. His thoughts kept turning, but on the surface he said gently, Director Du, what's the matter? General, there are some things I don't understand in the equipment information. I need an explanation. Okay, please wait a moment. Sit in the reception room next door. I'll be here soon. Du Xiaodi looked at the only engineer standing in the field, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. But then he turned his head away. I need to know the content and time of your meeting. I need to make sure this is not another time-wasting trick. Brigadier General Guel sighed. And just as he was about to speak, Gao Gong opened his mouth with a smile. The meeting is about my body modification technology. The generals believe that my technology has the power to change the situation of the war. Everyone's heart clicked. It's a spoiled meal. Sure enough, Du Xiaodi looked at Gao Gong with interest for a long while before saying, Move me a chair. General Guel, you should not mind me sitting in. Guel's mouth twitched, his face was stiff, and he suddenly said in anger, What are you still standing there for? Why don't you move a chair for the review committee? Mozhan glanced at his old friend happily. He was a frontline mechanical warrior, who had the right to use the most advanced weapons, and he was not obsessed with mastering technology. But he was happy to see this old scoundrel get humiliated. A major coughed dryly, and brought the topic to the point. In that case, I don't know what you think. This matter can wait for a while. Gao Gong suddenly raised his head, and the smile on his face disappeared. There is one thing I want to ask the generals of the Legion. We mechanical hunters fought bloody battles on the front line to protect the oasis, but when our colleagues were assassinated, where were you? Three-handed Desira, Mechanic Huangwan, Wilson, Dog Hunter, Bomber. Gao Gong called out 20 or 30 names in a row, and the expressions of the senior executives in front of him gradually changed. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, some were angry, and some were panicked. Assassinated? Are you telling the truth? The mountain frowned. How come I don't know about this? He wasn't lying. He really didn't know. First, mercenaries, like mechanical hunters, died too quickly on the battlefield. They might become famous today, but be buried in a foreign land the day after tomorrow. Second, as the situation changed, the scattered fighting style gradually transformed into large-scale army fighting, and the role of mechanical hunters continued to decline. With so many military affairs to deal with, who would care much about the life and death of cannon fodder? But the assassination mentioned by the other party represents an extremely bad signal, that is, there is a mastermind behind this beast tide. Where is your evidence? Javier's face was ugly. In addition to the mastermind, he also heard another meaning. Someone is hiding the truth. The security corps, there is a traitor in the family. Gao Gong opened the small nutrition cabin he brought along. In the large glass jar, there was a human head. Theodore, a knight combatant, my defeated general. What can a human head prove? A lieutenant colonel said dissatisfiedly. Manager Zhou also said, if we want to detect memory fragments from the human head, we need very professional equipment. We can ask a company specializing in mental connection for help. But we may not have enough time. Engineer Gao looked at him coldly. Don't bother. I have my own way. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Engineer Gao's right hand gradually changed, becoming soft, transparent, and finally turned into a tentacle full of light spots. The tentacle transformed by the right hand actually went straight through the glass cover and penetrated into the temple of the human head. A sticky substance was gradually sucked into the tentacles. Engineer Gao opened the special effect generator, and the next moment, a picture appeared. There were two people in the picture, one was Theodore, and the other was Manager Zhou. I need a list of mechanical hunters on the list. What do you want to do? This is not a question you should be concerned about. If there is a large-scale assassination, what is my retreat? Don't worry, I will definitely pick a good place for you. What's the point of eating sand in this radiation zone? Manager Zhou's face immediately turned pale. Then, the screen was divided into 2, 3, and 4, all of which were similar. Even a major and a lieutenant colonel on the field were the protagonists. The mountain's eyes were fierce, and he slowly stood up and sneered. I didn't expect that there would be so many traitors. Come on. Catch them first, Guel shouted, and a row of combat robots rushed in, their electronic eyes flashing blue light, locking onto their targets one by one and pitting them to the ground. Some people shouted their injustice loudly, while others said nothing. Guel looked at the mountain. First isolate and investigate, and after confirming the truth, the guilty will be brought to the military court. The mountain's heart moved. Why did this person seem to be covering up for him? These 3, it seems, are all from the logistics field. Are they trying to save face? Or, no need to trouble the 2 generals. We will avenge our colleagues ourselves. The senior engineer, who had always performed well, suddenly showed his claws. His palms became hideous, and he appeared in front of Manager Zhou one step ahead. 5 fingers pierced directly into the opponent's neck. The biological suction hole seemed to sound like the digestion of 10 big-bellied men. The next moment, Manager Zhou was sucked dry. 2 eyeballs fell from the shriveled eye sockets. Mission completed. Experience plus 1500. Security core favorability plus 500. Anti-Xiong favorability plus 200. What are you doing? This time, even General Mozhan, who had always been optimistic about Gao Gong, was angry, and the huge engine sound burst out from his mechanical body. The favorability of the security corps is not the same as the favorability of some powerful figures in the security corps. Someone actually killed someone in front of them. It was a slap in their face. One after another, 2-meter-tall combat robots surrounded Gao Gong. Many people had strange eyes. They were very interested in the transformation technology in Gao Gong's hands. If you can rob, why buy it? There was no excuse originally. But now, the excuse is here. In addition to advanced combat robots, exoskeleton warriors also emerged from various corridors. The muzzle of the drone also lit up outside the window. No matter how good you are at fighting, how many can you kill? Mozhan was about to force the other party to surrender with words. But Gao Gong took the lead again and turned to look at Du Xiaodi. I am willing to transfer my technology to the factory in exchange for your blessing. What do you think? Beautiful lady? Chapter 68 Negotiation and Compromise. In the originally crisis-ridden scene, with the words of the engineer Gao, there was a subtle change immediately. As a supervisor of the factory, Du Xiaodi, in a sense, can represent the factory's attitude. Everyone wants new technology, so why can't the factory? Du Xiaodi looked at the engineer Gao with a smile. Is your technology very powerful? Of course it is powerful. Women say it's good after using it. Ahem, I mean, our technology has the power to control the radiation beast. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. The engineer Gao suddenly put his arm around Du Xiaodi's waist, and the next moment, the light sizzled, and at the same time, all the electronic equipment and electronic signals were seriously interfered with. All the exoskeleton warriors, combat robots, were stiff for a moment. The drone outside the window made a squeak sound, and green smoke came out of the muzzle. Gao Gong waved his hand, and the glass exploded. Gao Gong took 2 steps at a time, and jumped down from a height of at least 5 floors. Du Xiaodi hugged his chest tightly. She felt his chest was hot, but she didn't know if it was his, or her cheeks. Does it look good? Du Xiaodi looked up, and found that the surrounding space had changed. Rainbows surrounded the two of them, and the sky seemed to be painted with a layer of color. The air was whistling, and people were walking like ants underground, and the two of them were swinging between various buildings. After a long while, Du Xiaodi finally came back to her senses from the state of nervousness and excitement. She looked at Gao Gong with her eyes obsessed, without saying a word, and just tightened her hands. If you have such skills, we can leave immediately. My private plane can take you away. However, after landing, Du Xiaodi immediately regained her capable aura and calmly analyzed the current situation. They won't let me go. Gao Gong smiled and shook his head. They didn't before, and they won't now. Leader Template. Radiation Field Mastery Effect 1. Electronic Control. Affects all electronic equipment within the radiation field range. Effect 2. Mutation Energy Collection. By collecting radiation energy, empower weapons. Effect 3. Beast Drive. In your radiation field, all radiation beasts below level B. You can choose blessing/stripping. Gao Gong simply explained his abilities. Even if Du Xiaodi was not a combatant, she immediately understood. A man-made radiation field can really affect the battlefield situation. The simplest example is that as long as the radiation field of the senior engineer is protected, the electronic equipment of the security team will not be disturbed. Just for this one item, the people of the security team will never let the senior engineer leave. Then why don't you just say it? Since your ability has a unique effect, why do you call me here? Is it okay if I miss you? Du Xiaodi looked at him seriously. Unlike Sister Rose likes to seek excitement when working. But this screw-rich woman, once she enters the working state, is meticulous. Gao Gong smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I'm not worried about those mechanical modifiers. At least I can run away if I can't beat them. But once those cyber hackers take action, I may not be able to stop them. Cyber hackers are different from ordinary hackers. They hack into the human brain and have many ways to control the human body. Those hackers who don't say a word and don't even have a sense of existence are the ones that Gao Gong fears the most. For this reason, he even exposed 2 trump cards. One is the spiritual tentacles, and the other is Du Xiaodi. The former can block hackers from breaking in for a short period of time, while the latter can prevent the situation from getting out of control. By the way, what is your tentacle? Du Xiaodi couldn't help asking. She didn't like sticky things. So if Gao Gong really turned into a tentacle monster, she would feel very uncomfortable. If it was Sister Rose, she might feel particularly excited. Oh, this one. Gao Gong stretched out his palm, and the next moment, a blue transparent tentacle extended from the palm, and then floated in the air. Apart from its shape, the sub-body of the brain in a jar is still very beautiful. As soon as the engineer thought about it, it turned into a blue ball of light, floating above the 2 people's heads. Like a dream. Name, sub-body brain in a jar. Energy level, C race. Primary information body information level, 56 health value, 200/200 biological attributes, strength 1 agility 1 endurance 1 intelligence 1 perception 1 skills, memory extraction LV6, trunk informationization LV4 advanced, information barrier LV3 advanced, information devouring LV2 elite. Note, this is a rare information life, although it is very young, but it has unlimited potential. Gao Gong didn't care about its future potential, nor did he plan to feed it with brains. What he cared about was that the next step of transformation had finally been settled. Brain Flower was still very considerate. He sent whatever he wanted, and then sent a few factories for it to eat. In his memory, at the peak stage, the Knights had hundreds of biological factories running at the same time, producing beast soldiers continuously. Although the opponent is not at its peak now, it still has 30 or 40 underground factories. The scale of some biological factories is not even much smaller than that of mechanical factories. Thinking of this, Gao Gong's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "Director Du, are you interested in being a factory director?" Du Xiaodi was stunned. Being a factory director is not that easy. You must have several new equipment industrial lines, which are all secrets of large enterprises. And to become a factory director, you must first join the mechanical committee of this continent. This is the highest authority of the factory, and you cannot enter without great achievements. It can be said that there are dozens of factory managers in the factory system, each of whom has a big enterprise behind him. Are you bragging again? When have I ever boasted? Gao Gong was about to make a joke, but the right artificial eye suddenly made a hissing sound. Prosthetic invasion. Electronic defense wall is cracked quickly. Visual sensor is seriously disturbed. Electronic positioning. Gao Gong's face darkened. The blue light ball immediately turned into countless tentacles, wrapping the two of them, like a meatball barrier. Outside the barrier, the sound of electric sparks continued to ring. This is a rural area. There is no cyber network. If you want to hack into my brain, you have to ask my tentacles if they agree. The next moment, the radiation field lit up again, and various radiation rays were stirring everywhere. Although the way cyber hackers invade the human brain is through pseudo-sensing signals rather than electronic signals, the influence of the radiation field is not great. But pseudo-sensing signals can only exert their maximum power with the help of electronic signals. In this radiation zone where even the local area network is severely disturbed, the performance of hackers is seriously affected. Gao Gong's vision changed from clear to blurry, and then from blurry to clear, which meant that the other party's invasion failed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Little brain flower. Information swallowing. The next moment, on the transparent tentacles, a series of mental nodes lit up. These nodes seemed to turn into eyeballs, and in the center of the eyeballs, a few buds grew out. The figure of a cyber hacker seemed to flash in the air. A shrill scream seemed to ring in the air. You defeated the Legion hacker by Pupa in the electronic invasion war. Experience plus 316 points. But the next moment, the special effects machine on Gao Gong's collar suddenly lit up, and the scene of the conference room appeared again. It seems that another cyber hacker has taken action. However, the picture is intermittent, and it seems that it is also seriously disturbed by the radiation field. In the conference room, only the faces of the two brigadiers are clear. This means that this is a private chat. Let's negotiate the terms. Gr said straight to the point. We can't do anything to you, but we can't let you leave either. The mountain laughed. Good boy, you really picked a good opportunity. Gao Gong grinned. Sure enough, after confirming that they couldn't handle themselves, the tone of these two people changed 180 degrees. My conditions? Let me think about it. Director Du has made great contributions. What do you think of a seat as a member of the mechanical committee? In the conference room, as the virtual invasion was disconnected, the two brigadiers looked unhappy. After a long while, Gr managed to force a smile. What a cunning kid, he has already plotted against us. Mozhan snorted coldly. This kid is definitely related to that woman named Du. They created a mechanical committee, then asked us to write a report, built a wartime factory, and finally moved the production line of human transformation technology into the new factory. It's just one thing after another. All we can get is 50% of the patents, and the priority purchase right of the products. It's really a good deal. Both generals looked unhappy. This move by the other party was simply a scam. Apart from other things, if he really succeeded in this, his status would definitely rise sharply. From a desperate lackey to an upper-class person in the desert. Agree first. And make this guy happy first. At worst, we'll settle the score later. The mountain looked at Gvir. But Gvir's face was not good. The other party was a mechanical general transferred from the front line, who patted his butt and left after blocking the beast tide. He was the one who really cut the meat. Apart from other things, just for the position of a mechanical committee member. He didn't know how many connections he had to spend, and how many people he had to offend. There are only 40 chairs in the mechanical committee. If you move one person in, you have to make a seat vacant. Who would be willing to step down and let others take over? The overall situation is the most important thing. Mozlon emphasized his tone. Gvil let out a long breath. Let's do this for now. When Gvil returned to his office, he immediately asked someone to find the information of Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi. As expected, the two came from the same factory. This factory had recruited a large number of orphans after the war. This was the mechanical order of the mother city. However, Guel soon discovered an interesting point. There were not only 2 orphans at the time. There was another one who was actually his subordinate. After a while, Zhao Xia was called in. Meet the general. Zhao Xia was a little nervous. It was because Director Zhou was his direct superior. And the one in front of him was his superior's superior. Do you know these 2 people? Zhao Xia looked at the 2 photos on the table, hesitated, and nodded. Since you know them, it's easy. I have a task for you. This task is very important. If you do it well, you will be in Lao Zhou's position. Chapter 69 Radiation Beast Ocean Species. On the apron of the Auto City, the mechanical airship ascended again. 6 energy jets below spewed out blue flames. Inside the airship, countless internal exhaust vents began to spontaneously inhale and exhale. This wonderful fluid structure allows passengers to take off at the moment, without feeling a tightness in the chest, and even less so-called airsickness. First, the vehicles on the apron gradually became smaller, then the apron became a palm-sized block, and finally the entire Auto City became a small black dot. Du Xiaodi was not the only one on this mechanical airship. In addition to her, there were also Gao Gong, Zhao Xia, and a whole tactical team of exoskeleton warriors. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but the leader of the team, this time, was still Major Zhou Tsong. Zhou Tsong had a complicated expression as usual, and after a long while, he sighed and said, I hope this cooperation is pleasant, Major Gao. That's right. Gao Gong was promoted to military advisor of the security group, rank Major. Of course, we have never had an unhappy cooperation. Engineer Gao glanced at Zhao Xia, then looked at Du Xiaodi, who was carefully flipping through the documents, and said with a smile, the 3-person team of the factory back then is together again. And everyone seems very happy. You are right. Xiao Zhao. Zhao Xia's face darkened, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. You are right, Major Gao. Excuse me. Who is more senior? The Major? Or you as the captain? Zhao Xia gritted his teeth. I am just a second lieutenant. How can I compare with you? TSK. If a second lieutenant can make people live a life worse than death, what can a major do? Engineer Gao thought seriously for a moment, and suddenly looked at Du Xiaodi with deep affection. I understand. It's molesting women. Du Xiaodi looked at him with dissatisfaction, and shook the information in her hand. This girl with ponytail is definitely a workaholic. She just raised her committee qualification yesterday, and today she started to apply for factory equipment. Zhao Xia's face flushed red. This dog food is poisonous. But thinking of his bright future, he forced an ugly smile. I'll go and tell them. He's here to steal our technology. Du Xiaodi said while writing the report without raising her head. They won't cry until they see the coffin. How can these people give up so easily? What are you going to do? Nothing. Gao Gong shrugged. They want technology, then give it to them, open the market, fair competition. Du Xiaodi looked at him seriously, confirmed that he was not talking nonsense, and then stretched out a slender hand with a layer of calluses, squeezed his palm, and returned to work. Gao Gong looked at the other party, pondered for a moment, opened the system panel, and poured the experience into his first deputy position. You upgrade. Industrial Materials Science. To LV5. LV5, modify, repair, and synthesize most mechanical materials. You upgrade. Mechanical modification. To LV5. LV5, master the design principles of mechanical bodies, and can upgrade the performance of some mechanical bodies. You upgrade the junior worker of factory number 4 to LV5. You trigger the job transfer task, intermediate worker of factory number 3. Job transfer task, self-cultivation of technical workers. Task content: 1. Old and new. Find an old master to familiarize you with the process and types of work of the mechanical factory. 2. Mechanical maintenance. Perform maintenance work on 10 mechanical bodies. It is indeed like this. The promotion task of junior workers is most likely related to the factory. All job transfer tasks are not born out of thin air, nor are they out of touch with reality. For example, child labor factory worker is the simplest maintenance work, the level of a car wash, and junior worker requires some knowledge of precision maintenance, such as building a small robot, replacing a prosthesis, etc. And intermediate worker is the combination and maintenance of advanced mechanical bodies, which requires the use of production lines. As for senior worker, it is the modular installation and operation of some large mechanical systems, such as aerospace systems, war fortresses, and prosthesis factories. Only by combining theory with practice can one become a true technical master, or technician for short. Engineer Gao grabbed Du Xiaoti's hand and said sincerely, "Director Du, please take me with you. I want to work in the factory." Du Xiaoti blinked, and a big question mark flashed across her white forehead. The place where Engineer Gao and his team were going was the third link of the classic hunter task chain, the cemetery of the older generation of mechanical hunters. The hunter cemetery was not within the scope of the Auto City, but was separated by 2 oases, and was close to the edge of the Central Desert. The desert next to the Central Desert is not called the Western Desert, but the Blue Desert, and the frontline mechanical corps is not fighting against land beasts. To be precise, they should be called marine radiation species. On most planets with life, the number of marine life is an order of magnitude higher than that of land life, especially when the mechanical civilization carries out industrialization, or the carbon-based civilization carries out genetic reconstruction. The number of life on land will only decrease rapidly. The Hydra battle is just a prelude to the beast machine disaster. Its level of harm is only at the level of the mechanical city. But the beast machine disaster covers 22 colonies, a star war of all colonies. The source of its troops comes from the ocean. Life battleships cooperate with mechanical species, or mechanized supermarine life. In addition, the battlefield is the boundless ocean. As powerful as the mother city, several colonies were destroyed in the sea and land war. If there is no beast machine disaster causing the internal emptiness of the 3 mother cities, the final cyber tide may not be launched successfully. You have to know that behind the mother city, there is a galaxy cluster level advanced civilization, and the frontline troops are fighting against the underwater radiation beasts that are constantly coming ashore from the ocean. The radiation field in the uninhabited area seriously interferes with the quality of aerial photography. But it can still be seen that the map has changed from a large area of red to a large area of black. At the beginning, the western expedition of the classical mechanical hunters was almost a little bit away from breaking through the entire Central Desert. Unfortunately, the sudden arrival of biological rejection made this post-disaster human self-rescue action end in a bleak way. When the initial hope became the final swan song, Old Sun became a deserter. Or rather, a great keeper. He stored some precious biological transformation materials, and some people's bodies, at the end of the original Western expedition. A place called Hunter's Grave. "Major Gao, please come to the cockpit." Zhou Tsong's voice was a little nervous in the loudspeaker. Gao Gong, who was dozing, opened his eyes, gave Du Xiaoti a comforting look, and walked into the cockpit in 2 steps. As the hatch closed, Zhou Tsong said without further ado, "I'm in trouble." Gao Gong glanced at the airborne radar, and the numbers on it were a mess. And through the window, he could clearly see that under the gloomy sky, there was a dark cloud storm visible to the naked eye, and even a huge vortex had formed. The atmosphere is clogged with nuclear waste. How can there be thunderclouds? Engineer Gao looked surprised. It's the thundercloud electric eel, a marine radioactive creature. It can stir up strong winds and huge waves on the sea, and can even overturn warships. It is the biggest trouble for colonial transportation. Engineer Gao did not ask how the other party got ashore, but just stared at the ice flowers that kept popping up on the window glass. "What's your suggestion?" The driver wiped his cold sweat. 2 options. One is to take advantage of the thundercloud storm before it is completely formed, and force it through. The other is to change the route and go to the nearest oasis. and wait for the storm to pass before sailing. How long will it take? At least 5 days. Engineer Gao exhaled. According to the command center's plan, go out in the morning and return in the evening. During this period, 3D technology will be used to print temporary factories and airdrop various equipment. If everything goes well, biological weapons can be manufactured at night. The beast-tide attack will only happen in 1 or 2 days. Wait 5 days, and the opportunity will be gone. What level of monster is the thundercloud electric eel? According to the standards of radiation beasts, it is sea level, but the radiation species in the sea, the energy contained in their bodies is generally 2 to 3 times that of radiation beasts on land. There is no other way. We can only force our way in. Turn off all electronic equipment, energy weapons, and adjust the energy furnace to the minimum power. Prepare landing equipment for everyone, and be ready to airdrop at any time. Gao Gong paused. Also, open the hatch and let me out. They were all old acquaintances, and they knew Gao Gong's abilities, so everyone took action immediately. The hatch opened, the violent wind and waves hit Gao Gong's face like a knife. The enhanced motor on his knees was fully powered, fighting the strong wind. Following the ladder, Gao Gong climbed to the top of the airship step by step. Fortunately, there were many gaps between the top armor and armor, so he had a foothold, and he didn't have to worry about being blown away by the storm. He took out the neural frequency amplifier and hung it on his ear. Gao Gong immediately sensed that, inside the storm, there was a sound similar to the rapid typing of a typewriter. According to Zhou Song, many colonial cargo ships heard this sound. Their routes were disrupted, and then they disappeared. Gao Gong took a deep breath and opened the radiation field. The next moment, a ball of blue light enveloped the entire airship. In Gao Gong's sight, the radiation field in the sky was more of a charged particle flow rather than a neutron ray. No matter how fierce the nuclear war was, it would not explode to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, the ocean radiation was more of an energy mutation, rather than a radiation mutation. A blue eel more than 10 meters long appeared from the thundercloud. Its surface flashed with circuit-like patterns, and had 4 pairs of dragonfly wings on both sides. It was like a flying snake, looking curiously at Gao Gong. Gao Gong's expression remained unchanged. Transparent tentacles popped out from his temples, swaying slowly, with the help of the neural frequency amplifier, trying to emit a friendly mood. Generally speaking, as long as the high-level radiation beasts do not actively attack, low-level radiation beasts will not come up to cause trouble. But this is just a general situation. No one knows the habits of marine mutant species. Fortunately, this blue electric eel is quite well behaved. It curiously bumped into the armor of the airship, and then swam over. Gao Gong breathed a sigh of relief. So in the storm, Gao Gong opened the radiation field, disguised as an airship mechanical beast, and informed the driver of the direction through the sub-body, transforming into a naked eye radar. As long as he is not unlucky enough to be struck by lightning, he should be able to get through. The wind force went from weak to strong, and then from strong to weak. A visible storm gradually appeared behind him. Before Gao Gong could breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes suddenly twitched. There were more than 10 electric eels rushing towards him aggressively. In the storm, he had bumped into these thundercloud electric eels before, but only 2 or 3 at most, and he avoided them carefully. How could there be so many at once? These electric eels broke into the radiation field aggressively. Gao Gong was moved and quickly asked the exoskeleton warriors, who were ready to attack, to stop. In his own radiation field, he did not feel that the other party had the ambition to overthrow the superiors, but rather a very anxious physiological state. This state was very much like being in a hurry to poop. Oh no! It was laying eggs. Chapter 70 Ocean Man. In the center of the lounge of the mechanical airship, there is a large ornamental fish tank, in which some colorful bionic fish are kept. But at this moment, the skin and flesh of the bionic fish are torn apart by the electricity, and the electronic parts in their stomachs float on the water, as if they were disemboweled. The bionic fish died, and were replaced by 8 thundercloud electric eel cubs more than 2 meters long. These marine mutants seem to be dissatisfied with the small living environment, and their tails are constantly blasting electric sparks, and blue light is constantly flashing in the water. The generator is here. Fortunately, 2 exoskeleton warriors connected the backup generator to the water tank. The strong voltage made the thundercloud eels snore comfortably. The cubs finally calmed down. The onlookers looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Who would have thought that those thundercloud electric eels really came to give birth? When Gao Gong carried 8 big fish into the cabin, everyone was stunned. Zhou Tsong hesitated, and said, "Those thundercloud electric eels should have regarded you as an ecological beast." "What is an ecological beast?" Zhao Xie couldn't help asking. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. Whales are ecological animals. The living environment in the ocean is much more complex than on land. The mutant life in it tends to join an energy system to coexist. And the organizer of this kind of ecosystem is the ecological animal. Du Xiaodi said softly, "You can simply understand that an ecological animal is a small beast tide." Zhou Tsou now added, "I have fought in the near sea, and have seen the giant mechanical whale that is comparable to an aircraft carrier. I have also seen the 8-clawed monster that controls an entire fleet. Countless mutant sea beasts are bred and spread in the ships. Every time this kind of ecological beast appears, it is a huge test for the mechanical army. They treat me as a nani." Senior engineer touched his chin. Zhao Xie was stunned for a moment, and blurted out, "Why don't you throw them away? What if the giant eels come looking for you?" Gao Gong looked at Zhao Xie as if he was an idiot. "They left their sons at your house, and then you threw them away. Do you think their parents will fight you to the death?" Zhou Tsong stretched out his armored palm. But before he touched the glass, the strong electric charge in the air began to wrap around his fingers, making a sizzling sound. The electric eel in the water turned around suddenly, and its fist-sized eyes stared at him warily. Zhou Tsong retracted his hand, shook his head and said, "Don't be so pessimistic. This may be a good thing. I have heard from an expert that the mineral resources on the seabed are far richer than those on land. And it is definitely not enough to rely on only one type of radiation beast to mine the seabed minerals. So marine radiation beasts are more inclined to a cooperative foraging model, rather than conflict and killing. Their herbivory is far greater than carnivory. Of course, this is when they do not launch a tide. With these thundercloud electric eel pheromones, at least on our way back, we don't have to worry about being attacked by lightning storms. If you ignore its danger, this electric eel is actually a very beautiful creature, with a blue body that is almost transparent, sapphire-like eyes, and a hazy light all over its body. In ancient times, it would definitely be worshipped as a water god. At least, we don't have to worry about the factory running out of power." Gao Gong stared at the attributes displayed in the system, muttering to himself. Name, Thundercloud Electric Eel Cub. Race, Mutated Cell Life Osteochthes Condor Eel Electric Species. Radiation Level, CHP, 1660/1660 Physical Strength, 300/300 Biological Energy, 3530 Biological Attributes, Strength 12 Agility 17 Endurance 19 Intelligence 8 Perception 12 Skills, Power Storage LV7 Hydroelectric Power Generation LV6 Advanced, Thunder LV4 Elite. Remarks: create a superior living environment for it, treat it with love, it will be your best biological power plant. Except for the incident of Thundercloud Electric Eel, the journey was smooth. At around 3 p.m., Gao Gong and his team successfully arrived at the outskirts of Hunter's Tomb. It was a giant forest. Its scale far exceeded the concrete forest in the urban area. In it, Gao Gong could feel a more peaceful force, like a god standing in the world, looking at all living beings equally. The exoskeleton warrior, who was exploring the way ahead, suddenly stretched out his hand to signal to hide. Gao Gong pulled Du Xiaodi to hide behind a tree. Soon, a tendon-horned antelope appeared not far away. This antelope was about 2 meters tall. The 2 horns on its head were like steel bars bent backwards. The head was wrapped in a streamlined mechanical helmet. The neck was down. The muscles were clearly visible. It walked slowly to a tree, rolled up the metal leaves on the ground with its tongue, and chewed slowly. After eating for about 5 minutes, it slowly left. The exoskeleton warrior in front waved, and the group set off again. When they reached a waterfall, they saw another mechanical biochemical beast. This was a 3-story high mechanical rhino, with a huge metal module covering its body surface, a row of bristle-like cables on its spine, and 4 jet holes on both sides of its abdomen. At this moment, it was standing under the waterfall, letting the water wash its iron bones. Every 5 minutes, 4 jet holes would spray out turbid water. It was like washing a car. After a full half an hour, it finally walked out of the waterfall, shaking its head. But it didn't walk far. It laid down on a rock. Its 2 electronic eyes flashed several times, and suddenly the screen went black. This should be sleep or hibernation. At least it was not shut down. This mechanical rhino is obviously much stronger than the antelope just now. Although it is not B level, it is estimated to be C+ level. In addition to this cow and sheep, Gao Gong also saw mechanical ostriches. heavy armored yaks, and fold-winged ducks, all of which are living leisurely. So peaceful. Du Xiaodi couldn't help but say. Compared with the violent darkness of the beast tide and the step-by-step crisis in the urban circle, this place is more like a zoo. Except that the animals inside are all semi-mechanical life. We are almost at the place you mentioned, Zhou Song said. Engineer Gao glanced at the map and nodded, yes. We are almost there. Engineer Gao did not hide the inheritance of the classical mechanical hunter. In fact, he also needed such a story background. An ordinary mechanical hunter accidentally inherited the legacy of the previous generation of hunters and gained powerful power. This is a story that makes sense. If there is no such story, Engineer Gao suddenly took out a bunch of high-tech drawings, which would definitely be sliced and studied. Be careful. Something has triggered my alarm system. Zhou Song frowned, and he pressed a button on the exoskeleton. Suddenly, the armed guards on both sides sank, and two palm-sized drones flew out and disappeared quickly. Zhou Song turned his head, and the electronic light of the eye sensor swept over Gao Gong. Gao Gong's artificial eye immediately had a small window, sharing the drone's field of view. Gao Gong sighed secretly, thinking that he must install a firewall for himself later, even if it was a basic version. Otherwise, the artificial body would be like a sieve. Sharing the field of view would be fine. But what if it was a short video? He was such a serious person. Soon, through the drone's perspective, he saw the thick white fog. Soon after the two drones entered the white fog, the window in Gao Gong's eyes turned into a snow screen. The drone was attacked. Zhou Song's face was solemn. Wild virus? Electronic creature? Or pure physical attack? Not sure. But the last picture sent by the data terminal was a humanoid creature. Humanoid creature. It can't be a scavenger. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows, thinking that the possibility of a mutant wild man was greater. Soon, the group came not far from the fog. Zhou Song divided the people into three groups. Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi in one group, he and Zhao Xie in one group, and the other two exoskeleton warriors in one group. The rest of the people were on guard at the periphery to ensure that when they entered the fog to explore, there would be no problems in the outside world. Zhao Xie saw that Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi were in the same group, and he opened his mouth subconsciously, but finally closed it again. Gao Gong would not take him, and Du Xiaodi would not pay attention to him. So what else could he say? Gao Gong took Du Xiaodi's hand and turned on the radiation field while entering the fog. However, something unexpected happened. The radiation field, which had always been invincible, actually lost its effect, as if there was a wall blocking all the radiation energy. Gao Gong could not sense anything. This should be a new type of stealth material, similar to radar coating, but it does not protect against electronic signals, but energy rays. Du Xiaodi scanned the white fog and made a professional judgment. It looks like we have indeed reached the ground. Gao Gong blinked his right eyelid twice quickly. Under the infrared vision, the fog had no effect. Is this a radiation-proof beast but not a mechanical transformer? The two explored forward and soon found a huge corpse. So big. This corpse is only one size smaller than the previous mechanical rhino, and is still 2 stories high. Gao Gong was amazed because this thing is actually a lobster. A super large steel lobster. The lobster shell is covered with a thick layer of ice. Du Xiaodi took out the radiation-proof gloves and put them on. Then she picked up a stone from the ground and started knocking. Looking at her skilled posture, she must have done a lot of ironwork in the factory. After knocking off a piece of ice, the ponytail girl took out a flashlight. Under the light of the flashlight, the surface of the ice was not hexagonal, but had a dusty appearance, as if countless small needles were sealed in the ice. It's nuclear ice. It comes from the sea. Nuclear ice, also known as nuclear ice, is a byproduct of nuclear winter, and usually appears on glaciers at sea level. After experiencing a war of the planet-shaping level, scorching heat and brightness are ultimately a minority. And cold, damp, and lonely are the main themes of this planet. Gao Gong walked around and found no wounds on the surface. Maybe it died of starvation. Or it could have died of freezing. Gao Gong told Du Xiaodi this as a joke, and the girl with the ponytail rolled her eyes at him. Soon, the two found the second body. This body reminded Gao Gong of a paper he had seen in Professor Han's laboratory. Is it possible for marine people to exist? Chapter 71 Mechanical Ape-Man. Even in the universe, where civilizations are as numerous as the stars, carbon-based civilization still occupies a large mainstream. Considering the other three categories, mechanical life, information life, and energy life are not very similar to human beings, at least they are material life. So there is another saying, that carbon-based life represents the native life of all planets, and is the source of all things. But people should not be arrogant, let alone think that carbon-based life is a family. Because the carbon-based life that enters the interstellar is not necessarily from ape-man, it is not necessarily from primates, or even from mammals. There are too many strange and grotesque alien creatures. So Mr. G in the previous life had the responsibility to popularize LSP aesthetics. But what appeared in front of Gao Gong now was indeed a humanoid creature. It had 4 limbs, and the palms on its hands and feet showed obvious signs of degeneration. Its facial features were a bit scary, like a flathead fish that was hammered flat, and its nostrils were as big as coins. As for the hair, it was between an octopus tentacle and a nerve bundle. Du Xiaodi subconsciously touched her arm and retreated behind Gao Gong. The girl with the ponytail did not dislike mechanical transformation. She thought it was a way to increase male charm. But this kind of sticky, strange-shaped thing made her hairy. Gao Gong lowered his head to study. There was an obvious blood hole on the other person's chest, and the surface was dry green pulp. Strangely, he did not find the other person's reproductive organs. Not even a reproductive hole. Could it be a clone product? Gao Gong found a nameplate on the other person's waist. Lifeform number 3151, there was another line of words on the back. Blue water technology. Gao Gong's face became serious. Not because of these 2 lines of words, but because there was a pattern above blue water technology. In the icon, a huge robot covered the sky. This is one of the 3 mother cities. The symbol of Cybertron, standing on the entire planet, above hundreds of mechanical cities, are the 3 mother cities. Each mother city has a planet-level host, and is the agent of the advanced civilization in this cyber test field. Every company is proud to receive outsourcing projects from the mother city. And this Cybertron logo is the mechanical logo, which means that this Ocean Man is an outsourcing project of the mother city. Creating humans? Gao Gong knew that one of the main tasks given to the 3 mother cities by the advanced mechanical civilization was to create humans. Only with the existence of intelligent life will a social ecology above life be born. Among them, Deep Web has created a large number of AI lives wandering in the cybernet. This is not artificial intelligence supported by algorithms, but a serious electronic life with personality, emotions, and memories. This type of electronic life has completed the 5 elements of AI evolution: self-replication, self-management, self-repair, moderate evolution, and deep learning. Fortress has cultivated a group of bionic people, and billions of bionic people survive, reproduce, and self-iterate in the mother city. The prototype of a civilization ecosystem has taken shape. This is why the importance of humans has become less and less after the war. And only a few human elites can enter the mother city. Only Cybertron, in the player's impression, is the only planetary mastermind whose KPI has not reached the standard. However, Gao Gong does not think so. The 3 mother cities have cooperation and competition, and each civilization system is not isolated. Their ultimate goal, or the ultimate mission of the cyber test field, no one knows what it is, because no one has passed it. After the cyber tide broke out and became irreversible, the entire planet was swallowed up by the black hole weapons of the advanced civilization. Gao Gong touched his chin. At least one thing was certain. Cybertron was also creating humans. And the reason why the human creation plan did not succeed was definitely one of the external factors. The beast machine disaster. What's wrong? Seeing that Gao Gong was slow to act, Du Xiaodi couldn't help asking. I was thinking, if we can create humans in advance, we might be able to seize the initiative. This time, it was Du Xiaodi's turn to be silent. Engineer Gao was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and saw that the ponytail girl had a red face. Her eyes flickered, and her calm and capable aura was lost. She was mumbling and saying some nonsense, such as career is important. Babies are cute. We are all young. But it's not impossible. Engineer Gao immediately reacted, coughed dryly, and said nonchalantly, it's just a joke. Let's continue exploring. Du Xiaodi's eyes widened, and 2 words flashed in her mind, scumbag. The 3 groups entered the fog for about 5 minutes, and one group was attacked. The exoskeleton was damaged, but not seriously. The opponent's weapon was a metal spear, which poked a small hole in my armor. The power was equivalent to that of a large-caliber sniper bullet. The voice of an exoskeleton warrior came from the intercom. However, in the next moment, Gao Gong's expression became stern, and his palm instantly turned into a bloodthirsty hook, and he swept forward fiercely. With a bang, a black spear was inserted diagonally into the ground not far away. A black shadow flashed not far away. Want to run? Gao Gong shook his wrist, and the single molecule line directly hooked a big tree, and Gao Gong's figure disappeared instantly. The Cum looked back. There was nothing in the distance, and it suddenly felt a pain in the shoulder, and a huge pulling force came from the sky. Gao Gong dropped from the sky, hit the opponent's waist with his iron knee, and knocked him to the ground. Before the opponent could react, a strange claw appeared on his forehead, and an ugly sound of metal tearing was heard, and metal sparks were generated by the friction between the two. You caused 27 points of damage to the mechanical servant species. Mechanical servant species? Gao Gong was stunned, and the other hand that was grabbing the opponent's neck subconsciously paused. The other party also stared at Gao Gong's bloodthirsty hook in a daze, and hurriedly gestured. You mean, you are the servant of those mechanical hunters before? After a moment, Gao Gong asked curiously, looking at the half-man, half-monkey in front of him, who was less than 1 meter tall and wrapped in animal skins and metal. The other party nodded excitedly, and a bunch of electronic components on his body swayed. The mechanical version of the late ape man. Do you know Lao Sun? Hearing this name, the servant ape man became more excited, gesticulating, and pulling Gao Gong's clothes to move forward. Do you know this monkey? Du Xiaodi asked curiously. No, but an old guy knows him. Engineer Gao looked at the mechanical ape and asked, Can you understand what I say? Do you have a name? The other party actually did. The monkey excitedly wrote 3 words on the ground. Friday. A good name. You mean, you saw my palm and recognized me as one of Lao Sun's group? Then what about this fog? Is it the weapon of the old generation of mechanical hunters? Interesting. With this Friday leading the way, Engineer Gao soon arrived at the real cemetery, a very inconspicuous earthen enclosure. Gao Gong also met the family of Friday, a group of late apes with double-digit numbers, who grind steel bars into weapons, and have some small forging machines, small generators, and other pots and pans in their den. According to Gao Gong's half-guessing, they are new humans who were captured by mechanical hunters and taught fishing, woodcutting, farming and reading. If everything goes well, perhaps in a few hundred or thousand years, these new mechanical Homo sapiens will replace post-war humans and become the main race on this planet. And those classical mechanical hunters, maybe they will become the Prometheus of the post-apocalyptic style. Of course, all this is Gao Gong's imagination. According to the normal timeline, it will take less than 300 to 500 years, but within 3 years, this planet will explode. You mean, the things that old Sun left behind are all placed in this earthen enclosure? Friday nodded and shook his head, gesturing with his hands as if he was singing rap. Gao Gong looked at it for a long time before he understood. You mean, there is a certain danger inside? Friday nodded, thought about it, and went back into his own earthen house. When he came out, there was something in his palm, a metal apple. Gao Gong took it, and the system panel automatically refreshed the attributes. Electric screen fruit mechanical creation, after use. It will dispel 3 by 3 meters of energy shielding fog. 60% probability of heavy metal poisoning. 80% probability of diarrhea. Gao Gong's eyes twitched. Although his stomach was transformed, he didn't want to test the law himself. He changed the subject and said, My companions? Can you let them in? Friday shook his head vigorously, pointing to Gao Gong's palm. Probably only the inheritors of the classical mechanical hunter, or the biological weapon implanters, can enter. No wonder Old Sun said nothing. His biological implant is the best way to get started. Engineer Gao thought for a moment, handed the intercom to Du Xiaodi, asked her to wait outside, and walked into the earthen enclosure alone. Inside the earthen enclosure was a simple and rough grave, with names carved crookedly on the tombstones. Fortunately, the quality was okay, otherwise the bone residue would be exposed. Old Sun won't let me dig graves one by one. Fortunately, Engineer Gao soon found the blind spot. Most of the graves only had names, and some graves were marked, with some blurred patterns carved on them. Following the marked graves, Senior Engineer dug out a pile of biotransformation materials. You get the 2nd level biotransformation blueprint. Big tree scythe. You get the 2nd level biotransformation blueprint. Bone radiation corpse armor. You get the 3rd level biotransformation blueprint. Devil horn. You get the second-level biotransformation blueprint. Gasoline flame whip. You get the second-level biotransformation blueprint. Electronic BI. You get the first-level biotransformation blueprint. Biological gun. You get the first-level biotransformation blueprint. Jet clamp. Senior engineer stood up, dropped the shovel, and dusted off the dust on his trouser legs. According to the task prompt, in addition to the blueprints, there should also be implantable biological weapons. But after so many years, even if there are biological weapons, there should not be many that can be used. At some point, the fog began to thicken, accumulating around the tomb, and there was an inexplicable sense of horror. Gao Gong knew that the danger that Friday mentioned was coming. Chapter 72: The Soul of Biological Weapons. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, touching the apple given to him by the mechanical ape. He was sure that the danger in the ape's mouth was related to the white fog. If he ate the metal apple, the danger would not be completely eliminated, at least most of it would be dissipated. But the rewards of the third task chain might also be reduced. In the reward column of the task list, there are implanted biological weapons, but I didn't see any after digging for a long time. After decades, if these biological weapons are still alive, they must have special preservation conditions, such as this white fog. Gao Gong twisted his neck, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he unfolded the predator field. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall, blood-red metal monster rose from the ground. It seemed that because there was an extra leader template, the Reaper Queen this time was particularly ferocious. 6 metal blade limbs were pulled out directly from the back, like 6 death sickles. The pair of metal claws also grew larger, and the blood hooks expanded and contracted with breathing. Predator territory expanded. Food chain connected. Food chain marked successfully. The next moment, the mist rolled like a dragon and snake, and a huge shadow circled around the Reaper Queen. The Harvester Queen's bloody yellow eyes slowly widened, and her neck, as thick as a water tank, shrank back slightly. The 6 death sides gently moved their tips, like a skilled swordsman adjusting the rhythm in a duel. This was the posture it would take when facing a master. A fishy wind suddenly rose, and the fog around was not cut open, but more like being sucked into a wind tunnel. The next moment, the wind tunnel revealed its true appearance, and a huge blood vessel twice as thick as a water tank fell from the sky. In the blood vessel, granulation tissue was layered one after another, like a blood-colored chrysanthemum that was constantly blooming. The Reaper Queen only had time to turn around and avoid the digestive opening of the blood vessel before being entangled by the huge blood vessel. This terrifying blood vessel was 10 meters long, and the 2-story tall Reaper Queen was actually lifted into the air by it. The other digestive opening of the blood vessel unexpectedly emerged from the mist and wrapped around the lower body of the Reaper Queen. The granulation had a very strange power. It only lightly swept across the skin, and the steel skin began to crack. And then, the entire lower body burst into blood. The Reaper Queen was not to be outdone. The 6 death sides slashed at a speed that was beyond the reach of the naked eye. Where the scarlet blades slashed, the cracks around them shrank rapidly. At the same time, the Reaper Queen's pair of bloodthirsty steel claws also began to tear at the giant blood vessel, trying to tear it in half. The battle reached its climax immediately. The mist was dyed bloody, and the roars of the 2 monsters sounded like thunder and lightning. As if stimulated by the giant blood vessel, the radiation field on the Reaper Queen, which had been suppressed by the white mist before, gradually began to emit blood. One of the shriveled legs of the Reaper Queen suddenly pierced a blood vessel and pierced into the ground. The other leg followed closely. The biological stem on the back of the knife suddenly doubled in size, and the 6 blade legs turned upside down and pierced into the ground, like a fallen angel descending to the earth. The fog blocked the radiation in the air, but not the ground. Ah! A large amount of radiation poured in, and the Harvester Queen's abdomen bulged visibly. The next moment, 3 pairs of bloodthirsty claws burst out from her abdomen and simultaneously inserted into the epidermis of the giant blood vessel. The Queen of the Reapers opened her mouth wide, and her rows of sharp teeth roared to the sky, and her teeth cracked, and digestive fluid gushed out. Amid the wailing sound, the huge blood vessel was violently torn in two. You have defeated the biological will of the huge blood vessel. Experience plus 520. Gao Gong woke up in an instant. The fishy yellow light in his eyes gradually converged, and he licked the cracked corners of his mouth. At some point, his 10 fingers completely turned into bloodthirsty capture feet, and his blood-red nails shook unconsciously. Also changing with it, Gao Gong's 10 toes. The previous biological mutation could not reach this level. Unlike the biologicalization of fingers, Gao Gong's toes have also become capturing feet, but they are obviously shorter. The claws have a semi-metallic luster, and when the heels step on the ground, there is a clear metal knocking sound. He glanced around and found a 3 or 4 meter long rag sack not far away. The only similarity between it and the giant blood vessel is that their surfaces both have a lot of blood veins. So, these biological weapons feed on the white fog and have survived until now. Gao Gong pulled the rag sack over. I feel like I'm going to die soon. Feeling the boiling harvester cells in his body, he scratched his shoulder blade subconsciously. For some reason, he always felt a little itchy. The other party was exhausted, but I was in good shape. Predator territory unfolds. Food chain connected. The fog slowly parted, and an elegant mechanical giant wolf walked out of it. On the spine of this giant wolf, there was a giant knife of the tiger head guillotine level. When its electronic eyes stared at Gao Gong, a kind of anger from the depths of its blood emerged. Blade Wolf. Among the C+ level mechanical biochemical beasts, there are a few that can compete with the Reaper, and these two mechanical beasts are mortal enemies, and they will fight each other when they meet. Although the old-school mechanical hunters did not have the Reaper blood implanted, they used the mortal enemies of the same level to make biological weapons. There is a strange sense of fate. You came just in time. If I don't kill you, how can I appear to be better than my master? Gao Gong's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and 6 blade limbs, and 8 bloodthirsty claws rushed towards him. Director Du? Just as Du Xiaodi was watching the activities of the modern ape man with great interest, a voice suddenly sounded. Zhou Song and Zhao Xia appeared from the mist. Du Xiaodi's heart tightened, but on the surface she said calmly, You came at the right time. Major Gao just went to hunt down the knights. The knights? Zhou Song's face changed, and he blurted out, Why are they here? Is it a trap? Du Xiaodi shook her head. I don't know, we were suddenly attacked by them, and then Major Gao placed me here, and I hurriedly chased after them. So the previous figures, and the attackers, are all members of the knights? It's possible. Zhao Xia always felt something was wrong, and just when he was about to say something, the remaining 2 exoskeleton warriors also arrived. Captain, An exoskeleton warrior was about to say hello, but his expression suddenly changed, and he raised his electromagnetic rifle. Captain! They were the ones who attacked us just now. Zhou Song was stunned for a moment, and looked at the mechanical apes behind Du Xiaodi. Aren't they members of the knights? Du Xiaodi's expression also changed. Could this be the knights' backup? Zhao Xia suddenly sneered, and said, Director Du, stop pretending, you are in the same group with them. Gao Gong must be collecting technical information now. Zhou Song was not a fool, he just didn't expect the other party to lie to him without changing his expression, and the infrared probe in his eyes swept over, and quickly determined Gao Gong's direction. Let's go in. No. Du Xiaodi turned around, and stood in front of Zhou Song. The mechanical apes saw this, showed fierce expressions one by one, surrounded the crowd, and were eager to try with their steel spears in their hands. We are not enemies, Director Du. Then don't interfere with the work of the mechanical committee. Du Xiaodi stepped forward and looked at Zhou Song with cold eyes. Do you want to go to the military court? Zhou Song's breathing stagnated, and he subconsciously raised his head. This woman's aura is quite powerful. Seeing this, Zhao Xia hurriedly said, Major Zhou, don't forget the general's instructions. Zhou Song's expression was struggling. To be honest, he didn't want to stand on either side. He just wanted to return to the headquarters smoothly. But all kinds of troubles always came to him inexplicably. A shrill wolf howl suddenly came from the earthen wall. Zhou Song let out a long breath. Made up his mind. First gave the other 2 exoskeleton warriors a look. And then smiled. I'm worried that Major Gao is in danger. It's okay to go and help. The exoskeleton on Zhou Song's back opened, revealing 2 hunting tubes. Once he started, the electromagnetic net sprayed out from the hunting tubes would trap these monkeys. Boss! What happened again? Zhou Song said unhappily. Look for yourself. Zhou Song turned his head, and saw a strong red light squeezed out from the earthen wall, and split the white mist. The red light was so bright, and even a little dazzling. High-intensity radiation field. What is he doing? Is there really a radiation beast? The Harvester Queen smashed the torn blade wolf to the ground, and under the fishy yellow eyeballs, a pair of eyeballs slowly squeezed open. It spoke in human language, this time. We won't fight alone, but will we fight in groups? 3 monsters surrounded the Harvester Queen. The 2-meter-tall mechanical hunter was naked, with at least 10 hands implanted on his body, each holding a bloody electric saw. A dwarf old man hunched over. with a 3-meter-long chain axe rising slowly from his tailbone. The motorcycle roared continuously, with smoke billowing from the exhaust pipe, and the upper body of a living person was inserted in the seat area. He took the last sip of gasoline. The next moment, the 2 flame whips on his arms burned. Chapter 73: The War is Coming. Limbless King Huiao, Black Tortoise Charles, Flame Motorcycle Boy. When those old guys look back on the past, these names appear very frequently. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. He felt a special sense of harmony from these people. A kind of mechanical system perfection. This feeling usually only appears in B-level radiation beasts. So, the biological weapons of these people are the body parts of B-level radiation beasts. It's a bit fierce. Limbless King Huiao looked at the Harvester Queen, smirked, and was the first to attack. More than a dozen reinforced chainsaws on his body were running wildly, colliding with 6 blade limbs and 8 metal hook feet, slashing at such a fast speed that sparks almost formed a hole. Black Tortoise Charles had no consciousness of a one-on-one duel. The millstone-sized bone axe was like a cannonball fired from a gun, spanning more than 20 meters in an instant. The Harvester Queen turned around suddenly, slashing horizontally and vertically with 4 sickles, but after a loud bang, the first one to be knocked away was the Queen, who weighed nearly a ton. While still in the air, the roar of gasoline sounded, and 2 long whips of fire rolled from below, and instantly wrapped around the Queen's waist. The flame seemed a little special. It just touched her body lightly, and immediately ignited the Queen's iron body. The flame motorcycle man laughed strangely, and the motorcycle beast under him roared. He pulled the flame whip, and tried to drag it away. However, he couldn't drag it away. The torch suspended in the air didn't seem to be pulled down. Instead, it slowly stretched out its 6 newly grown wings. Under its 6 knife limbs, there were more biological thorns covered with suction holes. These external organs were now rapidly spitting out blood and flesh, forming 6 flesh wings. The flames burned 1 layer, and then another layer grew. The whole thing looked magnificent and dangerous. There was no natural B-level boss. All high-level radiation beasts evolved from low-level ones. After absorbing the radiation field, the Harvester Queen seemed to have this tendency. At this time, the movement outside came. The Harvester Queen glanced outside and sighed slightly. I wanted to play with you for a while, but now I don't have the chance. The next moment, the radiation field began to shrink, and the biological weapons covered by the radiation quickly shrank. Radiation Beast Drive. In your radiation field, all radiation beasts below your rank, you can choose Bless/Strip. The moment the radiation field enveloped the biological weapon, this contest, actually, has already decided the winner. Task completed, experience plus 2200, implanted biological weapons *5, biological weapon blueprints *7. The next stage of the task chain has also been refreshed. Task 4th Ring, Flame Resurgence. Difficulty, difficult task briefing. The old horse is still in the stable, and his ambition is to travel thousands of miles. The martyr is in his twilight years, and his ambition is still strong. What are the old soldiers looking forward to? Task target, repair of biological rejection. Task reward, experience plus 4100, reputation plus 1000. On the mechanical airship, Zhao Xia stared at the box under Gao Gong's feet. There is no initial inventory in Cyberworld. If you want to carry a lot of equipment, you have to turn on the anti-gravity technology. If you want to fold equipment, you have to turn on the space technology. If you want to upgrade equipment at any time, you have to have a space technology warehouse. All of the above have nothing to do with the first-level civilization. The drawings and materials collected by Gao Gong, and those junk stuff, are all moved to the airship by several exoskeleton warriors. This human body transformation technology is less than 1 meter away from Zhao Xie. Promotion, wealth, fame, and fortune are all within reach. However, he did not dare to make any move. Gao Gong did not seem to care about the previous conflict at all, and was chatting with Zhou Song with a smile. Du Xiaodi was the same, looking down at the biological transformation data, and occasionally whispering with Gao Gong. These data will eventually be turned into products on the assembly line, which is her job. However, as the mechanical airship gradually approached the oasis, the expressions of the group became serious. The ground was like an ant colony moving, or some kind of great migration, with boiler elephants several stories high, and metal ants that were invisible to the naked eye. The rotten meat that looked like a tall building was moving slowly, spurting out a lot of thick slurry from time to time. There were also tree roots that looked like giant fingers, crawled continuously. Luckily, there were not many radioactive beasts that could fly, and the mechanical airship landed successfully without any danger. In the old civilization era, there were 3 staff communities outside the Auto City, nearly 50 staff buildings, and between the buildings, all kinds of weapons were mounted. And outside the gasoline town, there were more than a dozen auto parts factory sites. In the ruins of buildings and factories, armed fortresses have sprung up. Hundreds of armed helicopters are ready to go. Thousands of drones are flying in the air, circling. Cannons have risen from the fortresses. The mechanical battle line is never a line. To be precise, it is more like a grid, a decentralized command structure. This is the experience gained by the frontline legions after years of fierce battles with the beast tide. The sky, the ground, and even the underground can all be battlefields. And once there is a so-called central command, it will inevitably be beheaded. Engineer Gao looked at Du Xiaodi, and Du Xiaodi also stared at him. Why are you looking at me? See if you will say something stupid to make me retreat. Engineer Gao shrugged. My character is not good enough to support letting a woman retreat first. Du Xiaodi curled her lips and rolled her eyes. Almost as soon as she got off the plane, Director Du entered a busy state. Not only her, but all the logistics staff were like this. Combat robots can replace parts, and the number of radiation beasts is unlimited. The war with the beast tide is actually a logistical war. Gao Gong's wartime factory was hidden on the 8th floor of a residential building, and the workers of this temporary factory were all members of the Cable tribe. The people in charge of this line of defense were also Gao Gong's people. This time, Keiko must kill a lot. Matsushima Keiko was excited, and the knife gripper in her hand kept making noises. That Xiang next to her was swallowing a box lunch. Grandma said that before working. You must eat well. On the other side, Desire kept checking the firing points. This was the first battlefield practice of the new tactics, and she was a little unsure. Aunt Xiang and a bunch of apprentices were polishing handmade parts. Aunt Xiang was working, while shouting, "Don't look at how powerful those high-end gadgets are. When the beast tide comes, all those high-tech things will be finished." Gao Gong was also busy with his own work. He was working on the second task of the cyborg doctor's job transfer. Complete 2 transformation parts that are unique to his own ideas. He had ideas for these 2 transformation parts a long time ago. One is the 3-dimensional maneuvering device upgraded from the single-molecule hook. The load-bearing structure conforms to the human body mechanics, which can increase the stretching distance. Another one is the upgraded version of the high-speed microcomputer knuckles. The tearing microcomputer knuckles. This version of the mechanical gloves focuses on strengthening the tearing effect. And with the bloodthirsty hook foot, it can enhance blood sucking. The technical content of these 2 equipments is just within the technical mastery of the senior engineer. The only problem is that these 2 pieces can only be used as exclusive equipment, and it is difficult for others to use them. In a lounge of the temporary factory, the scene was out of tune with the battlefield atmosphere. Some were playing cards, some were playing mahjong, some were drinking tea, and some were even wearing reading glasses to read pornographic magazines. The people in the hunting department were very health conscious. The young woman could no longer bear it and roared loudly. Is it time to rest now? Why are you drinking in broad daylight? The young woman grabbed the beer bottle and stomped it heavily on the table. The old man explained dryly, this is not alcohol, but gasoline with beer flavor. You drink gasoline in broad daylight. The young woman aimed her gunfire at another person. You read pornographic magazines in broad daylight. Do you still have a sense of public morality? The man with reading glasses was startled, and his body trembled violently. A foul smell hit him in the face. Old Qian gloated. Little girl. Old Cha has a bad bladder. You scared him to shit. The young woman's eyes widened. At this time, a cold old man wearing sunglasses walked in front of her, raised his chin, and bumped her with his shoulder, and then bumped her again. The young woman was furious again. What are you doing? Do you want to cause trouble? Ahem. Little girl. Please make way. Old Hu is a blind man. After Huang Yuanli left angrily, the scene became quiet for a while. Old Qian tremblingly took out a cigarette, lit it, squinted his eyes in the smoke, and laughed at himself. On the 6th floor, the same mechanical factory was taking shape. The production line, the mechanical equipment, which were exactly the same as those on the 8th floor. Chapter 74 Beast Tide. In the office of the 6th floor factory, 3 new managers met. A major in the logistics department, a lieutenant colonel in the equipment department, and a logistics supervisor Zhao Xie. The lieutenant colonel looked at Zhao Xie with a smile. Supervisor Zhao, I've given you a chance. Don't let us down again. Zhao Xie looked at the gradually taking shape of the transformation factory and took a deep breath. He thought that he would be banished to the cold palace if he didn't get the information, but he didn't expect there would be another chance. He temporarily took over Lao Zhou's supervisor position, and was responsible for the production of biological prostheses. The experts of the Security Corps have confirmed the feasibility of biological transformation. The major waved his hand, and a group of white coats rushed in. Behind these people were nutrient tanks, which contained huge biological organs, large tentacles, skinned arms, and a large group of wriggling blood. These are all radiation organs transported from the front line. A company of soldiers will come to receive transformation later. The major raised his chin. On the display screen not far away was the human body transformation data that was secretly photographed. You and Director Du are from the same family. So we believe in you and give you a second chance. You must seize it. The superiors have high expectations for the biological warrior program. The major paused. If you fail, you know what the consequences will be. Yes. After the major said goodbye to everyone, he went upstairs directly to one of the temporary command posts. He found Brigadier General Guel and whispered to him. Well, this Zhao Xie is still capable, otherwise Lao Zhou would not have transferred him to the Security Corps. Letting him do it freely, I will let our prosthetic doctors assist him. The major hesitated. Finally he could not help but said, General, since we have already got the technology, why do we need to risk a falling out? Guel sneered. What if we fall out? As long as we get ahead, our Security Corps can master this killer weapon ourselves. It's worth it. What are those two doing now? Are they suffering from the lack of biological materials for transformation? The major was stunned for a moment, and said, well, they seem to be making other mechanical equipment. Guel waved the major to leave, became silent, and clicked on an email in the visual sensor. Find out the practical prospects of this technology as soon as possible. The Knights of the Banner, Iron Knights, flag. The temporary factory on the 8th floor. As soon as Director Du took over, the production efficiency immediately increased by 30%. Monster attracting artifacts, special effects production machines, beast taming circles are being produced continuously from the production line. Senior engineer grinned and climbed out of a machine, covered in oil. It was a wise move to run away with the bucket back then. I am exhausted. Job transfer task 1, old and new completed. Keep quiet during work. The girl with the ponytail has entered Director Du mode, with a serious face, and no one can disturb her. Senior engineer wiped his hands. His expression changed, and he looked out the window. The light above his head suddenly went out with a sizzling sound. The beast tide is coming. In the visible area, red light began to cover, and then a black line appeared. Large and small radiation beasts were led by their leaders and marched towards humans in an orderly manner. Is it a red radiation circle right at the beginning? At a firepower point? Desira frowned. Her expression was a little solemn. Red represents D-level radiation beasts, which means that people who cannot withstand the aura of D-level radiation beasts cannot participate in the next battle at all. After the last failure, you seem to have lost your edge. Wang Wen's electronic voice sounded from the drone. Daisy was stunned. You were not so nervous in the past. Daisy did not refute, but took a deep breath. And the 3 electromagnetic spears in her hands made a sizzling sound. I leave this to you. From now on, you are the commander-in-chief of our defense zone. I will take back the things lost on the battlefield. Almost at the moment when the beast tide appeared, countless helicopters took off, covering half of the sky like a flock of birds. Missiles of various types also emerged from the armed fortress. The next moment, hundreds of missiles were fired at the same time, like a brilliant meteor shower. The mechanical biochemical beasts in front of them had not yet reacted, and were submerged in the explosion. The commander of the beast tide was very smart. The ones who appeared on the front line were all mechanical biochemical beasts. If they were replaced by radiation beasts, they might have triggered a chain reaction. The missile bombardment almost never stopped, and the mechanical beasts' advance never stopped. Above the beast tide, a black mass flew down from the radiation layer. It was a flock of mechanical birds, led by mechanical bird bosses of different species, and rushed straight into their own sky area. Among the flocks of birds, there are hundreds of corrupt armed aircraft. Their surfaces are covered with a layer of bright red meat blanket, and they are using the most standard tactical actions to fight against their former teammates. The Sky War started before the Ground War. Calling 430 Phylong. Calling 430 Phylong. A helicopter pilot couldn't help but contact his former comrade in arms with the radio. Ma Yong. You idiot. What are you doing? The weapons controller couldn't help but curse. I think I saw Feng Jian just now. He's not dead yet. The other end of the radio was suddenly connected, and a tired voice came. I'm Feng Jian. Is this Ma Yong? Old Feng. It's great that you're not dead. Make an emergency landing now. I'll have someone pick you up. Emergency landing? Feng Jian's voice became strange. I'm afraid it's too late. Too late. How could it be? Ma Yong's pupil suddenly shrank, and he saw 2 tracking missiles accurately locate him. And then, a huge explosion appeared in the air. In the Phylong, Feng Jian was operating the plane with a calm face. In his modified artificial eye, the pupil disappeared, leaving only various strange numbers generated when the wild virus invaded. On the ground, the battle officially started. 200 large combat robots stood at the forefront. They were 3 stories high, they were covered with heavy armor on their upper bodies, and had more than a dozen large melee weapons. They had 4 arms. As the combat chip was activated, they skillfully pulled out electromagnetic sawtooth knives, melee energy cannons, 6-barreled Vulcan cannons, and gravity guns. It was like a huge metal wave crashing into a mechanical dam. Boom! Even though they were far away, the glass in front of many people's eyes was cracked because of this explosive impact. In an armed fortress, hundreds of mechanical arms are doing the final exoskeleton debugging. Do you want to inject battlefield concentration agent? Yes. Do you want to inject muscle strengthening drug? Yes. Do you want to inject nerve enhancer? Yes. As needle after needle was inserted into the pinholes on the armor, Zhou Tsong's expression became cold and fanatical. His physical performance was at least twice as strong as before. As for the sequelae, as long as he could survive the beast tide, these sequelae were nothing. Standing in front of Zhou Tsong were operational exoskeletons, which looked very similar to large robots, except that they were not operated by artificial intelligence, but by professionals with cables and joysticks in front of them. This was a combination of neural control and manual control. They would replace the combat robots when their bodies were damaged by more than 50%. And after the robots returned to the battlefield, they would fill in other lines of defense. Behind them, there were more than 200 exoskeleton warriors like Zhou Tsong. They have another mission. The mission is simple. When the beast tide enters a stalemate, behead the B-level radiation beasts. There is only one way to deal with the beast tide. Kill as many high-level radiation beasts as possible, and let the beast tide degenerate into a radiation circle again. The large radiation beasts cannot enter the oasis for the time being, but the small mechanical beasts can get in through the gaps in the battle line. Although they are small, many of them are 2 stories high. For mechanical biochemical beasts, this is relatively short. In the field of vision formed by countless surveillance cameras, Wang Wen silently watched countless mechanical biochemical beasts rushing in. As a vegetative person, he had not felt anything for a long time. The beast tide gave him a long-lost excitement. The next moment, 20 monster-attracting artifacts were turned on. The power of the electronic eyes of the mechanical biochemical beasts skyrocketed. Most of the mechanical beasts went crazy, and then were diverted. The open version virtual projections on the road were also turned on one by one. Simulated buildings, simulated roads, and even simulated defenders will make the beasts move in the predetermined direction to the greatest extent possible. According to Wang Wen, he wants to lead the radiation beasts into a maze full of machine guns, landmines, hand grenades, machine guns, rocket launchers, prosthetic weapons, and saturation strikes are launched at the same time. The eyes, mouths, connecting pipes, and neural circuits of the mechanical beasts are all vital points. One after another, the semi-mechanized lives fell on the road of charge. More mechanical beasts fell into frenzy, because in their electronic eyes, there are enemies everywhere. 17, 18, 19. The mechanical beasts that were forced to disperse were defeated one by the well-prepared mechanical hunters. Keiko Matsushima held a knife, and the performance of the combat chip was fully activated. Wherever she passed, blood cherry blossoms danced wildly. She was only one set of school uniform away from the Japanese female high school students. Fat Xiang roared, transformed into a deformed giant, and swept wildly with a huge mace in his hand. Compared with the previous transformation, he became more violent after absorbing the harvester cells, and often charged against the bullets of the gun beast. Three-handed Dysela blocked AC+ level leopard-shaped mechanical beast. The man and the leopard looked at each other fiercely, and they were actually somewhat similar. Chapter 75 Intermediate Worker of Factory Number 3. The front line is busy. And the rear is also busy. As a prosthetic doctor, Gao Gong is in a hot market. Only 10 minutes after the battle started, 2 of his men were sent in. One was a new face of the mechanical hunter, and the other was a tribal warrior. The mechanical hunter's right-hand prosthesis was broken by something unknown, blood, bone, and machinery mixed together. Replace the prosthesis. On the operating table, 3 surgical arms made a sizzling sound. First, the multifunctional disassembly arm disassembled the broken prosthesis, the other surgical arm performed the suture operation, and the last surgical arm was responsible for adjusting other mechanical parts. The upper body of this mechanical hunter, the abdomen and above, has been transformed into a mechanical body, and a single move can affect the whole body. Surgery successful. Reward 120 experience points. Do you have a spare prosthesis? Of course. The new face quickly handed over the prepared prosthetic arm. Boss, can you strengthen it for me? Which direction? The grip of the palm and the rotation of the forearm. I plan to go for close combat. No problem. Gao Gong spent another 10 minutes, increasing the grip by 20 kg, and making the forearm system more suitable for close combat weapons. Thank you, boss. I'm going to the battlefield. The new face was very happy, as if he had earned the opportunity to be injured. The human body system is very complex, and only prosthetic doctors can adjust it. Most implanted prosthetics are installed in the most conservative way, and often do not even use half of their power. Another tribal warrior had a hole in his thigh. Although it was not a serious injury, it would take 100 days to heal the broken bones, and it would be difficult for him to go to the battlefield again. The tribal warrior looked at his companion, who was leaving in good health, with envy. Mr. Consultant, I also want to get a prosthesis. You don't want your thigh anymore? Gao Gong glanced at him. As long as it can be exchanged for powerful strength, one leg is nothing. The soldier looked determined, and then laughed. Besides, it's not the middle leg, I don't mind. Don't worry, wait a little longer, I'll change you a better one. Gao Gong said meaningfully. In less than half an hour, 3 more guests were picked up. One was shot 3 times by the gun beast, 2 shots hit the prosthesis, and 1 shot hit the chest. Luckily it got stuck in the bone gap. The ligament in one biochemical muscle was violently torn off. Another electromechanical converter in the body broke down, causing the upper body to be paralyzed, and walking like a strange creature. For Gao Gong, these were not serious problems, and they were repaired smoothly, and even improved the performance. This is the benefit of having a prosthetic doctor in the camp. Most mechanical hunters have never enjoyed this treatment. And from the mouths of these people, Gao Gong gradually pieced together the appearance of the battlefield. Obviously, Huang Wen's tactics were very successful. There are monster-attracting artifacts to pull monsters, special effects machines to generate maps, and more powerful firepower, and more manpower. His monster-killing efficiency is 3 times higher than before. Gao Gong was not surprised by this, as players had proved this in the previous life. In order to treat the wounded more conveniently, Gao Gong moved the operating room directly to the first floor, just 1 step away from the front line. Sometimes looking out the window, you can even see various radiation beasts running around. Although the experience of prosthetic surgery is not as fast as killing monsters, it is more stable. The soldiers on the front line, without any worries, became even more reckless. Being injured can strengthen one's health. In the past, such a good thing was not possible. While performing the operation, Gao Gong looked around and soon found a large prey. It was a large combat robot towed back by an aircraft. This large robot had cracks all over its body. The most serious injury was a large hole in the chest, in which a circuit as thick as an arm could be vaguely seen. A logistics staff member shouted into the intercom, but the other end just refused. How about I come and take a look? Without waiting for the other party to refuse, Gao Gong jumped directly onto the upper body of the robot, exerted force with one hand, and tore off a torn piece of armor. Various large circuit components appeared in front of him. It turns out that the combat module is broken. But I don't know if the combat chip is broken. If it is not broken, it will be easy to solve. Gao Gong turned his head and looked at the other party. Do you have a spare module? The man obviously recognized Gao Gong, swallowed his saliva, and said, the maintenance base is blocked by the beast hide, and it will be difficult to enter for a while. But I can have someone airdrop maintenance equipment. Soon, a flying vehicle appeared in the sky, and a metal box was airdropped to the ground. When it was opened, It was a maintenance tool specially used to handle large robots. And a combat processor as big as a TV. With all the equipment, repairing a robot is actually easier than performing prosthetic surgery. Fortunately, the robot's combat chip was not broken. After Gao Gong took it out and inserted a new combat processor, the eyes of this mechanical monster soon lit up. The combat chip resumed operation. And it stood up by itself. With a boom, it continued to perform its mission. Mechanical body repair *1. This is a model worker of the robot. Gao Gong sighed and handed him a cigarette. What's your name, brother? Su Tong. The logistics staff was very flattered. Although he didn't understand why a super combat force like Gao Gong didn't appear on the front line, he still thanked Gao Gong for his help. After all, not everyone can tear armor apart with bare hands. And from the other party, Gao Gong also understood the current situation. General Mozhan divided the entire Auto City into more than 90 grids. Each grid is a war zone, and the regional leader is responsible for clearing the radiation beasts in this area. And once a Class B radiation beast appears, elite troops will be drawn from the 9 nearby grids to encircle and suppress it. As a mechanical hunter with strong endurance, Gao Gong was naturally assigned a task and became the leader of this war zone. And when the second phase, the counterattack begins, he will go out in person. Now, he has only 2 tasks. One is to protect the headquarters hidden in this building. And the other is, of course, to make biological weapons. But it seems that someone helped him with the second task. I have been to many war zones, but none of them is as safe as here. The logistics staff admired. Other war zones are in a mess. Only here, all the radiation beasts are blocked in a battle site. Of course, don't you see whose subordinates they are? Gao Gong said modestly. The intercom rang again. Su Tong, have you repaired an armed robot? Can you handle 2 large exoskeletons? No problem. Let them come over. Gao Gong answered for the other party. Soon, 2 manipulated exoskeletons were towed over by a trailer. The right mechanical leg of one exoskeleton was bitten off. The cockpit of the other exoskeleton was destroyed, and there were a pile of body parts inside. Senior engineer didn't waste words. While repairing, he secretly learned the other party's ideas. You understand the large exoskeleton frame. You understand the mesh circuit diagram. You understand the mechanical rocker arm. Every job transfer task is an opportunity, which is a hidden reward besides the task reward. Many players just brush the tasks, but don't dig deeper. Mechanical body repair *2. Mechanical body repair *3. While busy, the other party's intercom rang again. Su Tong looked at the senior engineer for help. And the senior engineer was not polite at all. He said, bring as many as you can. In almost half a day, there were a lot of large discarded parts around him. Mechanical body maintenance *10. Your job transfer task has been completed. And you have successfully transferred to the intermediate worker of the number 3 factory. Primary mechanical maintenance has been upgraded to intermediate. Intermediate worker of the number 3 factory LV1. You are an excellent mechanical body transformer. And you can perform maintenance work on large, medium, and small mechanical bodies. Intermediate mechanical repair professional. By adjusting the internal structure, you can perform large-scale repairs on mechanical bodies. You have mastered the professional knowledge. Mechanical and electronic engineering. You have mastered the professional knowledge. Exoskeleton design. Mechanical and electronic engineering. LV1. Possess the basic theories and basic knowledge of mechanical, electronic, control and other disciplines. Exoskeleton design. LV1. Master the preliminary research of exoskeleton structure. Needless to say, almost at the same time of upgrading, senior engineer directly upgraded the 2 professional knowledge to LV5. Mechanical and electronic engineering. LV5. Familiar with mechanical engineering, electronic technology, control theory, able to make internal adjustments to general-purpose mechanical bodies. Exoskeleton design. LV5. Master the implantation technology of medium and small exoskeletons. As for the remaining experience, senior engineer first upgraded the intermediate worker of the number 3 factory to LV4, which can increase the repair probability, and then upgraded industrial materials science and mechanical transformation to LV10 max in one go. His next body transformation requires these 2 full-level professional knowledge. Chapter 76 Mechanical Module Imitation. In the game Cyber World, the maximum level of the secondary profession is 20, and the maximum level of professional knowledge is 10. Among them, Level 5 is a quantitative change, and level 10 is a qualitative change. Whenever the professional knowledge reaches the maximum level, a knowledge characteristic will be lit up. This knowledge characteristic is not only applicable to the professional system, but also can be used in other professions. It is equivalent to an auxiliary skill. Among them, industrial materials science, lights up turning waste into treasure, and mechanical transformation, lights up enhanced transformation. This is the preliminary preparation made by Gao Gong for the Mechanical Hunter exclusive module. The combat power of the basic profession Mechanical Hunter is actually very strong. After all, not every profession can fight mechanical beasts with chainsaws. But its upper limit is not high, no more than level 20 at most. And there is no fixed standard for mechanical hunting transformation. The tolerance rate is very low. If you fail once, you can't reach the maximum level. Most mechanical hunters cannot reach this level. In this line, powerful mechanical hunters are all blessed by auxiliary professions. For example, Wang Wen was a mechanical engineer before. Miyamoto Sanzang was a killer. Desira had a family-inherited weapon fighting technique. And Gray-Eyed Adrian was a Turing believer. They all used auxiliary professions to broaden the path of mechanical hunters. But this kind of improvement is destined to be personalized and not universal. After all, not every mechanical hunter is a mechanic, a killer, or a fanatic. What Gao Gong did was not to build a small road, but to build a bridge. The combination of turning waste into treasure and strengthening transformation will produce a very powerful effect. It's called mechanical module imitation. After completing the job transfer, Gao Gong said goodbye to the logistics staff Su Tong, and once again entered the state of creating modified parts. With the blessing of the two characteristics, Gao Gong was full of inspiration, and various exquisite designs came to his mind, and soon completed the two modified parts. The three-dimensional maneuvering device tore the handheld game console apart. The three-dimensional maneuvering device was like 4 scabbards hanging on the waist. There were ejection ports at both ends of the scabbard. The telescopic device used a high hydraulic ejector, and the launch efficiency was twice that of the rocket launcher. The hook used a stronger advanced mechanical claw, with 2 modes of electric drill and electric hammer. The pulling device changed from a single molecule line to 50 single molecule ropes in one, completely abandoning the concealment effect, and replaced by a stronger pulling force. Most importantly, this three-dimensional mobile device has a reinforced tights that conforms to human mechanics. The material is bulletproof underwear, and the thick tendons of some sea-level radiation beasts. This effectively prevents a part of the body from being torn apart due to huge pulling force. This also upgrades its effective range from 100 meters in the first generation to 1,000 meters. And the maximum range reaches 3,000 meters. Name: Three-dimensional mobile device category, Mechanical Hunter exclusive equipment quality, excellent plus weight, 20 kilograms operation mode, manual operation auxiliary module, sky hunting mode. Note: this is a mechanical tentacle with a wider range and higher operation requirements. It has an elite level hooking claw skill. In just 10 minutes, Gao Gong has completely adapted to it. At this moment, in the temporary operating room, Engineer Gao was suspended in the air, constantly teleporting, and huge explosions similar to missile launches continued to sound. With each loud explosion, the shadow of the rope flashed in the air, and Engineer Gao changed his position out of thin air. Many fist-sized holes appeared out of thin air on the walls on both sides. Engineer Gao suddenly appeared in front of a wall, and gently pushed his palm. The wall covered by his palm was like a palm force of 10 years of internal strength, and directly hit a 3 centimeter thick palm print. Name: Tearing Microcomputer * 2 category, Mechanical Fist. Quality: excellent plus weight, 3.7 kilograms. Basic attributes: DPS, 325 attack power, 65 attack speed, 5 attack/second attack range, 0.5 m. Additional mode: Tearing mode. Plug-in bar: Split Tiger plus 32% tearing damage. Remarks: a kind of chainsaw gloves made entirely for tearing defense. Compared to the previous version, this version is more dexterous, like a fingerless glove, and the back of the hand is full of holes. When the palm is turned over, the palm is full of densely packed microblade gears. The gears are made of the super alloy that the girl with the ponytail can only buy with her own authority. This equipment is combined with the bloodthirsty hook foot. Even if the opponent has several layers of armor, Gao Gong believes that he can use the Black Tiger heart-piercing. Transform parts * 2, task 2 completed. Compared with the intermediate worker of the third factory, The job change of senior prosthetic doctor is obviously more difficult. Fortunately, with the accumulation of professional knowledge, Gao Gong successfully completed 2 tasks. The last one was conducting a prosthetic experiment. Gao Gong had asked Professor Han to design a bionic solution a long time ago. The experimental material was exactly that sub-body. Just as Gao Gong was about to do the last task, the electronic prosthetic eye and the VR special effects machine lit up at the same time. It was blacked out again. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. The room became larger and turned into a command center. One by one, the electronic data turned into human figures and appeared on Gao Gong's left and right. Lone Wolf. Fight me! As soon as the Black God saw the engineer, he roared at him. The engineer looked him up and down, and found that his eyes were filled with yellow bloodshot. His face, neck, and hands were all covered with metal spots, especially the skin connected to the components, which had completely rotted. Many of the mechanical components on his body seemed to have spirituality, and were rotating spontaneously. This was a standard symptom of cyberpsychosis, with a disordered nervous system, and mechanical components turning into phantom limbs. If it goes further, the mechanical body will be completely out of control. Heavy metal poisoning plus cyberpsychosis. This guy is hopeless. Gao Gong saw another familiar face, and said with a smile, "Old Miyamoto, you are not dead?" Miyamoto Sanzang glanced at Gao Gong, and snorted coldly, "You are degenerate, a lone wolf. Beasts only walk alone, cattle and sheep only travel in groups." Gao Gong was a little confused. In the end, more than 30 people went online in this virtual command center. The lowest rank among them was Major. There were only 5 mechanical hunters. Excluding Miyamoto and the chimpanzee, there were only 2 left. The only survivor, the old hunter creeper who came back from the dead. The other one, a weirdo wearing a pure white mecha, with no gaps on his body. A real mecha, not an exoskeleton. The captain of the symbiotic team? The biggest difference between mecha and exoskeleton is that mecha can fly, but exoskeleton can't. Looking at the energy jets on the opponent's thighs, waist, and back, Gao Gong can be sure that the opponent's backers must be extremely rich, because the combat mecha equipped with a flight system is a standard second-level civilization equipment. Not to mention the desert. A rural place, there is nothing for sale in the mechanical city. If you want to buy, you have to go to the mother city. Gao Gong was looking at the two, while the creeper and the white mecha man were also looking at him silently. There is no other reason. Now on the hunting rankings, there are only the 3 of them who can compete for the first place. Among the 3 of them, Gao Gong's painting style is the most bizarre. He was a lone wolf at first, but he turned into an assassin. When everyone thought that this guy was a young version of Miyamoto Sanzang, he changed again and became a berserker. When they thought that Gao Gong, as a top-level soldier, would definitely appear at the forefront of the battlefield, Gao Gong retreated again. His identity changed again. He became the leader of a new force, hid behind the scenes, and reorganized the group to score points. This guy is too sexy, and has too many positions, so we have to be on guard. The last one to go online was Brigadier General Mozhan, who now wears a heavy exoskeleton, with at least a dozen fully automatic weapons hanging on his body. He is 3 meters tall, twice as tall as everyone else. Coupled with this yellow and black external armor, he looks like an armored tiger spirit, as ferocious as it can be. This guy should be level 30, a reconstructed mecha warrior of the Legion faction, a purely violent profession, and an elite template. His benchmark should be the Grand Knight of the Knights. The reconstructed mecha warrior is the 3rd turn version of the mecha warrior, and as a Legion profession, the mecha warrior is super powerful. At the same level, even the mechanical hunter is no match. The only drawback is that it relies heavily on Legion technology, and the mecha transformation is highly exclusive. That is, choosing this profession is basically equivalent to camp binding. Moshan's tiger eyes swept around, and finally landed on Engineer Gao. His expression eased, and he said, 56 Defense Zone is doing well. It seems that biological transformation does have great potential. Engineer Gao touched his nose, and was about to say something, when a lieutenant colonel immediately reporting to the general. The first batch of biological warriors has entered the mass production stage, and is expected to be deployed to the front line for actual combat testing tomorrow. Mozhan was stunned for a moment, looked at Engineer Gao, and then looked at the lieutenant colonel. What is old Guel doing? Isn't this your responsibility? Reporting to the general. Thank Mr. Gao for providing the biological transformation information. We have 2 biological factories in total, producing transformed warriors at the same time. Mozhan was strong, but not stupid. He snorted a few times and changed the subject directly. This time, we are mainly here to prepare for the second phase of the war. After the mountain finished speaking, a grid map appeared in front of everyone. Each grid is a defense zone, and it is clearly marked with colors. Red indicates a dangerous area, which means that the defense line may be flooded by radiation beasts at any time. Yellow is a scorched area, which means that the 2 sides are still fighting. Most of the areas of the grid map are covered with yellow. It seems that everyone likes this color. There is also a green area, which has only 2 or 3 pieces, indicating that in this area, the beast tide has been effectively contained. Among them, the defense zone where Gao Gong was located was bright green, as if wearing a hat of forgiveness. Gao Gong flicked the green hat, and the next moment, a series of data was refreshed. The data changed so fast, just like the live broadcast room of the top female anchor. Gao Gong only had time to glance at the number on the lower left. 5.51 million. If I remember correctly, the previous score seemed to be 3 million. My daily efficiency was 500,000. These guys refreshed 1.5 million in half a day. This is 3 times my efficiency. No wonder this bald brigadier general looked up to me. And here is the reason. The people in the combat department fought well. Although 50 people seem to be not a lot. In other places, many of them are 200 or 300 soldiers guarding a defense zone. They are still not as green as me. Chapter 77 Nervous System Mutation. In the game cyber world, it is actually not easy to develop a faction. Gao Gong has a deep understanding of this, whether in the previous life or this life. Has anyone ever thought of forming a team to score points for themselves? Huang Wen thought about it. And then he became a vegetable. First, you can control the situation, which is especially important in the mechanical hunter profession. Second, you have to have money. Recruiting a cable tribe requires solving the food, drink, defecation and urination of more than 200 people, and establishing a combat team requires solving the problem of these people's weapons replacement, prosthetic replacement, guns and ammunition. Third, you need people. Without Desira and her old team members training day and night. Without Huang Wen's behind-the-scenes manipulation. And without various monster-pulling artifacts. No matter how many people there are, they will just be a pile of loose sand. Fourth, you need to know your business. If it weren't for the profession of prosthetic doctor, who would be willing to entrust their body transformation to you? The most important thing is to give people hope, which is actually the most difficult. Times make heroes. Without times, Gao Gong can only endure humiliation and beg for food under the crotch of 2 rich women. Although he hasn't gotten up yet. But in the eyes of outsiders, it is incredible that Gao Gong created so many miracles in just 2 months. I am quite satisfied with the current situation, said the mountain, nodding his head. If you are satisfied with the battlefield being so bad, how popular your previous mechanical wars must have been. The mountain did not know what Gao Gong was complaining about, and continued, but I hope everyone will not be complacent. One of the main reasons why we can maintain our foothold in the beast tide is that our opponents are very cunning. Cunning? The person from the symbiosis team spoke, and the electronic voice could not distinguish between men and women. But the dissatisfaction could be vaguely heard. This one seems to be the first one. Good students can be stubborn sometimes. Mozhan is very patient with this one, even better than senior engineer. The reason is very simple. Now on the battlefield, besides the large mechanical beasts blocked by large robots, have you seen other B-class beasts? You know, Fish and Duke and Scarlet Queen are both radiation beasts. They have the most subordinates, which should be radiation beasts. Exclude dissidents? A major couldn't help but laugh. Why is the captain of this symbiotic team a little naive? Radio beasts will not exclude dissidents. Their Beast King authority is enough to dominate everything. The mountain explained expressionlessly, I mean, their real main force has not yet been deployed. Do they want to wait until the level of the beast tide rises, and then wipe us out in one fell swoop? That's right. A colonel in the command center spoke up. Some people may wonder why we don't take the initiative. After all, in terms of firepower alone, we have intercontinental missiles, space-based weapons, energy bombs, and various long-range weapons, which can completely achieve unlimited bombing. Under this scale of bombing, even a strong A-level radiation beast cannot stop it. It's not that we haven't tried. An Oasis chief of staff spoke up. In the absence of mechanical generals, they are the highest military commanders of Oasis. The A-level radiation beast was blown to death on the spot. But the beast tide did not stop, but became more violent. The most dangerous beast tide is not the one with the most radiation beasts, but the beastless tide. The reason is that after the death of the A-level radiation beast, its power did not dissipate, but was completely integrated into the beast tide, turning the beast tide into a completely mutated energy tide. So, every time there is a beast tide, we will let in high-level radiation beasts, cut off their connection with the beast tide, and then kill them. At this point, the Oasis Chief of Staff glanced at Gao Gong. This time, we also plan to do this. Obviously, the other party did not fall for it. Are we just going to wait like this? Wait until the beast tide becomes too strong for most people to bear, and then give up directly? The captain of the symbiotic team continued to insist. Senior engineer also heard that this guy was indeed a little dazed. He was just playing a supporting role. This is the task of the second stage. In fact, not all B-level radiation beasts are not on the battlefield. Without the guidance of high-level beasts, the beast tide will only flow downstream, not upstream. It's just that these B-level radiation beasts are all up there. The mountain pointed to the sky, and 5 huge mechanical birds appeared in the virtual command room. Although these 5 mechanical birds are of different species, they have the same huge size, and each one looks like a bomber. Since the opponent is unwilling to send out the main force, then our goal is to cut off one of its arms. The specific hunting plan is as follows. As the cyber hacker disconnected, Gao Gong's vision gradually returned to normal. Alas, without the electronic defense wall, my artificial eye is like my underwear, which can be worn by any rich woman. The reason is that the beast tide energy cutoff device of the security group is heavy equipment, and only his is lightweight. However, Engineer Gao also made a request. That is, the word preparatory should be removed from Du Xiaodi's title of preparatory mechanical committee member. The other party agreed. Engineer Gao found Professor Han, and Professor Han seemed to know that Engineer Gao would come. He took him directly to a room. There was nothing else in the room, only a huge nutrient pool, the same model as the Cable tribe. In the pool, a miniature brain in a tank was swimming slowly, and the spiritual nodes on its body kept lighting up, like twinkling stars. This is a special prosthetic surgery. The special thing is that this surgery is not to implant the sub-body into the senior engineer, but to implant the senior engineer into the sub-body. Professor Han did this at the beginning. Of course, due to someone's sabotage, the plan did not succeed. It has been debugged to the most appropriate state. The electric eels you brought will ensure that during the implantation process, even if there is interference from the radiation field, all electronic equipment will still work normally. Senior engineer nodded, slowly took off his clothes, and then soaked in the pool. Among all the people, Professor Han was the only one who knew his plan. Sub-body implantation was just the beginning. If everything went well, biological rejection would no longer be a problem. By then, the old-school mechanical hunters would be revived again. The profession of mechanical hunters would be divided into 2. One was the current mechanical transformation school. They would become bigger, heavier, and stronger under the transformation of the Mechanical Hunter exclusive module. The other was the classical biological hunters. They would no longer be a flash in the pan, but become a basic profession with sustainable development. Gao Gong believed that the pie he drew was enough to eliminate 1% of the revenge concept in the professor's heart. There is a word called hot dance antipies. As Gao Gong's whole body was immersed in the nutrient solution, he immediately felt that his respiratory system was gradually failing. In other words, some kind of liquid had been poured into his body. A warm feeling spread throughout his body, as if he was back in the womb. His consciousness gradually sank. He sank down and down on the sea level of memory, and his thoughts rose and fell with the waves. But he could not catch a drop of sea water. He needs a hand. Under the sea level, a giant tentacle poked out of the sea, and Gao Gong was swallowed by it. In Professor Han's eyes, on Gao Gong's naked body, red threads drilled out from the skin, more and more, as if they were taking root and sprouting. These threads were thinner than single-molecule threads, and they dyed the nutrient solution red. They are called nerve bundles. The brain has cranial nerves. The eyes have ophthalmic nerves. The neck has cervical nerves. The muscles have musculocutaneous nerves. And the spine has spinal nerves. For a moment, Gao Gong seemed to have turned into a flagellate in the cell fluid, and the flagella swayed slowly, as if looking for new cells to parasitize. Professor Han had a calm expression. When he swallowed the brain in the jar, he looked much more frightening than this. It may be because Gao Gong only swallowed a sub-body. It may also be because Gao Gong's physical strength is far superior to Professor Han's. Or Gao Gong has the potential to be a brain toilet. Or it may just be that he is familiar with it the second time. In short, the operation went smoothly. Sub-body integration is successful. Your perception +5. Your nervous system transformation rate +7%. Your endocrine system transformation rate +1%. Your circulatory system transformation rate +2%. Your respiratory system transformation rate +1%. Your digestive system transformation rate +1%. Your urinary system transformation rate +1%. Your reproductive system transformation rate +1%. Just like the original owner implanted the titanium alloy endoskeleton frame, when the transformation rate of any human body system is greatly improved, it will inevitably lead to an increase in the transformation rate of other human body systems. This is called collaborative transformation. Unlike mechanical transformation improves known abilities, while biological transformation improves unknown abilities, or mutated abilities. A huge amount of energy was brewing on Gao Gong's body surface, and on countless nerve bundles, a tiny amount of bioelectricity pierced out, gradually intertwined into one. Your neurons mutate. Your bioenergy +80. Your nervous system mutates, and gains the ability, memory extraction. Your nervous system mutates, and gains the ability, information transmission. Your nervous system mutates, and gains the ability, activation of nerve bundles. Professor. Huh? Professor Han looked up, but found that Gao Gong still had his mouth tightly shut. Open the door, tell Matsushima Keiko to take Desira to the operating room. I'll be there soon. Professor Han was stunned for a moment. Have you also acquired this ability? Telepathic communication, he could do this before. Professor Han opened the door, and saw Matsushima Keiko, covered in blood, carrying a stretcher, rushing over with an anxious look on her face. Desira is seriously injured, she's dying. Go to the operating room. Consultant Gao will be here soon. Matsushima Keiko was stunned for a moment, quickly thanked him, and ran in another direction. On the other side, Gong Gong's nerve bundles all over his body began to gradually shrink. As the last nerve bundle was retracted into his body, a ding sound was heard. Your job transfer task has been completed, successfully transferred to a senior prosthetic doctor. Chapter 78 Mechanical and Biological Transformation. Daisela was in a much worse state than last time. Last time, she only had 3 arms chopped off, and her body was relatively intact. But this time, her right half of the body from toe was torn apart inch by inch, metal parts and mechanical circuits were squeezed out of the shell, looking like a cyberpsychosis outbreak, the mechanical body devouring the master. When Gao Gong appeared, the soldiers who had just come down from the battlefield breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other, and took the initiative to retreat. But after retreating, they were shocked to find that the other party hadn't spoken yet. Why were they so obedient? The only exception was Matsushima Keiko. This Japanese girl's perception exceeded 15 points, so she blocked Gao Gong's mental suggestion, but she didn't seem to notice this, biting her lips, and her big eyes were filled with tears. You are lucky. If it had been an hour earlier, I would personally recommend cremation for this kind of injury. On the operating table, Engineer Gao's fingers were like those of a skilled pianist, elegant and rhythmic, and the 5 surgical arms were deployed at the same time. This is the 5 exercises, which are advanced surgical techniques that even the little finger cannot master. Engineer Gao pressed his other hand on Desira's forehead, and the memory extraction was activated. Soon, dynamic images appeared in front of him. The buttons on Engineer Gao's collar automatically lit up, and the dynamic image of Desira fighting with 2 gravity leopards appeared. The damage caused by the mechanical leopard claws, the engine damage caused by the gravity skill, and the leopard gun sweeping fire. All attacks, all injuries, causes and consequences, are all revealed. Knowing the source and type of the injury, the success rate of the operation is at least 40%. The engineer even has time to mix the potion. Don't worry. You won't die. Looking at the baby-faced Keiko Matsushima, the engineer said casually. The reason why he dared to guarantee it was because after changing his job, he had 2 more professional knowledge. One is drug preparation, the other is prosthetic rehabilitation. The former is the preparation of drugs that act on the body, and the latter is to correct the twisted prosthesis. And these two just can deal with the injuries on Desira. Are you sure you're okay? Keiko Matsushima widened her eyes. Not only is it okay, it's even a good thing. Not everyone can break through on the battlefield. Keiko Matsushima was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly recalled, or watched the battlefield scene. Sure enough, Desira relied on her extraordinary gun-fighting skills, and directly severely injured a gravity leopard, but another C-plus gravity leopard appeared later, and the two mechanical giant leopards besieged at the same time. Desira could only switch from offense to defense, and finally, as the engine, wires, and prosthetic eyes of her body all exploded, she completely lost her combat effectiveness. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel. Name, Daisala Bloodline, Asian Warrior. Total level, 28. Occupation, Senior Mechanical Hunter LV-15, Mechanical Fighter LV-9, Asian Joint Employee LV-4 HP, 42/317 Mechanical Heavy Injury. Stamina, 27 to 216 Mechanical Energy, 131 Skills. Assaulter LV-9, Electromagnetic Gun Technique LV-5 Advanced, Primary Mechanical Fighting Technique LV-4 Advanced, Three-Handed Style LV-3 Advanced. Body Transformation, Melee Mechanical Arm 72% Damage Rate, Dragonfly 3 Internal Engine 85% Damage, High Power Internal Circuit LV 31% Damage, Kunwa Combat Ship Damaged, Semi-Electronic Brain Upgrade Interrupted. Gao Gong's eyes paused on the semi-electronic brain. This guy's injury, in simple terms, is that the software upgrade crashed the hardware. Playing 3A burned the graphics card. Oh no! It's the fighting chip. Seeing that Daisy's indicators gradually returned to normal, Matsushima Keiko breathed a sigh of relief, hesitated, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for saving Daisy's life again. It's a small matter. My men, how could I stand by and watch her die? Gao Gong waved his hand casually, looking up and down at this half-mechanical body, and said casually, why don't I take this opportunity to give her a breast augmentation? The other party's metal breasts are round and curvy, but the real breasts are a bit ordinary and look really asymmetrical. Breast augmentation? Matsushima Keiko's eyes lit up. Mr. Gao's move is really wise. Instead of breast augmentation, why not install a Mr. Big Tree Mighty type for me? Maybe I can still use it. The voice of Daisala came from the speakers on the operating table, but the voice was a little fuzzy. You're awake. Gao Gong showed an expected expression. Yes, boss. What do you think of my idea? Gao Gong ignored him and said, I'll give you two choices. One is that I will reinstall your body system now, but the key parts of your body are professional goods from Asia. There are no substitutes here. How much will your strength drop? 50%. Daisala fell silent. The previous replacement of the prosthesis had reduced her strength by 20%. If it dropped another 50%, she would completely leave the level of the first-line mechanical hunter. What's the other way? I'll make a deeper mechanical transformation on you, so that you can completely upgrade your electronic brain. Gao Gong found a chair and sat down, and said with interest, there's just one problem. The price is not cheap. How much? Can it be reimbursed? Matsushima Keiko asked quickly. Daisy heard what the engineer meant, hesitated, and still said in disbelief, you mean? You can break the upper limit of the mechanical hunter? Theoretically. That's right. The engineer smiled, of course. There are risks in transformation, and I dare not guarantee it. Daisy was silent for a moment, and said, if you can really do this, I am willing to embed loyalty instructions in the underlying logic of the electronic brain and serve you for life. No need for life. I am not a corporate vampire, and I am not interested in your personal sovereignty. The engineer stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3 years. I only need your 3 years of mechanical sovereignty. After 3 years, you can choose to leave. I will not stop you. Daisy was stunned. This condition, unexpectedly loose. 3 years of work, in exchange for a higher level, unprecedented mechanical body. This is not a loss. Of course, if she died in these 3 years, then she can only blame herself for her bad luck. Okay, but are you sure it only takes 3 years? 3 years is enough. Senior engineer shrugged. After 3 years, either the cyber tide breaks out, the machine rift star explodes, and I run away, or I can stop the cyber tide successfully, complete the ultimate mission of this cyber test field, and move towards the interstellar. No matter which result, I have no reason to stay here. The 6th floor biological transformation factory. Under Zhao Xia's expectant eyes, the test tank slowly opened, strong cold air came out, and strong biological transformation warriors walked out one by one. The transformed biological warriors were nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall, muscled, and their eyes were like those of a beast that would choose its prey, and in their bright red pupils, they even exuded a faint radiation beast's pressure. A certain part of the body of each biological transformation warrior had undergone implanted biological transformation. Some forearms turned into 3-meter-long biological sickles, some palms disappeared, and 2 snake-like things appeared, some simply turned into half-human, half-mechanical wolves, and drooled. The second batch of experimental subjects are more mature than the first batch. The security team cyborg doctor nodded with satisfaction. It's not just the various body functions. The key is the output. The mortality rate of the first batch was as high as 90%, and the second batch dropped to 50%. I believe that with the adjustment of the transformation plan, the mortality rate can be further reduced. How strong are they? Zhao Xia stared at these monsters with fiery eyes, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. According to the feedback from the front battlefield, the winning rate of D-Class Radiation Beast is as high as 87%, and the winning rate of C-Class Radiation Beast is 54%. Their durability may be a little worse, but overall, it is not a problem to reach the level of medium-sized combat robots. The cyborg doctor exhaled. More importantly, compared to robots, they have no logistical supply pressure at all, and can use local materials. They are simply inexhaustible and inexhaustible special troops. Mass production. Mass production immediately. Zhao Xia excitedly turned around on the spot. This is a great achievement. A great achievement at the strategic level. The cyborg doctor thought of something and suggested, just our biological factory. The types of troops that can be produced are limited. Otherwise, cooperate with the one above? Cooperation. What's the fun? Zhao Xia blurted out, and then swallowed the last word, took a deep breath, and said, this kind of combat power, this kind of yield rate, their future is imaginable. This kind of killer weapon should be completely in the hands of our security team, instead of sharing it with others. As for expanding production capacity, I'll find a way. The cyborg doctor saw that the other party wanted to monopolize the results, frowned, and reminded, completely getting rid of the other party. This is not good. It's not acceptable. Who said to get rid of the other party? Zhao Xia smiled strangely. I'm not stopping the other party from cultivating these biological transformers. I prepared a lot of biological materials for them. With the materials, it's unreasonable to not be able to produce products. Senior engineer looked at the biological materials that were constantly being transported up, and sighed. It seems that we all underestimated this former colleague. It's only been a few days, and he has already mastered the information. The other party said biological materials. But the problem is that most of these materials are seriously damaged. More importantly, the biological prosthesis suitable for the transformation of classical mechanical hunters has been dismantled. I will report to the committee. Senior engineer grabbed Du Xiaodi, who had a cold face, and said with a smile, I have to report. But not now. Let him run rampant first. When biological rejection breaks out, I'll see how he solves it. I never said that our human body transformation technology is flawless. Chapter 79. Du Xiaodi thought about it, still a little unwilling, at least, catch the traitor. Traitor, where can there be a traitor, or, except me, everyone present could be a traitor. Du Xiaodi glared at Gao Gong. Ha ha, don't look at me like that. Let's put it this way, if a cyber hacker invades one of your brains, who can stop it? In Gao Gong's eyes, data leakage is inevitable, after all. This is not a mechanical city, it is impossible to apply for technical patents. Then the security team has 10,000 ways to obtain the transformation data. In fact, even in the mechanical city system with relatively complete patent rights, the spy war between giant companies has never stopped. If you steal my research and development data through hackers, I will send spies to modify the memory chips of your core technicians and lead your product development into the ditch. You know, many players only realized after they died that, fuck, I was actually controlled by NPCs. No wonder they were so dead for a useless task. I treat you as an NPC, you treat me as a worker. Are we talking to each other? Let's go pick up the bargains, see if there are any good things in these biological organs. Du Xiaodi wrinkled her nose, walked a step closer to him, looked at the other side with her fair cheeks. Gao Gong immediately understood, crossed his 5 fingers and held her hand. A newly opened large warehouse between two rows of huge and strange biological organs. Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi were like a couple in love, walking in the commercial street. You will be on the battlefield in 2 days. Be careful. Yes. If you can't win, run away. I am now the mechanical committee member. I can protect you. Of course. Senior engineer glanced out the window and could vaguely hear the sound of continuous explosions. This was the mechanical bird flock laying eggs. A mechanical bird egg as big as a basketball was as powerful as a 100 kilograms napalm bomb. And the explosion range was close to a football field. The reason why it was so powerful was that during the gestation of life in the egg, a low-level energy reaction would occur. And a bird egg was equivalent to an energy bomb. In order to bring in those B-class mechanical birds, we have to temporarily give up air superiority, which is also part of the plan. As a result, most of the factory's equipment has been moved to the abandoned underground garage, including this biological warehouse. At the beginning, in the Hunter Cemetery, Gao Gong got 7 drawings. Big tree scythe, bone radiation corpse armor, devil horns, gasoline flame whip, electronic BIs, biological gun, and jet clamp. The biological materials required for these biological drawings, including their substitutes, were not available in the biological materials sent. The corpses of mechanical biochemical beasts accounted for the majority. According to Professor Han, although the old generation of biological implants included radiation beasts and mechanical biochemical beasts, due to the mechanical components in mechanical biochemical beasts, during the implantation process, it is very likely to cause biological rejection and mechanical rejection at the same time. And the failure rate is too high. Therefore, the biological materials used more are still radiation beasts. Then the security team sent a bunch of mechanical beast corpses. It seems that Zhao Xia's group's biological transformation has made good progress, otherwise they would not be so arrogant. This is obviously a trap for themselves. Gao Gong clicked his tongue twice, and his eyes fell on the 3 spiders not far away. The 3 mutant spiders are actually gathered together. The 3 corpses in front of him are all mutant spiders, and they are different types of spiders. The turbine spider of the engine department, the electronic node spider of the power grid department, and the skinning female spider of the mutated radiation department. These 3 spiders are all sea-level beasts. And they are all 2 stories high. The turbo spider's turbo fan allows it to fly in a short period of time. The electronic spider eyes that cover the electronic node spider's body not only have 360-degree coverage, but can also trigger electromagnetic pulses in a short period of time to paralyze nearby small mechanical prey. The skinning female spider is a rare humanoid form, half spider and half human, with a protruding front and a curved back, and spider silk hanging down from her head, which looks very much like a spider girl. A skinning version. The bloody appearance spread from the human body to the spider body. Bloody eyeballs, bright red upper and lower jaw muscles, and bloody reproductive organs. Even the usually calm girl with ponytails almost vomited when she saw this thing. And the senior engineer could only take her back to rest. Among all kinds of abnormal radiation beasts, the mutated radiation family is a terrible species, with extremely strong radiation content. A purely twisted life form. Other radiation beasts still have some shadows of protozoa. But only this type of radiation beast is completely mutated. It is worth mentioning that the newly emerged A-level monster Duke of Fission is a member of the mutation department. Of course, after countless twists and growths, it has mutated to the point where even its mother can't recognize it, because of the vigorous nuclear fission reaction in its body. Mutated radiation beast has another nickname, nuclear fission creature. After sending Du Xiaodi away, Gao Gong strolled back alone, staring at the 3 types of spiders, and seemed to be thinking about something. Mechanical biochemical beasts are not suitable for biological implantation. The same is true for the radiation beasts of the mutation department. Gao Gong did not intend to do so. He raised his arm, and the next moment, countless blood threads grew out of the pores of his arm, growing longer and longer, and finally spanning 2 meters, and inserted into the turbo spider. The next moment, the spider's eyes, like searchlights, actually lit up. Activated nerve bundles biological transformation. The power of the brain mutation in the tank, through the external implantation of nerve bundles, activates the nervous system of other organisms, and then achieves the purpose of control. The head of the turbine spider began to rotate. The searchlight flashed everywhere, and the 2 turbines on its back began to rotate wildly. Amid the strong sound of the fan, The huge mechanical spider slowly flew into the air. It can indeed fly. Gao Gong had no expression on his face, but his eyes turned blood red. Upon closer inspection, it was actually countless bloodshot rotating in the pupils. The optic nerve is also part of the nervous system. Time passed slowly, and the system panel occasionally refreshed 1 or 2 biological data. You understand the structure of radioactive biological eyes. You understand the structure of biological turbines. You understand the arthropod movement system. You understand the design of pedipalps. The reason why the mechanical hunter is a profession with shortcomings is that, in addition to the lack of technology tree, biological/mechanical rejection, hunting transformation is too personalized. These are the old-fashioned problems. There is another key point. This profession lacks a solution integrator. Mobile phones can be iterated. Computers can be iterated. Combat robots can also be iterated. Theoretically, the mechanical hunter can also be iterated, integrating all the mechanical hunting transformations into a mechanical hunter module, solving problems if there are any, upgrading the system if there are no problems, applying patches or something. This is the basis for solving all the above problems. There are such high-tech talents, but most of them are concentrated in large enterprises. Moreover, the resources and technology required for the mechanical body integration plan are astronomical. Behind every new version of the combat robot, there must be dozens of failed development versions and thousands of technical detail adjustments. This is not something that the mechanical hunters, a bunch of country bumpkins, can solve. But they can't, but Gao Gong can, or to be more precise, the magic of nature can. These mechanical biochemical beasts, or the radiation beasts, are all excellent integrated solutions that have gone through countless times of survival of the fittest. The only difference is that these solutions are not made for humans. Then the problem is simple. Since it is not made for humans, then don't be human. Gao Gong has always been open to mechanical perversion, oh no. Mechanical deformation. Turning waste into treasure can replace some special biological materials with industrial materials. Enhanced transformation can transform mechanical bodies. Plus the integration solution provided by the mechanical biochemical beast. 3-in-1 is the mechanical hunter exclusive module. 3 spiders. A total of more than 30 partial transformation solutions were given to Gao Gong. The only ripple in the process, when the nerve bundle was inserted into the skinning female spider, Gao Gong pierced himself with 3 enhanced radiation needles. The heat inside the other person's body was terrifying. After the data was integrated, Gao Gong found Professor Han and worked with him to develop the first version of the Spider Hunter module. During the development period, Gao Gong looked at several old biological weapons in the nutrient tank. The giant blood vessel had grown to 8 meters long. The blade wolf guillotine had regained the luster of a giant biological knife. The palm of the weapon limb was turning flexibly. The motorcycle beast was buzzing in the water. These old guys are regaining their former sharpness. Yesterday, old Qian came to me and asked if there was any work to do. These old guys are actually ashamed. Professor Han looked at Engineer Gao silently. Engineer Gao coughed dryly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Old Han, have you heard of aging the eagle? They are already very old. Then let's age the eagle." Engineer Gao saw that Professor Han wanted to say something else, and didn't tease him, and directly handed over a technical plan. Old Han, do you know? Biological rejection actually has an advantage. What's the advantage? That is, when the rejection reaches the threshold, it can't go any higher. Engineer Gao paused. They didn't explode even in this way, which means their bodies have been fixed and semi-distorted. What's the use of this? Professor Han glanced at the technical plan, and his eyes twitched fiercely. Nuclear Fission Humanoid Transformation Plan. Chapter 80 Bright Future. Generally speaking, the attack time of the beast tide is measured in months. In the Blue Desert, the longest beast tide lasted for 9 months. During that beast tide, the number of large combat robots destroyed alone was as high as 900. In the end, orbital satellites were used for offshore bombing to drive back the monsters from the sea. Although the central desert is not as large as the coastal area, according to the command center's deduction, the scale of this beast tide will last at least 3 months. This is not just one oasis in the Auto City that is fighting against the beast tide. It is of course the main force against the beast tide. But in addition to it, there are 3 nearby oases that are also resisting the beast tide. On the front line, the biological transformation warriors are shining. A biological warrior covered in blood, holding a huge sickle, slashing horizontally and vertically, wherever he passes. Even the strongest mechanical beast armor is cut in half by it, and the biological sickle in his hand, after absorbing enough life, actually grew again, from 3 meters to 5 meters, and spikes pierced from the surface of the sickle, and even in the middle of the handle. 2 sharp spikes were bent at 90 degrees, which seemed to be 2 new biological sickles in the prototype state. On the other side, a total of more than 20 bone corpses were advancing against the tide of beasts. Behind them, there were more than 500 radiation beast zombies, affected by the zombie radiation field of the corpses. Their eyes turned bloody red, their flesh rotted, their bones bulged, and they were biting their own kind frantically. The height of this bone corpse was nearly 3 meters, with white eyes in its black eye sockets. But if you look closely, you can see that there is actually a living person in the jagged bones. The bone radiation corpse is a different species of the radiation corpse. The radiation power comes from the bones all over the body. These corpse generals actually sewed living people inside the bones, which is equivalent to putting on a white bone radiation armor. Seeing this, some leaders of the radiation beasts immediately called a group of beast elites to besiege. However, the next moment, sniper bullets came one after another. In the chaotic and anxious battlefield, these bullets seemed to have eyes, and almost every one of them could hit the vital points. What's more terrifying is that these bullets are not ordinary metal materials, but a kind of biological warhead. Even if you are not killed on the spot by these bullets, they will secrete a kind of biological toxin when they enter the body, which will greatly reduce the strength, speed, and perception of these elite radiation beasts, causing a mental disorder physiological state. At this moment, at the sniper point, each sniper held a biological barrel in one hand. Their sniper rifles grew directly from their arms, and there were flesh and blood vessels wriggling on the surface. They did not need training, and directly reached the level of man and gun as one. The sniper's artificial eyes were also replaced by an electronic eye. These 2 eyeballs occupied half of the person's face. There were thousands of small eyes inside the eye. Its field of vision and accuracy were 100 times that of an ordinary artificial eye. Moreover, they have their own electronic vision, which can directly see the vital points of the mechanical biochemical beasts. At this time, on a stealth military aircraft, Brigadier General Mozon overlooked the battlefield, and his purpose of going to the front line was actually to witness the role of these biological warriors with his own eyes. In fact, if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it difficult to believe those exaggerated battle reports. A low-level soldier who had undergone biological transformation for less than 3 days, and whose explosive combat power was not inferior to his elite robot corps, was simply incredible. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to admit that this was indeed the fact. Go back and inform the logistics department. I need 10 standard battalions of biological warriors, and award the Legion Medal to the leaders of the biological factory. General, we can't go any further. The flying species of the beast tide have been rampant recently. In the visible area, more than a dozen black dots appeared. They were the enemy's bomber formation. Let's go back. Moshan's thick palm flexibly flipped the projected map, judging the deployment of troops on both sides. Perhaps we can draw some robot troops. The optimistic situation on the front line gave Mozon an idea. However, the next moment, the electronic alarm suddenly buzzed, and the red alarm light inside the cabin lit up. General, the radiation intensity suddenly exceeded the standard. The mountain had a cold expression, and the 4 guards around him slowly stood up. These guards were not tall, and some were even short. However, as the black liquid on their bodies flowed, in just 3 seconds, they turned into 2-meter-tall clone warriors. The bulging muscles of the clone warriors began to be torn apart by a force, and 4 energy nozzles quickly opened up on their thighs and arms, and they completed the acceleration in almost 0.1 seconds and rushed out of the aircraft. The sky was covered with kaleidoscope-like rich colors at some point, and a 10-meter-tall color night gradually took shape. The radiation value broke through 100,000 all the way, and continued to rise, reaching an astonishing 320,000. Even among B-level radiation beasts, this intensity of radiation value is not weak. More importantly, the opponent has no entity at all, and is a pure radiation life. In the beast tide, this kind of energy life form is often born. They appear randomly, making it difficult to guard against. The Color Knight raised his spear to fight against the 4 strong colony warriors who appeared in the air. The invisible aircraft turned around and flew to another underground command post. However, the next moment, the sky suddenly brightened. This time it was no longer colorful, but for Golden Sun slowly rose from under the plane. The radiation value instantly soared to 680,000. Radiation ecology Golden Sun. The driver's eyes exploded directly, while foaming at the mouth, trembling all over, and his skin shriveled and cracked. The demon mountain tiger-shaped helmet suddenly buckled on his head, and the strong beast armor exploded. Nearly 50 high-temperature nozzles suddenly opened, spraying ion airflow, and the speed broke through the sonic boom, reaching the astonishing Mach 3. The next moment, the invisible plane exploded into a huge fireball in midair. The news of the battlefield commander being injured naturally did not spread, but the commendation ceremony was held smoothly. During the war, there would be no big ceremony, and there would not even be a crowd of onlookers. It was held in a small room in the garage. But Zhao Xie was still very excited. The second-class Legion medal was not only useful in the security corps, in all mechanical corps, it was a symbol of status. And it was also the first standard for promotion. General Mozhan is very satisfied with your work. I hope you will continue to perform well in the Beast Tide. The colonel in charge of awarding the prize smiled. Yes, I will expand the production capacity as soon as possible and realize 10 biological synthesis battalions. Zhao Xie was checking the mechanical metal with great interest. There were countless mechanical lives engraved on the surface of the metal, and behind it was a huge building shadow, which seemed to symbolize that the mechanical army would always be the sword of the three mother cities. However, when Zhao Xie's eyes swept over a person, the enthusiasm in his heart immediately dissipated, and was replaced by a nameless anger. I worked hard for 24 hours without sleeping, and made great contributions to the front line. So I was awarded a medal. And this person in front of me, who ate and drank for free, actually got a second-level medal. Well, although these technical data are nominally the other party's, it is impossible to really abandon the other party to award the prize. But Zhao Xie felt like he was working for others for nothing. Senior engineer noticed the other party's gaze, and clapped his hands with a smile. Boy, you did a good job. You turn on the camp reputation mode. Friends plus 300. Mechanical Legion. In the official camp, the reputation of the Mechanical Legion is relatively difficult to brush. It is not calculated by how many enemies you kill. After all, no matter how hard you work, your efficiency is not as good as that of a combat robot with unlimited charging. It calculates your contribution in a certain battle. The reputation of the Mechanical Corps is also very useful. The most direct effect is that if Engineer Gao wants to buy a titanium alloy endoskeleton, he doesn't have to rely on a rich woman in the factory. Young man, work hard. If you work hard for a while, you can buy a BMW. Zhao Xie seemed to see what the other party was thinking. His face darkened. Just as he was about to say something to the other party, he was stopped by the colonel and whispered in his ear, Oasis Chief of Staff Dongli. At this moment, in front of Engineer Gao, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly, talking and laughing with him. He is Dongli. Zhao Xie was stunned for a moment. The Oasis Chief of Staff is the Chief Executive Officer second only to the Brigadier General. Each of them is responsible for the operation of an oasis. However, the Security Corps does not have an administrative unit, so it can only be given the rank of Chief of Staff. This is definitely a big boss. Why is he here? It seems he is here to buy equipment. Buy equipment? Zhao Xie seemed to be listening to a cold joke. The Oasis Chief of Staff can directly call on the supplies of the logistics department. He would go to buy a rustic weapon? You haven't read the battle report these days? The colonel looked at him strangely. Zhao Xie shook his head. He had been so busy these days that he had no time for gossip. Let's take a look. Zhao Xie turned on the military recorder, and his eyes went dark. He saw that the first place on the hunting list was the new Cable tribe. The points were as high as 10 million. District 56 played too well. Among all the battle areas, they were the only ones that remained green. They did not hide anything and shared their methods of fighting against the Beast Tide with all the battle areas. If you want to copy their fighting style, those special equipment are indispensable. How much? 1 million mechanical coins. The colonel paused. The value of the first batch of equipment. If the effect is good, there will definitely be a second and third batch of transactions. Zhao Xie's eyes went dark. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, where does he get the production capacity? As soon as he said that, Zhao Xie was stunned. He secretly sabotaged, making it impossible for the opponent's underground factory to carry out biological transformation. So the opponent could only produce equipment. So, The source was actually himself? Chief of Staff Dong was very enthusiastic about Gao Gong. No matter how powerful the biological transformation warriors were, they could only supply the front line. The monster-attracting artifact plus special effects machine is the eternal god. After Chief of Staff Dong left, Gao Gong walked up to Zhao Xia happily and patted his shoulder with appreciation. You work hard. I make money well. And we both have a bright future. Chapter 81 Gods Descend to Earth. After teasing Zhao Xia for a while, Gao Gong slowly returned to his own underground office. Soon, Professor Han brought good news. That is, the final debugging of the spider module was completed. Gao Gong was refreshed, looking at the finished product. Generally speaking, it looks like a large spider exoskeleton. 6 huge metal limbs made of super alloy, can be folded twice. The first fold is the foot limb sword, the second fold is the arm module, and when fully unfolded, it is the modified magnetic storm impact gun. Some of the spider's electronic spider eyes were removed from the shell and replaced with concealed single-molecule claw hooks and firearms. These equipment can be modified twice, 3 times, or even n times according to the user's habits. Inside the spider module, there are strings of poison sacs and spider sacs. During the second stage of transformation, these biological sacs will expand rapidly to support the body. After teeth modification, limb modification, and palm modification, the spider silk spit-out will make people defenseless. The source of these toxic substances is the armored giant buttocks of the spider module. This big buttocks is not only a digestive processor, but also a radiation energy storage device. During the third stage of transformation, it will spread the biological radiation energy throughout the body, achieving a temporary burst. Of course, considering that the first form is a humanoid, the spider processor is detachable, and the connection port is on the coccyx. In short, this spider hunter module retains the biological engine of the turbo spider, the EMP of the electronic node spider, and the radiation organ of the skinning spider. The 3 abilities maintain a balance, using the bioenergy engine to control the mutation radiation, so that the mutant power will not explode, turning Desira into a skinning monster, and using EMP to limit the bioengine, so that all spider organs can be shut down at any time. This restriction is to avoid phantom limb syndrome, because after the transformation, Desira is not just 3 hands, but 8 hands, and this does not include the pedipalps that can be temporarily increased or decreased. There are also some personalized mechanical hunting transformations, which Gao Gong is going to leave to Daisy to choose. For example, replacing the large biological armor to install the turbo fan to achieve short-distance flying hunting, or installing a higher-level computing chip, adding a hacker module, and transforming into an electronic invasion spider. These morphological transformations that match your own fighting style are the most powerful part of the mechanical hunter. High-quality bionic masterpiece. Even a calm professor like Han couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful armor. The little woman who rarely came had stars in her eyes. This 2-meter-long dark golden biological armor was very charming, with various strange patterns on it. And the battle suit that combined 3 spider modules had a unique mother-eater aura, which was very intimidating. Give me one too. The little woman pulled the corner of Gao Gong's clothes and acted coquettishly. You are too short, and there is no lowly-shaped mechanical beast. Gao Gong refused coldly. Does it have any side effects? Aunt Xiang couldn't help asking. Well, it's hard to say, although I have adjusted it to the maximum extent. The interference of spider habits on the nervous system is inevitable. For example, using spider silk to tie up small prey, satisfying a special fetish, or eating a companion. Gao Gong looked calm. But those are all trivial matters. Chao likes to kill people in his dreams. These are all personal interests. You have to respect other people's hobbies. The little woman's face gradually changed from joy to horror. She seemed to be able to imagine her petite body being tied up in 18 kinds of patterns by spider silk. And she swallowed her saliva subconsciously. As the saying goes, Lolita fears rumors. When the queen was humble, she was more afraid of this. Well, I'm back on the battlefield. I'm going to defend the tribe. I'm very brave. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Auntie Xiang said with a strange expression. Who knows? No one has done this before. Gao Gong shrugged, looking irresponsible. I think it's okay. The spider hunter module has 3 forms. The first form is human spider form. The second form is crazy spider form. The third form is radiation spider form. As long as you stay in the first form most of the time, Human physiological habits will suppress spider habits. This has been proven by experiments. Professor Han thought about it, and made another vivid analogy. It's like quitting smoking, just bear with the first few times. I never smoke. Desla was full of confidence. Come on, I can't wait. Gao Gong and Professor Han looked at each other. Then the irrelevant personnel should withdraw first. We have to start working. Don't worry, I am now a senior doctor, and my surgical skills are much better than that of the half-baked little finger. Gao Gong did not lie. Since he changed his job to senior prosthetic doctor, his human body modification surgery has also been upgraded to secondary human body modification surgery. Level 2 Human Body Transformation Surgery Professional. Use professional equipment and professional knowledge to achieve deep transformation of the human body. In Level 1 surgery, he can only replace a prosthesis, replace an organ, etc., and he will be terrified to transform a human body system. Level 2 is different. What is deep transformation? In simple terms, it is perverted. Oh no! It is a transformation at the level of deformation. The perverted level surgery will have to wait until the next job transfer. Senior engineer is going to save the first perversion for himself. The operation is very intense and lasted for 24 hours. This is all thanks to the beast hide. Apart from anything else, the 3 mutant spiders are all hunter type C+ level beasts. Even if Gao Gong personally took action, he might not be able to catch them. Not to mention, there are so many high-quality mechanical biological parts. With this calculation, could it be that Zhao Xie is not a licker, but a warm man? The biggest difference between a licker and a warm man is that a licker only licks one person, while a warm man does not distinguish between men and women. It makes people quite moved. 24 hours of no rest, high-intensity work. Even a psychopath like Gao Gong, after completing the final transformation, can't help feeling a little dizzy. In the sterile room, there was an exciting bloody smell. There was an exciting factor in this spider's blood, which was why it ate my husband for no reason. Gao Gong exhaled, and countless blood threads were retracted from his arm. The nerve bundle is used to confirm whether the other party's nervous system is functioning normally. At present, it is running well. However, to wake up, it will take 12 hours. Gao Gong returned to his office dizzy and dazed. Just as he was about to take a nap, a big orange cat on his desk made a pitiful meow. Hey, why is it you? Gao Gong was stunned for a moment, and said, it's not that he forgot about this sales employee who was transformed into a cat. But, how come this guy is so fat? If the big orange pig before still maintained the slender and elegant cat beauty, the kind that could compete with a stinky woman for a husband, then now it is a chicken cat that is twice as fat. Meow, the big orange pig rushed forward and bumped into Gao Gong's arms. Gao Gong felt a tightness in his chest, and quickly activated the information transmission in his brain to convert cat language into human language. Boss, help me. What's wrong with you? Didn't you meet your KPI? Deja nodded pitifully. Because she didn't meet the standard. She was injected with obesity additives as punishment. Because she didn't meet the standard. Her language converter was also removed. To put it simply, she was left to fend for herself. Then how did you find this place? Oh, you found the little woman. Gao Gong understood. In the car city, only the little woman could understand cat language and read cat movies. Then, she was sent over naturally. Gao Gong stroked his chin and stared at her, and suddenly laughed. There are too many problems with the weapons, and someone must have discovered it. Daju nodded pitifully. According to her, the KPI for this quarter could have been fooled. After all, Mosfengmong is a well-known brand in the desert. However, the beast tide suddenly broke out, and a large number of weapons were tested in actual combat. During this test, everyone found that behind these beautiful performance parameters, there were a lot of weird problems. The return rate is approaching 100%. Then it was taken down and blamed. Engineer Gao stroked the cat's back. I have to say, although it is fatter, it feels better. By the way, did the biological data I sent you last time pass the inspection? Meow, it seems to have passed the inspection. Meow. This can pass the inspection. Engineer Gao clicked his tongue. This is really out of the question. The biological data provided by the dog actually passed the inspection. Has Mosfengmong started to behave like a nobody now? Boss, please give me an order. Boss. Deja clasped her 2 fat paws tightly, staring at him with wide eyes. She didn't believe this country bumpkin before, but now she has no other choice. So she has to try her best. Gao Gong rubbed the other's fat face, thought for a while, and said, Do you have a list of weapons? Yes. Yes. Deja jumped down quickly, and then held a dirty leather bag in her mouth. This brand-name bag is now her only property. It took Fat Cat a long time to open the wallet and pull out the list of weapons. He was holding a pen in his mouth with a very attentive look. Gao Gong took the pen, nodded, and ticked on the list. I don't want this one. I don't want this one. I don't want this one either. Deju became more and more desperate. Except for these 3 types, I need 1,000 of the rest. Deju's eyes suddenly lit up, staring at Gao Gong in disbelief. In her eyes, Gao Gong was radiating golden light, which was the most popular style for sales staff like her. What, you think I can't afford it? Gao Gong's face darkened. No. 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 Deja trembled all over. Hesitantly said, Boss, I can give you a discount. Gao Gong stood up slowly, looking at him seriously. Discount? What a joke. I never buy discounted goods. Against the background of the bombing sound above his head, Gao Gong's figure became more majestic, as if the god of succor had descended on earth. Deja trembled all over. His face was pious, and he prostrated himself. Chapter 82. Fighting at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Boom! With a loud thunder in the sky, heavy rain poured down. The rain absorbed the radioactive elements in the atmosphere, forming a new type of neutron acid rain, also called nucleic acid rain. Bean-sized raindrops fell on various buildings, forming a thick rain curtain. Occasionally there were explosions, which were the mechanical thunderbirds in the sky driving the meteorological weapons. Miyamoto Sanzang stood in front of the French window, watching this scene silently. Today's Auto City has become a military no-fly zone. No matter what type of aircraft, stealth or defense-enhanced, as long as they dare to go up to the sky, they will be greeted by an overwhelming thunderstorm. The first part of the arm-breaking plan was successful, or rather, too successful. Now it depends on whether the second part of the plan can be successfully implemented. The door opened, and a licker appeared at the door. It had thick limbs, 5 rows of teeth, no eyes, ears, or nose, and a mouth below its head, with saliva dripping from its teeth, shoulders, thighs, between the thick muscle fibers, eyeballs as big as fists turned around, and finally all stared at Miyamoto Sanzang. This old man with shriveled skin and straight figure stood in front of the storm. His white, old-fashioned linen robe rustled in the wind, which made him look even more skinny. Rather than an old assassin, he looked more like an old swordsman. Miyamoto Sanzang seemed to be unaware of the arrival of the licker. He still had his back to it. The strong sound of wind and rain seemed to cut off his sensitive perception. The licker looked at the other party quietly for 3 seconds. His bright red muscles suddenly began to shrink. His head became smaller, and his facial features squeezed out of his face. Finally, he became an old man of similar age to Miyamoto Sanzang, and walked to his side with his hands folded. You're here, Miyamoto Sanzang's hoarse voice sounded. Here we are. In this horrible weather. I don't know how many people can arrive on time besides us. Maybe they all died on the way, the creeper said sarcastically. Miyamoto Sanzang remained silent. I heard that this time the secret troops under General Mo's Han will also be dispatched. 2 old men alone can't deal with 5 B-level radiation beasts. The creeper twisted his neck and said disdainfully, if that's the case, why do we need to come here? Miyamoto Sanzang looked at the rain hitting the window calmly. Soon, the third person arrived, and dense footsteps were heard in the corridor. The doctor's anxious voice was vaguely heard. Mr. Hay, your metal compression agent has not been injected yet. I'm not sick. I'm fine. The door was smashed directly, and among the scattered wood chips, a mechanical hand as big as a dustpan grabbed the door sill, and Haitian lowered his head and got in. Seeing the two, Haitian grinned. It turned out to be you 2 old men. What's wrong? Are all the young mechanical hunters in the car city dead? Do we need the old guys to take over? The 2 ignored him. There was no need to pay attention to a dying man. Hey, old man, do you think I am the strongest among the young mechanical hunters now? The creeper glanced at the other party, and the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a ferocious smile. Wait until you kill that lone wolf. I will definitely kill him. Black God sat on the ground, and the whole floor shook violently. He took out a bottle of alcohol-flavored gasoline and drank it. The creeper glanced at the other party's neck, which was full of pinholes, and exuded an unpleasant smell of potion. Some drugs don't even smell like depressants, but stimulants. Does anyone want this idiot to die on the battlefield? It can't be just us, right? Black God is a person who can't stand loneliness. But after a while, He started talking again. Everyone. I am Colonel Cape of the Special Forces, in charge of this special military operation. A short and strong man in military uniform suddenly appeared at the door. His footsteps paused when he crossed the door, and then stepped in with military boots. With him, there were 20 soldiers. There was no sound when they moved, and the lowest rank among them was a major. There were men and women, old and young. As soon as they appeared, the gravity in the air seemed to increase tenfold. Miyamoto Sanzang gently placed his hand on the waist, and a 3-centimeter-long claw popped out of the pocket of the creeper. Only Haitian was unaware, and he was still frantically filling gasoline. All masters, stronger than the first-line mechanical hunters. The creeper and Miyamoto Sanzang looked at each other, and many things flashed in their eyes. As hunters fighting on the front line, they are very sensitive to mysterious things such as momentum, aura, and murderous intent. Anyone here, if placed in the previous oasis, would be the undisputed #1 in combat power. And now, there are actually 20 monsters with combat power that have reached the upper limit of the desert. Hey, you are all here. A lazy voice sounded. Gao Gong walked in lazily with a thing like a sword sheath on his left hand. And behind him, there were 2 people in military uniforms. The 2 entered the door without saying a word and returned to the team automatically. Gao Gong glanced behind the broken door and suddenly laughed. Miyamoto, why did you hide your AI apprentice? Are you going to assassinate us? The creeper was stunned for a moment, and the black god was even more confused. Behind the door, a blurry figure walked out slowly, and when he walked behind Miyamoto, he had become an ordinary young man. This is a more advanced concealment method than the special effects machine, nano-invisible cloak, or light refraction technology. Senior engineer asked with interest. Chi sensing, or advanced detection equipment? Miyamoto Sanzang asked calmly. The 2 looked at each other, and shut their mouths at the same time. The wriggler had a very bad expression. He had seen everyone's expressions just now. Except for him, only Haitian was surprised. Everyone felt it, except him and Haitian. Doesn't this mean that he is at the same level as that big fool? For the wriggler who always looked down on others, this is simply an unspoken insult. Moreover, they all received the notice and rushed to the gathering place at the risk of being bombed. Only Gao Gong was picked up by someone. Does this mean that the other party is far more important than himself? Silent insult *2. It seems that there is still one missing. Gao Gong looked at the special Colonel Cape, who knew more than others. For example, the second part of the broken arm plan has a total of 5 stages. Other hunters can only participate in the 3rd stage, while he will take action in the 2nd stage, and can even be said to be the core of the 2nd stage. Cape pressed the tactical headset, and his expression soon turned ugly. He did not explain, and said directly, "Let's go." Lone Wolf. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. You refused to be my teammate at the beginning. So what now? You still assist me obediently. Yes. Yes. You are the best. Miyamoto Sanzang walked to the end, and behind him, the other 2 disciples also walked out from the corner, and their figures changed from invisible to visible during the action. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes fell on the back of Gao Gong's head. Gao Gong did not turn his head back, but raised his arm and stretched out 3 fingers. Miyamoto Sanzang's face suddenly turned dark. The sky was terribly gloomy, except for the occasional thunder that illuminated the sky and the earth. There was almost no light. Gao Gong put on the high-tech pure white raincoat given by the army. The effect of this raincoat is similar to desert skin. Once it is put on, human body heat, electronic signals, and biological signals will all be blocked. The rain hit the hood of the raincoat, making a click sound. The engineer switched to night vision, and could see the white shadow of the military aircraft flashing in the dark clouds and thunder. Everyone is a master. Even a corporate lone master like Haitian, who would not let the dark environment become an obstacle. The creeper stretched out his palm to catch the falling rain, at an angle that outsiders could not see. Starting from the wrist, his skin gradually turned purple. Purple is the aura color of the sea-level radiation beasts in the no man's land. This means that the energy level of the beast tide has reached sea level. Any soldier who cannot fight under the pressure of the sea-level radiation beast will be forced to withdraw from the battlefield. This kind of high-level biological perception is his unique ability. The creeper retracted his palm and pretended that nothing happened. Behind him, the voice of the senior engineer sounded. The beast tide has reached sea level tonight. This is not a good sign. Will the action plan be affected? Colonel Cape had a blank expression. Everything is arranged by the top. Use the suddenly increased energy field to cover up this special military operation? Or, in this sudden radiation field, will the B-class radiation beast also become mentally dull and careless? Cape looked at Gao Gong in surprise. He couldn't help but admire him. Good vision. Worthy of being a talent that the general pays special attention to. Gao Gong shrugged his shoulders, and suddenly noticed that the old man of the creeper not far away was looking at him with a sad and angry look. Silent insult *3, he said in surprise. Why? No way. You don't know yet? It's easy to see. For some reason, Miyamoto Sanzang suddenly felt much better. Explosions sounded in the darkness. And occasionally a huge fireball exploded in the dark clouds. Except for the commanders of the battle in the headquarters. No one could really understand the full picture of this battle. The rain fell clattering. After waiting for 10 minutes, a nuclear-powered helicopter fell from the sky. Gao Gong and other Special Forces members got on this one. Hey, why can he leave first? Haitian said dissatisfiedly. I want to take a plane too. Because he has to participate in this stage of military operations. Cape looked at him calmly and said, I don't accept it. Why is he the only one who can participate? I want to participate too. Unless you can fly. Get out of here. The helicopter pilot said impatiently. Gao Gong happily poked his head out of the cabin and added, if you have the ability to shoot down a plane, you can also participate. I believe you can do it. The cabin door closed, and the nuclear-powered aircraft took off in the rainy night without any sound. Sitting in the seat, Gao Gong's expression gradually became serious. Among all the mechanical hunters, he was the only one who knew all the details of this operation. In the first stage, 3 aircraft formations raided the B-level radiation beasts and entangled them in the sky above the Car City. In the second stage, the Tiger Hunter Squadron cooperated with the radiation field of the senior engineer to make sure that the 5 B-level radiation beasts were shot down. The minimum action goal was to limit them to a low altitude below 1,500 meters. In the third stage, the Beast Hunter Force and the Mechanical Hunter Elite took action to ensure that they were temporarily trapped. In the fourth stage, 50 large combat robots transferred from the front line will carry out the interception mission. In the fifth stage, 96 battle zones, each battle zone will dispatch an elite team, half of which will be used to block the Beast-Tide reinforcements, and the other half will help the robot army to encircle and kill. The overall goal is to kill these 5 B-level radiation beasts, and all the flying species under their command, and regain the air supremacy of this battle. It can be said that the Gao Gong, this big killer, has been hidden for so long, just for this battle. Chapter 83. Thunder roared in the sky, and heavy rain poured down, but inside the nuclear-powered aircraft, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Gao Gong closed his eyes, and seemed calm on the surface, but his perception was maximized. The world in front of him seemed to have changed, the chair disappeared, and the aircraft disappeared, only the thick black tide remained, one wave higher than the other. In this special operation, Gao Gong was under the greatest pressure, because he had to cut off the radiation field of 5 B-level mechanical beasts by himself. This is the price of a quick ascent. The system task prompt also sounded at this time. Task: Beast-Tide 0 point. Difficulty: difficult. Task brief: the terrifying mechanical wings covered the sky of the battlefield, tear the Iron Curtain. Perhaps this will be the turning point of this Beast-Tide. Task target: shoot down Class B radiation birds *5 task reward: experience plus 15,000, mechanical core favorability plus 1,000, Colonel Cape favorability plus 400, Xiao Huang favorability plus 300, incomplete mechanical jigsaw puzzle *1, biological weapon blueprint *1. The black tide began to thicken, like a flowing black liquid. The liquid was ignited, black flames covered the world. Amidst the flames that filled the sky and the ground, a huge black creature appeared in Gao Gong's field of vision. As it breathed in and out, there was a surging stream of radiation particles, and as its wings flapped, huge positive and negative charges began to aggregate and decompose. This was the origin of the dark clouds and heavy rain. Meteorological weapons, that is, artificially created earthquakes, tsunamis, rainstorms, mountain torrents, thunder, are strategic weapons mastered by the second-level civilization, and their danger level is no less than that of nuclear bombs. And the B-level mechanical beast, according to the level classification, is a level 40 boss template. It itself is equivalent to a country's small meteorological weapon, Although it cannot be said to be able to destroy the continental framework, but with the blessing of the beast tide, it is not a problem to destroy a small city. What Gao Gong did was to temporarily cut off their power supply and put them into a short-circuit state. The special colonel looked at Gao Gong, and a strong sense of danger gradually permeated from this person. Starting from his fingers, the strong blood-red color spread all the way up, all the way to his shoulders, and on his shoulder blades. The red armor of the Harvester Queen gradually took shape. Many strong colonists turned their heads to look at him. They were senior warriors of the Mother City Colony Corps. They were transferred to this rural area only because of their former boss, the Mountain. Although they didn't say it, they looked down on these rustic hunters in their hearts. However, the biological aura emanating from the opponent caused the strong colonization armor in their bodies to react automatically, and the black muscles bulged one by one. Strong colonization armor is a high-level biological armor with biological early warning function. According to the equipment level, it belongs to the first-level civilization black technology. Serena, a short-haired woman with a scar on her face, stood up. In just 3 seconds, she transformed into a 2-meter-tall strong colonizer. The muscles in the legs slowly tore, and 2 energy nozzles appeared. Besides her, her 4 teammates were all like this. The colonizer was a 3rd-level profession, and these Mother City warriors were all elite templates. 5 level 30 elites, with the black tech level colonizer armor. Theoretically speaking, it was not a problem to suppress a B-level beast, unless the beast could fly, had mechanical armor, and was blessed by the beast tide. Cape stared at Gao Gong, and the blood red on Gao Gong's arm began to appear on his thigh. Visible radiation began to appear in the nuclear-powered aircraft. Not far away, within the naked eye, a giant bomber was engaging in an air battle with a dozen fighter jets of the Security Corps. Although it was 1 against 10, the fighter jet formation of the Security Corps was suppressed below. But a moment later, 3 more fighter jets were caught and exploded by the giant bomber. Gao Gong's vision gradually became clear, and he could see the true appearance of the bomber. It was a giant bomber bird, which he had seen once in the urban circle, but that one was C+ level, and this one was the leader of B level. The giant bomber bird is twice as big as an ordinary bomber, 100 meters long, and a wingspan of nearly 120 meters. In addition to the mechanical bird wings that can be folded twice, there is also a huge bird eye that looks like a searchlight. Its belly is also twice as round as that of a bomber. It is unknown how many energy bombs are produced inside. It has no missile system or machine gun system, but instead has steel bird claws and a drone formation. These drones are its cubs, and they are flying gun beasts, carrying machine guns, protecting its sides. When these drones grow up gradually, their weapon systems will be gradually abandoned, and energy warehouses will be nurtured instead. The giant bomber bird climbed and descended nimbly, and once again blew up a fighter. In the bird's eyes, a trace of disdain flashed. However, the next moment, an inexplicable sense of danger appeared in its heart. In the black tide of radiation field, a huge monster hundreds of meters high slowly walked out. It had 6 pairs of knife limbs, and each giant knife grew from its back as it walked and merged. Predator territory unfolds. Food chain connecting. Food chain marking failed. Almost instantly, a thick flame emerged from the mechanical wings of the giant bomber bird. Like some form of booster, the 100-meter-long monster suddenly pounced on the giant reaper. However, the giant reaper got a head start. The 6 blade limbs turned into a series of blade chains, suddenly cutting through the darkness. The giant bomber bird figure shook violently. The light in the 2 huge bird eyes sizzled and dimmed instantly. The next moment, 5 strong colonists appeared in midair, and the energy nozzles on the strong colonists opened at the same time, grabbing the claws, back, and other parts of the giant bird at the same time. The black muscles on the armor swelled wildly, and the arms and thighs instantly swelled to the thickness of a water tank. The maximum force of a strong colonist armor is 3 tons. The 5 strong colonists used all their strength, and the 15 tons of force instantly controlled the giant bombing bird. In the storm, the huge mechanical bird fell from the sky. Done! The driver shouted in surprise. B-class radiation bird *1. Are you okay? Colonel Cape looked at Gao Gong, whose eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were bleeding, and asked with some concern. Gao Gong waved his hand. Using his radiation field to collide with the B-class radiation field, it was inevitable that he would be attacked back. If someone could touch Gao Gong's skin, they would find that his body was burning hot at this moment. How about Get rid of a small one first. No, get the big one first. Gao Gong's idea was correct. The larger the size of the mechanical biochemical beast, the greater the impact of the radiation field, and the greater the power consumption. As long as it is cut in time, the success rate of the opponent's downtime will be higher. Following the same pattern, soon, 2 other giant semi-mechanical flying creatures of the same size were knocked down. Gao Gong's eyes had turned bright red, which was a sign of the boiling cells of the harvester. Without these 3 B-class radiation beasts, the radiation intensity in the sky began to decrease significantly, and even the darkness began to decrease. A bolt of lightning suddenly broke through the darkness, and struck the nuclear-powered aircraft heavily. Fuck. Although the pilot had undergone neural enhancement, he was not able to react in time. Fortunately, the nuclear-powered aircraft had no propellers, and the surface anti-energy coating blocked most of the lightning damage. There was a spark in the cockpit, although the indicators on the dashboard rose. They were finally blocked. In the dark clouds, dazzling white light connected into a piece. The driver who reacted suddenly turned the joystick. The next moment, the lightning turned into a spear of lightning, chasing the aircraft and striking down. Cape's face suddenly sank. The strong armor deformed. The black eyeballs on the armor covered most of his face. It passed through the radiation layer, the ionosphere, and reached the atmosphere. A huge bird-shaped energy body was seen stirring the atmosphere frantically, creating dark clouds. B-class radiation life. Ionized radiation bird. We block it. You finish cutting as soon as possible. The next moment, the remaining 7 strong colonists transformed at the same time, and shot out of the cabin. Compared with high-level mechas, the firepower intensity, stamina, and control system of the colony armor are far inferior to the former. High-level mechas can even directly connect to satellites and carry out orbital bombing. But the colony armor also has its advantages: close combat burst, biological adjustment, energy defense, all above the same level of mechas. As soon as these 7 level 30 Mother City elites made a move, they instantly suppressed the ionizing radiation bird, at least greatly extending the time it could control the weather weapon. The pilot breathed a sigh of relief and just said something. The cabin shook violently, and the next moment, a hatch was torn apart alive. The violent wind and waves rushed over in an instant. Fuck. Fuck. Who is it? Electronic induction. Thermal radiation induction. Why is there no reaction from the advanced detection head? Senior engineer narrowed his eyes and looked into the violent wind and waves. Though artificial, I could not see it. But in the radiation field, there was a bird-shaped radiation life form. The strength of this life form was definitely more than 100,000. And it was a B-level life form. So, the last B-class is an invisible bird. No wonder there is no information about its type. The invisible bird made a big circle, and it seemed to be planning to continue the sneak attack from another direction. Xiao Huang, you're on your own. Remember to bring a parachute. Parachute? What do you mean? Hey, how do you know my name is Xiao Huang? Before the pilot Xiao Huang finished speaking, the cabin on the other side was suddenly opened. At the same time, the 2 scabbards on Gao Gong's waist burst out. After a loud noise similar to that of a rocket launcher, Gao Gong's figure disappeared. Why should we strengthen the monomolecule claw? The most important thing about this auxiliary equipment is its ease of use, not its equipment level. In fact, the strengthened 3-dimensional maneuvering device is prepared for hunting large radioactive beasts. Chapter 84. In the darkness, an invisible B-class mechanical bird is flying rapidly. Name: 7-tailed pterosaur. Radiation level: B health, 56440/56440. Stamina: 2131/2121. Mechanical energy: 11253. Biological attributes: strength 84, agility 54, endurance 61, intelligence 34, perception 43. Skills: LV5 tearing claws elite, mechanical gun mouth LV4 elite, wing feathers LV8 elite, energy conversion LV4 expert, 7-tailed energy cannon LV5 expert. Leader template: proto-mechanical bird, semi-energy life proto-mechanical bird. Mechanical module: Effect 1. The bloodline of the ancient pterosaur allows it to have absolute suppression over all low-level flying species. Effect 2. The wing membrane structure enables it to glide silently. Semi-energy life energy module: Effect 1. Semi-energy life conversion. Effect 2. Advanced radiation field. Although the 7-tailed pterosaur is not as large as the giant bomber bird, its body size is only half of the latter, but when its pair of mechanical wings are spread, it has a wingspan that is no less than that of the other party. Moreover, this 7-tailed pterosaur combines the mystery of ancient birds and the elegance of semi-energy creatures. The surface of its body is full of mysterious energy patterns. Every time its wings flap, the energy patterns begin to light up. And its 7 peacock-shaped tail wings also resonate in turn. These 7 tail wings have 7 kinds of stealth capabilities: magnetic stealth, heat shielding, light refraction, energy absorption, invisible radiation field, signal concealment, biological mimicry. Whenever the aircraft's detection equipment was running, these 7 huge mechanical peacock tails would react in a targeted manner, allowing it to remain invisible. However, this time, it slightly miscalculated. On its claws, a steel claw just caught the gap in the mechanical armor, and with the huge cannon of the 3-dimensional mobile device, Gao Gong rushed into the opponent's back like a cannonball, brushing against the huge wings. In the storm, Gao Gong's face was full of murderous intent. His palms and soles turned into bloodthirsty capture feet at the same time, and the super alloy blade in the palm began to spin wildly. And with just a light grab, he pressed into the interior of the fluid armor, in order to achieve a better stealth effect. The 7-tailed pterosaur abandoned the heavy outer armor, and replaced it with a streamlined close-fitting soft armor. This type of new material outer armor has achieved a perfect balance in energy shielding, light material storage, and mechanical structure. The only problem is that its defense is not high. Gao Gong's attack was like 20 steel needles, fiercely inserted into the skin, and drew 20 bloodlines. You caused 65 damage to the colorful pterosaur. You caused 73 damage to the colorful pterosaur. You caused 122 damage to the colorful pterosaur, generating an energy pipeline cutoff effect. You applied a bleeding effect to the enemy, adding 5% of the attack power first layer. You applied a bleeding effect to the enemy, adding 10% of the attack power second layer. You applied a bleeding effect to the enemy, adding 10% of the attack power third layer. In just the first attack, Drinking Blood was fully stacked, and took away 1,400 points of the opponent's health. Each bloodthirsty capture foot is equivalent to a blood-colored dagger, so each attack is equivalent to 20 consecutive hits. The 7-tailed pterosaur let out a sharp scream, and the huge figure began to appear and disappear, while the body rotated at high speed. Gao Gong's fingers and toes had a lot of barbs, which hooked into the opponent's muscles. The whole person was like a giant gecko, lying on the opponent's body, and the tearing mode of the handheld was turned on. In just 3 seconds, half of his arm had already been immersed in the opponent's body. Blood spurted out of its skin, like a microelectric drill drilling into human skin. The 7-tailed pterosaur screamed again, and high temperatures emerged from the energy pipes on the surface of its body, causing its body temperature to rise rapidly. As a mechanical biochemical beast, it is not only a rare flying species, but also a flying energy species among flying species. In other words, it is a half mechanical and half energy life. Violent energy pulses cover the whole body, one after another, and each energy pulse could take away more than 200 blood points. If it was when he just crossed over, just one energy pulse could easily take him away. However, with continuous upgrades and transformations, Gao Gong's health is now as high as 792 points, which is almost the same as some sea-level radiation beasts with weak health. Moreover, on the 10 bloodthirsty capture feet, countless biological suction holes as big as pinholes are opened, sucking blood crazily. Each bloodthirsty capture foot has 5 points of health per second, and 20 of them have 100 points of health per second. In other words, in just 2 seconds, Gao Gong's previous injuries will be completely healed. This is the abnormality brought about by biological transformation, especially high-quality biological transformation. Humanoid war beast is not just talk. The energy wave swept through. Gao Gong's skin surface turned into charcoal, but in 2 seconds, the new skin replaced the old skin, removing the charcoal. In just over 10 seconds, Gao Gong had shed 4 layers of skin, and the new skin was not only smoking due to the high temperature, but also covered with strange blood-colored lines all over his body. Especially the shoulder blade area, the blood-colored biological armor unique to the Reaper Queen had been completely covered. Hot, scalding, burning. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Gao Gong's eyes were red, metallic strong food was activated, the digestive system began to accelerate, the strength instantly increased by 15%, and with both arms exerting force, he penetrated the opponent's body. The 7-colored pterosaur opened its mouth again, revealing the saw teeth near the edge of its mouth and a long metal tongue. The next moment, a 10-meter-long mechanical tail wing whipped over fiercely. There was another huge cannon shot, and Gao Gong disappeared from the spot. The next moment, 5,500 meters above the sky, the hydraulic jet of the three-dimensional maneuvering device suddenly ejected a strong airflow, and Gao Gong's figure suddenly moved forward 10 meters in the rain, avoiding the whipping of another mechanical tail wing. At the same time, two single-molecule ropes were ejected from the two three-dimensional power ports below, one on the left and one on the right, hooking on the neck and hips of the seven-tailed pterosaur. The 2,000-meter-long single-molecule ropes were tightened on the left and right, and Gao Gong, who was in the center, was like a steel ball in the center of a slingshot. As the two ends of the monomolecular rope were pulled to the limit, the rain on Gao Gong's face instantly exploded into mist. The next moment, Gao Gong crossed his hands and hit the opponent. The dagger in his hand fiercely pierced into the pterosaur's neck. Wherever it passed, gold and fire splashed. 10 bloodstains as long as 20 meters covered most of the neck. This time, it took away more than 3,000 HP of the opponent. As for the bleeding, tearing, tendon breaking, and armor breaking that filled the screen, it was not to mention. As we all know, the neck is a vital organ for most creatures. There are various veins and arteries on it. The seven-tailed pterosaur is no exception. The energy liquid as big as a basin is sprayed in the sky, and the violent rain is also pouring down. Gao Gong is in the blood rain. Thick blood veins squeeze out from his fingers, jumping with his breathing. The harvester cells have never been so happy. Even in the harvester queen, it has never been so happy. This is a feast of low-level creatures attacking high-level creatures. The instability of the cells overwhelms the stability. In the long history of biological evolution, they call this gene mutation. The moment the blood was gone, Gao Gong fell from the sky with his arms outstretched. The acceleration of gravity could make him explode into a pulp the moment he landed. Behind him was the abyss. However, the next moment, 8 monomolecular ropes soared into the sky with the sound of explosions, like a giant umbrella with its ribs spread out, as if to wrap up the pouring rain. At least 3 of the 8 advanced mechanical claws regrasped the opponent. Gao Gong's eyes quickly judged the hunting route, and he redetermined the direction in just 1 second. The high hydraulic catapult turned wildly, and the 2 ropes were quickly recovered. Gao Gong's figure shot in one direction, which allowed him to avoid the whipping of 3 tail fins. That was the jaw of the seven-tailed pterosaur. However, the giant beast suddenly lowered its head, and a long metal tongue swept over. Gao Gong had no expression on his face. He twisted his waist, and the three-dimensional mobile device on his waist exploded again. His figure moved 3 meters horizontally. At the same time, another single-molecule rope nail was like a straight white sword, and nailed into the opponent's abdomen. The next moment, Gao Gong soared into the sky, and his 10 fingers fiercely dug into the opponent's abdomen, and sank into the elbow, and punched 2 bloody holes, like nails. As if it had absorbed enough B-level nutrients, the bloodthirsty hook feet under its feet suddenly ejected metal claws, like eagle claws. The claws were extremely sharp and penetrated into the opponent's shallow armor alive. Gao Gong ran upside down on the opponent. The violent energy field and radiation field almost covered a radius of 10 miles. If these group attack skills were used on the battlefield, they could clear out 100 by 100 meters of enemies, which was an absolute battlefield killer. However, the energy field could not kill Gao Gong in 1 second. Although Gao Gong's radiation field was not as good as the opponent's, it was more than enough to protect himself. The three-dimensional mobile device began to launch short-range. Almost every half a second, Gao Gong would change his position, which was almost the same as teleportation. The most buggy part of the rainy night killing mode is that as long as I can break the defense, as long as I can combo, even if you are an S-level Beast King, I can kill you alive. In a short moment, another 20,000 HP was scraped off by Gao Gong. The colorful pterosaur finally realized that if it didn't pay something, it might not be able to defeat the opponent. 7 tail wings rose from 7 directions, and the sharp outer armor like door panels was opened one by one, and it gradually became invisible under the blessing of the stealth system. Gao Gong did not stop his movements. At this moment, his vital parts were covered with blood armor, and there was a blood-colored crystal between his eyebrows. 5 fingers were put together to form a knife, but 2 knives alone might not be able to block so many attacks. As soon as he thought of it, a strong desire for evolution came from him. The flesh of the pterosaur under his feet shrank rapidly, as if it had fallen into a big pit, and a severe pain came from Gao Gong's shoulder blade, and cracks appeared on the blood armor one after another. Ah! Almost at the same time when thousands of invisible outer armors burst out, 2 cracks opened on the shoulder blade, and 2 knife limbs stained with biological fluid stabbed out. A familiar feeling suddenly came, like using the arm with fingers. Information transmission was activated, connecting the inside and outside, including the 2 arm knives. The next moment, for knives were dancing wildly. Sword dance, in bare-handed mode, any knife sword. Skill state you are proficient in will be temporarily transferred to the arm. Sword skill expertise +1, when using a samurai's sword, conventional sword or mantis knife, block damage reduction +25% knife net formed, all outer armor attacks were bounced out. A series of system prompts were refreshed immediately. Absorb enough gene fragments, your bloodthirsty capture foot is enhanced, agility +4. You grow biological blood armor. You grow Reaper blade limbs *2. You light up the bloodline talent biological predator evolution. Your skill rebounding blade gains battlefield breakthrough. Rebounding blade is upgraded to advanced level. Chapter 85 Big bloodsucking. Rebounding knife advanced. LV1, an advanced blocking skill. When the opponent's attack is blocked by your own weapon, there is a 25% chance of being paralyzed, a 20% chance of receiving recoil damage, and a 5% chance of the weapon falling out of your hand. The upgraded rebound is obviously smoother and more natural. Even if it is a 4-knife style, it will not interfere with each other. Even when the 4 limbs dance, there is a feeling of flowing blades like water. The 4 limbs become 4 knives. The highest good is like flowing water. The 2 blade limbs are fine, they are the hardest part of the Reaper. The human version has a certain degree of mutation, such as foldable metal wings. And a pair of blood armor arms act as blade arms for a short time. Biological blood armor biological mutation. A special body armor made of solid blood, armor +250. You know, even with the top sniper rifle and bullets, as long as you don't hit the vitals, the damage will not exceed 200. In other words, Gao Gong will no longer have to worry about being killed in seconds. The damage of those invisible flying armors was also exaggerated. Even with the dual blessing of blood armor and anti-repelling. Even if it was blocked, it would still lose dozens of points of blood. This kind of flying armor seemed to be mixed with a special energy attack. Even with the blood-sucking supplement of the bloodthirsty hook, Gao Gong's blood volume once again dropped to 1/3. However, the 7-tailed pterosaur was not doing well either. This large AoE skill was obviously not used on itself. There were many cracks on its back, and a lot of blood spurted out from all parts of its body, like a fountain of blood. After this wave, the opponent's health also dropped below the warning line. The man and the bird could not bear it at the same time. The knife limbs on Gao Gong's back suddenly retracted, and the explosions of the 3-dimensional mobile device sounded one after another. With the help of the single-molecule rope mechanical claw, Gao Gong began to swing all over the opponent. The 7-tailed pterosaur spun its body crazily, shuttling at high speed in the dark clouds and thunder, intending to throw the cockroach out. Gao Gong's eardrums were buzzing. The opponent's speed was getting faster and faster, and it was infinitely close to the speed of sound. The sound barrier was like an invisible wall, which kept hitting him hard. At this speed, he dared not use large-scale teleportation. Gao Gong transformed from Dr. Octopus to Lizard Man. On his hands and feet, a large number of tiny hooked feet grew out, and he looked very Cthulhu. Biological Predator Evolution Blood Talent. The blood of the predator allows you to carry out targeted strengthening during the hunting process. This is a skill only high-level predators have. Gao Gong also became a little anxious. No way. No way. He was holding a B-level radiation beast by himself. And there were 7 people on the opposite side. And they were all level 30 Mother City elites. And there was not even a supporter. He couldn't be so incompetent. He now had 2 choices. Either to risk killing this B-level bird, and then falling to his death from a height of 10,000 meters, or to be thrown off by the opponent's various exciting flying movements, and also fall to his death. As the opponent climbed like crazy, the surrounding temperature dropped madly, below 0 for sure, and it was hard to say whether it was -30 or -40. His skin began to be frostbitten on a large area, and the blood activity began to decrease. A large amount of frost appeared on his hair and eyebrows. If this continued, he would be more likely to be frozen to death. Let's give it a try, see if we can control the other party with activated nerve bundles, otherwise we can only wait for death. Just when Gao Gong decided to risk his life, a black shadow appeared like lightning and clamped the bird's beak with both hands, and basketball-sized energy nozzles suddenly lit up behind it, and this nearly 50-ton giant was actually blocked. Fuck, if you don't come again, I'm really going to risk my life. Inside the colonized armor, Cap showed a difficult smile. Countless colonized beams were inserted into his body, absorbing his blood, and even a skeleton could be vaguely seen. You ran too far. It's really hard to find you. Stop it for 1 minute. Okay. Cape roared, and used his best skill. Strong invasion. The next moment, the 3-meter-tall strong giant suddenly melted and turned into a pool of black liquid with countless pipes, which immediately penetrated into the skin of the colorful pterosaur. The next moment, countless energy pipes lit up one after another, but they were all stained with a layer of black. Gao Gong hit the nozzle of the 3-dimensional mobile device with his backhand hammer, breaking the ice on it. The next moment, the 2 3-dimensional mobile nozzles made explosions at the same time, but only one nozzle ejected a mechanical claw. The single-molecule rope swung violently, and Gao Gong landed on the neck of the 7-colored pterosaur, which was one of the few parts of the opponent that had no defense. Big bloodsucker. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and the next moment, the fingers, the palms, the arms, the dense biological suction holes, squeezed out hundreds of biological blood suckers as thick as little fingers, and inserted them into the opponent's body at the same time. The sound of digestion rose and fell rapidly, like 100 stomachs digesting at the same time. Strengthened bloodthirsty foot *6 mutated organ, a mutant weapon unique to the Reaper. Insert the capture foot into the living life, rotting the enemy's organs, absorbing everything from the opponent, increasing 7 points of health per second. Additional status: Sword Dance, big blood sucking, under sufficiently safe conditions, adjust the digestive system, have a gluttonous feast on food, restore 50 points of health per second, remove all negative states on the body, duration, 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the digestive system is full of blood. In the full blood state, all recovery skills cannot be used. Cooling time, 24h. The frost on the face of the senior engineer melted, the frost on the body disappeared, the blood marks were restored, even some energy damage, radiation damage, all were healed with a violent inhalation. During this process, the throat of the 7-tailed pterosaur occasionally roared, and then it was covered by black light. In 30 seconds, Gao Gong was revived with full blood, and his arm was once again completely immersed in the opponent's wound. Memory extraction, information transmission, activation of nerve bundles. The 3 biological transformation abilities were activated at the same time. The roar of the 7-tailed pterosaur immediately doubled in volume, and the black light and the colorful light began to compete with each other. However, as the blood threads on Gao Gong's arm became more and more, and longer, this competition became less and less. As the nerve coverage reached its limit, Gao Gong opened his eyes again. His eyes were exactly the same as the pterosaur's cold and arrogant look. Drops of black liquid emerged from the pterosaur's capillaries and formed into a human shape. It was obvious that it was not easy for Cape to control the colorful pterosaur. The strong armor on his body shrank over a large area, revealing his head. His face was pale and mixed with disbelief. You controlled it. To be precise, it was connected to its nervous system, temporarily taking over its body control, Gao Gong thought. And a blue energy shock wave swept across the surrounding 10 miles. The rain was directly evaporated, and even the dark clouds in the sky were forcibly pushed out with a big hole. As expected of a B-class mechanical beast, it is a natural weather weapon, Engineer Gao sighed. And as soon as he thought of it, the next moment, the colorful pterosaur spread its huge bat wings, and its figure gradually disappeared. How is it over there? Cape's face darkened. I asked 4 teammates to temporarily restrain the electric bird, and the remaining 3 team members will look for you separately. Engineer Gao nodded and stopped asking questions. It is still quite dangerous for 4 colonists to restrain a B-class radioactive life, even with the help of the armed aircraft of the Security Corps. There is a high possibility of sacrifice during the mission. The speed of the colorful pterosaur doubled. Seeing this, Cape's face became much better. He complained for the first time. The operation should not be so tight. Gao Gong knew what he meant. The symbiote team had 5 members. If each member had an advanced mecha, it would be equivalent to 5 strong colonists, and they would have stronger firepower and be better at long-range combat. In fact, the altitude above 2,000 meters is not the main battlefield of strong colonists. They need more energy consumption to maintain the flight state, and their real ability can only be used to 70%. Level 1, Level 2 civilization, mechas are the main individual weapons in Sky Wars. However, Level 1 civilizations can only develop small mechas, which are equivalent to flying individual exoskeletons. And when it comes to level 2 civilizations, they can light up the medium and large mecha technology, which are often the first choice for landing on extraterrestrial planets and fighting against multiplanetary creatures. In near Earth orbit, they can even tear apart frigates and interstellar pirate ships with their bare hands. So where are they? They acted privately before the mission began, hunting a B-level mechanical bird, failed to hunt, and their life and death are unknown. Gao Gong was speechless for a rare time, although he usually likes to show off his skills, but showing off without doing anything is a technical job. Isn't this a typical example of pretending to be stupid? Awesome. Gao Gong raised his head, and suddenly said, "Excuse me, are there some people on the cloud behind those symbiotes?" Kep hesitated. Because of the newly formed comradeship, he decided to ignore the confidentiality code. The head of the Waltz group, Charles Waltz. Oh, I don't know him. Gao Gong really didn't know the other party's identity. After all, in the previous life, even if the main storyline was over, few players could get in touch with the high-end group of Cloud Nobles. However, he had vaguely heard of the name of the Waltz group. The business oligarchs from the old civilization era, the chaebol of the new mechanical era. Oh, by the way, the Waltz group seems to be the organizer of the Paradise Club. As for the Paradise Club, it is an organization of pure sensual hedonists, who are addicted to virtual reality, lingering on the limits of sound and color in the ocean of data, and holding various exciting competitions. The 18-plus missions of the Paradise Club were once very popular among players. There was no conversation along the way. The two soon arrived near the electric current sea that the ionizing radiation bird had transformed into. There were only 2 colonizers left. The two looked at each other, and they understood each other. Let's use invisibility to deal with them first. Mission completed. Experience plus 15,000. Mechanical core favorability plus 1,000. Colonel Cape favorability plus 400. Xiao Huang favorability plus 300. Incomplete mechanical jigsaw puzzle *1. Biological weapon blueprint *1. Chapter 86. The giant arrives on the main battlefield. The war does not only take place at an altitude of 5,000 meters. In fact, as one B-class mechanical flying species after another is captured, the war on the ground has already begun. On the backs of the heavy-armored quadrupedal mechanical bodies, one monomolecular rope is stretched tight, and at the end of the rope, there is a giant mechanical bird that keeps flapping its wings, trying to get away from here. Since a certain mechanical hunter named Gao made the monomolecular wire popular, the monomolecular wires on the counters of the military warehouses have been swept away, and the Security Corps has no choice but to include it in the military control items. Then they were used here. I have to say, this kind of construction material is really useful. If it were a rope made of other materials, more than a dozen ropes would have been torn off. The mechanical cheetahs kept pulling the wings of the 3 flying beasts, preventing them from flying again. And around them, there were the wreckage of combat robots. With the violent radiation field impact, the energy plates on their bodies were directly exploded. This also added a lot of twists and turns to the 3rd stage, trapping the 3 giant mechanical birds. On the nearby buildings, mechanical hunter elites were attacking frantically. There were not many of them. Even if the mechanical hunters in the 3 oases next door were included, there were only a dozen of them. Because in front of the B-level radiation beast, the number of people had lost its effect. The terrifying radiation field pressure alone was enough to make most people lose their desire to fight. Even robots would crash due to external interference. Among them, the giant bomber bird had been surrounded by more than a dozen large combat robots, and was being killed at full efficiency. The other B-class mechanical bird was not struggling much. On its electronic bird eyes, a series of green garbled data was flashing wildly. This showed that the Legion cyber hackers were remotely hacking into them. Only a radiation bird leader with more than a dozen heads was struggling madly. Its head kept rising, and energy flowed into the energy jets between its teeth. And then a thigh-thick energy cannon was fired. In the field, most mechanical hunters were dealing with this one. Some relied on their stealth ability to output in close combat, while others were pouring firepower from a distance. Most of them were strange and bizarre mechanical hunting transformations. For example, he made metal ants into mobile bombs, digging tunnels into the opponent's abdomen, or he put on a mechanical glider and hooked the horse pole in the air, or he rode a plasma horse around a mechanical bird to spray plasma, and the cables on the horse's mane and the mechanical hunter's dreadlocks were plugged together, and it was extremely flexible. Die. Die, monsters! Standing on an open-air building, Black God laughed loudly, While pouring out firepower crazily, half of the pile of mechanical components on his body had completely stopped, and the other half could explode at any time due to overheating of the barrel. One of his arms was broken. 1/3 of his head was missing, and his body was covered with various cracks. The flying radiation beast transformed by the creeper was being chased by more than a dozen flying species. Obviously, his proud transformation ability had been discovered. The radiation beasts were not fools. In fact, the brain computing power of most radiation beasts was higher than that of humans. After all, no matter how you transform, your target will not change. On the body of the 9-headed bird, blood marks several meters long would burst out from time to time. One of the bird heads was cut off by the same move. Miyamoto Sanzang and his only remaining AI apprentice were stealthily assassinating near the bird. The burst damage was over 1,000. These inherited suicide group's killing skills have long been transformed into hunting skills for large creatures during so many years of hunting. 2 strong colonizers were also participating in the siege. On land, the strong colonizer armor can burst out its full power. Even a simple punch or kick can cause a punch force of tons. A rotten tank had just entered the battlefield and was smashed by a strong colonizer with one punch. In the sky, the 5 life or death unknown symbiotes were now driving mechas to bombard the flock of birds. Laser cutting, missile launch nests, close combat energy saws, sonic weapons, fully demonstrating what a money-powered warrior is. The symbiote team and the strong colonizers were the main output of the battlefield. The former fighting against the mechanical birds summoned by the leader, and the latter controlling the B-level radiation birds. The sky was filled with black clouds, all of which were the subordinates of the 3 B-level bosses, who were desperately carrying out the refueling tactics. In fact, B-level radiation beasts are not easy to fight. With a terrifying 6-digit health, it will take a while for them to be killed just by standing still. Moreover, the opponent's almost uninterrupted AoE skills swept a large area. Except for the elite mechanical hunters and some super mercenaries of the security group, almost no one could resist. And for some unknown reason, there were only more than 20 of the 50 large combat robots that should have appeared in the 5th stage to perform the interception mission. These Iron Wall Type 3 with a mechanical energy of up to 5,000 should have been the protagonists of the 4th stage. With this number, they can only kill 2 large radioactive beasts. If they are divided into 3, the killing rate will be greatly reduced. This is something that the commanders, who are watching the battle from a distance, cannot tolerate. At this moment, in an underground command post, Brigadier General Moz Han had a gloomy face, and several battle commanders were a little uneasy. There was no other reason. At the outermost periphery, the red light spots were increasing, while the blue light spots responsible for guarding were decreasing. This shows that the 2 A-level monsters are also aware of their purpose, and are constantly raising beast tides to save people. Opening the no-fly zone is the basis for the next series of military operations. Eliminating the B-level flying species is the only means. How could the biological warriors suddenly lose control on a large scale? Yes, I don't know what happened to the 10 biological synthesis battalions in the rear. If the battle fails, will we have to implement the scorched earth tactics? The commanders whispered to each other. They were only responsible for the early tactical arrangements. Once the real fight started, they could do nothing. The ultimate executors of war are always the people on the battlefield. Mozon Tiger's eyes were half closed and half open. He was deciding whether to increase the number of troops. He did have several elites under his command, and their strength was even not inferior to the strong colonizer squad that was sent out. But these elites were used to deal with the 2 A-level monsters. Once they were dispatched, the 2 A-level radiation beasts would also be dispatched. This meant that the decisive battle would be brought forward. Both sides were not ready for the decisive battle. But there was one advantage to the decisive battle now. The beast tide had not yet entered the next stage, which was completely suitable for the battle of A-level radiation beasts. The Mountain had this idea, which proved that he was not optimistic about the future war situation. The best way to fight a decisive battle was to separate the 2 A-level radiation beasts. But a decisive battle now is not bad. At least there is no need to implement the scorched earth tactics. He was still waiting. The 3 largest B-level mechanical birds had been shot down. If nothing unexpected happened, 2 of them could be killed. He planned to wait for the other 2. If the last 2 could be shot down, a decisive battle could be considered. After all, once air supremacy was regained, the various long-range weapons of the security corps would be completely unlimited. Neither the Duke of Fission nor the Scarlet Queen can fly, which is a huge advantage. Shooting down 3 B-level radiation beasts, to be honest, has already completed the basic task. But what if there is a surprise? Above the sky, thunderclouds are rolling. I don't know when. The huge dark cloud layer began to descend. In the dark cloud, the dense thunder is connected. Everyone couldn't help but look up. The terrifying pressure of the 2 B-level radiation beasts is like a pot cover. Even the main forces on the battlefield can't help but tremble all over. Some were excited, some were thrilled, some were suspicious, and some were worried. However, the celestial phenomena were not subject to human will. Storms, dark clouds, thunder, and in the midst of the boom and boom sounds, the sky became bright as day. Although the ionizing radiation bird had a very beautiful figure, with a smooth bird body, a dazzling light like Thor, and dark clouds rolling around it, it could not hide the fact that it was being held down by another giant bird. How could it be? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. The 2 giant beasts, which weighed nearly 100 tons together, fell from the sky, causing a huge shock wave that was no less than an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. In the earthquake, dust covered everything, and even caused several old buildings from the civilized era to collapse. In the dust, for strong colonizers flew out and fell heavily to the ground, and most of their energy nozzles were extinguished. Unlike mechas, once the energy of mechas is exhausted, they become a metal cage. The strong colonizer armor itself is a powerful melee weapon. In the smoke and dust, the 7-tailed pterosaur stretched out its wings that covered the sky, and its 2 mechanical front claws had been torn apart by the violent electric shock. This made its body look even more ferocious. Then, the 7-tailed pterosaur turned around and ran to the periphery. "Where are you going?" Cape said in astonishment. "Shouldn't we deal with the 2 most threatening B-level radiation beasts now? It's better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 of them," Galgong said righteously. But what he was thinking in his heart was, no one can stop me from grabbing heads. A seriously injured B-level radiation beast. How many days will it take for me to get this big gift pack? When the 7-tailed pterosaur turned around, everyone saw the hunter knight on the pterosaur's neck. In the underground command room, the mountain opened his mouth slightly, and after a moment, he said excitedly, "Let the second team of the tiger split. The Crazy Slayer and the Shadow Force prepare for interception." Behind the wall of the Waste Scavenger City, a huge figure with high radiation pressed the wall with both hands, and fiery red magma overflowed from his palms. On its shoulder, the Scarlet Queen held a blood-clotting spear and looked into the distance expressionlessly. Chapter 87 Kuan. Among the 5 giant beasts present, the 7-colored pterosaur's injuries can be ranked in the top 3. Not to mention the cracks all over its body, the electric arcs as thick as arms alone keep splashing on its body, making fist-sized blood holes on its huge bat wings. But the tough ones are afraid of the tough ones, and the tough ones are afraid of the desperate ones, and the 7-colored pterosaur is a typical desperate one. As its 7 giant tails stand up one by one, the huge figure disappears bit by bit. The giant bomber bird raises its head with difficulty, spits out a series of energy bombs, explodes a whole street of high-temperature flames, and drowns the surrounding large combat robots. Although it was a little confused about the situation, it subconsciously believed that the colorful pterosaur was here to save it. After all, among the 5 giant beasts, it had the best relationship with the other one. However, the next moment, a 10-meter-long mechanical bird beak fiercely inserted into its energy tank, directly taking away more than 30,000 of its health. At the same time, countless invisible flying armors were like a rain of swords transformed from flying swords, piercing its body crazily, taking away the last of its health. The giant bomber bird screamed, and its huge body fell to the ground. "You have killed the giant bomber bird. Experience plus 43,000, regional reputation plus 1,000, expertise points plus 1. The colorful pterosaur showed up again. All the large combat robots had red light in their eyes. "Stop, it's one of us!" As Cape shouted, the red light in the combat robot's eyes immediately turned green, and at the same time, the huge body turned around and killed the remaining 3 beasts. The death of the giant bomber bird made all the flying species go crazy, and they all rushed towards the people present without caring about their lives. But the situation suddenly improved. Energy beams flashed randomly, machine guns swept across, missiles bombarded continuously. Even a blind person, in such a dense battlefield environment, would gain a lot. However, with so many flying species filling the battlefield, the invisibility of the colorful pterosaur became useless. Gao Gong thought. A black radiation field visible to the naked eye unfolded, like a vast ocean, knocking out the surrounding low-level flying species. While the body was semi-energetic, except for the mechanical skeleton, all parts of the pterosaur turned into energy tides. Then all the tides flooded in one direction, which was another B-level monster hacked by the cyber hacker. It's a pity that this is not a mechanical city. The cyber network is not well developed, otherwise it would not just be a remote hack, but mechanical manipulation. Different types of professions have different styles of fighting methods. It doesn't mean that if your level is higher than mine, you will definitely be able to defeat me. To deal with cyber hackers, there is no electronic defense wall, no anti-tracking chip. Even if you reach the maximum level of 30, the opponent can still exhaust you to death. Of course, this situation is limited to the mechanical city. In the radiation zone, it is a typical case of a good cook cannot cook without rice. The energy tide is the ultimate move of the colorful pterosaur. And it is a ruthless move that exchanges blood for blood, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting itself by 800. Fortunately, this move cannot be used during high-speed movement. Otherwise Gao Gong himself would die. On the system panel, rows of damage were refreshed, and several pages were refreshed continuously. And the lowest damage was over 1,000. Although the blood volume of the colorful pterosaur is a shortcoming among the same level flying species, it cannot resist its high attack. In just 1 minute, 80,000 HP of the radiation beast was taken away. As the light became brighter and brighter, the giant beast finally broke free from the virtual maze set up by the cyber hacker. But it was too late. With a shrill scream, the basketball-sized electronic eyes of the flying giant beast suddenly exploded. And at the same time, all its parts exploded. You have killed the Ironback Dragon. Experience plus 32,000. Regional reputation plus 1,000. And a chance to draw a lottery. As the saying goes, energy overcomes machinery. Machinery overcomes carbon-based. Carbon-based overcomes information. And information overcomes everything. In the first-level civilization, the energy tide has an unstoppable power. And the beast tide is the best example. But the colorful pterosaur was not doing well either. Its wing membrane had disappeared, and all the energy channels in its body were broken, and its health was only 30,000. But Gao Gong was still very calm. Anyway, he couldn't control the opponent forever. It was like a free player. If you don't have fun within the limited time, what else can you think of? He set his target on the Ghidorah with more than a dozen heads. That Ghidorah was fighting against nearly 20 large combat robots and more than a dozen first-line mechanical hunters with his own strength. It can be said that he was quite capable. Generally speaking, at the same level, radiation beasts cannot defeat mechanical biochemical beasts. But when they grow to a certain size, the situation will be reversed. When the radiation energy reaches a certain level, it will change from quantitative change to qualitative change. The Duke of Fission is the best example. Although radiation Ghidorah is not as powerful as the nuclear explosion level of Duke of Fission, the energy beams on those dozen heads have almost never stopped. This kind of energy cannon is equivalent to the land-based energy weapon that can only be built by the second-level civilization. The damage is directly over 10,000. Among those present, except for large robots that can hit them 2 or 3 times. No matter you are an exoskeleton warrior, a mecha warrior, or a colonizer, basically anyone who touches it will die. Radiation Ghidorah looked at the colorful pterosaur with one head. Or rather, Gao Gong on the pterosaur's neck. And his eyes immediately turned bright red. He sensed that it was this guy who had pulled him down alive. If he had fought in the sky, how could he be so embarrassed? Gao Gong, who was targeted by it, felt a chill all over his body. Its mouth lit up, and a huge ball of radiation energy began to grow. Gao Gong thought. And the 7 tail wings of the colorful pterosaur also stood up. Under the special energy fluctuations, the expert-level 7-tail energy cannon began to gather power at the same time. The air began to vibrate violently. The temperature rose rapidly. And with the rapid increase of the surrounding radiation energy, everyone felt uneasy. The next moment, 2 energy beams as thick as water tanks collided with each other. The terrible energy aftermath almost burned everything around. Gao Gong could feel that the 7-tailed pterosaur under his feet began to tremble all over, especially on the 7 relatively intact tail wings. The energy patterns began to explode one by one, and the slurry splashed everywhere. In terms of injuries, the 7-tailed pterosaur was obviously more serious. During the confrontation, the distance between our energy beams was constantly shortened. How about another stealth attack? Cave suggested. Gao Gong had no time to speak. He was sweating profusely and staring at the other party. However, the next moment, his face changed immediately. Almost without thinking, he cancelled the seven-tail energy cannon and covered the neck with all the tail fins. Two energy beams came one after the other. One rushed to the neck, and the other swept to the chest. After burning four tail fins, the energy beam that rushed to the neck was finally blocked by most of its power. The one that swept towards the chest was not so lucky. Half of the body of the seven-tailed pterosaur was cut off. The huge figure fell to the ground with a bang. Gao Gong and Cape also fell in a mess. Cape was in a better condition. After all, he did not need to connect his nerves to the giant beast. However, the next moment, the scream of Radiation King Ghidorah suddenly sounded. Cape looked around and saw that the head that it had just attacked was directly cut off by someone. Blood was like a fountain. The one who did it seemed to be Miyamoto Sanzang. The old assassin? It was not until this time that Cape, an elite of the Mother City, had a basic respect for the professional group of mechanical hunters. Maybe they were not strong enough and had poor equipment, but their courage to draw their swords against these giant beasts far exceeded that of the law enforcers in the mechanical city. Fuck. My head. Gao Gong had just recovered from the severe pain of a severed nerve. And when he looked up, he saw that the colorful pterosaur was dead. He looked over and saw that the back of the Radiation Ghidorah suddenly shot out thousands of energy rays, which cut through dozens of robots around it and ran to the edge of the battlefield. He wants to run. Kep struggled to get up, but just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. The battle had reached this point. Except for the robots that had no fatigue, everyone was almost at their limit. The rain had stopped falling long ago, and the bright radiation atmosphere had emerged from the clouds. It turned out that without knowing it, their group had been fighting all night. Gao Gong stood up. Although he had lost 1/3 of his blood volume due to the energy shock just now, after the big blood sucking, his physical condition could actually hold on for another wave. But he had no intention of attacking. His group of people could not hold on any longer. That Ghidorah was not much better. Before he took 2 steps, he was smashed down again. Then, he was surrounded and hacked by a group of combat robots. As for the ionized radiation bird, because it was a pure radiation energy life, it was trapped by more than a dozen radiation field isolators. Each isolator could create a 300 by 300 energy vacuum. In this vacuum environment, energy life was like a bug that had difficulty migrating. It was difficult to escape. The situation has been decided. In the underground command center, many commanders have jumped up excitedly. Even the usually serious Mozan showed a smile. Maybe not. Gao Gong suddenly looked up, looking towards the blue desert. As a humanoid radiation beast, he sensed more than others. Soon, a strong white light appeared in the sky, and then, a giant whale that was at least 10 times larger than a Class B radiation bird suddenly appeared. Fuck Kun! This giant creature covered the sky, and its shadow covered the earth, and its appearance was very similar to the sky-swallowing giant Kun in some web game advertisements. This giant seemed to be swimming in the sky. Under all the attacks, it successfully swam to the side of the ionizing radiation bird, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Following the same pattern, it swam to the side of the multi-headed Ghidorah, opened its mouth again, and swallowed it in one gulp. All the attacks, including the howitzer and the energy beams hitting it, did not cause more than double-digit damage. However, this giant Kun flew towards the sea without looking back. It seemed that this was just an outrageous coincidence. But Gao Gong knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. The beast god of the sea. Gao Gong suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the biological transformation factory. He had a very bad premonition. According to the style of the knights, if it was going to attack, it would never attack in just one place. Chapter 88 Spider Girl. In the biological factory transformed from the underground garage, flames, explosions, gunshots, were all connected. Zhao Xia stared blankly at these artificial soldiers falling from the sky, and then killing people. Bombs were stuffed into the biological transformation chambers, and exploded. His power, wealth, ambition, seemed to be engulfed by the flames before his eyes. His eyes were dazed, his whole body was trembling, and he was escaping to the safe house surrounded by bodyguards. And the reason he could escape was that the main target of these soldiers was technicians, biological experts, not management positions like him. Supervisor, let's go to the ground and join the Corps immediately, a bodyguard captain shouted. With his years of battlefield experience, he could feel that these people were very military literate and did not hesitate at all. No. No! Zhao Xia came to his senses. In addition to this open biological factory, he also had 5 underground factories under construction. Those underground factories were scattered throughout the subway system in the past, storing a large amount of precious biological materials and semi-finished soldiers. Once these attackers followed the clues, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's go! Before leaving, Zhao Xia suddenly thought, since the other party's goal is so clear, then the biological factory where Du Xiaodi is located, is it also within the attack range? Should I go find her first? But a second later, this thought was covered by a stronger desire, which is the pursuit of power. Sister Xiao Du, everyone else has retreated. Let's retreat quickly too. The little woman was very nervous. In fact, as early as the moment the artificial soldiers attacked, she sensed the danger and immediately arranged for the evacuation of personnel. Now, there are only 2 of them in the factory. You go first, I still have some documents to pack and take away. Du Xiaodi bit her lip. With a very unwilling expression, she treated this factory as a common cause between her and Gao Gong. For her, who had no home since childhood, this was her other home, and it was a home she built herself. Now she was asked to leave here. She was very unwilling. The screen on an instrument lit up, revealing Huang Wen's face. He said with a serious expression, "The raiders have broken through the first line of defense. Quickly retreat." Du Xiaodi gritted her teeth, slammed the file box shut, and took a last look at her office. Let's go! Wang Yuanli heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was older than the other party, she was nothing compared to the other party, a female elite in the workplace. So she called the other party's sister Du, and came over whenever she had nothing to do to learn management experience. The 2 of them quickly became close. In the emergency passage, Wang Yuanli carefully explored the way ahead, turning on her telepathy to the maximum. She wanted to meet up with the guards of the security group first. This proposal was flatly rejected by Du Xiaodi. There is an insider, we can't take risks. Take advantage of the battle on the front line, when the defense is empty, and act decisively, accurately remove the surveillance points one by one, and break through the rear defense line in one fell swoop. Without accurate intelligence, this is impossible. If I guess correctly, once we are killed, the other party will definitely destroy the bodies, and make it look like we were attacked by mechanical beasts. Director Du is right. There are already sporadic mechanical beasts coming in, and they are eating people in the warehouse. The voice of Huang Wen came from the headphones of the 2 women. Turn left, there's no one there. Huang Yuanli wiped her sweat. She couldn't help but complain. Peeping one, you are still useful. You use drones to peep at beauties every day. You have really mastered the skills. In terms of peeping skills, I, Huang Yuanli, would like to call you the best. Huang Wen's helpless voice came from the headset. Please respect my job. My body is already a vegetable. What dirty thoughts can I have? Huang Yuanli was about to say something. Huang Wen's voice suddenly became more anxious. Leave here quickly. There is a figure approaching you quickly. My camera can't keep up with him. Du Xiaodi immediately dropped the information, picked up the little woman and ran away. Suddenly she thought of something, and her face changed. Quickly shut down your ability. The 2 had just rushed out of the escape passage, and reached the underground tunnel, and a half-human, half-machine body stood not far from them. Very smart, the man said calmly. In our transformation technology, there is indeed a special anti-sensing mode. The 2 women immediately turned pale. The man looked like a burning humanoid mechanical beast. The flames on his chest extended outward along his arms, and soon formed a wall of fire behind the 2 women. New mechanical committee member Du Xiaodi, your identity is very important to our cause. Join us. Your cause? Du Xiaodi forced herself to remain calm, looking at the sign on the other's chest. I can join you, but you have to ensure that both of us stay alive. Survive? That won't work. After all, I only need your head. We don't accept living people in our knights. No wonder you didn't have any intention of recruiting me at the beginning. The 2 women suddenly felt their waists tighten, and then their vision was dazzled. When they came to their senses, their bodies were hung on the crawling frame of the tunnel without knowing when, and the silk hanging on their waists seemed to be spider silk. Climb out. The other party's flames are a bit special, and you can't get stained by them. A charming mechanical girl stood in front of the 2, saying without looking back. Desira? Huang Yuanli was surprised. When did you come? I have always been by your side. The boss asked me to protect you secretly. Desira paused. Besides, my current appearance is not suitable for showing up. Desira now, except for her head, is completely different from before. She has a huge spider digestive organ hanging on her hips, dense electronic spider eyes on her skin, and nearly 2-meter-long alloy limbs, which make the two women feel extremely unfamiliar. It's you. Three-handed Dysela. Fire Knight Haas obviously recognized the other party. You didn't burn to death. Thanks to you, I have become stronger. Dysela looked at her dark golden body with fascination. Also, I am no longer called Three-handed Dysela. I gave myself a better name. Spider Girl. Boring Haas snorted coldly. And the next moment, more than a dozen nozzles squeezed out of his skin and flesh, and violent flames instantly sprayed out. People who don't know how to appreciate are boring. 8 alloy limbs suddenly popped out a large part, one by one, and nailed to the walls on both sides, making her soar into the air like a spider, avoiding the oncoming flames, while the electromagnetic light on the spider digester lit up, and then spread throughout the body. The next moment, the whole tunnel was brightly lit. That's EMP position. Du Xiaodi didn't even turn around. Keep climbing. The flame weapon was hit by EMP, and it was immediately shut down. The Flame Knight's mechanical body was also affected, and the nerve reaction was also slowed down for a while, and when he reacted, the opponent had disappeared. Only a huge spider's shadow was left covering the top of his head. Fire Knight Haas quickly jumped back, and the next moment, 2 spider spears were nailed to the spot, and the rocks exploded. Then the spider legs. Dysela's figure swung forward. 6 spider spears folded in the air, turned into legs and katana and chopped forward. The blade flashed, and the blade web connected into one. It was completely different from before. Fire Knight was also a close combat expert, but Dysela in front of him gave him great pressure. Spear, katana, spider sickle. A spider leg can have 3 changes, and Dysela had 8 of these spider legs. Moreover, she changed her moves so quickly that only after images could be seen on the retina. Almost as soon as they started fighting, the Flame Knight was chopped and blood gushed out of his body, and bloodstains covered his body. You know, since the last failure, all I've been thinking about is seeing you again. It seems that because of the transformation, Desira's voice is not as cheerful as before, but sticky and full of temptation. Explosion. The Flame Knight's fists collided, and flames gushed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and pores all over his body. A fireball with a diameter of 10 meters directly blocked the entire tunnel. However, Desira seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Spider silk instantly shot out from the spider nozzles on her thighs and waist, and stuck to the walls on both sides. The figure bounced back, just avoiding the fireball attack. Flame fist. The next moment, a series of fist-sized high-temperature fireballs shot out. The Flame Knight's arm seemed to have undergone some kind of pile driver-style transformation. The forearm kept shrinking into the upper arm, and then quickly popped out. The flame on the fist was punched out in this way. The initial speed was very fast, no less than a bullet. However, Desira had already suffered from this move, so why would she do it again? I don't know when. The surroundings were covered with spider webs, and Desira used the power of spider silk to climb, eject, deform, stretch, and perform various unconventional body movements. There was a strong sense of déjà vu, Spider-Girl's version of killing with a knife on a rainy night. The opponent was like a clever spider, swinging around in a small environment, and on her back, legs, shoulders, gun barrels popped out one by one, and she kept shooting at the Flame Knight while crawling. Big fire. The Flame Knight saw this. One hand transformed into a flamethrower, burning spider webs everywhere, squeezing out a dozen flame jets on his skin, and using the momentum of the flames to rush into the air to fight. Desira saw this, the spider digestive organ on her, but became bigger, and her body became slimmer, and her 2 arms and 2 thighs also transformed into spider legs, and her head almost stuck to her body, completely turning into the shape of a female spider. 16 spider legs crawled frantically on the wall, and her flexibility doubled. Not only is she more flexible, when the single molecule claw shot out from behind and pulled the Flame Knight to the ground, her strength also doubled. 10 minutes later, the Flame Knight's injuries not only did not decrease, but increased. Although the healing ability of the meat machine technology is also very strong, no less than some radiation beasts, the key is that the opponent is not only weird and unpredictable in close combat, she can also release poison. Spider venom has a negative effect that stops wounds from healing and even strengthens radiation. This is the ability of the skinning spider woman. The Flame Knight knew that if he didn't go all out, he would probably be dragged to death here. All of the opponent's moves seemed to be designed to restrain him. In the state of flesh-machine integration, the temperature of the Flame Knight's body rose rapidly, and at the same time, his 5 fingers merged into a gun shape, and his 2 mechanical arms deformed and elongated, and a large part of them also sprang out from behind his shoulder blades, completely transforming into 2 high-speed steel guns. You can change. Do you think I can't change? Daisy sneered, and the radiation organ in the spider's digestive system began to glow. Her big butt shrank rapidly, turning into something similar to a skirt armor, and at the same time, under the stimulation of the radiation power, the biological sac under the skin began to swell, and grew countless energy lines. In a short moment, she transformed from a charming girl into a 2-meter-tall female fitness fanatic, and the spider module transformed into an exoskeleton armor, which was put on her muscles. She directly transformed into a spider Valkyrie. Behind the powerful force, Desira felt that her whole body was burning, as if it would explode at any time. This radiation spider state could not last long, so she had to fight quickly. Chapter 89 Military Questioning by Both Sides. In an alley in Gasoline Town, a manhole cover slowly opened, and the heads of the 2 girls quietly poked out. Thanks to the dangerous living environment of the radiation zone, the residents of the oasis are very prepared for danger in times of danger. The sewer system, subway system, and even some air raid shelters of the civilized era are all opened up. In case of irresistible danger, the residents of Gasoline Town can move underground. Vice versa. Sister Xiaodu, it's not good, there are a lot of radioactive beasts outside. Knowing that she almost got into trouble, Huang Yuanli no longer dared to use telepathy, but now it was a chaotic time, and they dared not run around. Du Xiaodi pondered for a moment, and said, I remember he has a hidden base. Right? Let's go there. The young woman was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, No. Miss Du. The perverted consultant said that there are too many metal scraps in the recycling station. Once the war starts, it will soon be occupied by mechanical beasts and used as a lair. But have you ever thought that these artificial soldiers can be airdropped in? And where do those mechanical beasts come from? The frontline defense is much tighter than here. With this little force, it is impossible for them to open a hole and let the radiation beasts in. You mean? Du Xiaodi's eyes flashed with wisdom. They must have used nearby materials to drive the nearby radiation beasts over. So the most dangerous place has become the safest place. I'm not sure, but I can take a gamble. After the 2 women reached a consensus, they immediately began to flee, deliberately choosing intricate paths, and focusing on avoiding those metal buildings. Mechanical biochemical beasts do not eat humans. Although radiation beasts eat meat, they prefer meat with various energies. In this respect, they are much more vegetarian than normal beasts. I'm glad you're all right. The headset was connected again, and Huang Wen was obviously relieved. I'll give you a coordinate now. There are our people there. Peeping Tom. You hindsight. We almost died. Huang Yuanli complained. Huang Wen paused, as if thinking about how to answer. But another Huang Wen's voice suddenly sounded, and it was raised an octave. Don't believe her. She is an electronic knight of the knights. And she is hacking my hardware. Impersonating me? The first Huang Wen quickly calmed down. Sure enough, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Leave the Gasoline Town quickly. There is no virtual sensing signal outside. You will be safe when you are outside. The second Huang Wen shouted. Go to the place I just mentioned. Professor Han and Aunt Xiang are both there. Throw away the headphones immediately. You wear the headphones. It can locate you. My drone has been hacked. It is chasing you. Don't believe her. Without the headphones, I can't help you avoid the enemy. This is her purpose. Huang Yuanli looked at Du Xiaodi helplessly. Who should we trust? Du Xiaodi gritted her teeth, grabbed the earphones, and threw them into the sewer. We don't trust either of them. We only trust ourselves. At this moment, in a large machine room, Professor Han and Aunt Xiang were looking at the drone surveillance screen with serious faces. In the screen, there were hundreds of artificial soldiers, each with 10 people, searching frantically for the 2 women. How is it? Did you find them? Professor Han asked. Just found them. But they left the positioning device behind. Why? Aunt Xiang was surprised. Hee, because they don't believe that you stinky men can protect them. A charming voice sounded. Cyber Knight Selena, it's you again. Little brother, you are very smart this time. You dispersed the brain processors to 6 large computer rooms, deliberately delaying my invasion time? Yes, I reviewed your methods, and found that your hacking ability is still far behind that of a real cyber hacker. You can't directly control the human body system to detonate the prosthesis, but through virus contamination of the program, causing hardware overload. You shouldn't be called the Cyber Knight, you should be called the Virus Knight. Hee hee, little brother, what's the point of knowing this? You still can't protect your people. Software is a paradise for viruses, but the desert is the world of hardware. What do you mean? You invade me along the data stream. I can naturally catch your body in my own way. It's fair, isn't it? The red light on the screen turned green again. She's gone. Or rather, she's checking the system to make sure the virus transmission route has not been tracked. Director Du and the others are safe for a short time. Aunt Xiang was relieved. But Huang Wen's voice sounded. But once she is sure that she has not been tracked, she will be completely unscrupulous. Are Lao Qian and the others sure to find the real body? Aunt Xiang was also uncertain. They do have some folk methods to deal with electronic biological viruses in the urban circle. But it's hard to say whether they are effective on living people. Professor Han pondered for a moment and said, "Send out the hidden troops." I object. Huang Wen's electronic voice hardly paused. In the boss's plan, the hidden troops are the last trump card, and they cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. You should know once the hidden force is exposed. What does it mean? We will go from being an ally of the Security Corps to being an object of fear. This hidden force should be officially revealed after we open up the oasis and build a hunter base. I'm not being emotional, Professor Han said calmly. Director Huang, you should also know the value of a mechanical committee member. She is an indispensable member of our future plans. If the Iron Sand Desert is regarded as a country, then the mechanical committee is equivalent to the Senate, and the mechanical committee members are equivalent to senators. Although this identity, most of the time it is just a puppet of various forces. But without this puppet as an eyeliner, it is absolutely impossible. New technology proposals of giant companies, infrastructure projects of Oasis, product bidding of military contractors, and immigration plans of Mechanical City. The simplest example is, after the beast tide, Gao Gong opened up a new oasis. Without such a committee member to protect his rights, bargain with enterprises, factories, and the main brain of Mechanical City, and balance interests, he would be cheated out of his life. The reason why Du Xiaodi was able to become a member of parliament was that, in addition to her factory background, clean background, and high rank, she could represent the interests of the Equipment Research Institute where she worked. And the two brigadiers also made great efforts. The highest commander of the Security Corps was only a lieutenant general, and a major general was already a senior official in charge of a region. A brigadier general was only a step away from a major general, and was a standard powerful person. They collected enough votes from their respective mountains, which was also a big reason. There is no way. Behind the central desert is the factory, and behind the factory is the Mechanical City. Once an oasis in the central desert is breached, it will cost you your head. Compared to losing your head, cutting your flesh is more tolerable. This is a special case of a middle-level elite with sufficient qualifications, who was pushed to the forefront at a certain juncture, and it is not universal. Capturing Du Xiaodi and transforming her into an insider of the Knights is the most important goal after destroying the biological factory. After all, not everyone would risk their lives to see their old lover, especially when most of the upper echelons of the factory are pure mechanical bodies. It can only be said that, although his character continues to decline, Gao Gong's charm as a little wolf dog is still enough. Huang Wen finally agreed. At present, only a part of the mechanical beast troops can be dispatched, because there are too few operators. I have been preparing the transformation drugs as soon as possible. Professor Han sighed. If I can get the technology of the Knight's transformation soldiers, it will be much more convenient. Aunt Xiang is one of the few people who know about it. Gao Gong only sold the special effects machine plus monster attracting artifact, and frequently sent people to other war zones to fight in the name of free teaching. His purpose is not so good. In the beast tide, what is the most? Of course, the most mechanical beasts. And now the mechanical beast troops, hidden in various places, by Gao Gong are definitely not a small number. But Aunt Xiang is not Professor Han, and Huang Wen after all, her way of thinking is not so purely rational. She gritted her teeth. I'm going to call and scold those old trash. After so many years of being useless, are their skills really wasted? Back then, they were not so slow in tracking B-level beasts. In a hidden base of the Knights, the Iron Knight flag is being questioned by the Round Table Revenge Conference. On the tall electronic round table, A dozen tall figures with blurred faces were staring at him coldly. Why didn't you apply for permission to mobilize the Beast God General, who had just been successfully tested? Do you know how rare it is to have an artificial planet monster? This is our greatest reliance in fighting against the mechanical octopus in the Mother City. Once the news is exposed, can you afford the consequences? Or have you put your mission above the overall situation? Strictly speaking, the Great Knight still belongs to the Knight class. But because his strength has exceeded the upper limit of the Knight level 30, the existence above the Knight class is actually the flag bearer. In the entire planet, there are only 20 flag bearers, all of whom are in charge of the revenge mission of a certain planetary region. The Iron Knight flag can only truly become a flag bearer after completing the subversion mission in the Iron Sand Desert. According to normal history, he obviously succeeded. The Beast Tide cannot fail, the Iron Knight said expressionlessly. Only when the situation is completely out of control will we force the Cloud Nobles to cooperate with us. And our infiltration of the factory will succeed. But you sent out the Beast God General, and only saved 2 useless beasts, a flag bearer said angrily. Its entire mechanical body burst out with terrifying energy fluctuations, like a vast ocean, and its background seemed to be on an asteroid outside the planet. They are not 2 useless beasts, but an ancient species of radiation beast and an energy species of radiation beast. With them, we can control the Beast Tide in the sky. The newly born A-level radiation beasts do not have the ability to fly. This is their only shortcoming. You need to go to the Data Highlands to explain to the Knight Commander. I cannot guarantee that your personality template will not be modified. An old flag bearer spoke. I will convince the Knight Commander. The Iron Knight was full of confidence. On the other side, the Mountain was also being questioned by the military. And the one questioning him was the top leader of the Security Corps. Chapter 90 Scorched Earth Plan. Although Senior Engineer often complains that the Security Corps is of the Japanese Army's organization, National Army's equipment, Puppet Army's combat power, but in the Iron Sand Desert, it is undoubtedly the overlord. The Iron Sand Desert has 6 areas: Central Desert, Eastern Desert, Blue Desert, Desolate Desert, Southern Desert, Honshu Island. Among them, Blue Desert is close to the sea, Desolate Desert is the radiation zone in the radiation zone, Honshu Island is the largest island in the radiation zone. Each of these 6 places has a Major General stationed, and the Lieutenant General above the Major General is responsible for sitting in the headquarters of the Security Corps, a huge sky carrier. 1 Lieutenant General, 6 Major Generals, are all the senior officials of the Security Corps. In this remote military meeting, except for the mysterious Lieutenant General, all 6 Major Generals were online, which shows the Security Corps' attention to this Beast Tide. The battle was too bad. Demon Mountain. How could someone steal our home? The highest military commander of the Blue Desert, Major General Gene Graham, said with great sorrow. He is Demon Mountain's old superior. His words seemed to be reproachful, but in fact, they have a hint of protection. I have sent my men back for support. The Mountain stood in front of the 6 virtual projections with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, in fact, up to now, the plan has been going smoothly. You mean, being attacked to the core of the oasis is also part of the plan? The highest military commander of the Desolate Desert, Major General Zhang Feng, said coldly. The military plan I'm talking about is the plan to fight against the Beast Tide, not including being attacked by enemies outside the battlefield. Excuse. You can't say that. At least the front line is doing well. If there was no accident, the 5 B-level flying beasts would have been able to stay, which is amazing. The highest military commander of the Southern Desert, and the only female Major General. Freya rested her chin, and her expression was the most relaxed. Accidents should also be planned. Graham immediately replied, yes, it was my mistake. I will make a military review. The Mountain immediately puffed out his chest. Zhang Feng frowned, and said, review is necessary. But why was the oasis attacked? And how did you do your defense work? I want to sue Brigadier General Gvil. I have sufficient evidence to prove that he colluded with outsiders and cooperated with outsiders in order to destroy our army's plan to fight against the Beast Tide. The Mountain decisively began to pass the blame. He didn't have much evidence, but he and Gvil attacked and defended, and as a result, the dangerous frontline battlefield advanced smoothly. But the retreat was cut off. There is no problem putting the blame on Gvil. Mozhan doesn't mind putting the blame on him. In the Security Corps, Military commanders don't have to be good at fighting, but they must be good at framing others. What do you mean, Xiao Tong? Graham looked at the person in charge of the Central Desert, Major General Xiao Tong. Guel is his confidant. Both of them are from the logistics system, and if you want to move him, you must get his consent first. Xiao Tong was silent for a moment, and said, Mozan can fight, there is no doubt about that, and the plan is being implemented smoothly. Mozan can fight. Of course, he is the trump card that Graham specially dug out from the Colony Corps. In order to dig him out, the Security Corps spent a lot of money, and even promoted his military rank 3 levels. In the Mother City, Mozan was only a colonel. But when he was transferred here, he was already a general. Once this was said, it meant that Mozan would not be held accountable. In fact, it was impossible to hold him accountable. The beast tide was less than halfway through, and no one would do such a stupid thing to change the general at the last minute. They were willing to change, but no one was willing to come. Below the Major General, Mozan was already the top commander. If he couldn't do it, no one else could do it. As for Guel, arrest him first, remove his Brigadier General title, and then slowly try him after the beast tide is over. Once this was said, the other major generals were all surprised. Xiao Tong is well known for protecting his children. How could he be so easy to talk to this time? I thought it would take some time to argue. Mozan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. The other party must have known something. Xiao Tong, but he is a member of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is a top military-industrial hybrid family in the Mother City. The giant black body military industry is their family business. The family has mastered the complete body technology of the clone armor, which is the top military technology of the second-level civilization. The more famous nickname of the Xiao family is the Traitor Family. During the Mechanical War, they launched the Fog City coup, plotting to overthrow a great power regime in exchange for their current status. Did the Xiao family smell something? So they quickly distanced themselves from the relationship? They were all foxes, who had lived for thousands of years. The other major generals thought about it, and guessed a lot. And their expressions became serious. It was nothing else, which showed that their previous guess was correct. There is indeed a manipulator behind the beast tide. And this manipulator is most likely the Knights. Damn. Hasn't this terrorist organization always targeted the Mother City? You do your terrorist activities. I make my money. Isn't it good for us to not interfere with each other? Now, you have overturned the table, and I can't think about it. Let's get back to the point. Is the situation of the beast tide still tense? Yes, Mozan said in a deep voice. My subordinates had a preliminary fight with the two A-level monsters between the Scavenger City and the Auto City. But the two monsters seemed to know that the flying species had been rescued and retreated. They still want to delay until the beast tide breaks out completely before taking action. What exactly is that monster? Although it is not uncommon for marine species to come ashore in recent years. Such a big thing, the virtual projection showed a huge biological model, which was the giant Kun. If this giant beast has an energy system and weapon system that matches its size, it is undoubtedly S-class. Major General Matsumoto of Honshu Island, who had been silent, slowly spoke. I compared the new marine species that have mutated in recent years, and none of them are of the same order and species. It seems to have 5 vertebral systems to support its skeleton. In addition, with such a large body, it is no less than some prehistoric animals in the Mesozoic era. How does it supply blood, oxygen, and heat? Not to mention the same volume. Even if it is only 1/3 of its size, it can't last for a while without the buoyancy of seawater. Even if it is not a filling type, but an expanded body structure. Its weight is definitely more than 10,000 tons. With such a huge body, its speed can reach 30 knots. It is hard to understand. 30 knots, 55.6 kilometers per hour? Freya was surprised and said, Old Matsumoto, why do you use navigation units? Isn't it flying? Rather than flying, it's better to say that it is sailing in the air. These are two completely different concepts. Commodore Matsumoto said in a deep voice. The former only shows that its balance system is excellent, and the latter means that its body system has evolved the ability to fight across the atmosphere. As long as there is enough energy, it can still survive in outer space. This is the most terrifying thing about it. It can directly attack our space-based system, or shoot down our armed space station. It's not that exaggerated, Freya said with a forced smile. Major General Matsumoto shook his head. I just don't know if this creature is a mutated prehistoric creature, or a product of artificial cultivation. Anyway, once it joins the beast tide, a single oasis will definitely not be able to stop it. On this point, the 6 major generals had no doubts. I will report this matter to my superiors. Xiao Tong rubbed his eyebrows and exhaled. Mose Han, prepare for the scorched earth plan. The news that the beast tide submerged the oasis must not be spread to the city that never sleeps. Near the old metal recycling station, the little woman nervously poked her head out, and after confirming that there was no one, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xiaodu is right. All the mechanical beasts here have left. She looked at the messy shed and said with some dissatisfaction, it took a lot of effort to build it. I don't know how long it will take to rebuild it. It doesn't matter. After the beast tide is over, we will move. Du Xiaodi also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. I don't know where to move to. The perverted consultant didn't tell me anything. I am obviously the elder. Wang Yuanli lay on the ground with her legs spread out, exposing half of her belly. Du Xiaodi was about to say something, but her expression suddenly changed. There are footsteps. Wang Yuanli was startled, and she rolled and crawled into a bunker. It was behind a pile of old tires, which was the only material from the recycling station that survived. The footsteps were getting closer and more frequent. It seemed that there was more than one person. Then, all the footsteps stopped. The surrounding environment was silent. A familiar voice sounded. So you are hiding here. It's really hard for me to find you. Perverted consultant. Wang Yuanli jumped 3 feet high, which was almost half her height. Du Xiaodi also rushed over excitedly. Gao Gong smiled, tightened the ponytail girl in his arms, and touched the little woman's head. They looked like a family of 3. Du Xiaodi was not the kind of girl who would act like a spoiled child. After she was excited, she let go of him embarrassedly. She looked around and found that there were no corpses. She asked in confusion, I heard a lot of footsteps just now. Well, when I came here, I did see a lot of artificial soldiers. Did you kill them all? That's not the case. What about them? Gao Gong shrugged. I'm afraid they were eaten by mechanical beasts. Wang Yuanli looked at him suspiciously, turned on telepathy, and after a while, electric elks came out from the periphery. These elks were 2 meters tall, with beautiful muscle lines. Metal hooves landed silently, and elk horns sizzled, constantly emitting electric sparks. The only D-class radiation beasts that are gentle and can discharge electricity are probably the electric elks. More importantly, on each elk, there is a girl from the Cable tribe. They are our people. Not far away, 5 or 6 hunting leopards are roaming around. They are stronger than the electric elks, and their mechanical limbs have obvious jet power devices. On the back of each mechanical cheetah, there is a mechanical hunter, who is saluting Gao Gong respectfully. Among the mechanical hunters, the word respectful is not common. More importantly, the hunting leopard is a standard C-class mechanical beast. Did you see it? Gao Gong smiled. I saw it. Du Xiaodi nodded gently. Our business. Chapter 91. Groups of Minions. Although Gao Gong is very fierce when he cuts people, he is actually a very cowardly person. For example, he knew that the original owner was attacked by someone, which was definitely not an accident, but he has not investigated it in depth so far. The reason is that he was too weak at that time, and the chance of revenge was not high. For another example, he is clear about the Knight's plan, such as the location of the command post, the distribution of biological factories, and even those people in the future, and those forces are on the side of the Knights. But he did not choose to play the role of Zhuge Liang in fortune-telling, or even to fan the flames, or to use the opponent's strength to fight against the opponent, but honestly completed the tasks, and improved the transformation rate. For example, even if the security group stole his blueprints, and Zhao Xia played a dirty trick on him, he just quietly dug a pit for the other party. As a person who can survive until the server is shut down by playing online games, Gao Gong rarely does things with great risks, and in the eyes of outsiders, things that seem very dangerous. Actually, he has at least 70% to 80% confidence. This guy has the reputation of Guan Eri, but in fact, he has the same hobbies as Cao Cao, and in the end, he actually took the route of Sima Yi. This kind of person usually doesn't get angry. But once he gets angry, it's probably very serious. Few people know that in his previous life, as a leader of civilization, Gao Gong was one of the few who dared to confront the natural disaster. Although he was beaten up and hundreds of planetary main brains were smashed, But he also developed a series of physical models of the opponent, which are quite popular in the cosmic black market. Although this natural disaster is not a cosmic natural disaster, it is also a civilizational natural disaster second only to the cosmic natural disaster. And the leader of the natural disaster is a perverted woman called the Blade Queen. Steal my house. Gao Gong sat on a broken iron barrel, tapping his knee with one hand. Although his expression was smiling, the two women who knew Gao Gong knew that he was very angry now. Even the little woman who always liked to bicker with the engineer became much quieter. It wasn't that she liked to be quiet, but she had annoyed the engineer once or twice. And the next day, the engineer drew a thick stack of notebooks for her, and threatened her that if she provoked him again, he would give her notebook to other people, such as Meng Duoduo, the first warrior of the tribe, who had a crush on her. As for what the other party did with the notebook, he didn't know. The little woman immediately bowed down, saying that she would never dare to cause trouble again, and then secretly took the notebook back, and read it all night with a blushing face and a beating heart. It must be said that the content was quite exciting. Soon, a figure appeared in the guard's field of vision, and walked in happily. Desira? The little woman's face lit up, and she hurriedly went to meet him. Are you okay? Du Xiaodi also asked hurriedly. What can happen to me? I feel pretty good now. Although there were large areas of burns on Desira's spider exoskeleton, she was in a very good mood and smashed the spider silk cocoon on her back to the ground with a bang. Boss, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the body of the Flame Knight. Gao Gong glanced at him. How do you feel now? Very good. The Knight's transformed knight is a level 20 elite monster. And after the transformation, Desira has also broken through the upper limit of the mechanical hunter. The two should have been evenly matched. And even the Flame Knight should have been stronger. After all, the level of transformation of the flesh machine technology was higher. Just as the same move cannot be used twice against a Saint Seiya, the same move, in front of a mechanical hunter, will inevitably be cracked by the mechanical hunting transformation. But boss, I'm afraid I need to readjust my spider module. Desira was not shy, and she stripped naked in front of the senior engineer. The spider module that was automatically removed transformed into a spider as big as a millstone, and its 8 legs nimbly crawled towards her. Engineer Gao glanced at the other person, but didn't say anything. He had measured every part of the other person's body, and installed many parts by himself, and probably influenced by the habits of spiders. This guy had awakened some special fetish. He was showing off his body in front of the young woman, and the young woman was about to bleed from her nose. He lowered his head to check the performance of the spider module. As the first professional equipment he created, he was still very concerned. Equipment name, Spider Module. Category, Mechanical Hunting Implant Device Exclusive Equipment. Quality, Excellent plus weight, 32 kilograms durability, 76% armor, 211/500 energy, 43% control system, neural implant. Energy module, Spider Digester *1, Skinning Spider Heart *1, Carta Model Battery Panel *16 Weapon Module, 3-Stage Spider Limbs *8, Concealed Firearms *6 Damaged *2, Hook *4, Venom Sprayer *3 Damaged, Spider Sprayer *12, Foot Knife *2 Transformation Module, Human Spider Type Damage Rate 1. 7%, Crazy Spider Type 23% Damage Rate, Radiant Spider 36% Damage Rate. Human Spider Type, Strength, Agility plus 20%, Additional Status, Spider Vision, EMP Field, Spider Silk Swallowing. Crazy Spider Type, Agility, Perception, Strength plus 40%, Additional Status, Myriapod, Strong Silk Spinning, Corpse Digestion. Radiant Spider Type, Strength, Agility, Endurance, Intelligence, Perception plus 80%, Additional Status, Berserker, Spider Radiation Field, Combat Motion Capture, Cold Will, Duration, 10 minutes TSK. If the upper limit of this spider module was not high, Gao Gong would have wanted to get one for himself. Generally speaking, according to the equipment level, there are blank production line product, sophisticated customized template, excellent war weapon, rare strategic weapon, epic black technology, and epic making cross civilization. Among them, only when it reaches rare or above inclusive can civilization transformation be carried out. That is, from level 1 civilization equipment to level 2 civilization equipment. If level 1 civilization equipment does not reach rare, The upper limit is level 30. What's more annoying is that although implanted equipment like this can be removed, the increased human system transformation rate will not be reduced. From the perspective of sustainable development, this weapon is not suitable for Gao Gong, but let alone in the Iron Sand Desert, even in the city that never sleeps. This equipment is a top-level equipment that people will fight for at any weapon sales point. How does it feel to use it? Gao Gong asked without even raising his head. Desiro was refreshed and quickly pointed out some minor problems of the spider module. These problems were not performance issues, but they just did not match her fighting style. Gao Gong listened carefully. Modifying equipment can also improve his design level. After all, he will create a series of hunter modules in the future, and the more experience he has, the better. By the way, boss, I want to install the guy's flamethrower system on me. Engineer Gao glanced at the spider cocoon. The knight's transformation technology is very troublesome. Daisy came over with a coquettish look on her face, and said in a coquettish voice, "Boss, just help me. I can accompany you at most." Du Xiaodi frowned. Engineer Gao said seriously, "Who do you think I am? Put on your clothes first. I will study it later." He didn't understand the knight's technology, but in some beast weapons factories, there was information on this. "You come to rob my hometown. If I don't visit you, isn't that very disrespectful?" Gao Gong decided to bring forward some future plans. For example, during the period of the beast machine disaster, the Mother City once developed a genocide energy potion for low-level radiation beasts. When this energy potion is applied to bullets, it can kill low-level radiation beasts instantly. He originally planned to wait until the new oasis was opened up, and then develop this drug. The professional knowledge he currently possesses is not enough to develop this drug. But I didn't say that we can't take shortcuts. "Boss, we caught someone." Old Qian's excited voice sounded on the headset, but then he said in a strange tone, "It's just that this woman looks a little strange. Record a clip with the special effects machine and send it to me." "Okay, I'll study it and see how to use this function." After a flurry of activity, Old Qian finally finished recording the virtual projection and sent it over. Gong Gong pressed the electronic button. Soon, a thing was released, and everyone was stunned when they saw it. The electronic knight is a little girl. A bareheaded, tied-up little girl appeared in front of them. Is this the body of the electronic knight? Even Huang Wen, who had been calm for a while, was surprised. Electronic sound came from the drone. To be precise, it is one of the bodies. Gao Gong glanced at the other party, and then retracted his gaze. The gene-modified babies of the knights can be used as storage bodies for electronic biological viruses. So, the body of the electronic knight is a group of little girls. The little woman was stunned. "Yeah, what's the problem?" It just feels weird." "Boss, I'll let the mechanical beast troops stay hidden." "Hide, why hide?" Gao Gong stood up, twisted his neck. "Let them all out." "Let them out? What do you want to do?" "There are always people who think I'm a lone wolf who's easy to bully. This time, Gao will let them know that. I have a lot of minions." Chapter 92. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 93. Biological Mutation Meeting. Beast tides are generally rarely interrupted. After all, it takes a lot of energy to start a beast tide, and the same is true for interrupting a beast tide. But there are exceptions. For example, after 3 of the 5 flying beasts died and 2 escaped, a large number of radioactive beasts were driven by the invisible will and began to disperse and retreat. If they don't leave, the missile silos scattered throughout the desert by the security corps will be activated. Without a large number of hosts, the mutant energy gradually degenerated from purple to red. This is a sign that the beast tide has been reduced to D-level. A large number of radioactive beast corpses were burned and processed. In fact, they had already been burned once, when they were killed. Now it can only be considered as secondary processing. Transport vehicles were transported from the front line. They were not transporting corpses, but living people. However, these living people were in strange conditions. They were either covered with granulation, or the biological weapons were backfiring all over the body, or they had symptoms similar to cyberpsychosis, and attacked the enemy everywhere. The sudden explosion of these biotransformers is also the reason why the plan almost failed. In addition, there are the bodies of the exoskeleton warriors. Their bodies will be transported back and handed over to their families. And there will also be a large pension. This is a treatment that the mechanical hunters, a group of wild dogs, cannot enjoy. The combat robots cannot enjoy it either. They will be reassembled on the spot, and then continue to fight in 007. Fortunately, the mechanical city only has the Bionic Man Act and no Robot Act. Otherwise, these combat robots will inevitably go on strike plus march. This situation is not uncommon in mechanical civilization. Among the bodies brought back, there are several familiar faces, such as members of the assault team, including the Captain Jo Sung. This salted fish major, who wanted to leave the battlefield, eventually died on the battlefield. Many teammates of the mechanical hunters were also digging corpses on the front line. Not to mention the cannon fodder. In fact, many powerful mechanical hunters died in battle. 2 members of the symbiote team died. They were stabbed to death by the mechanical rhinoceros that pierced through the mecha. Black God also died. It is said that he had entered a state of cyberpsychosis before his death. He attacked everywhere without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Looking at the bullet holes all over his body, it is hard to say whether he was killed by the radiation beast or shot by his peers. At least, he does not have to pay back his corporate loan. Miyamoto Sanzo also died. His death was quite unjust. Before he died, he had just used his ultimate move to cut off one of Ghidorah's heads and was in a weak state. Then the radiation Ghidorah enlarged, and its back was full of energy rays. He had nowhere to hide, and was taken away by a wave of energy and chopped into pieces. Many famous hunters from the other 3 oases also died. They were not as miserable as their counterparts in the Motor City, who had to face the beast tide from the beginning. Of course, they are now enjoying the same treatment. The creeper is not dead, but one of his arms is permanently broken. He can transform into a radiation beast, and even absorb radiation power like a radiation beast to strengthen himself, which is why he is soaring on the rankings. He keeps faking his death, and keeps transforming, but in such a fierce battlefield, he still gets his shoes wet by the river. He was attacked during the transformation process. Not only did he lose an arm, but he also had problems with the transformation. And now he still feels a dull pain in his body. Miyamoto is dead. Looking at Miyamoto Sanzang's AI apprentice silently piecing together the body, the creeper looked a little lonely. Among the mechanical hunters in the Car City, he and Miyamoto are the 2 oldest. Miyamoto is dead, and he is the only one left in his creeper team. For a moment, he actually had a strong urge to take off his armor and return to the countryside. But in this radiation zone, where are the green mountains and clear waters? He was awakened by a dragging sound, and when he looked up, he found that more than a dozen cranes were lifting the giant bomber bird. Because this flying beast is the largest, it was put last for shipment. Looking at the steel wire ropes as thick as arms stretched like steel guns, you can know how heavy this thing is. They will be transported to a temporary warehouse in the rear, then frozen and stored, and then sent to the biological laboratories of large companies. There is a saying that the reason why the mechanical city still retains this radiation zone is not to destroy the continent directly with star-destroying weapons, as it did during the mechanical war. The main reason is that large companies need the biological cells of these advanced radiation beasts. A cowboy riding a plasma horse looked at the creeper curiously, and seemed to want to come over and chat. He was born in the horse farm oasis, which is a rare tribal oasis. The plasma horse under him suddenly snorted fiercely. At the same time, the skin of the creeper also turned purple-red. He looked towards the warehouse where the flying beasts were stored, his face full of doubt. Beast tide? And in the underground command center, a sharp alarm sounded at the same time. Beast tide? Didn't the beast tide just fade away? Position. Report position. Immediately dispatch support troops. What? There is no one left. The front legion is still chasing the fleeing beasts. And the fire has just been put out in the back. There is really no one left. The person on the other end of the phone stuttered. And that doesn't look like a beast tide. There aren't that many of them, and on the mechanical beasts, it looks like a human. Are they human? A commander looked at the series of moving red dots on the electronic map and hesitated. Their target seems to be the corpses of these 2 giant beasts. Excuse me, please put your guns down, otherwise, if they go off accidentally, it will be very dangerous. A mechanical hunter, looking down from a 3-meter-tall giant unicorn rhino, said maliciously. Several guards of the security corps were trembling all over. To be honest, they were very scared. Except for a few combat robot units with constant will, the security corps' combat effectiveness was not high, and it was at the standard pseudo-army level. Compared with the mechanical hunters, who fought mechanical beasts on the battlefield, they were far behind. They could still rely on the power of others at ordinary times, but when others relied on the power of mechanical beasts, they could not say a word. Keiko Matsushima walked in front with a swagger, the light of the intelligent sword connected to the knife gripper flashed, and the warehouse door was split open. The gangs in Asia like to input the swordsmanship routines into the memory, and then use the combat chip for deep learning. The stronger the computing power of the chip, the higher the close combat level. Some old-time families even have some advanced weapon driving algorithms. This algorithm can allow an underage girl to master the master's skills. This is the case with Keiko Matsushima. Her combat chip ran in Kwangwu stores such an algorithm. However, the disadvantage of doing so is that, once you leave the usual smart weapons, your close combat level will drop directly by 1 level. Moreover, the electronic defense walls of such smart weapons are easily broken. Once hacked, they will kill themselves. Therefore, the research departments of some large security groups have begun to develop the technology of injecting weapon-driven algorithms into electronic brains. A group of people surrounded the senior engineer and walked in. In addition to the 2 oversized corpses in the warehouse, there were more than a dozen cell collectors. Of course, they were soon pinned to the ground. Do you know who we are? Facing a group of barbarians with long guns and short guns, a biologist said bravely. Senior engineer glanced at the other person's white work clothes. There was a red and green double helix structure in the middle. People from the Biological Mutation Society? You dare to touch my spoils, that's courting death. The Biological Mutation Society, a scientific research association that studies biological mutation, relies on cooperation with major companies to obtain research and development funds and maintain normal operations. In the Mechanical City, there are many such scientific research associations, some of which are doing very well, and are guests of honor of major companies, while others are on the verge of dissolution due to personnel loss, broken capital chain and other reasons. The Biological Mutation Association belongs to the former. This association has an auxiliary profession biologist, which is a deputy position that Gao Gong is determined to obtain. Gao Gong glanced at Professor Han. This master of bionics immediately replaced their work, commanding the tribal girls to extract B-level biological cells and cut the radiation organs. The biologist stared at this scene with wide eyes. He thought that these barbarians would destroy these precious biological materials by operating recklessly. But after watching for a long time, he found that they were quite professional. Gao Gong walked to the other side. That was the body of the seven-tailed pterosaur, but this body had already become a huge mechanical skeleton. Except for the skeleton, all other energy organs had turned into energy tides. Gao Gong stretched out an arm, and the next moment, countless blood threads burst out from his arm, and began to cover this huge skeleton. You comprehend the large mechanical wing. You comprehend the pterosaur claw. You comprehend the flying wing finger. You comprehend the energy heating structure. You comprehend the heat dissipation pattern. Collect more biological structures when you have nothing to do. You never know when they will be useful. For example, when he transformed himself. Gao Gong's colleagues all knew that he was a pervert, after all. He was a madman who could control a B-class flying beast. But when the biologist saw this scene, his eyes almost fell out. How did you do it? I want to know. Gao Gong glanced at the other person, and grinned. Give me the identity of a biological researcher, and I will tell you. Chapter 94 Killing Warriors. Not long after Gao Gong entered, dozens of troop carriers rushed over in a hurry, and about 1,000 armed soldiers jumped out of them. This is the largest force that the Security Corps can currently dispatch. In addition, there are 8 giant Titan IV armored vehicles, the black muzzles of which are pointed directly at the mechanical biochemical beasts not far away. But they did not fire. The reason is simple, the same muzzles are also pointed at them. The body is 2 stories high, with thick armor on its body, and the mechanical trunk is equivalent to the gun barrel. These 6 large gun beasts are a subspecies of boiler elephants, called gas gun elephants. There are 2 types of shells, air shells and water pressure shells. The power of air shells is no less than that of ordinary shells at short distances, and the second stomach of the air gun elephant contains a large amount of corrosive liquid, and the water cannon fired has strong metal corrosiveness, which is even more dangerous. Dozens of jet-hunting leopards are baring their teeth, and on their knees, the jet power devices are sizzling, and they seem to be ready to attack and hurt people at any time. In the sky, dozens of flash birds are hovering. These flash birds have 4 or 5 light-emitting organs on their bodies, which can burst out strong light at the same time, and the brightness of the light is no less than that of flash bombs. Many mechanical hunters got the news and rushed over. Although they were holding guns, they didn't have much intention to fight. They could see that these mechanical biochemical beasts were controlled by people. Although they didn't look like friendly forces. They didn't look like enemies either. D-level electric elk. D-level flash sparrow. C-level jet hunting leopard. C-level unicorn rhino. C+ air cannon elephant. My goodness. They are all troublesome species. Beasts of the same level are also divided into two types, easy to deal with and difficult to deal with. And the difficult ones are jokingly called troublesome species. These types of mechanical beasts are undoubtedly troublesome species, commonly known as elite monsters. Electric elk and flash sparrow are rare half-mechanical and half-energy creatures. Jet hunting leopards are hunters among mechanical beasts of the same level. Unicorn rhinoceros and gas gun elephants are armored beasts. They target heavy armored weapons. 400 to 1,000. If a fight really breaks out, the security team will definitely not win. The creeper also appeared on the periphery. He saw clearly that these mechanical beasts had obvious signs of training, and they were dispersed widely to avoid being bombarded at the same time, and even occupied several high ground. In the highlands, there seemed to be other gun beasts, or rather, fully automatic weapons. This was completely different from the chaotic beast tide. Infantry tank coordination? A mechanical hunter in camouflage was stunned for a moment, and suddenly uttered a word. It was obvious that the other party came with the intention of fighting for real. People could lie, but mechanical beasts could not. They stared at the soldiers on the periphery with a fierce look, and the muzzles of the biological guns on their bodies slowly turned, as if as long as an order was given. Several commanders of the security group were also entangled. They were always bullies, giving soldiers adrenaline in the rear, and were good at cheating and deceiving. If they were really asked to command the battle. Damn it, why haven't General Mauchan's elite troops come back yet? Finally, new news came from the underground command center. Stay on standby, waiting for the negotiators. Everyone is happy. On the other side, Gao Gong did not rest after collecting enough biological structures. He gained more than 100,000 experience points on the battlefield, and there were some miscellaneous rewards, which he hadn't had time to look at yet. After thinking about it, he drew the rewards first. Generally speaking, only tasks above difficult level will have the opportunity to draw, and this kind of draw often produces some small top-quality items. Do you want to participate in the lottery? Gao Gong clicked yes. A colorful turntable immediately appeared on the system panel and began to spin rapidly. The lottery is completed. You have won the best-selling book in the universe. Galaxy Hitchhiking Guide. Damn, I can't be so unlucky. Gao Gong's face was full of black lines. Popular science books. This is the most useless type of reward. More importantly, Galaxy Hitchhiking Guide was a book he had read in his previous life. The author of the book was a psychic life form who liked interstellar travel. He often traveled in different galaxies on giant-scale galaxy trains. The content of the book was a series of experiences during the journey, similar to travel notes. The most interesting part is the various aliens you meet during your travels, such as silicon-based life like liquid robots, handsome stallion-type plants sown on various planets, spore aliens that can only survive in energy liquid and have to be checked in, source code life forms that like to sneak on the bus, sky monsters similar to interstellar gas stations, and clones with one ID card for 5 people. In short, these various aliens, plus their strange life forms and living habits, are a selling point of this book. As a popular science book about aliens, this book is a bestseller among all civilizations. Somewhat annoyingly, I clicked on another reward, which was a gift of a biological blueprint. You get a level 5 biological transformation blueprint. Umbrella virus. Hey, I got this. This umbrella virus is not the kind that turns into zombies, but it extracts antigens from advanced life forms, makes drugs, and gains the other party's immunity. Moreover, the level 5 blueprint is already in the category of level 2 civilization technology, and the biological cells that can be extracted by the umbrella virus naturally include level B life forms. Isn't this a coincidence? Gao Gong stared at the 2 corpses, muttering to himself. In addition to the book and the blueprint, there are also specialization points awarded for killing B-level radiation beasts. As a skill to increase the upper limit, this thing has always been rare, and it will only be produced when you kill high-level monsters alone. Gao Gong almost didn't hesitate and added it to the head of the Night Warrior. You upgrade the Night Warrior to LV10. Upgrade the Night Warrior to LV10 Max. Enter the skill advancement state. Please choose your elite skills Moon Dancer. Killing Warrior. 3-sword style. The Moon Dancer is still an assassin route. Through some drugs, illusions, Special tools. People die without knowing how they died, and only see a bright moon before they die. The Slaughter Warrior is advancing on the road of blood and violence, more powerful and direct than the Night Warrior. As for the three-sword style, have you seen the Green Algae Swordsman? It is the direction of holding multiple weapons. You choose the elite skill, Slaughter Warrior. You upgrade the Slaughter Warrior to LV2. You upgrade the Slaughter Warrior to LV3. You upgrade the Slaughter Warrior to LV10 Max. Gao Gong maxed out this skill in one go, directly spent 100,000 of his experience, about twice the advanced skill. It is even more exaggerated to upgrade from elite to expert, requiring 500,000 experience points. For expert to master, it requires 1 million, or even more. However, when you upgrade to master, you will automatically get a master certificate level 1, which means that you are better than 99.99% of your peers in a certain skill. This is a good thing that can increase the reputation of civilization. A high-level master certificate can even make you a guest of honor in various planetary civilizations, such as a force master who is on the run and wandering. After the killing warrior reaches the maximum level, 3 additional states are added: murderous thoughts, murderous power, clear mirror and still water. Among them, murderous thoughts is also called remote killing method, vital attack method, which is an advanced aura manipulation technique that can make the enemy's brain automatically fall into the illusion of death, but it is a single brush skill, and can only deal with one person at a time. Combined with radiation field mastery, Mom no longer has to worry about me being tricked. Killing power is an upgraded version of drinking blood. In addition to being able to stack 15 layers of attack power, it can also increase the main attribute. Killing power, when using a weapon to inflict damage on an enemy, increase the attack power by 8% up to 15 layers, each layer stacked, randomly increase an attribute point to the current state of the high worker. If all add the same attribute, you can directly double it. As for the introduction of Mingjing Jishui, there is no attribute blessing, only one sentence. The mind is clear and calm, the heart is clear when things come. They respond, don't keep the past. Metaphysical state. Senior engineer touched his chin. The higher the skill level, the greater the probability of obtaining the metaphysical state. Even some advanced skills are metaphysical skills themselves. The metaphysical state cannot be said to be bad. Some metaphysical states will be quite buggy when developed, but it's quite fucked up if they are not used well. Fortunately, clear mirror and still water does not belong to the decryption type. In fact, most melee skills will have clear mirror and still water when they are upgraded to advanced levels. It has another more popular name: 100% barehanded sword grabbing. Hey, cut me with a knife. Gao Gong looked at the pink-haired little girl not far away and shouted. Matsushima Keiko didn't say anything and picked up the knife and went up. As a boss, Matsushima Keiko was still very impressed with Gao Gong. After all, he was an all-rounder. After being adjusted by the other party, her own knife grip was obviously more useful. But in other aspects, Matsushima Keiko still had a grudge against him. Didn't we agree to give an E? Why did you give a D? What? Big breasts affect the battle. I don't believe it. In Matsushima Keiko's eyes, Gao Gong's various parts of the body, head, torso, limbs suddenly increased by a lot of percentages. This is the success rate of killing. Others are the probability that the opponent will move in all directions to dodge. This is the close combat style that conforms to the spirit of high technology. Keiko Matsushima has always looked down on those techniques that require hard practice day after day. The smart sword disappeared as the pink-haired little bean ran. Hidden sword drawing style? Gao Gong laughed and simply closed his eyes. The next moment, Keiko Matsushima appeared on Gao Gong's right side, and her 2 short legs were almost split because of the enhanced force. The veins on her calves were bulging. I don't know when she changed from holding the knife in her right hand to holding it in her left hand. Intelligent weapons will automatically guide the force, and it doesn't matter whether it is the dominant hand or not. The knife light appeared on Gao Gong's neck in an instant under the cover of the body. This Japanese girl was really fierce. This sword slash directly caused a sonic boom. If Gao Gong did nothing, he would definitely be killed on the spot. However, in Gao Gong's heart, it was as if a drop of water fell into the lake of his heart. A clear mirror is still water, nothing is not reflected, and things come and go. Like the sky covering everything, like the earth carrying everything. I don't know when Gao Gong's fingers appeared on the blade and gently pressed, like the sound of a rolling mill rolling steel. After the hoarse and unpleasant sound, the sonic boom slash was directly clamped by 2 fingers. On the blade between the 2 fingers, there was a shallow white mark. Chapter 95 Negotiation. Gao Gong's fingers did not deform exaggeratedly. In fact, As the harvester cells continue to evolve, he has mastered micromutation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to finger in sync. However, this performance fell into the eyes of Matsushima Keiko, which was full of shock and disbelief. The system optimized the force route, the slashing angle calculated by big data, and the slashing target with the highest success rate. How could it be blocked? How did you do it? I want to know. Gao Gong grinned and said, I won't tell you. This smile fell into Matsushima Keiko's eyes, which was quite asking for a beating. Wait. Let me chop you again. What are you chopping? Do you think I'm Pinduoduo? Senior engineer stood up and stretched. Let's go. The guests are finally here. Let's prepare to welcome them. On the periphery, two figures jumped directly from the helicopter. The gravity acceleration of hundreds of meters directly smashed two small pits on the ground. As soon as the two fierce colonizers appeared, many radiation beasts felt uneasy. It was because these two were both level 30 biological warriors. Although they had not yet completed the carbon-based fusion, they had also achieved species sublimation and had a strong aura to intimidate the beasts. However, this panic only lasted for a moment. The next moment, a radiation field similar to a beast tide was born. Various colors emerged from these hundreds of elite monsters. Red, purple, charged particle flow, energy flames, all kinds of strange things. And then, these radiation forces were swallowed up bit by an invisible giant beast. The invisible aura became heavier and heavier, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, making people's heartbeats accelerate and their hands and feet sweat. The next moment, the terrifying black radiation field appeared again, and the pressure unique to the B-level giant beast swept across the whole scene. Groups of security soldiers had their eyes rolled back and fainted on the ground. In just a short moment, less than half of the soldiers were still able to stand on the field. And even those half were pale, sweating profusely, and terrified. In this state, if the radiation beasts on the field charged, the remaining 500 soldiers would be defeated on the spot. Standing at the firing position to operate a machine gun, using a grenade launcher behind the barbed wire, and facing the pressure of a Class B radiation beast. Those are completely two different concepts. Not only them, but even the mechanical hunters standing on the periphery had solemn expressions, and were using the will of years of fighting to fight against this mental oppression. A 2-meter-tall colonist glanced at his companion and said with a smile, "This is a warning to us." The other shorter colonist did not speak, but various data were generated on the colonist armor, which seemed to be analyzing the composition of the radiation field. 94% of Class B intensity. After a moment, the shorter colonist spit out a number. "Let's go. Don't keep people waiting for too long." The two walked easily among the beasts, and they didn't seem to worry about being besieged at all. Walking into the temporary giant beast warehouse, the corpses of two giant beasts over 100 meters long were lying on the ground in a very imposing manner. Between the two giant beasts, there stood a tall figure. Originally, it was impossible for Gao Gong, who had a titanium alloy skeleton, to grow taller. After all, we have only heard of calcium supplementation to grow taller, but never heard of iron supplementation to grow taller. However, as the degree of mutation increased, Gao Gong's body gradually secreted metal factors that only mechanical biochemical beasts have, and his body shape also changed dramatically. He was 1.8 meters tall, but in just a few days, he suddenly grew to 1.9 meters tall. His originally smooth and thin body was covered with thick muscles, especially the back muscles, which were even more powerful and terrifying, with a tank back, a vacuum belly, and a slightly bent body, as if he was ready to attack and hurt people at any time. The black colonizer's expression gradually became serious. He thought for a moment, removed his colonizer armor, and revealed a familiar face. It was the old acquaintance Cape. Cape stared at Gao Gong and said seriously, "Brother, what do you mean by this? What about those mechanical beasts? Have you mastered the technology to control the beasts?" Gao Gong turned around, and with the two giant beasts as a backdrop, his temperament became more ferocious and brutal. "I was fighting with the giant beasts on the front line, but my girlfriend was almost kidnapped in the back. You stole my biotechnology, made biotransformed soldiers, and didn't even leave me a single bit of material. Also, these 3 bodies are all my trophies, and you actually want to occupy them." Gao Gong said word by word. "Did my good temper give you an illusion that I'm easy to bully?" As he spoke, the black radiation field began to flow backwards, and the core of the vortex was Gao Gong. Gao Gong's momentum became stronger and stronger, and his body size was also increasing rapidly. From 1.9 meters to 2.4 meters. Blood oozes out of his pores, condenses into blood armor, and his hands and feet begin to grow terrifying sharp claws. On his bulging shoulder blades, 2 iron bone wings spread out. Leader template, Radiation Field Mastery Effect 1, Electronic Control. Affects all electronic equipment within the radiation field range. Effect 2, Mutation Energy Collection. You can control this energy. Empower Weapons. Effect 3, Radiation Beast Driving. In your radiation field, all radiation beasts below your rank. You can choose Blessing/Stripping. The radiation field is fully open when the body is deformed. Even Gao Gong is doing it for the first time. This time, it seemed as if the world had turned black. The black light was so dense that it reached its limit. And in the black world, a faint white light began to grow. White light. This is the radiation field manifestation that belongs only to the A-level radiation beast. After controlling the radiation field of 500 elites at the same time, Gao Gong's beast tide produced a new breakthrough. This time, even Cape couldn't stop it. And the strong colonization armor was possessed again. He hurriedly explained. We are also investigating the attack on the rear base. And we will definitely give you an explanation. As for the biological factory, it is within the power of Brigadier General Guel. And we really don't understand the situation. Also, the B-level radiation beast is handed over to the mechanical city for processing. This is an old rule. We will compensate you later. Seeing Cape being led by the other party, the other person couldn't help but frown and opened his mouth to say something. However, Gao Gong did not give the other party a chance to speak. He stared at the other party fiercely. And the murderous thought was activated instantly. Almost at the moment when the eyes collided, the full-level strong colonizer felt that his whole body was soaked in cold water. As if his body was no longer a living person, but a corpse. Murderous thought, an advanced application of the murderous field, interfering with the enemy's pineal gland, and producing a death illusion. Note, as a targeted target of the murderous field, the next attack must be a weak point attack. And at the same time, it will cause a lethal effect to those with weak wills. The person who came was also a full-level strong colonizer, so he would naturally not be killed by the eyes. Almost at the same time, countless spikes pierced out of his strong colonizer armor, and the whole person turned into a hedgehog. Unlike Cape's offensive type, this one's strong armor should be infiltration type, which can produce different types of response modes for different situations. Why don't you introduce it? Gao Gong said faintly. Cape was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. Shadow Force Commander Gao Shu. My old partner. He is not your enemy. Gao Gong did not speak, but secretly evaluated the combat power of both sides. Judging from the current state, he should have no problem dealing with a level 30 elite who takes the biological route. If there are 2 of them, it might be very difficult. Of course, this is a 1 versus 2 situation. If a fight really breaks out, it will be a group of people who will beat them up. Gao Gong is not pretending. He has given the security team enough patience. Killing B-level beasts, delivering blueprints, being honest and conscientious. Moreover, the present is different from the past. Now he has grown wings, and is infinitely close to the A-level radiation field. Even with his own team, he is sure to leave the beast tide safely, as long as the 2 A-level monsters don't target him. This time, if the security corps doesn't satisfy his appetite, he is really ready to turn the table and leave. We are all NPCs. Do you think I am a player? Since it is the problem of that Major General, let the Guel talk to me in person. Cape showed an embarrassed expression, but soon, he was no longer embarrassed, because an anxious voice came from the headset. Sir, they are taking action. Take action. At this moment, in the direction of the security corps' troops, their biggest reliance, 8 Titan IVs were either overturned on the ground, or there was a big hole in the ground, and most of the wheels were stuck in it. On the ground, metal loaches as thick as water tanks were shaking their heads and tails, flirting with Daisy. These metal loaches were the byproducts of Lao Qian and his team searched for desert worms. They were similar to desert worms, with the only advantage that their shells were harder than worms, making them very suitable for drilling into the ground. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans. It has been a long time since Gao Gong wanted to make trouble. Under normal circumstances, the security corps might not be caught, who made their elite troops all transferred away. The rotten fish and shrimp left behind can't stop the calculations of the old hands. Just a few D-class mechanical beasts. Compared to Gao Gong's giant beast Maginot 3, the heavy armored tanks with performance at least twice as strong as the one built by Gao Gong were stuck in the mud and completely withdrew from the military conflict. Hey, I'm telling you, those people in your command center have been controlled by us. Just listen to our boss, or we'll kill them. The arrogant voice of Matsushima Keiko came from the headset. The tone was quite bad. The expressions of Cape and Gao Shu both turned ugly. It turned out that Engineer Gao opened the radiation field not just to suppress others, but to cover up their attack. Engineer Gao, don't go too far. This time, Cape was also annoyed. Again, whoever is responsible, whoever talks, you are not qualified. These two elites of the mother city have never been humiliated like this. Even the generals of the security group would greet them with a smile. Besides, Engineer Gao is just a bumpkin in the radiation zone. At this time, Gao Shu pressed down Cape and directly entered a number in front of Gao Gong. However, after a moment, Gao Shu's expression became ugly. Brigadier General Guel is missing. What is certain is that he is guilty of military espionage. What a coincidence. Gao Gong sneered. But he was calm in his heart. There was no way. This old bald man was too famous. Guel, the future beast man, was in charge of all the biological manufacturing projects of the Knights. He was much better than those surrendered major generals. The first time he saw him, he decided that this old man, with a strong hairstyle, was a big spy. The reason why he didn't expose him was that, firstly, he had no evidence. And secondly, he also wanted to see if there was any opportunity to make good use of the waste. Now he used it. The boss was a traitor, and the other party's armed coup did not seem so difficult to accept. So, there is nothing to talk about? Why not? Don't you want to talk? I'll talk to you. A rough voice suddenly sounded. A huge figure appeared at the door. This person was Brigadier General Mozhan, the highest military commander of this battle. Chapter 96 Beast Tide Devours the Tiger. Mountain, elite of the Mother City, in terms of strength, even in the entire security corps, he can be ranked in the top 3. The top 3 is just a modest statement. In terms of combat power alone, he is the best in the corps. The reason why he was willing to switch from the regular corps to here, in addition to the fact that the headhunters paid enough, a big part of the reason was that this was a good place to make merit. In his eyes, every radiation beast is part of his mettle. However, this time, the beast tide made him suffer setbacks again and again. The A-level beast tide was upgraded to S-level, and he was tricked by 2 beasts, which made him suffer a great loss. When inspecting the battlefield, he was attacked by several radiation ecological beasts, and his injuries were serious. He had to go back to recuperate. The flying giant beast that was originally easy to capture was not fully captured because of the appearance of the giant Kuan. The front line had just been pacified, and the rear was on fire again. The generals of the same level betrayed the security corps and joined the terrorist group. He finally got rid of the blame. But who would have thought that the always obedient mechanical hunter would also give him a surprise? If he hadn't had time, he would have wanted to tell his fortune. Is this broken place incompatible with him? Why do bad things happen one after another, without interruption? Mozhan glared at Gao Gong fiercely. He wanted to give an order to raise this place to the ground. He could definitely do it. What if there were hundreds of elite beasts? Even if he only sent out half of the troops, he would still win. However, after this battle, there was no need to fight the beast tide. He could directly strategically shift. This kid's power was not big, nor was it small. It was just stuck in a very sad situation. He was really annoying. Why? Aren't you going to talk to me? Why aren't you talking? Engineer Gao narrowed his eyes and was about to speak. The next moment, a dark fist appeared in front of him. Bang! A wave of aftershocks rippled through the air, and the glassware around was shattered. If you beat me, we can negotiate any terms. Engineer Gao's figure crashed into the wall behind him, collapsing most of the wall. Cape sighed, thinking that his boss' temper was still the same as before. The next moment, countless cracks appeared on the ruins of mud and rocks. And suddenly there was a bang. Engineer Gao walked out with a dark face, and the blood armor on his 2 arms was densely covered with cracks. Fortunately, I had been using the mirror of still water. Otherwise, I would have been disfigured. With a fist that was 3 times the speed of sound, he was indeed a tough guy who could rival the Great Knight. I don't know how many specialties he had developed in his military leader template. You just said, as long as I beat you, everything will be fine? Under the effect of the A-level radiation field, the cracks on Gao Gong's arm quickly recovered, which made a hint of surprise flash in Ma Shan's eyes. When he was about to say something, he met Gao Gong's eyes, and in an instant he felt icy cold, as if he was soaking in a sea of blood and corpses. Even though he was determined, his body could not help but stiffen slightly. At the same time, the radiation power of 500 elite beasts gathered instantly, and the black tide once again submerged everyone. If the opponent was a player, he would clearly see that he had more than a dozen negative states on him, including weakness, mental suppression, reduced biological energy, facial disorder, energy burning, radiation damage, etc. However, the boss template is the boss template. The next moment, 56 energy nozzles suddenly burst out on the opponent's powerful beast armor, and the violent high-temperature particle flow instantly dispelled the surrounding radiation. A sense of alertness suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Gao Gong appeared in front of him without knowing when, half-crouched, put his hands together to form a knife, and the pair of iron wings behind him also folded up. For sword-style sword-slash radiation field mastery naturally also includes air mastery. Gao Gong made 4 air scabbards for himself. 4 white lines appeared in the air, and 4 explosions sounded at the same time. Mozan only had time to protect his face, and was slashed out by Gao Gong, and the iron door was smashed into pieces. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the best player in the Auto City, should be the best player in the Central Desert, was beaten out by the humanoid war beast. Fortunately, Mozan didn't lose face. As the particle stream from the energy nozzle was ejected, and the power of the 4 sword slashes was offset, he finally landed smoothly. You caused 54 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozan. You caused 37 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozan. You caused 24 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozan. You caused 63 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozan. Damn. He didn't break the defense. Like Gao Gong, the knife marks on Ma Shan's body were also slowly recovering. The strong armor under the complete technology is at least black technology level equipment. And even epic making. The equipment level reaches epic making, which means breaking through the upper limit of the first level civilization, and reaching the level of the second level civilization. The second level civilization, also known as multiplanetary civilization, can build extraterrestrial bases and carry out planetary migration. And this level of equipment has the ability to fight in outer space. In the ruins of the gate, Gao Gong walked out slowly. His body size has increased again, close to 3 meters. Like Fat Xiang, countless blue veins are beating on his skin. After the body expands, the blood armor can only cover the vital parts of the body, not the whole body. Engineer Gao's face was red and twisted, even mixed with a trace of pain. Ah! The blood armor on the shoulder blade broke again, and another pair of 2-meter-long iron bone blade wings squeezed out. The new nervous system received the first bioelectric stimulation. The bone wings trembled at first, then slowly stretched out, curling a fine breeze, and shaking off the mucus on them. What the hell is this thing? This time, even Mozan was shocked. Is this guy really a humanoid war beast? Is the biological transformation technology so strong? Gao Gong laughed grimly, took a long breath, and the black radiation energy turned into long strands of energy, wrapped around his body. The next moment, 2 nearly 3-meter monsters suddenly rose up at the same time. Their fists and claws collided fiercely, and a visible shock wave came from the attacking parts of the two. The next moment, the cranes weighing several tons were directly overturned. Everyone around stopped breathing, and all the living people within 100 meters fainted. This feeling was like 2 A-level radiation beasts fighting. Daisy's face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Everyone! All mechanical beast troops! Retreat immediately! Retreat immediately!" Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. The mountain, who was knocked away again, grabbed the barrel nose of an air cannon elephant with one hand. There were 50 energy nozzles on his back. The strong armor exploded at supersonic speed again. It was at this initial speed that the mountain swung his hand, and the giant elephant weighing several tons was smashed into the senior engineer alive. "Pig, tell me, what do you think you are?" Gao Gong's paw also stepped on a one-horned rhino, and with a sudden leap, the rhino screamed. Gao Gong appeared in the air again. Mirror in water was activated again, and the 4 blades were like a butcher cutting a cow. Without any sound, the air cannon elephant was chopped into more than a dozen pieces of meat. In the surging blood, the huge figure of the mountain appeared again, and all the energy nozzles were concentrated on his right fist, making his fist like an energy bomb. In fact, the power of this punch is definitely greater than that of an energy bomb of the same size. 1 kilogram of TNT can produce 4.2 million joules of energy, and an energy bomb of the same size is about 10 times that. The punch of the mountain is 10 times that of an energy bomb, which is equivalent to a supermicro nuclear bomb. A huge cannon shot sounded, and Gao Gong's figure seemed to go against the rules of physics, while stopping the forward charge. He moved half a meter sideways in the air, just avoiding the opponent's high-energy reaction punch. At the same time, a terrifying explosion sounded behind him. In addition to the corpses of 2 B-level monsters, the entire factory was razed to the ground. Gao Gong's blade limb shrank and expanded like a switchblade, and just cut into his abdomen. You caused 234 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozhan. You caused 54 points of damage to Mozhan. Broken defense? Gao Gong was delighted. But the next moment, a huge foot appeared in front of him and kicked him hard in the abdomen. The next moment, Gao Gong shot out like a cannonball and crashed into the camp of the security corps. His back seemed to hit something, and 6 groups of human-shaped blood mist appeared out of thin air. Answer me. Pig! The terrifying figure of the mountain descended again, but the figure of the engineer Gao disappeared, leaving only the dust aftermath of the air explosion. This is the mountain narrowed his eyes, and his figure disappeared again. To outsiders, it was just 2 figures that appeared like lightning, disappeared, reappeared, and disappeared again. The explosion in the air would not sound until a long time later. The naked eye could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Impossible. How is it possible? How can anyone fight against that monster of the mountain? Tiger General Mountain. Wasn't he transferred here to deal with the A-level radiation beast? The soldiers were already so surprised. Not to mention the mechanical hunters. Upper limit, he broke the upper limit. A mechanical hunter from another oasis was stunned. No, not just breaking the upper limit, but breaking through to a new level. The uniform hunter's eyes were full of enthusiasm. I see it. I see a new path. The cowboy hunter on the plasma horse said excitedly. Can anyone really do this? Relying on biological mutation? Desira was the most surprised, because she was the mechanical hunter who broke the upper limit of the hunter. The electronic spider eyes all over her body turned at the same time, and she could barely keep up with the speed of the two. But the more this happened, the more I could understand Gao Gong's horror. They were not on the same level at all. She and Gao Gong were both Mesozoic hunters, with similar growth backgrounds, and they were very familiar with each other. It can be said that Gao Gong could not beat Daisy before he was time-traveled. Although Gao Gong had a rich woman as his backer, there were only 2 rich women, and Daisy had an entire family behind her. If nothing unexpected happened, the gap between the two would get bigger and bigger. When Daisy reached the upper limit of hunters and her strength stagnated, the first generation of Gao Gong would slowly catch up. However, after a series of misfortunes, Desira suffered a heavy blow, and also experienced rebirth from the ashes. Whether it was out of gratitude for saving her life or gratitude for transformation, she had given up competing with Gao Gong for leadership. But she still wanted to fight for the position of the first mechanical hunter. However, Gao Gong's current performance was undoubtedly telling her, go ahead and fight. I have changed to a new costume to play. Unlike the mountain, every time Gao Gong moved, an explosion would sound. Finally, at the moment when the 3-dimensional mobile device was activated, the mountain appeared in the direction of the nozzle, grabbed the single molecule rope, and pulled it hard, and Gao Gong was pulled over alive. The rainy night knife mode was actually broken. Gao Gong had a flash of thought. But after a series of fights, he had already stacked up the killing power, with 15 layers of attack power, plus 15 randomly added attribute points. He was even stronger than when he just fought. He exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and then this overwhelming force rotated at high speed, and the 4 knife limbs and 2 knife arms simultaneously performed the sword dance. And it was the sword dance under the clear mirror and still water. The next moment, a huge blade storm broke out in the air, and the knife light was like a tornado, which was even stronger than the old version of the Reaper Commander. After countless exchanges of knife and palm, the task prompt finally sounded. Mission: Beast-Tide Devouring Tiger. Difficulty: difficult. Mission brief: facing the challenge of the strongest person in the security corps. Do you choose to surrender, or do you speak with your fists? Let the other party know. the strength of the strongest mechanical hunter. Mission goal: win/tie with Tiger General. Mission reward: experience plus 14,000, regional reputation plus 2,000, incomplete mechanical puzzle *1, 1 chance to draw a lottery. Chapter 97. I am the hunter, you are the prey. After destroying most of the surrounding equipment, Blade Storm finally won against the humanoid monster in the eye of the storm. With another shockwave explosion, Gao Gong's figure appeared, and his 4 blade limbs fiercely penetrated into the body of the Demon Mountain, taking away more than 500 points of real damage. And on the strong armor, there were at least more than 100 scratches. Many old knife scratches had not been completely repaired, and new knife wounds had already appeared. Armor: 1739/5000. Gao Gong's blood armor was only 300 points. However, the part where the blade was inserted suddenly changed. Black fluid continued to flow out, and it covered nearly half of the blade in an instant. Strong colonization invasion. Gao Gong felt that another biological will was fighting for control with him. The strong colonization armor squirmed wildly, and finally tore from the middle, revealing the huge mechanical body of the Demon Mountain, and the roar of the violent engine. The strong colonization armor in the separated state can actually invade by itself. The Demon Mountain actually has an endoskeleton, and it is also equipped with a built-in engine. This guy is hiding his strength. It's going to happen. As soon as Gao Gong thought of it, Mozhan clenched his arms and chopped hard, and the 2 blade limbs were cut off alive. You suffered 341 points of damage. Ah! The severe pain of the broken limb made Gao Gong's eyes full of bloodshot. All the 3-dimensional mobile devices ejected, pulled back violently, accompanied by the white smoke of corrosion. Gao Gong finally pulled out of the colony, and rolled to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The 2 blade limbs on his shoulder blade were cut in 2, and the blade limb under the shoulder blade seemed to be splashed with sulfuric acid, emitting white smoke. The whole person looked like a birdman with broken wings. Gao Gong's eyes twitched violently because of the pain. At the same time as the 3-dimensional mobile device exploded, he crossed hundreds of meters, and appeared in front of the 2 security soldiers. His 2 arms instantly inserted into the chests of the 2. The violent digestion sound rang out. In just 3 seconds, the 2 were sucked dry. Then Gao Gong repeated the same trick. In just a moment, 10 dried human flesh were born. The mountain didn't seem to care. As early as in the battlefield report sent by Cape, he knew that Gao Gong had a terrifying recovery method. And he also understood that in this environment, if the other party wanted to escape, he would definitely not be able to stop him. But if the other party really escaped, the people's hearts that had just gathered would disappear. Mozhan was able to become a battlefield commander. And he was not a real reckless man. At this moment, he did not take action, but was suspended in the air, with dozens of gears on his hands and thighs turning rapidly. As they turned, the strong colonization armor was actually turned in bit by bit. On Mozhan's mechanical body, a huge black tiger appeared on his chest. Cape shook his head. He admitted that Gao Gong had great potential, but to realize this potential, he would have to wait until the distant future. As for his boss, Mozhan, he had already proved himself in countless counterinsurgency wars. He was not Mozhan the strong colonizer. He was Devil Mountain Armor Tiger devouring Type 5. As the gears turned madly, the skull patterns on the surface of the mechanical body lit up. On the skull's face, 3 black holes emitted energy light. A total of 90 energy nozzles were in operation. It's really abnormal. So many energy nozzles. Gao Gong exhaled. It's worthy of being the elite of the Mother City. Generally speaking, the more nozzles, the higher the performance of the armor. Ordinary strong colonization armor has 16 energy nozzles, and mechas have more, but they will not exceed 30 nozzles. As for the reconstruction knights of large enterprises, using the most advanced heavy armor technology, the number of nozzles will not exceed 50. The reason is simple: the performance of the machine is one thing, and whether the user can control it is another. Mozhan uses the strong armor to withstand the overload of the machine body. And the reason why he can do this is that he used cells to fuse the strong armor during the 30-level carbon-based fusion process. The machine body becomes a weapon, and the strong armor is the body. A double health boss? It's not like I haven't seen one before. The mountain was suspended in the air, looking at Gao Gong jokingly, and hooked his finger. Pig. Come up. Give it a try. The next moment, the black tide surged, and the 3-dimensional mobile device's explosion sound rang out. Gao Gong appeared on the battlefield again. However, this time, the scene was one-sided. Gao Gong's body movements were still ghostly and unpredictable. Although he lost 4 blade limbs, his attack power was reduced. But in other aspects, it was not reduced much. This time, the mountain showed overwhelming power. No matter the speed, strength, or perception, they all clearly rose to a higher level. Punching and kicking, with sonic booms, Gao Gong could only dodge, and couldn't even fight back occasionally. In the eyes of outsiders, the mountain was stronger. But only Gao Gong understood that it was not that he became stronger, but that he became weaker. The 10th level carbon-based plus mechanical. The attributes were equivalent to the 20th level mechanical hunter, plus Gao Gong's series of high-quality human body transformations, which was roughly equivalent to the 20th level elite template. That's right. It's Desira's level. One of the main reasons why he looked so powerful is that he controlled the radiation field of 500 elite monsters, and mastered biological energy far beyond his level in a short period of time. This kind of energy control makes him look like a full-level strongman of the first-level civilization. But this is actually an illusion. His 5 attributes have not increased much. In terms of attributes alone, the mountain is at least 3 times his. If the attributes are within 2 times, the rainy night killing mode can still be used. But 3 times, it is a bit difficult to carry out. After all, the mountain is not a large monster, and it is impossible to repair its feet. The configuration of the 3-dimensional mobile device is to deal with large monsters, not humanoid monsters. The opponent saw through the operation of this mode and took the risk of destroying his weapon. In this way, he can't attack, can't cause damage, and the biological energy in his hands can't be converted into actual effects. So it's useless. He is worthy of being a veteran in the Mother City. He has practiced fighting the rebels. If it was a B-level radiation beast, he might have been hit by him for 99 moves. Pig, weren't you very arrogant just now? Tell me your plan. What did you call yourself just now? Hunter? Who do you want to hunt? The pariah in the radiation zone. The dog kept by the security group. Gao Gong didn't care. He was an old bastard. And if he couldn't even bear this little insult, how could he survive in the universe in the future? The mechanical hunters who were watching, however, gritted their teeth and had fire in their eyes. Gao Gong is now the hope of mechanical hunters, the new upper limit of this professional group. Now this upper limit is being beaten violently. And this kind of bitterness is simply indescribable. It was like his goddess was being abused by another man. Angry, extremely angry. Desila held down Keiko Matsushima, who was about to rush over and chop people, and made a sound through her gums. Don't make trouble, you will only get in the way. Beast. Beast. I'm going to chop him. Keiko Matsushima's face was red with anger, and her chest was about to swell with anger. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. The mountain found an opportunity, and crushed a 3-dimensional mobile device, and then tore another single-molecule rope apart. Then he grabbed Gao Gong's head, and smashed it hard on the corpse of the radiation beast. His body fell down, and his knee hit Gao Gong's abdomen hard. See, you are no different from them. There is still some difference. Gao Gong suddenly stretched out his hand, and the terrifying radiation black tide surged out again. But Mozhan dodged with a dexterity that did not match his body shape and stopped 50 meters away. You only have this trick left, isn't it? Mozhan mocked. The temper of this tiger general was one reason, and there was another reason. He wanted to provoke Gao Gong to fight him. A man cannot survive without a head, and a bird cannot fly without a head. If we solve him, then all problems will be solved. He knew that the other party's recovery ability was terrifying. But once a person was in a life and death situation, what use would the recovery ability be? Use morality to suppress Gao Gong and prevent him from running away. Use words to stimulate Gao Gong to fight with him. Kill him. Break the backbone of the mechanical hunter. And then interrogate the technology of taming wild beasts from his men. At the same time, avoid a real war. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Gao Gong glanced at the other party, took out a cigarette from his dry pocket, hung it on his bloody face, pinched it with his fingers, and lit it. Alas, why do you have to push people too far? Isn't it good for everyone to get along and make money? I'm not competing with you for the boss. Gao Gong blew a smoke ring, and the next moment, the terrifying black tide covered everything again. But this time, the black tide was particularly dense, and the crazy black fire began to burn in the tide. And the tip of the flame was a little white light. Are you going to fight to the death? The mountain was delighted. The next moment, the black fire gathered on Gao Gong. And in the radiating flames, Gao Gong groaned, and the skin and flesh on his waist were torn, and the tips of a pair of iron bone blade wings slowly squeezed out. The blood flow accelerated, but the third pair of blade limbs could not be squeezed out, while finally, Gao Gong spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the blade limb prototype was retracted. You lost 130 HP. Sure enough, Reaper cells also have limits. Have they mutated to the limit? When the mountain saw the scene, he became more certain of his judgment. The opponent's physical strength could not support the injection of this huge biological energy. Just like a B-level radioactive beast, if it forcibly controls the beast tide, it will also explode and die. So the lowest level of the beast tide is A level. Gao Gong vomited blood again, but this time, while vomiting blood, countless blood threads shot out from his body. The side effects of mutation, like those biological warriors? A trace of thought flashed in Ma Shan's eyes. So, the failure of the biological transformation warriors was not a trap set by the other party. You may have misunderstood something. Gao Gong picked up the cigarette, but from the pool of blood, shaken it, and held it in his mouth again. Do you think I'm using fighting to promote peace, or using the beast to protect my own dignity? Isn't that so? Mozan snorted coldly, and asked back. Then you have a misunderstanding. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. Actually, I came here this time. I really intend to overturn the table. What are you going to overturn the table with? Good question. Gao Gong pointed to the opposite side. Opposite side? A huge radioactive beast corpse. It was the colorful pterosaur. A dead body. Or a dead body with only a skeleton left. The mountain laughed. Gao Gong didn't care. You should have heard that in the previous battle. I once controlled this giant beast for a short time. But you probably don't know how I drive it. Just control the nervous system? The face of the mountain began to change. He felt something was wrong, because the colorful pterosaur and the huge corpse behind Gao Gong began to emit violent radiation. Half black, half white. I could have upgraded a long time ago. Why am I always suppressing my level? Isn't it just to go the carbon-based plus mechanical route? Why do I have to go this route? Because it can fight. Why can't it fight? Because it can transform. If you don't believe me, I'll transform into one and show you. The mountain didn't intend to listen to Gao Gong anymore, and the strong uneasiness made him want to kill Gao Gong. However, the next moment, the terrifying beast tide started again, and Mozan had to cross his hands to block the energy tide. The violent energy pushed him out of the ruins. He only vaguely saw that the three intact tail wings of the colorful pterosaur began to slowly detach under the influence of the energy tide, and then inserted one by one into Gao Gong's back. On the corpse of another giant beast, countless black feathers floated down and stuck to the bare tail wings. Affected by this, the four blade limbs grew out again, and were also stuck by the black feathers. From iron blade wings to fallen angel wings. Professor Han, who had been watching this battle remotely, was suddenly stunned. Can the power of the brain in the jar be used in this way? In his eyes, those feathers were not floating down, but picked by countless activated nerve bundles that were invisible to the naked eye. The brain in the jar is known as an otaku artifact, and it contains thousands of brains in one. But on the other hand, it can also piece together the corpses of organisms into a new organism. Of course, this can only be achieved when the carbon base and the machine reach an absolute balance. Otherwise, it will be like those biologically modified warriors. After just a few uses, the biological rejection will go out of control. Moreover, this transformation will only be more dangerous. The biological rejection and mechanical rejection will reach a terrifying number at the same time. Gao Gong raised his right arm, and countless red threads were inserted into the body of the giant beast. This B-level mechanical beast is called Ironback Flying Dragon. The hardest part is its biological alloy spine. The next moment, the spine giant gun split the body. The mountain suddenly figured out something. He thought that the opponent's body could not bear such terrifying biological energy. Without a strong body, no matter how powerful the energy is, it cannot be turned into a weapon. But in fact, these two huge corpses of giant beasts are the best carriers. And the opponent's previous preparations were for this moment. At some point, the thundercloud electric eel cubs flew into the sky, and the terrifying radiation field made them feel like they were returning home. Soon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning snakes were dancing wildly. Under the dark clouds, in the terrifying black tide, a figure slowly flew up. holding a giant mechanical gun, and 6 black wings flapping continuously. The scene in front of them reflected fear in everyone's eyes. That day, humans finally remembered the fear of being dominated by those monsters. On the black wings, white light and fire burned. This is the power of the A-level radiation beast. Gao Gong tilted his head. What did you ask me just now? I told you. I am a hunter. And you are the prey. Chapter 98. You implanted the tail of a colorful pterosaur energy absorption, bioenergy plus 50,000, mechanical energy plus 30,000. You implanted the tail of a colorful pterosaur invisible radiation field, bioenergy plus 42,000, mechanical energy plus 55,000. You implanted the tail of a colorful pterosaur biological mimicry, bioenergy plus 45,000, mechanical energy plus 45,000. You forcibly absorbed the flesh and blood cells of the iron-backed flying dragon, mechanical energy plus 50,000, obtain the ability Iron Claw Strengthening. You forcibly absorbed the flesh and blood cells of the iron-backed flying dragon, bioenergy plus 50,000, obtain the biological weapon Spine Magic Gun. You obtained Class A Radiation Field. Warning, warning, your human body is in disorder, mechanical rejection will increase at 35 points/second. Warning, warning, your human body is in disorder, biological rejection will increase at 45 points/second. Warning, warning, once biological/mechanical rejection reaches the upper limit, it will cause irreversible damage to the human body. Warning, your biological body has mutated. Warning, your mechanical body is mutated. Today's Gao Gong looks very much like a leader of fallen angels, the embodiment of arrogance among the 7 deadly sins. 3 tail wings pierce from the back, and the tip pierces from the chest, as if 3 bone spurs have grown on the chest, and blood slowly flows out from the roots of the bone spurs. On the surface of the body, the exposed muscles multiplied rapidly, which looked like a living person mutating, or a B-level bird or beast resurrecting from a human body. As Gao Gong's 3 pairs of black wings flapped, a large amount of silver-white liquid flowed down from the wings. This was the metal liquid secreted by the titanium alloy bone hyperplasia. At the same time, on Gao Gong's skin, a terrible heat began to breathe, and a large amount of water vapor evaporated. The surface of the body was visibly rotting. Quick battle. Quick decision. In the white light, Gao Gong suddenly appeared in front of Mozhan, looking down at him, and the next moment, the spine magic spear in his hand chopped him down on the head. What a joke. The mountain raised his head and roared. 90 energy nozzles on his body lit up. The gears on his arms turned wildly. The violent ion airflow directly formed a saber-toothed tiger on his body. His 2 arms turned into 2 giant teeth of the saber-toothed tiger. Sitting tiger. The next moment, the magic gun hit the tiger teeth, and the violent aftermath formed whirlpools of various sizes in the air. During the stalemate, gears exploded one after another, and the light on the magic gun became brighter and brighter. Finally, with the 6 fallen angel wings flapping again, the white radiation field poured into Gao Gong's body like the sky, and the terrifying power rose again. Mozhan finally couldn't hold on any longer, his arms loosened, like a shell being hit into the ground, exploding layers of smoke. You caused 1,200 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozhan, causing 9% mechanical damage. You caused 2,300 points of damage to Mozhan, causing high-temperature radiation effect. Gao Gong raised his magic gun again, the white radiation energy condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, the terrifying sky fire fell from the sky. This time the range attack was not only aimed at Mozhan, but also at other security soldiers. Kill them! Leave no one alive! The next moment, all the mechanical beasts went berserk. They pounced on them frantically, biting and devouring them. Sporadic gunshots rang out, and then they were drowned by the terrifying beasts. Go! Desira transformed directly into a crazy spider, with a human head and a spider body, and her hands and feet spitting out spider silk frantically, pulling soldiers out of the temporary trenches one by one, and then injecting venom. Kill! 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 Matsushima Keiko also activated the battle algorithm ran Cherry Blossom Dance. On the palm-shaped knife grip, several connecting wires were inserted into the handle of the smart sword. The petite figure rushed forward, and wherever she passed, the knife flashed. The gun barrel was cut off, and the human body was cut off. The sharpness of the sword, often the corpse will be separated 1 second after the killing. The outermost mechanical hunters looked at each other. The military hunter was the first to respond. He swung his hands. 2 sabers came out from his palms. The blades were scarlet. This was the blood that could not be washed off. Then he rushed towards a position ferociously. Saber Tamir, a standard fighting mechanical hunter, a fanatical worshipper of violence. The cowboy hunter swung his dreadlocks violently. The plasma horse, which used to have a bad temper, took the initiative to connect with him, and 1 man and 1 horse rushed down. Hang them! Cowboy Apu, the first-line mechanical hunter of the horse farm. What are you hesitating about? A mechanical transformation maniac whose transformation level is no less than that of Black God roared wildly. His arm was directly deformed, revealing the black muzzle of the gun, while the paratrooper-type heavy machine gun was running wildly, spurting out terrifying flames. The mechanical hunters of the horse farm, the mechanical hunters of the entertainment city, the mechanical hunters of the new steel city, turned their guns one by one, and began to kill the soldiers of the security group. There are many reasons, and the enthusiasm is indispensable. They are all crazy. The creeper gnashed his teeth. Under the horrible radiation of the A-level radiation field, he felt that his previous injuries had healed by 50% to 60%. And he looked younger. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. He stamped his feet. The next moment, a broken arm liquor roared out. Under the blessing of the high-level radiation field, a deformed arm slowly grew out of the broken part. A soldier's head just popped out of the trench. But the next moment, a big mouth fell from the sky and bit off half of his head. Gao Gong was suspended in the air. With a thought, countless black feathers fell. Each feather turned into a black fire arrow, shooting towards the fleeing soldiers. It was fun to transform for a while, and he could use ranged skills at will. You dare! A white lion suddenly rose from the ground, and appeared behind Gao Gong in an instant. The figure of the mountain appeared again, and this time, all his energy nozzles were concentrated on his palms again. In addition, there was the black light of the strong colonization armor. The two merged into one, forming a gray color, and as his palms moved, covering him. Gray covered the 100 by 100 area, directly cutting off the connection between Gao Gong and the radiation field. In this space, all kinds of radiation energy disappeared quickly, or were expelled. Field skills. Gao Gong did not move, but red electric currents as thick as his arm appeared out of thin air, covering 3 by 3 meters around him. Every electric current flashed by could take away hundreds of HP of the opponent. For a while, Ma Shan's HP dropped wildly. Bioelectricity release, a necessary skill for advanced life, called Super Saiyan mode by players, is also one of the few means that can cause real damage, because it acts directly on the cell level. The mountain was entangled by blood-colored electric currents, and his movements froze subconsciously. Gao Gong's voice rang directly in his mind. You don't seem to understand one thing. Do you think that by cutting off my connection with the radiation field, you can cut off my biological energy? If I had done this earlier, it might have worked. But now, I am radiating. Gao Gong opened his arms. And the next moment, strands of white light overflowed from the cells, connecting into one. And then, the terrifying white light suddenly flooded the surroundings. Just like sunshine, cleansing the world. You cause 4321 damage to the mountain. Even if he is a full-level warrior, his HP cannot be as abnormal as that of the same level radiation beast. Even with a leader template, it would be good to have tens of thousands. Especially after the transformation, Gao Gong either deals area damage or real damage, and the master-level fighting skills are useless here. It's over. Looking at the mountain falling from the sky again, Gao Gong held the magic gun upside down, like an inverted Ding Hai Shen Jin. Before he landed, Gao Gong's figure appeared in front of him like teleportation. The drill-sized gun tip pierced the opponent's chest, piercing it in midair. And when it landed, it was like a bomb exploding. And in the violent smoke and dust, a big bowl with a diameter of 20 meters was smashed out. In the first-level mechanical civilization, the strong who took the transformation route, even if they reached the maximum level, their mechanical energy would not exceed 50,000. This is not determined by talent, but by the upper limit of the technological level. Of course, this does not include the weapon system, energy system, and exoskeleton system, but only the degree of pure human body transformation. If we also include these mechanical energies, we have to add a 0 at the end, which is 500,000 mechanical energies. If we compare it to a Class A radiation beast, it is about half of the opponent. But if we take into account the size, we will understand that in the direction of human mechanization transformation, It has been developed to the limit, and there is nothing that can be changed. At the same unit density, the full-level human transformation even exceeds the Class A radiation beast. Going further, we can only take the large-scale route, the Legion route. But that is the matter of the second-level civilization. But this will have two disadvantages. First, your real HP cannot be as high as that of monsters of the same level. The monster has 100,000 HP, and you are lucky to have 10,000 HP. Second, your mechanical weapons cannot be used as easily as your hands and feet. You can only use as much as your armor can, and cannot evolve autonomously. To put it simply, it is not easy to break the upper limit. But the carbon-based flow plus mechanical flow can easily break the upper limit. For example, you are a biologically modified warrior, and you have integrated a high-level mechanical life, such as a certain transformer. The mechanical energy can exceed 1 million, not to mention 100,000. Or like Gao Gong, temporarily fused with the corpse of a Class B radiation beast, and directly mastered the Class A radiation field in advance. When it reaches the maximum level 30, with the help of carbon-based fusion, it can integrate mechanical life/carbon-based life beyond the civilization level and break the level limit in one fell swoop. This is the information Gao Gong specially collected in his previous life to avenge a woman. As a result, he came through before he could use it. You caused 4,121 points of armor damage to Tiger General Mozhan. Under the nearly 10-ton magic gun, even the Devil Mountain Armor Tiger Devouring Type 5 could not withstand this pure physical attack. And the upper and lower bodies were split into two, and a large number of pipelines and circuits were torn. Fuck. Finally done. Gao Gong barely hesitated, grabbed a 10-meter-long black wing with his backhand, and pulled it out with force. At the root of the wing, there were a lot of blood threads and nerve circuits. As he pulled hard, the flesh bulged like a tumor, exploded, and the blood vessels and meridians were torn. You remove the 7-colored pterosaur tail energy absorption. Biological energy 50,000. Mechanical energy 60,000. Biological rejection 100. Mechanical rejection 300. Gao Gong used the same trick again, but the remaining two fallen wings seemed to have their own biological consciousness. The muscles at the root of the wing squirmed, and began to connect more closely, as if they didn't want to leave after coming. However, if it didn't leave, the rejection in Gao Gong's body would kill him. When the 3 wings were pulled out, countless black feathers fell down, and Gao Gong's body gradually shrank, returning to about 2 meters, with only 3 fist-sized blood holes on his upper body. He glanced at the panel, and found that both biological rejection and mechanical rejection exceeded 1,000. And he couldn't help but grin. You know, for ordinary biological transformers, their biological rejection is less than 200, and they are already attacked by biological weapons, and mutated badly. That is to say, Gao Gong, who used biological transformation to block mechanical rejection, and mechanical transformation to intercept biological mutation, was able to have a buffer zone 5 times more than others. Just when Gao Gong turned his head and revealed the back of his head, the dead mountain's eyes lit up, and the mechanical mouth suddenly opened, and a ball of black fluid shot at Gao Gong, madly implanted in Gao Gong's body. In just 2 seconds, Gao Gong's back was already completely black, and the back of his head was like a professor at a magic academy. And a noseless monster grew. The mountain moved his mouth, twisted his facial features, and made a strange tone. A very, very good body. Now, it's mine. Gao Gong seemed to be humming something. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Your colorful pterosaur cells are removed. Biological rejection minus 50. Your colorful pterosaur cells are removed. Mechanical rejection minus 80. Your iron-backed flying dragon cells are removed. Mechanical rejection minus 80. Your iron-backed flying dragon cells are removed. Biological rejection minus 70. Your fusion is fun for a while. Separation is a crematorium. Compared to the big items, the cells of advanced organisms are the most difficult to deal with. But there are always kind people who are willing to help him selflessly. Does my body make you happy? The mountain screamed silently, and the black substance transformed by the clone tried to crawl out frantically. However, the cells of the colorful pterosaur and the iron-backed flying dragon said, I can't bully the host. And I can't bully you. A large number of advanced biological cells rushed up, like wild beasts that smelled blood. It would be fine under normal circumstances. After all, they are homesick. But since you have already forced invasion, doesn't this mean that you are not here to destroy this family? You are here to join this family. Then what else is there to say? The male feast starts. Let's do it together. Thanks to the gift of nature, after the last stream of reproductive fluid burst, Gao Gong's mechanical rejection and biological rejection dropped below 300 points at the same time. Gao Gong's sacrifice of male beauty is worth it, showing his sexy back. Mission completed, experience plus 14,000, regional reputation plus 2,000, incomplete mechanical puzzle *1, 1 chance to draw. You killed Tiger General Mozhan, security core reputation -2,000, current status, hostile. Your strength is recognized by the mechanical hunter profession. You get the title of the first mechanical hunter, regional reputation plus 5,000. You surpassed level 20, killed a high-level humanoid boss, specialization points +1, then draw a mechanical blueprint from the enemy, get an extra chance to draw. Senior engineer looked around, and found that since some time, a circle of colleagues surrounded the pit. The eyes of these people were very passionate, well, like the eyes of a rich woman looking at me. I don't know who was the first to kneel down on one knee. One after another, the whole circle of people finally knelt down. You are quite passionate. Do you really want to be my slave? Gao Gong shook his body, and looked at the system panel again. You forcibly implanted high-level biological limbs, strength permanently -1, agility permanently -1, permanent perception -2, human body system disorder, human body transformation temporarily sealed. Please solve it as soon as possible. Oh my god, you are pretending to be awesome and losing your attributes. Gao Gong looked miserable. Chapter 99 Scorched Earth Plan. It was not until the next day that a shocking piece of news reached the rear. General Mozhan, the best commander of the security corps, died. When Dongli heard the news, his mind went blank. In fact, he had just met Mozhan yesterday, and he should have been the last officer of the security corps to meet Mozhan. At that time, the traitor Guel ran away, and a lot of people were involved, and the people in the base camp were in a panic. For this reason, Mozhan rushed over from the front line without stopping, and appeased a lot of officials with kind words, and the last one to meet was him. At that time, the conversation was halfway through when a phone call came in. Mozhan's face immediately turned ugly, and he cursed ungrateful natives and pigs, and then immediately arranged for a special plane to pick him up. The conversation ended hastily. Who would have thought that after just one day, he would receive the news of the other party's death? When he learned that the person who killed Mozhan was actually Gao Gong, he was stunned again. This time, the time he was stunned was even longer than the last time. Senior engineer, he had seen him. He remembered this young man very clearly. As the representative of the Legion at that time, he was responsible for awarding medals to the two young men, in recognition of their great contribution to resisting the beast tide. He also negotiated a business deal by the way. Biological warriors are indeed battlefield weapons, worthy of a war badge. This is nothing. What he valued more, actually, were the 2 sets of new equipment purchased in large quantities. With these equipment, the efficiency of ordinary soldiers killing monsters increased by 3 times. Because of the equipment, at least 1/5 of the yellow zone turned green again. Of course, there is no doubt that this is his credit. So he has a good impression of the inventor of the equipment, the mechanical hunter named Gao Gong. He even planned to bring him to his own oasis for training after the war. After all, the security corps also needs to absorb fresh blood. However, he never expected that Gao Gong would defeat, and even kill the security corps' top combat force, the Mountain. That was a super mechanical transformer that was dug from the mother city at a huge cost. And his combat power was also recognized by the security corps' highest commander, the lieutenant general, who even praised him. He alone was as good as a 1,000-man army. However, he was killed by a lowly mechanical hunter. How ridiculous. The door was knocked, and the adjutant's voice sounded. Chief of Staff. It's time for questioning. Dongli stood up and walked outside an interview room, just in time to see another Oasis Chief of Staff preparing to leave. When the other saw Dongli, he squeezed his lips, as if trying to force a smile. But he didn't do it. He sighed. What's going on with this war? Not only Dongli, but even the investigator sent by the Major General twitched his lips. There is no way. The current situation is really incomprehensible. The most difficult and toughest frontline has just achieved an excellent result, and the seemingly safest rear was destroyed by a terrorist organization. A top military commander was actually an insider of the terrorists. The main force of the security group has retained most of its strength, and even several super elite troops have not been deployed. Another top military commander, the strongest Demon Mountain, was defeated. Ridiculous. Incomparably ridiculous. The higher the official position, the faster you die? If we put ourselves in their shoes, Dong Li also didn't know how to deal with Major General Xiaotong, the person in charge of the Central Desert. Is it to airdrop a person in charge to continue fighting against the Beast Tide? Or to dispatch troops to avenge the Demon Mountain? Or to take advantage of the retreat of the Beast Tide to counterattack the Wasteland City? Seemingly diametrically opposed approaches will have a profound impact on the war. After he sat down, the investigator said, "Chief of Staff, tell me what you know about this rebel. I met him once." "No. It should be twice. The first time was in the headquarters. He left a deep impression on me at that time." "Is it the time when you killed the logistics director Gao?" The messenger interrupted. "Yes, my thought at that time was, this young man is a bit rebellious," Dong Li said, while thinking divergently. In fact, when the war reached this point, unless Major General Xiaotong came in person, no one could replace the glorious Demon Mountain. But he didn't come. Is he afraid? The young mechanical hunter has a fighting power that exceeds Demon Mountain. If he is full of energy, and launches another decapitation operation, and kills another major general, then their Central Desert will really become famous. For some reason, when thinking of this, Dong Li actually found it a little funny. This is probably black humor. Who on earth would parachute in? The information collected from various channels began to be reported to the upper echelons of the security group. Gradually, a character was sketched out. Powerful, arrogant, clear about love and hate. Inheriting the human body modification technology of the old generation of hunters, he can always come up with a variety of new equipment, and it is suspected that there is a special equipment development department. He has many strong men under his command, and a powerful mechanical beast troop. Like the advanced radiation beast, he has the special ability to control the radiation field and even the beast tide, and the most incomprehensible speed. This person rose to prominence so quickly that it took him only 3 months from beginning to end. 3 months ago, he was just an ordinary mechanical hunter. If he had to say what his specialty was, it might be that the part was particularly long. Otherwise, how could he be kept by someone? A note on the dark web. On a super yacht in the sulfuric acid river, a group of dangerous people are hiding in it, playing cards, smoking, exercising, playing virtual machines, in short. There are wolves crying and ghosts howling. Many waiters are hesitant to speak, but after seeing the thick arms of these people, and various modified weapons, they dare not say a word. The previous owner of this yacht was a tycoon named Wang in the desert, and this tycoon took the initiative to transfer this super yacht to thank a big assassin for taking his son on a free day trip. The current owner of this super yacht is a certain Rose brand rich woman. On the surface, this super yacht is used for rich people to hold chaotic parties. It is decorated extremely luxuriously, with a total of 6 floors, 4 helicopter landing pads, 30 cabins, including a virtual body club, a sanatorium, and an indoor swimming pool that also serves as a dance floor. But secretly, this yacht is actually used for smuggling some special items that cannot pass through the cross-river conveyor belt, or some luxury goods that cannot be obtained in the desert. Even some people, such as wanted criminals in the mechanical city, the trump cards of the killer group, and even some important figures of the rebels. As long as you give enough, anything can be given. As early as the night before the incident, Gao Gong sent the people of the cable tribe out through the dark web. The rest was easy to handle. The domesticated mechanical beasts were grazed anywhere, and 20 or 30 first-line mechanical hunters traveled light, hiding during the day and going out at night. And they joined the main force smoothly. The first and second floors of the yacht were occupied by mechanical hunters, and the third and fourth floors were the residences of the cable tribe members. The fifth floor was where the core members lived, and on the sixth floor, Gao Gong was the only one. At this moment, he was having a virtual video chat with Sister Rose. Sister Rose seemed to be at a luxurious dinner party, wearing a backless black dress and holding a cocktail. As for Littlefinger, he was dressed in a suit and seemed to have finally escaped from the battlefield. He was in high spirits. At this moment, his virtual projection was circling around Engineer Gao, making a sound of tisk. "I can't tell. I really can't tell. You actually killed the mountain. It's not scientific. Not scientific at all. How did you do it?" Black Rose looked calm, and didn't seem to care much about the noise made by Engineer Gao. and the bright red wine in her hand was turning. What are you thinking now? With your current strength and influence, you will be valued if you join any party except the security corps. Where do you want to go? Galgong lazily lay in the swimming pool and said with a smile, "Let's go." Why do you want to go? Littlefinger was puzzled. Do you still want to stay? Don't be funny. Which oasis can accommodate you now? You killed the ace of the security corps with your own hands. Littlefinger's face changed. You kid are not thinking about joining the Knights. Are you? That's a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. Galgong smiled and waved his hand. A bottle of beer was brought over by the bionic maid. How could that be? I am a good citizen. He took a sip of wine. I am waiting for the amnesty. Do you still want to cooperate with the security corps? Black Rose raised her thin and long eyebrows, like a sword out of its sheath. Why not? Galgong shrugged. What is the best thing for a puppet army like the security corps? Of course, it is to betray loyal people. Mozhan is the big loyal person. He knows that, after the start of the Hydra campaign, 3 of the 6 major generals of the security corps defected before the war, 1 ran away, 1 disappeared. And only 1 died on the battlefield. What can't this spineless person do? Black Rose was silent for a while, and said, Do you know the Scorched Earth plan? Senior Engineer took a sip of beer and waited to hear what was going on. In order to prevent the oasis from being breached, the security corps has been preparing a final action plan. The content of this plan is that when the beast tide is really unstoppable, a nuclear bomb will be dropped from the launch silo of the Sky City, and the target will be the Scavenger City. Senior Engineer was stunned for a moment. Directly destroy the ecology of the urban area. Nuclear bombs cannot kill radioactive beasts, and may even make radioactive beasts evolve faster. This is actually not accurate. Littlefinger seemed to know this plan. As long as the equivalent of the nuclear bomb is large enough, the energy generated by the nuclear reaction exceeds the absorption rate of the beasts, and those monsters can be solved. And the main force of this beast tide is radioactive beasts. As long as one of the A-level commanders is killed, the resulting continuous explosion reaction will be enough to destroy this beast tide. Littlefinger scratched his nose. As for whether the high concentration of radiation will give birth to more terrifying monsters after the nuclear explosion, who cares? How can you still have face when you can't even save your butt? Besides, bombing the urban area is just a scorched earth plan. Plan B, everyone knows that the urban area is a super large nuclear battery. If a nuclear bomb is dropped there, it will be twice as effective as the result with half the effort. What is Plan A? The senior engineer asked. Force those 2 A-level radiation beasts to fight them outside the urban area. At the critical juncture of the battle between the 2 sides, the Littlefinger made a parabolic motion. They didn't even let their own people go. It's worthy of the style of the security corps. Senior engineer exhaled and said. Black Rose took a sip of wine. According to the information I got, at the top level, this plan has always been controversial. Even if it really reaches that critical juncture, it may not get a majority vote. But this is limited to their own people. If it were you, if you were fighting against the beast tide on the front line, then it is certain that this nuclear bomb would definitely fall on your head. Chapter 100, The Core of Civilization. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done when you have someone above you. It is precisely because of this position of being below others that Galgong knew about the Scorched Earth plan. After stroking the wine bottle in his hand for a while, Galgong raised his head and showed a confident smile. I won't give them this opportunity. Just figure it out yourself. Sister Rose is still so generous. The wind blows. Her red curly hair sways slightly. Her eyes are far away, and I don't know what she is thinking. Littlefinger had a different opinion. Hey, are you stupid? That's a nuclear bomb. Who can escape from that level of explosion? Or kill the mountain? Are you getting cocky? Leave early and be free. Just come to help us. We need it here. Littlefinger seemed to want to say something, but his virtual projection was turned off by Sister Rose. Sister Rose, where are you now? Galgong asked suddenly. The night view over there seems to be particularly good. More than good, behind the beautiful lady in gorgeous clothes, he saw the bright night sky, the sky full of stars, and 2 moons. That's right. As a planet, G-Li star has 2 satellites, one of which is a natural satellite, and the other is an interstellar project from the civilized era, with an old satellite base on it. In the last life, the cyber wave broke out, and G-Li star was destroyed by black hole weapons. The only way to escape was to grab a ticket on Noah's Ark, And the destination of this arc was this satellite called Asakusa. Asakusa Ghost Wife is a mythological story of this planet. The plot is similar to Chang'e flying to the moon. But Asakusa is not Chang'e. Nor is it a jade rabbit, but a white-haired fox. Like most strange stories from a Chinese studio stories, a female demon becomes a demon. And because of racial persecution by religious people, she has to immigrate to another planet. As a result, because the interstellar navigation technology is not advanced enough, she can only settle down on the satellite. This is probably the story. The story is not important. What is important is that Sister Rose seems to be out of the atmosphere? You want to take care of my business? Black Rose's tone revealed a hint of royal sister-like indifference. I dare not. Gao Gong immediately admitted his defeat. Get up. She looked at Gao Gong soaking in the swimming pool and suddenly said, Okay. Gao Gong immediately stood up, revealing his tall figure, strong muscles, and a pair of elephant brand briefs, making the elephant come alive. Turn around. Okay, do you want to take off your pants? However, Sister Rose did not seem satisfied with Gao Gong's surging figure, and rudely ordered, Before I come back, you must reduce your figure to the previous one. I don't like your current figure. The little wolf dog is the favorite of the rich woman, and the little wolf dog becomes a big tiger, then he can only follow the route of the elderly rich woman. Sister Rose's aesthetics don't seem to be that old-fashioned. Losing weight is no problem. Gao Gong looked down, and said with some embarrassment, But not all parts can be reduced. After hearing this, Black Rose finally curled her lips. Then you can lose weight, and when I go back, you must satisfy me. Of course I will. Gao Gong looked serious, even more serious than when he dealt with the mountain. This is called loving what you do, and trying to do your job well. Work hard and make contributions. Even if you die, you must die at work. Black Rose turned off the projection watch on her wrist. And then the voice of Littlefinger's complaint came over. Since he is so good at fighting, wouldn't it be a good idea for you to bring him here? That's not how he is used. Black Rose drank the wine in one gulp, and then threw the wine glass gently. The wine glass drew a beautiful arc above the sky garden built based on anti-gravity technology, and fell into the giant swimming pool decorated as a beach with VR technology, rich people, entrepreneurs, well-dressed people, glamorously dressed artificial stars, and the simulated music that acts on all senses. Who would have thought that this is the headquarters of the Security Corps? The Sky Battleship with a rating of Level 7 aircraft in the Mother City. And the direction of the Sky Battleship is the nearest space elevator. These upper-class people will have more exciting enjoyment there. Mrs. Chowrise. The guests greeted Black Rose. And Sister Rose also put away her edge, smiling charmingly and brilliantly, seamlessly connecting with the socialite of the upper class. A noble descendant of the space world. A noble lady. I still like the home virtual experience machine. The somatosensory terminal here is too good. I'm afraid that if I play for a few more days, I will have to change my kidney again. Littlefinger caught up with Black Rose in 2 steps and complained. Did you come here to do this? Sister Rose scolded in the interval of her dignified manner. Littlefinger shrugged, with a face of muddling through and enjoying life in the moment. Such a dangerous mission. Why are you looking for your little wolf dog? Why are you looking for me? The Sky Battleship flew to the space elevator to pick up someone. This person was the owner of the Sky Battleship, the Lieutenant General who founded the Security Corps. Almost no one knows that. In addition to being the white glove of the Cloud Nobles, this Lieutenant General has more identities. The last governor of the asteroid belt, the suppressor of the alien colony's bionic rebels, the old consortium executioner with blood on his hands, and the target that the rebel leader wants to get rid of as soon as possible. And their assassination target is precisely this dangerous Lieutenant General. Sister Rose is much calmer than I thought. After hanging up the virtual phone, Gao Gong muttered to himself. He was still willing to see Sister Rose's surprised expression. Or, they have more troublesome targets. And the mountain they killed is not worth mentioning, although Sister Rose pretends very well. As a man who has always been below the rich woman, he can always observe problems from a special angle. For example, although Sister Rose disguises very well, she is actually in a bad mood. More importantly, he feels a faint murderous intent from her. This sister often gives him a feeling of unfathomable depth. Of course, this unfathomable depth is not in bed, but in terms of strength, at least stronger than the mountain. Gao Gong quickly put aside his worries in this regard. First, she had confidence in Sister Rose. This sister was just like him. They all planned before taking action. Second, he had more confidence in himself. After all, the water was not deep, and the dragon was alive. As long as his strength improved quickly, many problems would not be a problem. After a fierce battle, Gao Gong did not plan to immediately start a new job. After all, his current physical condition was not very good. Besides, if the boss was so busy, what would the workers do? Thinking about whether to experience the virtual body club on the ship, he still has an archaeological spirit for the backward entertainment methods of this planet. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Although one rich woman is far away, the other rich woman is right in front of him. It's better not to make trouble. After coming out of the swimming pool, Gao Gong continued to lie on the beach chair like Guyu, drinking a little bit, and squinting his eyes to appreciate the scenery. In fact, there is no scenery to appreciate. Perhaps it has corroded enough lives. The water of the sulfuric acid river is very turbid. This turbidity is not the turbidity of mud and sand, but an unhealthy white turbidity. Sometimes sulfuric acid gas bursts out from the bottom of the river, and bubbles are gurgling on the surface of the river. It looks very dangerous. The cross-river conveyor belt, which only occasionally runs, can barely be considered a scenery. This cross-river conveyor belt is a bit like a mechanical cross-river bridge. The biggest difference between it and the cross-river bridge is that it can be expanded and retracted. When it is needed to transport goods, it is expanded section by section. When it is not needed, it is split from the middle. The metal deck is retracted section by section, and the bridge body of hundreds of miles is retracted to the bridge foundations on both sides. This structure, on the one hand, prevents sulfuric acid gas from corroding the bridge body, and on the other hand, prevents some sea monsters from crossing the river and directly crashing the bridge. This kind of scene is often seen in disaster movies. This is certainly not a megastructure, nor an interstellar project. It is at most a planetary building, and even a relatively low-level one, compared to space elevators, super signal towers, high-orbit space stations. It is more than one level lower. However, these thousands of mechanical drawings and mechanisms are not something that players can put together. To build this kind of building, what is needed is the professional knowledge chain, also known as system knowledge. A player, before reaching the maximum level of his secondary job, upgrades all his professional knowledge to the maximum level. And then, he has a chance to merge all the maximum level knowledge to form a professional knowledge chain. And by gambling on blueprints between professional knowledge chains, he can gamble out large-scale building blueprints. Under the framework of a civilization, there are at least 7 or 8 knowledge chains. Only by merging these 7 or 8 knowledge chains can we create the core of civilization. And this civilization core is the key to the next level of civilization. In ordinary civilizations, this is a top secret, and it is impossible to give it to outsiders. But the cyber test site is different. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, this kind of top secret is just some civilization experiment materials, which means that its confidentiality is not that strong. In fact, this is the most precious thing in the novice village, such as the cyber test site. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is not known until the player enters the interstellar. But it is too late to regret it by then. A high-level character and a civilization leader are two completely different concepts. No matter how strong the former is, at most, he can be a special forces king returning to the city, transforming into a personal bodyguard for some female entrepreneurs, taking the civilian route. But the latter can have cordial and friendly conversations with other civilization leaders in some serious and solemn places, and finally reach a certain agreement. The level is raised to the sky in an instant. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If Gao Gong had not wasted too much time in the early and middle stages, he would not have been just a 6th-level civilization leader. Even so, among the players, he is also the first tier among the first tier. On the Geely Star, there are 3 second-level civilization systems. Gao Gong's goal, in addition to stopping the tide of cyber, is to at least build a civilization core. He wants to enter the interstellar as a civilization leader. Leisure time always passes quickly. With a simple paddle, it was already afternoon. During this time, Du Xiaodi came over. But unfortunately, she was too shy to be dragged into the water by Gao Gong. The little woman wanted to swim. But unfortunately, there were no children's swimsuits on the boat. Finally, just when Gao Gong was drinking and wanted to pee, Professor Han came up from the 4th floor. Gao Gong's eyes lit up. "Is the stuff ready?" Professor Han nodded, and pointed at the 2 reagents in his hand. One was blue like the ocean, and the other was green like the Hulk. This phenomenon showed that the cells of the colorful pterosaur and the iron-backed flying dragon had been perfectly integrated into the medicine. Level 5 Biological Transformation Blueprint. Umbrella Virus. A medicine that can obtain advanced biological antibodies. As the saying goes, the original soup turns into the original food. And within 5 steps, there must be an antidote. To reduce rejection, nothing is more useful than antibodies from the same species. Let's get started. You are injected with the Umbrella Virus Colorful Iguanodon, Intelligence +5, Perception +5. You gain the Biological Ability Primary Energy Immunity. You gain the Biological Ability Radiation Invisibility. Your Circulatory System Transformation Rate Biological +2%. Your implanted cells and antibodies are neutralized, Mechanical Rejection -400, Biological Rejection -400. Your Bioenergy +1000. You are injected with the Umbrella Virus Ironback Wyvern, Strength +5, Endurance +4. You gain the Biological Ability Ironback Blue Dragon Spine. You gain the Biological Ability Dragon Gate Flying Armor. Your Motor System Transformation Rate Biological +3%. Your implanted cells and antibodies are neutralized, Mechanical Rejection -450, Biological Rejection -300. Your Bioenergy +1000. Chapter 101 Dragon Subduing. On this super yacht named Titanic by Gao Gong, there is a rather large banquet center. Gao, who had just completed his evolution, was planning to practice with his new minions. The worldview of the mechanical hunter is so plain and simple. If you win, everything is easy to talk about. If you lose, there is nothing to say about the dead. Gao Gong only wore beach shorts. On his naked upper body, there were terrifying muscles, and bloody lines were densely packed, looking fierce and cruel. After the original soup turned into the original food, the 7-colored ornithopod cells and iron-back flying dragon cells remaining in his body finally merged with him completely. This caused the originally weird and gorgeous patterns to become more complicated. Gao Gong's 2-meter-tall body, coupled with a powerful aura similar to that of a high-level radiation beast. Even if the first-line mechanical hunters present subconsciously hesitated. What? Sorry? You're welcome. Just play. Gao Gong looked around, twisted his thick neck, and said with a smile, "How about this? I won't move my guns. I will stand here. If anyone wants me to move a step, I will lose. As long as I lose, I will give you a free mechanical transformation, just as I am the boss. How about this gift to you?" At this time, a noisy sound rang out, and the masters present were half moved, and half were aroused. Although you are a good fighter, but if you stand still, you are just a standard target. Since the boss has spoken, what are we waiting for? A heavy modifier similar to Black God stood up. This guy is a head taller than Gao Gong. Both arms and thighs are mechanical prostheses of the same model, and the knees are medium-sized motors. This guy is called Sun 2, and people give him the nickname, Mechanical Demon Ape. Boss, I'm going to take action, you better be careful. The power of a medium-sized motor is 10 times that of a micromotor. At this moment, the 4 motors are making a huge roar. Like popcorn. It's okay, hit me as much as you want. This guy is really like a monkey, with 4 limbs stationed on the ground, and the next moment, like an old monkey climbing a mountain, his 4 pillar-like hands and feet exerted force at the same time, and his right fist rushed towards Gao Gong's chest like a pile driver, with a blast that tore the eardrums. Come on! Gao Gong bent his knees slightly, and the next moment, his left palm suddenly stretched out, and grabbed the opponent's mechanical fist. It was like grabbing a basketball. The motor seemed to be turned off, without any sound. 5 fingers sank into the fist at the same time. Under Sun 2's incredulous eyes, Gao Gong's right hand stretched out from under his ribs like lightning, and hit the opponent's ribs hard. A trace of pain flashed in Sun 2's eyes, and he stepped back tremblingly. What's more exaggerated is that his pillar-thick mechanical right arm was swinging weirdly. This is a prosthesis. Dislocation is impossible. Is it a short circuit? Is this guy so unlucky? Many people also noticed Gao Gong's palm, to be precise, his 5 silver nails, which can pierce into the alloy fist armor with one hand. These nails are so sharp. And this claw deliberately tore the wires inside the prosthesis, causing a short circuit. What a cruel vision, worthy of being a prosthesis doctor. Engineer Gao flicked his metallic nails, looked around, and said with a smile, "Why? Aren't you going to do it now?" "I'll do it." In the waiter's horrified eyes, Saber Tamir swung his hands, and 2 red knives popped out. This guy is also a close combat expert, and his knife use is definitely at the elite level. The saber is like a reaper's sickle, as fast as lightning, and cuts out a cross shape from front to back. Engineer Gao's eyes lit up. Beast-like knife technique. Engineer Gao is not too familiar with the reaper's routine. After all, the blood of the reaper queen flows in his body, and he easily blocks him with one hand without using both hands. When Tamil saw this, he immediately changed his fighting style, which was another hunting method of the radioactive beast. Like a giant snake entwining its prey, he also turned it into a sword technique. Simulated snake sword technique. This time, Gao Gong had to deal with it with both hands, using his palm to fight the sword while thinking divergently. Nothing can improve combat effectiveness faster than a combat chip. But Gao Gong couldn't even sell himself to replace all the people in front of him with combat chips. Not to mention him. The security group didn't have such a lot of money. As we all know, chips have always been the most overpriced technology products. Even in the city that never sleeps, they are not much cheaper. But this does not mean that there is no way. If mechanical chips cannot be made, they can make biochips. The hunting skills of mechanical beasts are also refined, and their efficiency is no less than that of big data calculations. However, this requires knowledge of biology, bionics, neural implant equipment, and hunter modules that can install chips. Everyone present is an old hand, and someone immediately noticed that Gao Gong was not concentrating. A cowboy rope suddenly fell from the sky and tied up Gao Gong. Cowboy Apu shouted excitedly, "Brothers, hurry up!" Matsushima Keiko exerted force with her short legs, and her small body appeared in the air. The back of the knife turned forward, holding the knife at her waist, and in a standard sword drawing and slashing posture, she shouted, "I told you not to give me big breasts. I will break your anus." Ding! The three knives collided heavily. The iron blade wings on Gao Gong's back were like a pair of scissors, directly blocking the Japanese girl's sword. "Come on. Try my double sword style," Gao Gong said without turning his head. Matsushima Keiko was furious. The battle chip was running, and the intelligent sword technique was used again, instantly fighting with Gao Gong's mirror still water. In the air, the invisible sword light and the constantly exploding sparks were connected. At the lower part of the shoulder blade, two more blade limbs stabbed out, forcing away the two mechanical hunters who were attacking. Everyone realized that even with his hands tied, it did not affect the boss's combat effectiveness. He still has legs and 4 biological long swords. At this point, everyone could no longer bear it and rushed forward. For a moment, except for the use of no hot weapons, all kinds of unique mechanical hunting transformations were displayed. They at least had to prove that they were qualified to work under the new boss. An assassination-style mechanical hunter swung his hand, and 2 smoke bombs exploded. This was not an ordinary smoke bomb, but a radiation-shielding bomb that could shield radiation and weaken the state of the radiation beast. However, the blood threads on Gao Gong's skin began to slowly lengthen. This kind of shielding smoke fell on Gao Gong's skin and was absorbed by the blood threads quickly. It didn't work. This is the effect of primary energy immunity. Fuck, which idiot threw the smoke bomb? I can't see it. Gao Gong's figure seemed to disappear in the mist. The next moment, the wind whistled, a whip kick tore through the mist and hit the opponent's chest, kicked the mechanical hunter 3 meters away, and smashed a table. Radiation invisibility is a unique ability of the 7-colored pterosaur. That is, the radiation on the ship is not high. If it is in the urban area, Gao Gong can even achieve complete invisibility without even making a sound. A rare biological hunter roared, and like Kimimaro, more than a dozen sharp bone spurs popped out of his body, and he rushed up with a roar. Then he was cut into bones at a faster speed and kicked out. Biological transformation is never isolated. After absorbing the cells of the ironback flying dragon, the material of the 4 blade limbs has been completely transformed from half metal and half bone to biological alloy, and the hardness and sharpness have reached a higher level. In a sense, this sword can be called a famous sword. At least it is much stronger than the red unicorn and the blue reaper, and is at the same level as the red sakura in the hands of the Japanese girl. However, the relaxed state is gone forever. Everyone is a first-line mechanical master, with rich combat experience. After a short run-in, they quickly entered the team combat state. Gao Gong's face gradually became solemn, and he had to use 80%, 90%, or even 100% of his energy to deal with these first-line masters recruited from various oases. Without using the rainy night killing mode, he and these people's fighting power did not have a generation gap. The simplest example is that the mechanical energy of the mountain can crush him, but he cannot crush them. Before level 10, the transformation rate plus 1%, mechanical energy plus 100, the upper limit of human body transformation at level 10 is 25%, that is, the basic human body transformation can reach a maximum of 2,500 points of mechanical energy. The upper limit of transformation at level 20 is 50%, which is 5,000 points. These people are generally around level 18 or 19. Theoretically, the mechanical energy of these people can reach 7,000 points. However, in the desert, transformation failure and transformation inapplicability are quite common. In fact, the transformation success rate is more than half, which is considered a model of successful transformation. The mechanical energy of elite hunters is about 3,500 points. It is still much stronger than players of the same level. After all, these people are at most failed in transformation, and in the player's talent, there is an option called Xiaji Ba Reform. Cyberworld is different from other games. You cannot delete your account and start over. You can never regret your move. As for Gao Gong, his current mechanical energy is not as good as these people. Only 2,596 points. But in addition to mechanical energy, he also has biological energy. His biological transformations are carefully selected. So biological energy far exceeds mechanical energy, reaching 3,810 points. High-quality human body transformations, such as a top-level equipment, a top-level biological component, will increase biological/mechanical energy. This is how Mozhan got his 50,000 mechanical energy. Mechanical energy plus biological energy, making Gao Gong's transformation strength twice that of these people. This also led to the besieged mechanical hunter suddenly discovered that the boss's means, burst, skills, are actually better than their own. The real hexagonal warrior flicked his finger, and a metal nail shot out like a bullet, directly cutting off the cowboy hunter's rope. Long and flying armor biological transformation. The iron claws of the ironback flying dragon can tear the hardest alloy, and the claw tip can be fired like a howitzer. You have absorbed part of its ability, and the power of the nail ejection is equivalent to a small caliber bullet. In just 3 seconds, under the effect of the high polymer metal factor, new metal nails grew out. With both hands free, he caught all kinds of blades, and at the same time, he activated the murderous thought, frozen the one with the most powerful weapon, and kicked him out of the battle circle. This time, even Desira, who had been watching the show, couldn't sit still. It was too embarrassing that she couldn't beat them in a beating. As soon as she joined the battle, Gao Gong's pressure increased instantly. No other reason, after installing the spider module, this woman not only broke through the upper limit of 20 levels, but also reached 6,000 points of mechanical energy, which was not much different from himself. She transformed into a spider, crawling wildly on the ceiling. Her 8 mechanical claws transformed into black shadows. And Gao Gong had to force Matsushima Keiko back, and use 4 blade limbs to fight her. The Japanese girl took the time to kill him directly in front of him, and he could only use sword dance to suppress the opponent's algorithmic swordsmanship. Seeing this, the others were inspired, and they quickly gathered their courage and attacked again. In a state of distraction, Desira was the first to find the flaw, and the spider silk sprayed wildly. Gao Gong didn't check it for a while, and was almost covered in the face. Although his face was not covered, his 2 blade limbs and 1 arm were stuck to the ground and the wall by the spider silk. Seeing this, a mechanical hunter swung his arm violently, and transformed in midair, and actually turned into a remote-controlled hunting trap, which clamped Gao Gong's thigh. To beat the fallen dog. No, to beat the boss. The other mechanical hunters rushed over. Gao Gong sighed helplessly, and his right foot, which was clamped by the clamp, slowly stretched forward. As he squatted down, the ferocious mechanical spine squeezed out of his flesh, and he stepped hard with his foot. Dragon! The entire Titanic sank down. At the same time, the violent and chaotic air waves surged and dispersed, blowing away the besiegers. In the eyes of others, the sky beast ironback flying dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared, and its giant claws grabbed the Titanic. Ironback blue dragon spine biological mutation, the hardest and most mechanized part of the ironback flying dragon. Each mechanical joint is a jet-powered device. Close combat explosive power plus 60%. Load plus 5,000 kilograms. Additional status, dragon subduing dragon. The jet devices of 34 vertebrae are running at the same time, creating a powerful air wave, shocking 3*3M enemies, and producing a dizzy effect. Requirements: movement system transformation rate 9%, nervous system transformation rate 5%, respiratory system transformation rate 4%. Chapter 102 V-type carbon atomic reactor. The application of advanced mutation ability has requirements for human body transformation. If the corresponding transformation rate is not reached, if you force a move, you will be counterattacked. The transformation rate of the motor system and the nervous system can be met by Gao Gong, but the 4% of the respiratory system is not up to standard. But the good thing is that Gao Gong has transformed the skin, and he can use pore breathing instead of respiratory system. But this also adds more skill pre-swing. Engineer Gao looked at his moving right foot, a little speechless. It turns out that the body is breathing with force subconsciously. Matsushima Keiko was the first to jump out, shouting, "You lose." Engineer Gao looked around. Only 3 mechanical hunters could still stand. The others either smashed the table or hit the wall, grinning. Very painful. Remembering the faces of these 3 mechanical hunters, Engineer Gao grinned. Okay, I admit defeat. Brother who just made a move. Think about how to transform it. But if you want to transform the reproductive system, remember to do the first process first. I am kind-hearted and don't kill people. As soon as these words came out, everyone was excited and howled. In the entire radiation zone, there are no more than 10 prosthetic doctors, and it is not possible to get one in an oasis. For them, it is a great opportunity to let a prosthetic doctor perform customized transformation on them. The faces of the people watching the show suddenly became ugly, especially the creeper. Looking at his half-grown arm, he felt so regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have taken action, even if it was just a small part. Gao Gong saw it and smiled calmly. No matter what purpose these people have, he will tell everyone one thing with his actions: obedient people will have meat to eat. In general, Gao Gong is quite satisfied with the quality of these masters. If they really fight, one person will fight against many people. Even if he tries his best, he may not win. Of course, the stronger the subordinates, the better. Those who can be solved with 1 or 2 moves are standard cannon fodder. Building power is urgent. The more people who can hold the field, the more they will be reused. As for Gao Gong, the boss, these hunter masters are also very satisfied. He is generous, good at fighting, and more importantly, there is a goal to follow him. The last point is the most important. Engineer Gao did not change the place, and directly held a self-service barbecue on the messy field. All kinds of natural meat were sent up. These country bumpkins had never eaten such good food before, and they ate with their mouths full of oil. Most areas of this planet are heavily polluted. If you want to eat some normal food, you even need to transport it from the outer space base, using high-tech spacecraft to transport fruits, vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish and meat. It sounds magical, but this is the reality. During this period, Gao Gong also asked his top flute-playing virgin, Spider Girl Desira, to fight one-on-one with these experts. As expected, Desira dealt with these colleagues, which was bloody. This made her particularly happy. It turned out that it was so fun to beat people. The group fight proved her strength. The one-on-one fight proved that she had the technology that could help them break through. It was a pity that the system panel did not show it. Otherwise, the cohesion of this organization would be at least plus 1,000. After drinking for almost a night, I didn't feel any hangover. Early in the morning, Engineer Gao opened his eyes, glanced at the master sleeping soundly around him, and curled his lips. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't drink. He was destined to be a lackey for life. He went back to the 6th floor to take a bath, washed off the smell of alcohol, and then changed into the clothes sent by the waiter. He found that most of them couldn't be put on. Engineer Gao finally understood the troubles of the Hulk. Forget it. Let's just leave it like this. Looking at the suit that was torn apart by the mechanical spine again, Engineer Gao waved his hand speechlessly and went to the 5th floor with his bare chest. Everyone was busy. All the corps members knew that Gao Gong had no intention of running away. Then this beast's tide was the sword of Damocles after all, and it would fall on their heads. He found Du Xiaodi, who had been working all night, and it happened that the little woman was there too. Huang Yuanli was stunned when she saw Gao Gong and blurted out, "Pervert! Why are you cursing so early in the morning?" Gao Gong looked at the girl with ponytails, but found that she was also looking at him in shock. "It's not that bad. You can't recognize me after not seeing me for just one day?" Gao Gong asked in surprise. "Look for yourself." Wang Yuanli pushed and pulled him to the mirror, as if he was one step later, the world would be destroyed. Fuck. Isn't this the Orochi from King of Fighters? Compared with Orochi, Gao Gong is basically the same type of player except that his hair is black. The lines on his upper body are blood red. And there is a bunch of protruding mechanical spines on his back. Even his aura is very similar. The kind of contempt that comes with higher life forms. Actually, there is not much difference. Gao Gong flicked the little woman's head with his silver white nails. Just think of me as a handsome guy. Appearance can actually be restored. For example, some bionic technology. Du Xiaodi quickly came back to her senses and said, "This is the information I sorted out yesterday." Senior engineer flipped through it. And soon, a series of things appeared on the system panel. You get 33% of the information about the Devil Mountain Armor Tiger devouring Type 5 mecha. You get 41% of the information about the strong colonization armor, as expected of the factory flower of the year. In just one day and one night, she analyzed so much about the Devil Mountain corpse that senior engineer gave her, as if she could see what senior engineer was thinking. Du Xiaodi shook her head. "It's not that I'm so good, but that the Armor Research Institute where I work has reversed the mecha technology. That's great too," senior engineer praised. "If the other party also has a system panel, the repair technology is definitely maxed out." Du Xiaodi thought for a moment and said, "If we can survive the beast tide and open up a new oasis, I will invite my department to build a new research center there." The Equipment Research Institute. Gao Gong had never heard of it, and he was 100% sure that it was an unpopular unit. After all, every large enterprise has its own R&D department, and no one needs a factory to research equipment. The Equipment Research Institute. What can it research? However, no matter how unpopular it is still a complete scientific research department, which is much better than what Gao Gong had to build from scratch. Find people to form a team and pull a production line. Of course, no problem. You are the future female president, and you have the final say. Engineer Gao was sincere. Wang Yuanli retched behind Engineer Gao. Du Xiaodi smiled, looking very happy. Rich women are different from each other. Rich rose women like to hear dirty talk, and rich factory belle women like to hear common cause. Maybe this Equipment Research Institute is the dowry that this factory belle prepared for herself. Is it possible that the two are counterfeit? Engineer Gao got back to the point. Du Xiaodi shook her head. That mecha is from Mother City Technology, and I have never even heard of some of the materials used. And I have never heard of any factory having similar products. It is indeed unlikely to be completely counterfeited. Engineer Gao nodded. But Professor Han and I have analyzed the material of the strong colonization armor, and it looks like a mixture of various radioactive beast cells. Gao Gong was excited. As far as he knew, colonization technology was a professional knowledge chain of a second-level civilization. If professional knowledge could be inferred from the strong colonization armor, it would be great. But there is no such condition now. It doesn't matter. There will definitely be one in the future. Du Xiaodi seemed a little tired, and gently leaned on Gao Gong, while Gao Gong gently stroked her back and secretly assessed her size. The scene was warm. Ahem. 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 Du Xiaodi then noticed that there was a light bulb present, and stood up somewhat embarrassedly. "Come with me. I'll show you something good." The two of them, and a persistent light bulb, walked into a lounge inside. Inside was the body of the Demon Mountain, which had been dismantled into pieces. The scene was not bloody, but rather felt like a factory assembly room. Among a pile of waste, Du Xiaodi picked up a black object and handed it over. "This is my gift for you." Gao Gong took it in astonishment. "You get a level 7 mechanical product, built-in engine V-type carbon atomic reactor. This thing didn't explode." Gao Gong was amazed. It's worthy of being a level 7 creation. But it's really thanks to Du Xiaodi that she was able to dismantle it, you know. There are confidentiality devices of the mother city inside. Once the mechanical body is destroyed, it will inevitably explode. It may be that the A-level radiation field at that time destroyed some energy circuits, making the reactor mistakenly believe that the mechanical body is still in the charging state. Even so, to be able to dismantle it, this factory-rich woman's talent for screw tightening is really amazing. This thing is a standard second-level civilization black technology. Its benchmark should be the arc reactor in Iron Man. Energy output, power consumption, the two are not much different. In terms of performance alone, the carbon atom reactor is stronger than the first generation arc reactor, but not as good as the second generation. After all, the second generation reactor can fire energy cannons. However, the carbon atom reactor has an advantage, that is, it can directly provide biological energy. In other words, it can be directly implanted in the body as a human organ. And there is no biological rejection. If Iron Man had studied this model, he would not have been poisoned by the palladium element. Looking at the other parts that were blown up, Du Xiaodi said with some regret, in fact, I am more interested in its energy output system. After all, we definitely cannot produce a reactor of this level. Gao Gong's heart moved. He remembered that after killing the mountain, the system gave him a targeted lottery, which he has not used yet. Give me a kiss. Yes, yes? Du Xiaodi's face flushed. Gao Gong didn't care about the Lolita brand light bulb. Kiss is a kiss. Rich woman. Rich woman, making money is not a problem. People have gay friends, I have rich women. Gao Gong silently wished, and decisively clicked on the lottery. You get the 5th level mechanical blueprint. Devil injector 3-phase type. What's that look in your eyes? Du Xiaodi was completely embarrassed by the other party's affectionate eyes. Nothing, I just feel, it's so good to be with you, rich woman. This made Huang Yuanli very sick, and she flew up and kicked Gao Gong on the knee. It seems that being with a rich woman really brings good luck. Not long after, another good news came. The security team requested negotiations through the dark web channel. Chapter 103: The Restorer. Soon, the man was blindfolded and boarded the Titanic in a small yacht. The man driving the yacht was a gloomy middle-aged man. When he saw Engineer Gao, he just nodded. Engineer Gao didn't know his name, but he always felt that there was a special gloomy air about him. And the person in charge of the negotiation was also strange, at least beyond Engineer Gao's expectations. Wow, you have changed a lot now. When Xiao Huang saw Engineer Gao, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Your degree of mutation reminds me of some biological experimental subjects of large companies. Before Gao Gong spoke, Desla said coldly, Think before you speak. Do you want to be eaten? Looking at the transformed girl, who was becoming more and more charming, but full of a spider aura, Xiao Huang swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. Sit down. Gao Gong pointed to the chair opposite. Let's see what to drink. Xiao Huang's eyes lit up. You actually have fresh orange juice here. Bring me a glass quickly. I'm about to vomit from drinking artificial coloring recently. Soon. The waiter brought a glass of iced orange juice. Xiao Huang drank it all in one gulp, looking very happy. Another drink. Engineer Gao tilted his head and looked at the other person. He was barely an acquaintance. On the night of the broken arm operation, he was the one who drove the aircraft. He was remembered as a young man who liked to speak sweet words. And his last name was Xiao. What is your relationship with Major General Xiao Tong from the Central Desert? Xiao Huang wiped his mouth. He is my cousin. My mother is a genetic clone of her mother. So from a genetic point of view, he is still my real brother. Engineer Gao said him. He knew that the old families that came from the civilized era always had chaotic relationships. The Xiao family was still good. At least most of them were viviparous. And some families were even self-replicating. Ethical chaos is also the standard style of the cyber test site. Many civilizations will also produce similar chaos after upgrading, but they are only in chaos for a short period of time, and will adjust quickly, while the cyber test site is always in chaos, self-cloning, inbreeding, personality replication, synthetic life. Nothing is impossible. I thought it would be Cape who came to negotiate. When he fought with the mountain, the battle was so fierce that outsiders could not participate at all. And when they could participate, the battle was over, and Gao Gong's side won an overwhelming victory. The two colonists were powerless to save the situation, and could only run away in disgrace. He can't come. Graham almost skinned him alive. If it weren't for the special juncture of the beast tide, he would have been thrown into a military prison long ago. Oh, by the way, Graham, do you know that the leader of the Blue Desert, Demon Mountain, was dug out from the mother city by him? He was almost pissed off to death. Xiao Huang was a careless kid, and he didn't seem to take the Major General seriously at all. However, the other party was from the Xiao family, and he was qualified. The children of the aristocratic family in the mother city were second only to the Yunwan nobles, and they were the standard privileged class. In Gao Gong's opinion, This group of people likes to drive roller coasters on dozens of floors of high-rise buildings. Many roller coaster competitions are organized by them. In this kind of high-altitude bumper car competition, the consequences of being hit are very serious. However, if you are a player who takes the old driver route, this is also a good place to get high-quality car parts. My brother means that you replace Mozhan and lead the fight against the beast tide. Xiao Huang, as a rich second generation, has a strong personality. He did not test it and went straight to the point. Oh, that Major General Graham is not seeking revenge on me? What revenge? Xiao Huang curled his lips. There are many guys like that in the mother city. If one dies, we can just recruit another one. What's so special about mass-produced goods? Since the other party is a member of the Xiao family, then this attitude is normal. After all, the other family has mastered the complete body technology, which is the core technology of the clonal body technology. As long as they want, it is not particularly difficult to create another demon mountain. What's in it for me? Gao Gong got straight to the point. Xiao Huang's eyes widened, and he said, "Brother, I feel that I am arrogant enough. But I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me. You killed a general of the mechanical corps. It's good enough that you can make meritorious contributions. Why? You still want a reward? Mozhan died in my hands? Are you sure?" Gao Gong said righteously. "Didn't General Mozhan die in the hands of those two A-level monsters? As his loyal subordinate, I certainly have the obligation to avenge him. But those two A-level monsters are too strong, without powerful enough weapons. What can I do to fight them? Then what do you want?" Gao Gong held up 3 fingers. 3 sets of strong colonization armor, if you give me. I'll work if you don't. I'll run away. Xiao Huang took a deep breath, looked at him strangely, and said, "I want to make a phone call. There's one on the ship." After Xiao Huang left, Du Xiaodi, who had been silent, said with a worried look, "Will he agree to our conditions?" Gao Gong shrugged. "Who knows, anyway. It won't hurt to try." He lowered his voice again. "If we can get 3 sets of strong colonization armor as experimental materials, the possibility of our successful imitation will be greater." After a while, Xiao Huang came and said very straightforwardly, "Okay, my brother agrees." Huh? Now it was Gao Gong's turn to be surprised. He knew that the security corps would bleed, after all. They would definitely stab him in the back, and when he was fighting the beast tied to the death, then drop a nuclear bomb on his head. But being so straightforward is a bit subtle. Aren't they afraid of being suspicious? Xiao Huang didn't know what the other party was thinking. Looking around, he suddenly said, "We've finished talking about the business. Let's talk about something else." Gao Gong didn't understand what he meant. Xiao Huang started to talk about other things. Sometimes he talked about the distribution of the 7 continents in the civilized era, sometimes he talked about the history of major countries, and the living customs and development directions of these civilized countries. For example, the 9-3 Guangzhou plate under their feet was formerly a vassal island country. It is said that mixed bathing is very popular. The more Gao Gong listened, the more confused he became. He gave Du Xiaodi a look. The girl with the ponytail understood and took the others to retreat first. When there were only 2 people left, Xiao Huang's face became serious, and he rarely said seriously, "Did you inherit the legacy of the Restorer? Where did he get this from?" In his memory, the Restorer was indeed a branch of the rebels. And even the Knights were a branch of the rebels. Generally speaking, as long as they were non-mechanical city system resistance forces, they could be considered a member of the rebels, including old-model bionic people, anti-mechanical system warriors, terrorists, black market enterprises, Turing Church, space colonists, and unlicensed AI. The descendants of a fallen nation are naturally one of them. If there is any difference, it is that the ideals of the restorers are more important. Their goal is to rebuild the countries of the civilized era and restore the order of the old era. But what does this have to do with me? Seeing Gao Gong mumbling in silence, Xiao Huang bowed slightly and said urgently, "Don't pretend. Without inheriting the technological heritage of the ancient country, how could you get so many new equipment, and those biological transformations? How did you solve your biological rejection?" Gao Gong understood a little bit. His identity as the successor of the old generation of hunters was okay for fooling the country bumpkins in the desert, but it was not very suitable for the people in the city. At least for the biological transformation. It is difficult to have a tenable reason. The rejection problem that the old generation of hunters have not solved for decades. You solved it in 3 months? Moreover, Gao Gong gave him a strange look. The Shao family. Isn't it a traitor family? Why? Do you want to wipe out the roots? There are so many rebel forces. How do you know that I am a restorer? Gao Gong chose his words carefully. Xiao Huang was refreshed. He thought the other party was relenting. We have investigated you. You have a relationship with the rebels. And the woman named Black Rose is an important member of the bionic resistance. But you can't be one of them. Those bionic people have blood cleanliness. It is impossible for native people to join. And you have fought with the knights. You can't be an extreme terrorist. You are taking the melee transformation route, which is very similar to the mechanical martial arts of the Empire. Also, your subordinate, the old man Han. We have investigated. He was once the Empire. So, the truth may be this, he found the remaining bloodline of the Empire, that is you, and with his help, you inherited part of the Empire's legacy, and under the enticement of the woman Black Rose, you became a member of the Resistance Army. And your killing of Mo Han is your token of joining the Resistance Army. No one would be stupid enough to kill a top military commander when the beast tide comes, unless there is a compelling reason. Gao Gong was silent for a moment, and suddenly felt that it made a lot of sense. If I were a restorer, then everything would make sense. But the problem is, I'm not one. This has nothing to do with our cooperation. Why not? Xiao Huang slapped his thigh. If you were really a restorer, we would never let them start the Scorched Earth plan. Do you know the Scorched Earth plan? It's about dropping a nuclear bomb on the head of the radiation beast. He even mentioned the Scorched Earth plan. This guy really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Engineer Gao exhaled, and slowly leaned back on the chair, with a strange smile gradually forming on the corner of his mouth. Members of the traitor family, do you think I will believe you? Xiao Huang was anxious, and blurted out, you don't know the inside story. If we didn't do those things, the Empire would really be destroyed. After all, the old Emperor was possessed by aliens. As a second-level civilization, how could we withstand the level of interstellar war? He actually knew the level of civilization. Did he have contact with alien forces in the civilization era? So, his guess was right. The mechanical war was indeed mixed with the struggle of alien forces. Gao Gong was considering whether to acknowledge the identity of this restorer. I don't know which imperial family you are descended from. But believe me, we are definitely not your enemies. I will do my best to help you the most. Is there such a good thing? Gao Gong crossed his hands, raised his chin slightly, and had a cold expression. Then it depends on your performance. I won't pretend anymore. I am a descendant of the Empire. Chapter 104 Big Orange is the priority. Central Desert Oasis, New Steel City. The Beast Tide will not attack only one place. The reason why Auto City is the main attack direction is that it is too close to the urban area, and can attack the base camp of the Radiation Beast at any time. But in addition to Auto City, there are 3 more oases, all within the attack range of this Beast Tide. Once these 4 oases are breached, then the next time, the Beast Tide will attack the 8 surrounding oases, and the next time, it will be the entire Central Desert. Just like the spread of cancer cells. If you can block it in the early stage, you can save a life. But if you can't block it, it will be difficult to save it in the late stage. If the entire central region is turned into a genetic territory, it goes without saying that the 2 A-level radiation beasts will definitely be upgraded to S-level. At that time, our Major General Xiao Tong can only take a plane and run away like he did in the normal timeline. The difference between New Steel City and other oases is that other oases are place names, with landmark buildings at most. But the New Steel City is a standard city. It is not a quick-made building complex printed by 3D printing technology, but a small steel fortress from the civilized era. This fortress is the legacy of the Empire, and inside the fortress is the Empire's arsenal. In front of a helipad in the fortress, Dongli and a group of Oasis officials are waiting, each with a complicated expression. At this time, a nuclear-powered helicopter is slowly landing on the helipad. As the cabin slowly opens, a man and 2 women walk out. The man is very aura, and a pair of eyes sweep over, and everyone feels that they are being stared at by some kind of prehistoric beast, and it seems that their lives will be in danger at any time. The last time they felt this way was when it was the mountain. Dongli greeted him with a complicated expression. Welcome to inspect, Mr. Consultant. That's right. Engineer Gao was promoted again, from an ordinary military consultant, jumping up, skipping the intermediate level, senior level, and directly promoted to a special military consultant, with the rank of Brigadier General. To put it simply, The position of the mountain at that time is the current position of Engineer Gao. Chief of Staff Dong. We meet again. Engineer Gao led the girl with ponytail down very gentlemanly. And then spoke. Yes. We meet again. Donnelly said with emotion. As the saying goes, when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be re-examined. The other party did this perfectly. The first time they met, he only thought that the other party was a greenhorn. The second time they met, he felt that the other party had great potential. The third time they met, the other party suddenly became his boss. Senior engineer smiled and pushed Du Xiaodi out. Director Du will be my full representative in the future. She will be responsible for all defense work in the new Steel City, including military production. Du Xiaodi also said bluntly, I will transfer some technical backbones from the Equipment Research Institute to help. I have to say that compared with the factory, your production efficiency is really too low. Donnelly was slightly stunned. It is not surprising that a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. However, from what he said, he did not intend to stay here. As if he could see what he was thinking, Senior Engineer said directly, I will go to another oasis for inspection in a while. And I don't have time to stay in one place for a long time. Why? Do you have any objections? No. I dare not. The next step was a series of inspections. Du Xiaodi's eyes were fierce, and she was firing at full speed. Not to mention making small moves. Even for many technical questions, these middle and senior management gradually couldn't answer them. As one of the few oases with weapons production capabilities, New Steel City inherited the imperial military industry. However, the standards of the military industry at that time were different from the current weapon standards, which caused many machines to stop working directly, resulting in a huge waste of production. Dong Li's face gradually became ugly. According to Director Du, even if we just spend more time to reuse these devices, we can at least double the production capacity. Too stupid. Dong Li completely ignored it. He was also part of the stupidity. And the biggest part of it, looking at the managers who were being scolded by Du Xiaodi like grandsons. Engineer Gao quietly pulled Chief of Staff Dong, and the two came to a place where they could talk quietly. Chief Dong, how are the 2 new equipment? Very good, even though Engineer Gao had mixed feelings. Dong Li was full of praise for the 2 equipments. Open Edition Virtual Projection and Manual Nerve Disruptor. I still have a lot of information on this kind of equipment. Have you considered cooperating? Engineer Gao paused. I mean, private cooperation. Are you interested? Dong Li's spirits suddenly came up, and he quickly said, I am interested. Very interested. Please tell me in detail. Working for others is not as good as being your own boss. The reason why the military production in New Steel City is so poor is that, firstly, the management staff is not very good. And secondly, this Chief Dong is busy making money for his family and basically does not manage it. Senior Engineer has a lot of high-quality drawings, such as quadruped robot, microcomputer brass knuckles, tactile nerve stimulator, and these weapons and equipment are gradually unable to keep up with his pace. There is also a type of equipment with a peculiar style, such as Happy Shake Stick, Advanced Nerve Massage Chair, and Human Pleasure Operator. Although their names are very strange, their technical content is not low. Moreover, if these equipment can be sold to the city that never sleeps, the small money earned will be even more than the weapon blueprints. No matter how big the weapons market is, it is still a niche market. No one likes to fight every day. The LSP market is the king route. Gao Dong plans to outsource these retired and irregular equipment and invest the money earned into the development of high-tech products. After all, even if the high-level blueprints are obtained by gambling, they cannot be made without the corresponding high-level equipment and high-level production lines. In his opinion, New Steel City is a good outsourcing target. As for the sales channel, he plans to use the dark web. A philosopher once said that the world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. When Dong Li and Engineer Gao returned together, Chief Dong was like a spring breeze, with a relaxed step and a happy mood. Those who didn't know him would think he had gone for a health check. His attitude towards Engineer Gao changed again. He was no longer afraid of him, but was as attentive as a dog. This surprised other senior executives. You know, Chief Dong is a man with a temper, known for his strictness. Du Xiaodi did not notice the strange behavior of the 2 men. She changed her indifference and chatted cordially with an old worker. Judging from his face, the age of this mechanical worker was at least 60 years old. His right hand was an old-fashioned mechanical hand without fingers, but with more than a dozen implanted precision processing tools. This should be a worker from the Imperial era, because most of the precision processing in the factory has been replaced by unmanned mechanical arms. Judging from Du Xiaoti's attitude, the technical level of this old worker should be very high. The old worker stood straight, neither humble nor arrogant, with a very special civilized temperament. This temperament is rare in the crazy, cruel radiation zone. It's that old stubborn again. If they were not the only ones who knew how to manipulate those old guys, they would have fired them long ago, a manager said dissatisfiedly. Are there many such old stubborn people? The senior engineer touched his chin and suddenly became very interested. Counselor, you are not going to recruit them? The middle-level manager was shocked. These people are stubborn. They rely on their skills and are very arrogant. Even we can't persuade them. Really? Ordinary people can't be convinced. So what about me? The descendant of the empire? The blood of the previous emperor. Determined to restore the country? Recruiting some technicians to complete the great cause. That makes sense. Right. By the way, what was the name of the late emperor? Time was in a hurry. Gao Gong only made a simple inspection and was ready to leave. The real work still had to be done by the girl with the ponytail. On the tarmac, Gao Gong looked at Du Xiaoti and then at Daisy and said seriously, protect her well. Unless I die first, Daisy said in a deep voice. The nuclear-powered helicopter soon turned into a small black dot in the air, and Du Xiaoti rolled up her sleeves heroically. Let's go. Daisy, we are going to get to work. Gao Gong's next target is an oasis called Entertainment City, which sounds very inappropriate for children, and its predecessor is the red light district in the civilized era. Like New Steel City, Gao Gong left after only one inspection. He did not stay to learn foreign languages. Instead, he requisitioned a large number of simulation equipment. These equipment will be sent to where he is going. This place is not the last horse farm oasis. As a rare oasis where scavenger tribes and mechanical hunters can live in harmony. Gao Gong thinks it is more convincing to send tribal elders, like the little woman. Cowboy Apu will help her. He is the son of a large rancher in the horse farm, and is very famous in the local area. Their job was simple. Recruiting soldiers. Fighting the beast tide was one thing. But Gao Gong was more concerned about expanding his team in the name of fighting the beast tide. Soon, Gao Gong arrived at his destination. A very ordinary motel. Surrounded by barbed wire. About the size of 5 football fields. With a gas station in front and a flea market in the back. In the parking lot at the door, there were 5 dirty trucks parked, with blood on the tires. These places between oases are usually contracted by the force providers. The better ones have weapon stores, bars, prosthetic transformation workshops. And the last one is jokingly called a hair salon by the mechanical hunters. The worst ones only provide food and drink services. This wild motel is of middle grade, with a car repair shop, a weapon store, but no entertainment facilities. Since the war began, a large number of Ramon corpses have been stored here. Those crazy biological warriors were also transported here after the war, including the members of the Biological Mutation Society. They came earlier than Gao Gong. Oh, by the way, there is also a big orange. The big orange is fatter than when they met before. Ever since Gao Gong killed Mozhan, the big orange felt like the sky was falling. How could she, such a rich man, turn into a traitor? He hasn't paid yet. She felt that there was no hope in her life. So she turned her grief into food, ate and drank a lot. And in just a few days, she gained more than 10 pounds. It trembled, and walked to Gao Gong with its fat flesh rippling. Thousands of words finally converged into one word. Meow. Chapter 105 Biologists. To fight against the beast tide, how to deal with the corpses of radioactive beasts is a problem. Low-level radioactive corpses can be treated by incineration. The corpses of high-level radioactive beasts can generate strong radiation energy just by burning. It is not okay to abandon them. They will be devoured by other beasts, making them evolve faster. They must not be dragged into the oasis. They will emit radiation rays crazily. Unless you want no living people in the oasis. The simplest way is to sort them like garbage, cut off the useful materials, send them to the biological factory in the rear, and store the rest at a node that is not easily attacked by the beast tide. Wait for the beast tide to recede, and then find a way to deal with them. Wilder Motel is such a place. Yeah, I know you have a lot of business pressure, but I am back now. Bye, why not? Tell them not to worry, just ship the stuff here, I will ask the security team to pay. You want a kickback? What a joke. As the highest military commander, how can I use public property for personal gain? Who do you think I am? 60% to 40%. No, at least 20% to 80%. You 20% and I 80%. What do you want so much money for? Can money buy sincerity? Can money make you lose weight? Gao Gong carried Daiju up the stairs and bargained with Daiju in his heart. The reason why he held it was because the weight of this big orange was equivalent to that of a piglet, and his arms could not bear the weight of a life of this level. Old Wilder followed Gao Gong carefully. As a military protector of the hotel, this middle-aged man also had 7 or 8 subordinates, more than a dozen guns, and was also a small force in the local area. He usually walked with a crab step, but compared with the giants like the security corps, it was nothing. Facing a big man like Gao Gong, he was very nervous. Are they in there? Yes, yes, according to the instructions of the gentleman, they are kept alive with nutrient solution every day, and none of them died. The senior engineer walked to a guest room, and old Wilder quickly opened the door. The guest room was of ordinary style, with a bed, a desk, and if there was anything special, it was that a woman was tied up on the bed. This woman was a low-level soldier of the security corps, or to be more precise, a biologically modified warrior with a mutated body. At this moment, the woman exuded a strong stench of corpse, especially in the row of blood holes on her arms and thighs, where pus was constantly squeezed out, staining most of the bed sheet yellow. The floor was not clean either. I change the sheets every day, old Wilder said in a low voice. At this moment, the tough-looking woman had a ferocious look on her face, and her pale eyes saw 2 living people, and she was about to bite them. Radiated corpses are different from biochemical corpses. The latter are controlled by viruses and are bloodthirsty, while the former are purely full of heat, and their survival instinct makes them need to radiate radiation. Senior engineer opened his palm, and the next moment, in old Wilder's horrified eyes, hundreds of bloodshot shot out from his palm and penetrated into the other person's body. The other party suddenly became quiet. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and in his eyes, he reflected a huge radioactive corpse with white bones. The woman was sealed in the corpse, struggling to crawl out, but she couldn't do it at all. Name, Sun Hong. Race, carbon-based mutant health, 90/90 physical, 150/150 bioenergy, 55 personal attributes, strength 4 agility 6 endurance 4 intelligence 3 perception 3 status, biological mutation, radiation high temperature, mental hallucination. As Gao Gong burst out the pressure of a high-level radioactive beast, on the attribute panel, the other party's mental hallucination began to decrease. 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%, and dropped to 20%. The paleness in the eyes of this woman called Sun Hong finally disappeared. But her pupils did not shrink, but remained dilated. Gao Gong frowned slightly, and a biological straw grew out of his fingertips, inserted into the other party's vein, and a digestion sound was heard. Soon, the other party's high-temperature radiation began to decrease. When it dropped to 30%, Gao Gong also stopped the action, because he could feel that the other party's life activities had dropped to the warning line. If this continued, in addition to the radiation, her life would also be sucked away. So it's this type of rejection? He probably understood why biological weapons would backfire. There are many types of biological rejection. Hers is species rejection. The ultimate goal of this rejection is to combine biological weapons with humans to form new radioactive beasts. Gao Gong stood up and looked at a virtual potted plant placed at the head of the bed. The flowers were bright, the branches and leaves were lush and green, and there was faint music coming from the potted plant. Gao Gong looked at old Wilder. Old Wilder hurried to explain. This is all my daughter's idea. She believes that music can ease people's mood and reduce their symptoms. Good idea. Next, Engineer Gao went to check other biological soldiers. The symptoms of these biological soldiers were different. Some were mental mutations, some were biological viruses, and some were radiation mutations. Each mutation had a different treatment method. He knew several rejection treatment plans, which required more advanced biological knowledge. Engineer Gao didn't waste any words and directly asked someone to call the group of people from the Biological Mutation Association. Meet the general. Faced with the current senior engineer, this group of biologists dared not look down on others. Senior engineer looked at the leader, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked gentle and refined. Name, position. Daibin, position is biology tutor. Daibin was relatively calm. The minimum level of a biology tutor is 10. Like combat professions, scholar professions will have many different research directions after changing their jobs. What is your research direction? Evolutionary biology and biological genetics. Senior engineer's eyes lit up, which was just right for him. Those Class B radioactive beast corpses, do you still want them? Dibin raised his head suddenly and said, General, are you willing to return them to us? I prefer the word trade. General, our Biological Mutation Association has a cooperation agreement with your army, and the previous General Mozon also agreed to it. So he died. Gao Gong said calmly, Teacher Dai, you don't quite understand the current situation, and you don't have many choices. Dibin smiled bitterly and said, What does the general want? The qualification of a biologist, and I also want a set of biological evolution templates from your association. Dibin's face changed and said, This is impossible. All the biological evolution templates are funded and developed by large enterprises, and signed a confidentiality agreement, which is protected by the mechanical instructions of the mother city, and we can't violate it. Then, is there any problem with the registration of biologists? Gao Gong said with interest. Dibin hesitated for a long time before reluctantly nodding. Then why is Mr. Dai still here? Dibin sighed and stood up. The mission of the Biological Mutation Society was done by some players in the previous life. Because it can make medicine to increase status. It is very popular. The only problem is that the threshold for joining the society is a bit high. You either sneak into the radiation zone that has become a no man's land and hunt enough radiation beasts, or steal the genetic test subjects of the biochemical enterprise. The former will be hunted by the knights, and the latter will be wanted by the big companies. Of course, this can't stump a wise player. So some players in the biochemical enterprise took the initiative to test new drugs, transformed into genetic monsters, and then jumped off the building to commit suicide, and were picked up by the transferred players. They call this the corpse-picking style. After this style was developed, players flocked in. Several biological rejection schemes that Gao Gong knew were developed by players who worked hard on the blueprints. Of course, today's Gao Gong doesn't have to go through so much trouble. Soon, Dibin came back, holding a temporary access warehouse in his hand, and said, The basic information of biological mutation is all here. General, you can familiarize yourself with it first. If you don't understand, you can ask me. This access warehouse is a neural device between earphones and helmets. It functions like a notebook, except that it directly inputs data into the brain. It will take about half a month to digest this knowledge. Don't bother. The next moment, Gao Gong's palm began to deform, turning into a blood-red transparent tentacle, which wrapped around the equipment, and hundreds of spiritual nodes lit up at the same time. Information transmission, biological transformation. The brain in the tank gives you a powerful information reading ability, and your information digestion speed is 100 times that of ordinary people. Soon, the system prompt sounded. You obtain the new occupation biologist. Learn the skill origin of species. Origin of species. Through in-depth research of biological knowledge, you can trace the evolution of species. You obtain the new occupation biologist. Get the first-level biological blueprint. Enhanced genome. Enhanced genome. Through gene adjustment technology, perform basic enhancement on organisms. You obtain the occupation skill genetic code analysis. Genetic code analysis. Read and decipher genetic information, master the evolution of common species, understand their evolutionary direction. You obtain the knowledge. Zoology. You obtain the knowledge. Botany. You obtain the knowledge. Cell debugging. Senior engineer took a closer look at the third occupation knowledge. Cell debugging. LV1. Breaking the defense mechanism, specializing in transplant rejection, studying the foreign components between animals and plants, organisms and machines. This is what he wants. With almost no hesitation, he upgraded this professional knowledge to level 5. LV5. The merging of different types of cells under unnatural conditions, making a major mutation in the organism, thereby improving the level of life. Combined with the transformation knowledge of the prosthetic doctor, it is not a problem to bet on a few biological drawings in memory. Engineer Gao smacked his lips, and was about to say something, when Dibin suddenly changed his calm demeanor. His face flushed, and he trembled as he came over. Tentacle. Tentacle, oh. That's right. Engineer Gao remembered that the people in the Biological Mutation Society all had abnormal XP. Then he kicked the other person to the ground. Although I also like tentacles. I have to be a tentacle girl. I am a tentacle master. Chapter 106 Special Military Order. You upgrade. Drug preparation. To LV5. You upgrade. Prosthetic rehabilitation. To LV5. Drug preparation. LV5. Make metal molecular drugs suitable for mechanical bodies. Prosthetic rehabilitation. LV5. Advanced prosthetic transformation and recovery LV5. Cell debugging. Plus LV1. Botany. Plus LV5. Drug preparation. Fusion successful. You have developed a second-level medical blueprint. Plant detoxification. This is to solve biological mutations. LV5. Cell adjustment. Plus LV1. Zoology. Plus LV5. Prosthetic rehabilitation. Fusion successful. You have developed the second-level medical blueprint. Protein heavy metal ion precipitation method. This is to solve metal mutation. LV5. Cell adjustment. Plus LV5. Electronic neurology. Plus LV10. Mechanical modification. Fusion successful. You have developed the third-level surgical blueprint. Phantom limb removal. This can suppress cyberpsychosis. When senior engineer called Professor Han and handed the 3 blueprints to him, Professor Han's expression was very strange, confused, incomprehensible, bewildered. It seems that he had never thought that the biological rejection problem that has troubled the old generation of hunters for so many years, and the other party could come up with a solution so quickly. In fact, it is not that easy. These are all small top-notch products that were gambled out from thousands of drawings. Even for players, it was not developed until the late stage of the cyber test field. The main reason is that the secondary job level is difficult to upgrade. If I say that this is something I developed myself, would you believe it? Professor Han looked at the senior engineer like a fool. As if to say, do you think I am stupid? This is like an ordinary person suddenly developing a special medicine for cancer. Any professional will doubt life. Yes, this is indeed not invented by me. I got it from a special place. Gao Gong looked calm. Professor Han thought for a while. So, you just asked those biologists for information, just to verify the authenticity of these plans? You are really smart. Then where did you get these plans? Gao Gong coughed dryly, and said, when the opportunity is right, I will tell you naturally. It seems that his identity, as a descendant of the Empire, can no longer be concealed. Professor Han left half confused and half excited. He began to study the plan and prepare materials with the biologists who were drafted. If the problem of biological rejection can be solved, it will undoubtedly solve a knot that has been bothering him for many years. Of course, the most important part is still handled by himself. At this point, Gao Gong only trusts Professor Han. As for whether Professor Han will be deceived by professionals, Gao Gong is not worried. The reason is that Professor Han is a master of bionics and has mastered most of the knowledge in the professional knowledge chain bionic technology. The professional knowledge chain of biologists is called biochemical technology, bionic technology, biochemical technology, and colonial technology that develop strong colonized armor. These 3 professional knowledge chains all belong to the same secondary carbon-based civilization. There are many similarities between them. Gao Gong did not participate in the process of biopharmaceuticals. Since he took the bait from the Demon Mountain, the entire battlefield revolved around him, and his workload suddenly increased tenfold. Military supplies need him to allocate. The battle lines of the 4 oases need him to adjust. And outside the Auto City, there are traces of beast hides again. Seeing that the 2 A-level monsters were silent for 3 or 4 days, they were about to start a new round of beast hides. Gao Gong did not intend to copy the large army of Demon Mountain. In his opinion, this was too stupid. He was going to change the way of playing. This kind of play requires a lot of simulation equipment, the old generation of hunters who have recovered their strength, cyber hackers, the biological transformer army, and a large number of mechanical beast troops. He wanted to use micromanipulation to prove that biological transformation should be played this way. 3 days passed quickly, and Gao Gong did not seem to make any moves. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. The beast tide has begun to attack the Car City for the second time. In a military fortress in the central desert, Xiao Tong's face was very bad. It was he who pushed Gao Gong to the position of Demon Mountain against all odds. After all, as a descendant of the Empire, Xiao Tong was still very optimistic about the other party. He believed that the other party's performance could at least be better than Demon Mountain. As it turns out, he was wrong. Gao Gong did. No, Gao Gong did nothing. At first, his phone could be connected, and he would say a few polite words to you. Now, when he calls, the other party hangs up directly. They don't care about him at all. Xiao Huang looked relaxed, holding a bottle of artificial orange juice in his hand, turning on the virtual experience machine, and pinching his wife's face tonight. Is D better? Or E better? Or how about challenging the limit and choosing F? Xiao Tong's forehead veins twitched, and he kicked the other party directly, kicked him to the ground. Fuck. I pinched my face so hard. When Xiao Huang got up from the ground, he saw that the beauty he pinched in the virtual projection had turned into a strange creature. And he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Xiao Huang glared at Xiao Tong angrily. Xiao Tong refused to be outdone, and stared at him coldly. If the beast tide cannot be stopped, not to mention my position, even the lives of you and me, I am afraid we can't save it. Do you really want our Xiao family to be extinct? Xiao Huang rolled his eyes. What era is this? You still want to end your family lineage? Why not optimize our genes, and clone an enhanced version? My mom thinks I'm not good enough. And your mom thinks you're useless. It's just right. We can both be retrained. With our family's cloning technology, it only takes 1 year from the birth of a baby to its full growth. And the plus version of both of us can be freshly produced. Xiao Huang imagined the future. You say, if our clones are all gender-transformed versions, wouldn't it be interesting? Female version of Xiao Huang, female version of Xiao Tong, will they get together? Xiao Tong was choked by the other party. He was speechless about the other party's imagination. But what made him even more speechless was that the technical conditions for realizing this imagination were actually all in place. Xiao Tong and Xiao Huang look almost the same. Xiao Tong is more mature, with 2 mustaches, and looks very majestic in a military uniform. However, Xiao Huang looks unruly. Don't worry. Don't worry. You chose the people. And when the time comes, what can you complain about? If you really can't stand it, just do it yourself. This is your territory anyway. Xiao Tong's mouth twitched. You wish I would die sooner. A prerequisite for presiding over the defense against the beast tide is that if you can't kill the A-level radiation beast, you can at least escape. On this point, Mozhan can do it. As for him, if he can do it, he won't hide in the bunker. Don't worry, you have to have confidence in our imperial descendants. Xiao Huang was full of confidence. Don't forget, it only took him 3 months from the rise to now. This is enough to prove how rich the imperial legacy he got is. Xiao Tong said nothing. Compared to the innocent Xiao Huang, he considered more. In the mechanical age where the continuation of the family line can be solved by cloning technology, the blood relationship of family members is far less close than outsiders imagine. In order to obtain the best family resources, you must give the family a greater return. Perhaps in the upper echelons of the Xiao family, funding the descendants of the empire is out of some political considerations. But for the younger generation like them, supporting the descendants of the empire is entirely for the imperial heritage. He has heard more than once that some of his peers secretly killed the descendants of the empire and seized their heritage. This is something that cannot be made public. Once discovered by the elders, they will be severely punished. If things go wrong, their bodies will be destroyed and replaced by genetic replicas. But Xiao Tong himself doesn't believe that no one has done it. The key is whether this descendant of the empire is real, and how much inheritance he has inherited. Xiao Tong let out a long breath, looked at Xiao Huang, who was still heartless, and said unhappily, "It is not confirmed whether the descendant of the empire is real or not. The blood of the emperor is the most special. It flows with the most advanced mechanical blood. We must make sure that he is real before we can believe him. I have reported to the family. Soon, someone will come with special blood testing equipment. You'd better pray that he is real. Otherwise, I will really have another cousin." Xiao Huang waved his hand without looking back. "I know. Cousin, remember to help me close the door. Four-legged beauty. I haven't tried it yet. She is the one. Time waits for no one." And soon, the beast tide war started again. The radiation beasts were everywhere, as far as the eye could see. The large combat robots were like steel dams. When the two sides collided, millions of metal waves exploded. Above the sky, flocks of mechanical birds were rampant, and occasionally huge black shadows flashed by. In just a few days, the flying behemoths that had been severely damaged, the ionized radiation birds, and the multi-headed Ghidorah were fully revived. If there was no one behind the scenes, then we could only admire the ingenuity of nature. If there was any difference from before, it was that in the core area of the Car City, the figures of the strong colonizers were supporting everywhere in the war zone, so fast that they formed sonic booms. Once a high-level beast appeared, they would rush up and blow it up with a few punches. The battle line is even more stable than before. Cape punched a rotten tank, but his expression was not relaxed. But even uglier, the stability of the defense line is at the cost of Lord Moshan's 3 elite troops. The second Tiger/team, the Crazy Slayer, and the Shadow troops. These 3 troops were originally supposed to be the main force for hunting A-level monsters. Now they are wasting time here meaninglessly. Even idiots know that the biggest taboo in fighting against the Beast Tide is a war of attrition. The roar of the Iron Maniac sounded in the headset. In just half a day, the strength of the Beast Tide turned from red to purple again, using us as cannon fodder. I'll see. When we are all dead, who will deal with the Beast King? Cabe sighed. Compared with himself, Tai Kwangtu was more loyal to Lord Moshan. He had publicly stated more than once that if Lord Moshan had taken him with him, this would never have happened. Among all the strong colonists, he was also recognized as the second strongest after Moshan. Not only him, but almost all the strong colonists were extremely dissatisfied with Gao Gong. This dissatisfaction was not necessarily out of loyalty, but because Gao Gong ignored the main battlefield. The only military order he issued was to mobilize the entire army and hold on to wait for help. Wait for help. Where will the reinforcements come from? Chapter 107 Killing Hunters. Ha ha ha, this time the perverted consultant saw my performance, and he must praise me to death. When Huang Yuanli brought the recruited soldiers to the Wilder Motel, she boasted to her companions with great pride. No, when they left, there were only 10 of them, but when they came back, they brought a full 400 tribal warriors. Although these warriors were not as good as the modified mechanical hunters, they were stimulated by radiation for many years, and were distorted to a certain extent. Their strength, agility, endurance, perception, intelligence, in 2 or 3 items, they were several times that of ordinary people. More importantly, after careful selection, a full 100 of these people are mental enhancers. That is, beings with a perception of more than 10. With these people, their mechanical beast army is finally no longer a mess. A tribal warrior shamelessly boasted, "Of course Sister Lee is awesome. Only Sister Lee can get along well with those old men in the Council of Elders." Uh-huh. Saber Tamil glanced at the 2 of them and sneered. If the boss hadn't shown us the beast taming technology and promised to share this technology with them, do you think those old guys in the horse farm would be so easy to talk to? If Sister Lee hadn't demonstrated it herself, taming a small mechanical beast tribe by herself, do you think they would believe it? Saber Tamil looked at the other party dangerously. And this warrior was not to be outdone. Kalbi Appa rode a plasma horse and rushed to the front. He looked at the 2 curiously and said, "We must arrange for these brothers to adapt to mechanical beasts as soon as possible. These mechanical beasts are different from those horses, and are very difficult to deal with. The reason why the tribe of the horse farm can compete with the mechanical hunters is that, in addition to their large number and unity, they also have the ability to tame beasts. However, this taming does not refer to radiation beasts, but ordinary beasts with a trace of radiation beast blood. Although this type of beast is not mainstream. In terms of number, there are actually quite a few in the desert. According to the people of the horse farm, these are all atavistic beasts. Okay, finally we're almost there. I'm so tired." The little woman stretched. In order to recruit soldiers for the war as soon as possible, she had been riding a tall horse for several days, and but was almost broken. Huang Yuanli suddenly sensed a violent emotion of the mechanical beast. Although this emotion was fleeting, it made her alert. Seeing this, Apu quickly waved his whip, and the 400-man army obeyed the order and was silent. A moment later, a petite figure riding an electric elk appeared in front of everyone. "Is that Sister Yuanli? Momo, you're back too." Seeing this little Lolita with the same style, Huang Yuanli breathed a sigh of relief. Momo was the 3-eyed Lolita who was almost scared to tears by the senior engineer a long time ago, but now she is a small manager in the tribe. She and Huang Yuanli acted separately. She was responsible for bringing back the grazing mechanical beasts, while Huang Yuanli went to recruit people. The speed of the mechanical beasts is not inferior to most vehicles, so they are faster than them. Nothing happened in the tribe, right? Huang Yuanli asked quickly. Momo was stunned for a moment. No, everyone is fine. Brother Ming is very happy because he has installed a new biological prosthesis. Huang Yuanli was refreshed and said, "What? Ming Duo actually grew legs again. Great. I'll go find him." "Go later. Professor Han is still waiting for you to report your work." "That brain monster." Now I am the elder. Let him be polite to me. Otherwise, I will give him all the old widows that no one wants in the tribe. Huang Yuanli muttered a few words, but still followed Momo obediently. The empty area around the hotel is now occupied by huge mechanical beasts. They lie lazily on the ground, allowing the little girls in the tribe to feed and comb their hair. This is a common thing for the people of the Cable tribe. But it is quite shocking for these 400 newcomers. The ferocious-looking mechanical cheetah, the one-horned rhino with a huge electric drill horn, and the two-story-high gas cannon elephant. These giant beasts that the elders of the tribe used to warn and tell people to avoid when they encounter them. But now there are hundreds of them here. The unique animal taming skills of the Cable tribe, combined with the tightening ring and the gift of the beast hide, the three combined, bred this strange mechanical beast army. Huang Yuanli is undoubtedly a core member of the new force. If Desira is the representative of the mechanical hunters, then she is the representative of the scavenger tribe. She has gradually been able to feel this difference. For example, in some places with strong confidentiality, she can move freely, and her words may affect a person's future. She may not like this feeling, but she will not say that she hates it. But she knows that she is different from before. She has grown up. Even if she sees her enemy, Old Han, who almost killed her, she can calmly tell her experiences along the way. She can tell the name, personality, and hobbies of each of the 400 people she recruited. Professor Han said, I will send people to train them. But this is not enough. You have to make them change their minds, and not let them turn their hearts to their original tribe. There will definitely be spies from other tribes. Make good use of your abilities. When necessary, you can send them. Huang Yuanli listened silently, and was silent for a moment, and said, I will use my own way to subdue them. No one will reject a rising force. But at the same time, no one will die for a cold and cruel tribe. Professor Han looked at her deeply, buried his head in work, and placed a large number of reagents in front of him. Huang Yuanli curled her lips, and walked out directly, looking around. With telepathy, she found the source of her irritable mood. In the direction of the back door of the hotel, there was a large flatbed room, with a sign hanging on the door, Little Wilder Prosthetics Transformation Workshop. Huang Yuanli had not taken a few steps, and a dozen soldiers appeared like ghosts, blocking in front of her, looking at her expressionlessly. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Huang Yuanli took a step back, and asked vigilantly. Many parts of these soldiers are implanted with biological weapons. Either their arms are covered with spikes, or their bodies are covered with barbs. Combined with their cold temperament, they are simply human-shaped killing weapons. Full of danger. You are the chief of the Huang clan, please follow me in. A female soldier suddenly appeared, and waved her hand, and these people took the initiative to make way. My name is Sun Hong, the head of the biological unit. Sun Hong's hardline face squeezed out a smile. Biological unit, Huang Yuanli's mind flashed, and blurted out, you are those biological transformation soldiers of the security group. Sun Hong remained silent. Aren't you sick? The perverted consultant cured you? But it doesn't look like you're really cured. The general did help us solve the rejection problem. Sun Hong was silent for a moment, and said, but, even if the rejection is cured, not everyone can keep their original consciousness. Huang Yuanli smacked her lips, and stopped talking. Looking around, suddenly she said, who is she? At the window of the prosthetic workshop, a red-haired tomboy was concentrating on clinging to the window. Her 10 fingers were modified metal fingers, reflecting the light. Her hairstyle is very similar to Desira's before, a standard mohawk style, but her hair is thicker, and the strands stand up, looking like a hedgehog. Sun Hong glanced at her. Hallie Wilder, Old Wilder's daughter, the owner of this prosthetic workshop. Oh! Huang Yuanli walked in, but found many familiar faces here, Old Qian, Meng Duo, Andy Xiang, almost all the old hunters were here. When Meng Duo saw Huang Yuanli, his eyes lit up, and he waved quickly, looking at the other party's arm that looked like it had just been cut off from a radiation beast. Huang Yuanli opened his mouth wide. Is this an arm? Isn't this a standard radiation beast claw? Yellow sharp claws. Emerald green scales. Huge protruding blue veins. Where is my original Meng Duo? Where is the Meng Duo who is not yet abnormal? However, when he looked at Gao Gong not far away, he was even more shocked. Gao Gong was sitting on an air cannon elephant, and was adjusting something with a surgical arm. This air cannon elephant was no longer like an air cannon elephant. As we all know, air cannon elephants are known for their strong attack power and slow movements. Moreover, they are rare vegetarians. They do not eat the meat of their own kind, but instead eat various metal scraps. Among mechanical beasts, it is a standard honest person. But now the air cannon elephant. Its 4 feet are replaced by mechanical tracks. Its body is covered with thick bone armor, and its back is equipped with 4 heavy machine guns. The Moss Edge brand heavy machine gun has 5 intelligent modules, and its only drawback is that it will turn normal people into cyber psychopaths. The same as the Black God, following the verbal command of a little lowly from the Cable tribe. These 4 heavy machine guns rotated flexibly, and completely became part of the air cannon elephant. Surgery completed, you get 1200 experience points. Name: Air Cannon Elephant Mechanical Transformation. Radiation level: C health, 5420/5420 stamina, 2831/2831 defense, 200 plus 410 bone radiation corpse transformation. Mechanical energy: 4620 plus 1430 mechanical tracks, plus 2240 quadruped guardian asterisk 4. Biological attributes: Strength 54, Agility 12 plus 14, Endurance 50, Intelligence 12, Perception 9, Skills: Air Cannon LV6 Advanced, Sulfuric Acid Cannon LV8 Advanced, Metal Digestion LV4 Elite, Track Crushing LV5 Advanced, Bone Corpse Power LV5 Elite, Crazy Cyber Psychopath LV1 Expert. Installation Module: Quadruped Guardian Automatic Aim, Ballistic Analysis, Charging Mode, Raging Beast, Shooting Storm, Bone Armor Radiation Control, Corpse Control. This operation directly increases the mechanical energy by half, the defense power increases by 2 times, and the firepower increases by 4 times. The most important thing is that he turned an ordinary heavyweight radiation beast into a mobile monster comparable to a heavy armored vehicle. Gao Gong used his surgical arm to complete the final suturing work, looked up, and exclaimed, "Little woman, you are back." Everyone realized that Huang Yuanli had returned, and they all greeted her warmly. Huang Yuanli was stunned, and said, "What's going on?" To put it simply, it is to install weapons that have various problems with humans on the body of a mechanical beast. If it has problems with humans, then the user of the weapon is not a human. Isn't it enough? Gao Gong made a violent statement, but everyone present agreed. Some weapons are indeed not suitable for human use. It is better to use them on mechanical beasts. Wouldn't the rejection be solved in this way? If all mechanical beasts are updated, the combat effectiveness will definitely increase by more than 10 times, even not inferior to the armored forces of the security group. It should have been done a long time ago. Equip radiation weapons on radiation beasts. Wouldn't there be no need to worry about radiation problems? Meow meow meow. Huang Yuanli looked around, and suddenly found that as a normal person, she seemed out of place. Old man Han just didn't behave like a human, but he didn't expect that the perverted consultant would not even let go of wild animals. We are all perverts. Why are you always more perverted than others? Chapter 108. After landing, Gao Gong patted the elephant's buttocks, and the lowly of the Cable tribe led the Gascon elephant that had turned into an armored monster away. Gao Gong pulled a chair and sat down, picked up the water on the table, gulped it down. "Why do you look so tired?" Huang Yuanli asked curiously. "If you first performed rejection surgery on 100 biological transformers, and then transformed more than 200 mechanical beasts within 3 days, you would also be very tired." However, when Gao Gong saw the 6-digit experience, he felt that the hard work was worth it. Without much hesitation, he added the experience to the new secondary position. You upgrade the biologist to LV2. Perception +1. You upgrade the biologist to LV3. Wisdom +1. You upgrade the biologist to LV4. Wisdom +1. Perception +1. You upgrade the biologist to LV5. Wisdom +1. Perception +1. Gain the ability Biological Observation. Biological Observation. Have a deeper insight into the various forms of organisms, and be able to see the differences in the same posture. You upgrade Zoology to LV2. You upgrade Zoology to LV3. You upgrade Zoology to LV5. You upgrade Botany to LV2. You upgrade Botany to LV5. Well, the 6-digit experience. Suddenly only 50,000 were left, temporarily suppressing the idea of upgrading the biologist to a biologist. Engineer Gao took out another needle and stabbed himself. A warm current came out of his body. You use Enhanced Genome. Strength +1. Agility +1. Perception +1. It is a waste of talent to let a biology instructor like Dibin prepare this basic enhancement liquid. But the effect is indeed good. Engineer Gao thought about it, waved towards the window, and the daughter of Old Wilder rushed in excitedly without any hesitation. You've been watching for a few days. How do you feel? It's a miracle. Nonsense. In order to perform these more than 300 operations, I specially upgraded the skill. Human Transformation Surgery. To Level 10. Human Transformation Surgery Professional. Level 10. Expert Level Surgical Skills. Your surgical plan is impeccable. If it were you, would you be able to do it? The senior engineer asked. Most mechanical hunters don't have such good luck to be able to have a prosthetic doctor perform surgical transformation. The place where they transform is this kind of prosthetic workshop. And the transformer is a human repairman like Little Wilder. It is precisely because of this that their transformation success rate is very touching. They are either sprayed with blood or sprayed with gasoline. Therefore, the prosthetic transformation workshop is also called the hair salon of mechanical hunters. The mechanical hunters who come here always shed something. Human body repairmen like Little Wilder are equivalent to the initial profession of prosthetic doctors. What they lack is the systematic learning of prosthetic doctor knowledge. They are amateur players. Hurley hesitated and said, I have watched it for several days. It should be fine. According to Old Wilder, this tomboy is a well-known local modifier. And Gao Gong could see that she had a strong obsession with human body modification. After all, not everyone can hang out on the window for several days. According to Daddy, young people should be allowed to exercise more. According to the capitalists, this is a good labor force. Then the next operation will be handed over to you. I will give you the operation plan and information later. Healy was refreshed. She knew that the opportunity had come. I won't let you down. Master. I'm not your master. Gao Gong glanced at him. But if you do well, I can teach you more knowledge. Yes. Gao Gong can finally be a hands-off boss. Seeing this, the others also dispersed. Only Lao Qian came over happily. Boss. My old brothers. Why? Didn't I ask Lao Han to help them recover their physical strength? Nuclear fission humanoid transformation plan is essentially to transform people into mutated radiation species. Only these old hunters can do this. Because there are a few who are not dead after rejection. And they already have the foundation for injecting radiation energy. And this method can allow them to recover their prime strength in a short period of time. The prime of the old hunters is about level 25. And biological hunters are more suitable for hunting radiation beasts than mechanical hunters. Yes, they asked me to ask. When to officially deal with the beast tide, they can't wait. Senior Engineer exhaled. Soon, wait for everyone to arrive. By the way, wait for me to change my job first. 3 Legion hackers arrived late. They are the treasures of the security group, and also the few cyber hackers in the radiation zone. Their number is even less than that of prosthetic doctors. After all, although this is a rural area, there is a huge prosthetic modification market, but for cyber hackers, this is a standard no-network area. The leading hacker was Bai Pu, the guy who hacked into Senior Engineer remotely, but was tricked by Senior Engineer subbody. Welcome. An electronic screen flipped down, revealing the face of Mechanic Huangwen. Has your electronic brain been damaged? Bai Pu asked curiously, in this broken place. Cyber hackers are rare, and living people hacked by hackers are even rarer. Huangwen didn't want to answer such a sad question, and changed the subject. I have prepared your equipment for you. Senior Engineer used a quadruped robot to create a temporary body for Huangwen. This human-headed dog body made him move slowly, but fortunately the place was not far away. It was in the gas station. There were a lot of simulation equipment, VR equipment, and some online devices. These equipment will be dropped into the battlefield. But because they are in the beast tide, the electronic signals are severely interfered. You need to use simulation signals to remotely invade and manipulate them. Bai Pu breathed a sigh of relief. This operation is not difficult for cyber hackers, as long as they don't invade the heads of B-level radiation beasts. The last time they invaded, 2 of their colleagues had their heads exploded because of the monster's backlash. The computing power of B-level radiation beasts is not inferior to that of some large mainframes of enterprises. But what are these equipments for? To put it simply, it is to create a super maze that covers the beast tide. Because of these simulation devices, the touch of this maze will be very real, and some will even be particularly real because of shared touch. Bai Pu took the design and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the weirder his expression became. Is the person who designed this online mode really serious? This looks like a virtual high-tea banquet. But what is the purpose of this practice? Bai Pu asked in confusion. The beast tide is the tide of abnormal energy generated by the explosion of radiation beasts. Even if this method is used to make the radiation beasts fall into chaos, the beast tide is still the beast tide. The surge of energy will not stop because of the chaos of the beasts. It may even go to a higher level. The purpose is to separate the low-level beasts from the B-level beasts, so that when we execute the decapitation tactics, we will not be affected by other radiation beasts. Your target is also a B-level beast. Bai Pu was shocked. As a participant in the last broken arm operation, he deeply understood what kind of price it would cost to kill a B-level beast. Even the beast tide defense line was almost broken because of this plan. Huang Wen shook his head. He was a little proud, and even a little conceited, and said, "Believe me, our way of playing is 10 times more advanced than theirs." After receiving the message from senior engineer, Lao Qian went to find his old brothers again. In a bathroom, the old guys were lying in the boiling soup with high-temperature radiation. Each of them was lazy. They saw Lao Qian, and said happily, "Lao Qian, come and take a bath." "Yes, you are the only one missing. Do you want a back rub?" Lao Qian quickly took off all his clothes and took a bath. The deformed bones and metal particles on his body actually disappeared miraculously. However, as he took a bath, a faint pressure emanated from him. This feeling was very much like a high-level radiation beast. These dozen old guys were soaking in a high-concentration radiation liquid that was enough to kill cells, and various dangerous auras were soaked out, like a dozen humanoid monsters. Lao Qian informed the group of people of the reply from the senior engineer. But contrary to his expectations, the group of old guys did not shout excitedly, nor did they have a heated discussion, nor did they even brag about themselves. They just felt relieved. "What's with that expression?" Old Qian asked curiously. "Being so modest. We are unworthy of our title of old villain group. It'll only take 5 minutes anyway." Old Chao laughed at himself. "It's better to have it than not." Another old man shrugged, looking like he was wandering in the sky. Finally, an old guy suddenly hit the water surface with force, and said with red eyes, "Why didn't that brat come earlier? If he had come earlier, we wouldn't have become like this." Those little guys cured him. "Right? Why can we only fight for 5 minutes?" Old Qian fell silent. Years of human body deformation have made most of their important organs half dead, unable to accept high-intensity transformation. Being able to inject radiation power and exert 5 minutes of prime state is already the limit. "Yeah. Why are you here so late?" Old Qian muttered. Gao Gong didn't know that a group of old guys were mourning the passing of time. He was preparing for the final transformation of the first turn, going the carbon-based plus mechanical flow. In fact, the most difficult thing is the transformation. This is not only a problem of level, but also a problem of luck. Because you never know after this transformation, whether your mechanical/biological rejection will be pulled to an exaggerated number all of a sudden. If someone else's body changes, you can save him. But if the tightrope route you take is problems, you can be buried directly. Chapter 109. Flea Market. A large number of radioactive beast corpses piled up like a mountain. Gao Gong walked among them, and chose the final transformation. The radioactive beast corpses are not easy to rot, because when they are alive, they are high-temperature, fission, energy, which is enough for them to grow a strong body. Gao Gong was thinking about the final transformation direction. Thinking about it, he opened the game page, and clicked on the Personal System column. Personal System. 25% max mechanized transformation. 22% biological transformation. Motor System 9% mechanized transformation. 4% biological transformation. Nervous System 6% mechanized transformation. 7% biological transformation. Endocrine System 1% mechanized transformation. 1% biological transformation. Circulatory System 5% mechanized transformation. 4% biological transformation. Respiratory System 1% mechanized transformation. 1% biological transformation. Digestive System 1% mechanized transformation. 3% biological transformation. Urinary System 1% mechanized transformation. 1% biological transformation. Reproductive System 1% mechanized transformation. 1% biological transformation. Among them, the upper limit of transformation at level 10 is 25%, and the upper limit of transformation at level 20 is 50%. The higher the level, the higher the upper limit of transformation. When reaching level 3 civilization, it is level 90. Theoretically, at level 90, the transformation rate of all human body systems can reach 100%. Of course, the body structures of intelligent races on different planets are different. Some silicon-based life forms have no respiratory system. Some Zerg life forms have overdeveloped endocrine systems. And the upper limit can reach 200%. Some sulfur-based life forms live in the ultra-high temperature environment of red giant stars and have no reproductive system at all. Some gas-based life forms only have a circulatory system all over their bodies. However, in general, most carbon-based life forms are relatively normal, and only a few go to extremes. This also leads to the fact that the balance of system transformation is more important than the pursuit of extreme values. This is why within level 10, the upper limit of the transformation rate of a certain body system does not exceed double digits. The answer is, if it exceeds double digits, other systems will not be able to be supported. Gao Gong's biological transformation only has a range of 3%, which is not much. But it is not little. At the beginning, he replaced the stomach of a harvester and absorbed its digestive system. And the transformation rate was only plus 3%. This is the value of local transformation in a certain system. The transformation rates of the endocrine system, respiratory system, urinary system, and reproductive system are all pitiful 1%. And it just so happens that this is all internal transformation, not adding a biological prosthesis, changing a plug-in or something. With Gao Gong's current biological state, having one more or one less offensive weapon, actually, does not make much difference. On the contrary, it affects normal activities. After all, the blade limbs can be retracted into the body, but it is hard to say about other things. He first ruled out the reproductive system. The painful experience of countless players shows that practicing the Sunflower Manual cannot increase strength much. On the contrary, it will greatly affect the subsequent human body transformation. This was a popular saying in the previous life. And the more scientific saying is that the essence of life activities is the inheritance of genetic information. Modifying the reproductive system at a low level may disrupt genetic information to a certain extent and reduce the success rate of transformation. Let's wait until later to practice the Sunflower Manual. Senior Engineer thought about the problem from a different angle. In the current situation, what kind of transformation do I need? Or what shortcomings do I need to make up for? I thought about it seriously. It seems that there are really no shortcomings. The 5 attributes are far superior to those of the same level players. Burst is not lacking, weapons are not lacking, physical defense has armor, energy defense also has primary energy immunity, there are many spiritual skills, huge energy sucking blood, and partial deformation. Even boss templates are available. In this case, if I must say, it seems that I am not good at long-range attacks. Gao Gong flatly rejected this idea. For transformations below level 10, long-range attacks can only be equipped with a small pistol, which is not as powerful as his own long and flying armor. Moreover, the gun and cannon style is the path of mechanical transformation. As for biological transformation, if you want to equip yourself, you should equip energy weapons. This is obviously not the level of 10 transformation. As for the transformation at the cellular level, that is after level 20. The equipment requirements of the strong colonization armor seems to be level 20. Unless you change a kidney or something. But this is not necessary. The senior engineer slowly turned around in the spare parts market. Zoology. Upgrade to LV5. The notes are as follows. Conduct basic research on mechanized organisms, radiated organisms, and mutants. And botany is like this. With the addition of these 2 pieces of knowledge. Plant mutation, ecosystem, and preliminary exploration of low-level plant civilization. Gao Gong can judge the impact of most implants in organisms. Walking to a section of mutant tree roots. Looking at the metal digestive rhizome swimming like a snake. Gao Gong finally realized what he was missing. What he lacked was the microvascular network that protected the activated nerve bundle and the ability to shed. His most powerful means is the super deformation of the fusion route, which is his ultimate weapon that can kill enemies across levels. However, the deformation is fun for a while, but the attributes will be lost after the transformation. The biggest reason for this is that the nerve bundle is completely integrated with the limbs of other organisms, and the nerve system will be torn apart when separated. In addition, these temporarily implanted biological prostheses will reversely invade the body, causing a surge in rejection. Solving these 2 problems can solve the trouble of deformation. In his future plan, Superform transformation is a must-go route. It is also the only way to fight against super monsters. Generally speaking, the upper limit of planetary civilization is level 30, but this is a cyber test site. Level 60 planetary monsters, level 90 space monsters, and even star-eating level terrifying existences may be born because of a high-level experiment. In the not-too-distant future, the reason why the cyber tide can be launched, and the 3 planetary main brains supported by advanced mechanical civilizations behind them are collapsed, is because someone released a memory worm in the cub state. This extremely special interstellar information creature turns into a memory matrix after adulthood, and it targets the 5th-level civilization disaster in the universe. In other words, when the memory worm grows up, even if it is just the main body, it will be a superstandard life form of level 150. It will devour the data, information, memory of one planet after another, to nourish and strengthen itself. And the cyber tide is the pheromone it spreads across the entire planet. All life forms will turn into ant colonies controlled by it, and its main body is the information queen ant composed of countless information. In the past, players had a big psychological misunderstanding. That is, the cyber test site is a novice village. Most of the monsters are small bosses in the novice village, and no big monsters will appear. But this is not the case. Many disaster-level monsters bred in the cyber test site are not resisted by level 3 and level 4 civilizations. The reason is very simple. The threshold of advanced civilization is at least level 6. How can the things they experiment, fear, and even deliberately evolve be low-level things? We are all adults who would play with mud for no reason. Many players in the newbie village have no future after playing. Their accounts have been destroyed. So how can there be a future? Including the G-Li star where Gao Gong is. Except for the few hundred friends who finally got the Noah's Ark tickets. All other players were cancelled. Of course, the reason why this cancellation is in quotation marks is because Gao Gong seriously suspects that, except for those bio-batteries who played to the later stage, these friends in the early stage may have died in advance. And the dead ones, mostly not just in-game accounts. Fortunately, the infancy of the memory worm is very long, so he has enough time to destroy, interrupt, and even accelerate the process. Let's get back to the point. Creatures with a strong microvascular network and the ability to shed. 2 familiar faces suddenly popped up in Gao Gong's mind. Gecko, earthworm. Zoom in a little more, geconity, invertebrates, and add the biological knowledge in his mind. Mimic reptiles, bionic gecko. Radiation deformation, mutant earthworm. Mutant reptiles, split snake. Mechanical reptiles, gear snake. Combined with the existing conditions and the known directions. A familiar face suddenly popped up in Gao Gong's mind. No way. Are you sure? In the temporary biological laboratory, Professor Han looked at the large earthworm that Gao Gong dragged with a twitch in his eyes. Name, desert worm. Species, mechanical biochemical beast Oligocia metallica radiation level. E-skills, metal devouring LV5 metal secretion LV6 note. Mechanical beasts that feed on metal are not uncommon, but blood vessels and sweat glands that can secrete metal are extremely rare. I have searched for it for thousands of times. Suddenly looking back, that worm is in the dim light. It turns out that this big earthworm is my true love. Are you sure you want to implant its cells? Professor Han asked again. Of course, it can secrete metals, which means it does not have strong mechanical rejection, and as an oligochaete with a very low evolutionary level, its biological rejection cannot be very high. I have implanted skin drugs made by its sweat glands, and there is already a part of it in the body, so the failure rate of the operation is extremely low. It has all the characteristics of earthworms, strong survival ability, regenerative organs, and can regenerate broken limbs. The thick and dense muscle layer of the body wall wraps the neural network very well. The chain-like neural structure allows it to be free from the control of the brain, and it has countless neural healing nodes, which can grow and break as it grows. Its body wall is distributed with abundant nerve endings, which are very sensitive, which is also very important. Professor Han listened silently. In his opinion, it was strange for Gao Gong, a successful biological transformation body, to absorb the cells of such low-level creatures. However, thinking of his performance in the battle with Demon Mountain, he seemed to have realized something. The nerve bundle was very fragile. Even if it was activated, it was not much better. This is why the brain in the tank can only be the overlord of the virtual level. Once it reaches the real level, even a D-level mechanical beast can beat it up, unless it is lucky and happens to bump into a powerful A-level corpse. In fact, most wild brains in a vat follow a similar route, being born from a certain or a group of high-level corpses, and having countless thugs by nature. However, if the nerve bundle is protected by some kind of modification, the situation may be very different. Professor Hahn figured it out. The same method can be done by a senior engineer, but the brain in a vat cannot. The reason is that information organisms are extreme life forms, similar to dominoes, which can self-iterate, but cannot self-modify. But the level of desert worms is too low. I am afraid that as soon as they enter your body, they will be cleaned up by your advanced cells. That's easy. Gao Gong waved his hand. We use quantity to overwhelm quality. Professor Hahn was speechless. What was speechless was that this could really be done. In order to prove that they were not useless, the group of old hunters had gone crazy searching for desert worms. These big worms seem to have hundreds left now. But what's the difference between this amount of cell transplantation and taking a bath? Chapter 110. Soon, all the logistics personnel were mobilized. It is not difficult to extract the cells of the desert worm and prepare the corresponding biological preparation liquid. The key is that the demand for cell preparation liquid is too large. The radiation standard value of E level is 100 points, C level is 10,000 points, and B level is 100,000 points. The cells in Gao Gong's body may not reach B level, but in C level, they are definitely the top existence. If you want to balance the two, the minimum number of worm cells required is 100 times that of the cells in Gao Gong's body. In this way, we can offset the quality by quantitative change and achieve implantation balance. Even the scholars of the Biological Mutation Society were amazed. The country folks are really good at playing. They can do this. Are you pursuing the powerful survival ability of low-level life? Before Dai Bin saw the tentacles, he was still a normal person. He quickly guessed the intention of the engineer. In essence, high-level life and low-level life are not divided by energy level, but by complexity. Of course, the higher the complexity, the greater the energy level. This is a phenomenon, but we cannot confuse the cause with the effect. If the planet under our feet encounters a destructive disaster, the only ones who can survive in the end are countless billions of bacteria. In a sense, humans are just carriers and playthings of bacteria. As an intelligent species, what we should pursue is not the stars and the sea, or the formation of a complex life system, but to get rid of the control of microorganisms and create basic life units that belong to ourselves, continuously deepening ourselves. This is the essence of evolution. An apprentice saw Dai Bin muttering to himself and shook his head helplessly. He knew that his mentor's old habit had come back again. Whenever he encountered an experiment that interested him, he would show off his knowledge. Is this why you like tentacles? Because they can bind you. The deeper they bind, the happier you are? Gao Gong walked in, looking at the mucus that kept piling up in the nutrient tank, and Dai Bin talking to himself in front of the mucus. He complained. Dai Bin's face suddenly changed. His face turned red, his eyes widened, and his veins popped out. Said how you slandered someone's innocence, and muttered something about liking tentacles. You can't say you like binding, scientist business, sacrifice spirit, in short. A bunch of words that outsiders couldn't understand. Huang Yuanli couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the more powerful people are, the more perverted they are. They either like brains or tentacles. From this point of view, your perversion level is still low. Pervert consultant. Engineer Gao glanced at him. What are you doing here? Can't I come and take a look? Huang Yuanli straightened her ordinary chest and said confidently. The operation has risks. If you can't make it, as a friend, I can at least see you for the last time. This level of transformation, there is a hammer risk. Engineer Gao looked back and found that there were quite a lot of people eating melons. Some Lolita faces of the Cable tribe, the Old Scum group, the Hunters, and even the newcomer Sun Hong and Hellowild. The war is about to begin. All the necessary preparations have been done. Everyone is free now. Senior engineer ignored them, took off his surgical gown, and walked into the mucus. There were screams of women in the back, and the little woman screamed the loudest. It turned out that these guys were not here to see the operation, but to see me running naked. Higher life absorbs lower cells. This kind of reverse evolution is not difficult. Most problems encountered in transformation surgery are not problems here. It's like an experienced driver driving a car, which seems fast but is actually stable. Soon, countless nerve bundles grew out of Gao Gong's body. Each nerve bundle made a sizzling sound, which was the invisible biological current running. At the same time, there was a strong digestion sound, which was heard from all parts of Gao Gong's body. Thanks to Gao Gong's powerful phagocytic ability, these biologists didn't even have to consider the problem of cell fusion. The only thing to worry about was whether the cell mucus extracted from these hundreds of desert worms was enough for the other party to absorb. Whether it can evolve some abilities belonging to the earthworm before being devoured is the key to the success of the transformation. Watching the senior engineer sink into the mucus like a corpse, without any movement for a long time, Huang Yuanli curled her lips. There was nothing to see. She rolled her eyes and quietly activated telepathy. Sun Hong next to her glanced at her, but did not say anything. There seemed to be a layer of white mist in front of the little woman's eyes. According to Han Naohua, this seems to be called the amygdala protective layer, which is used to protect memory. The stronger the consciousness of the creature, the heavier the mist. The perverted consultant's white mist was as thick as water. Fortunately, this guy was in an unconscious state, and he entered the mist by himself, and was not disturbed. The further he went in, the stronger the digestion sound in his ears became. The little woman followed the direction of the sound, and soon saw an amazing scene. Hundreds of desert worms covered the ground, and the waves of worms were higher than the waves, and they kept flooding forward. 3 giant beasts sat on the ground, and kept grabbing desert worms, and stuffing them into their mouths, and mucus and juice overflowed from the corners of their mouths. One of the giant beasts was very similar to the Reaper Queen she had seen before, except that it was twice as big as the Reaper Queen, and it had 6 pairs of blade wings, while the Reaper Queen only had 3 pairs. It was the most delicious. A heavy sliding sound was heard, and a giant bone snake hundreds of meters long was slowly swimming in the mist. Compared to devouring these desert worms, it seemed that it preferred to crush these worms. Wherever it passed, the mist pattered and fell lightly. For some reason, the little woman always felt that this thing was incomplete, as if it was looking for something. The last giant beast looked like a big peacock, and each of its tail wings emitted an indescribable light, which was more eye-catching than diamonds. If the perverted consultant really had these beautiful feathers, she would definitely get one. However, like the bone snake, the peacock's body was very blurry, and only when it lowered its head to catch insects could it vaguely see its long beak. The expression of this giant beast was also the most arrogant. The desert worms around it were torn apart. It seemed that it was very dissatisfied with being with these low-level worms. No wonder the perverted consultant is so perverted. It turns out that he is really a beast. Huang Yuanli watched with relish. After an unknown period of time, even the Harvester Queen, who had the best taste, was full and ignored the worms wandering around it. And the big peacock had already closed its eyes. On the contrary, the white-boned giant snake was having fun. A group of worms followed it, and wandered behind it. The worms were gradually elongated, no longer fat and bloated, and turned into snakes. The white-boned giant snake was covered with the flesh and blood of worms, and had a little more wildness. The two sides seemed to be merging to some extent. In the deep mountains and swamps, there are dragons and snakes. Huang Yuanli suddenly remembered a sentence that Professor Han had taught her a long time ago. Damn! Huang Yuanli looked down and suddenly found that her lower body had sunk into the ground. She then realized that there were not 3 giant beasts, but 4, but the 4th one was a pile of brains covering the ground. At this moment, Huang Yuanli recalled the fear of becoming a brain toilet. Don't eat me. Perverted consultant. Pervert. It's me. Huang Yuanli was once again drowned in brain matter. And these slimmed-down desert worms also stopped moving, tangled and uneven, looking like the grooves covering the surface of the brain. Huang Yuanli suddenly opened her eyes, fumbled up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief. But when she looked around, she found that everyone around her had their mouths wide open. She looked over, and her mouth slowly opened. There was only a thin layer of cell mucus in the nutrient tank, and instead, there was a 5 or 6 meter long worm. The head part vaguely looked like a senior engineer, but it was also twisted beyond recognition. In addition, on the worm body as thick as a water tank, there were slimmed-down desert worms hanging, twisting and wriggling, like live snakes. On the back of the giant insect, a steel spine is embedded on it, which is the most different place from the Orochimaru. Professor Han turned his head and looked at Daibin, and said coldly, "How could this happen?" Daibin was also stunned, and murmured, "It's impossible. This degree of morphological mutation. It's impossible to appear in this level of transformation." The biological researcher instantly felt dozens of murderous gazes. In this emerging force on the rise, the role of the senior engineer cannot be replaced by anyone, and no one dares to imagine the consequences of losing this person. Fortunately, this cold atmosphere soon disappeared. As the big worm slowly shrank, Gao Gong's figure gradually emerged. Except for the mucus on his body, there was almost no difference from before. Cell transplantation completed. Biological rejection -100. Your endocrine system transformation rate +3%. You get regenerative organs and somatic cell enhancement parts. You get biological deformation and alien insect form. Your biological transformation rate reaches 25% max. Gao Gong took a few deep breaths, and it felt like he had been diving for a long time and finally jumped out of the water. After a quick glance, seeing that everyone was staring at him in amazement, he said unhappily, "Give me some clothes. You have no eyesight at all. Are you still a human being?" After Engineer Gao put on his clothes, Huang Yuanli said cautiously, "Why are you scolding me again?" Engineer Gao frowned at him. "How am I not a human being?" Then he stretched out his arm, and a thought came to his mind. The next moment, fleshy tentacles emerged from the surface of his arm. The scene was very Cthulhu, and it made people's scalps numb. "How are you human now?" Somatic cell enhancement parts biological transformation, through the secretion of hormones in the body, stimulate the surface cells of the body, produce low-level biological software, consume 10 points of physical strength per second. This tentacle is really just a tentacle, hanging on the arm, deadly useless. However, as the senior engineer thought, the nerve bundle drilled into the tentacle. After a pain like a needle, the tentacle began to twist, turn, and sway together. Ugh! Huang Yuanli retched. Dai Bin's eyes lit up. The faces of the others turned pale. Gao Gong had an idea. And the next moment, more than a dozen tentacles fell at once, and the surface of the arm was smooth and flat. Gao Gong took a look at the blood volume, and only lost a dozen points of blood. 1 point at a time. Gao Gong picked up a tentacle from the ground and found that it was still twisted, which meant that the nerve bundle inside was well wrapped by the biological wall, and was very active. This reminded him of octopus tentacles. Can this thing be eaten? I don't know what it tastes like. Ugh. At this moment, Huang Yuanli was not the only one who retched. Apart from the somatic cell enhancement parts, there is nothing much to say about this evolution. After all, it is a low-level biological cell. It does not add any attributes. It does not have any biological skills, except for the insect form that the egg does not have. I am not Orochimaru. This is the real body. However, before the transformation, Gao Gong had anticipated this, and was not too disappointed. What cheered him up was that he could finally change his job. He had been holding it in for 3 months. He almost got sick. He would become a pervert if he held it in any longer. Oh! He had already become a pervert. Although this abnormal is useless. Do you want to change your job? Yes. Checking the host's job change conditions. Job change successful. You get the new job Slaughter Hunter, Strength +10, Agility +8, Perception +5, Bioenergy +100, Mechanical Energy +100. You get 4 free attribute points, 1 skill point. You get the job-specific skill Slaughter Style Transformation. You get the talent Species Butcher. You get the talent Gene Killing. You get the Bloodline Specialty Complete Form. Fuck, I actually got a specialty. Chapter 111 Expertise Complete. As we all know, expertise is the strongest skill of a faction leader. And a faction leader is a product of an NPC template. If you are a player, you will never have expertise in your life. Unless you are like Gao Gong, who stole an NPC template directly from a level 9 civilization. I thought I had to wait until I opened a faction to get expertise. Is this a sign that I have reached the invisible conditions for opening a faction? Based on the principle of saving good things for last, Gao Gong first checked his second level profession. Slaughter Hunter. This name sounds so fierce. He remembered the second level hunter of the big man with a knife in the Rainy Night. It seems to be called Rainy Night Hunter. It is a second level profession that is more inclined to assassination. The level is immediately raised. Slaughter Hunter. You are a mechanical hunter at the top of the world. Your existence is the best synonym for terror. When you choose to slaughter, where you go, there will be blood and rain. Strength, fame, transformation route, power camp, all will affect the judgment of the system. This slightly exaggerated description was undoubtedly influenced by his reputation. After all, his reputation in the region was 11,450 points. And he was also the title of Number 1 Mechanical Hunter. He was like a pioneer. TSK. Although it was a bit exaggerated, the description was very accurate. Worthy of being a system. The system was silent. Gao Gong looked at the upgrade from Mechanical Hunting Transformation to Slaughter Transformation. Slaughter Transformation. It can perform high-intensity transformation on the flesh/mechanical body, causing large-scale death of prey, and turning from single-unit hunting to mass hunting. This new profession has a tendency to be a big brush. Slaughter-style transformation. Gao Gong feels that he has inspiration again. Talent: species: butcher, realm, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. You can perform targeted transformation according to the weaknesses and key points of each species. Transformation completed. Critical hit rate plus 100% to 200%. Combo rate plus 50% to 100%. All skill cooldown minus 30% to 50%. Biologist, prosthetic doctor, machinery factory worker. Combined talents added by these 3 secondary jobs. In addition, there is a shadow of biological predation evolution. But the former is biological transformation. The charging time is long. The deformation range is limited. At most it can grow a claw, strengthen defense or something. While the latter not only includes biological transformation, but also mechanical transformation. In an instant, several mechanical drawings popped up in Gao Gong's mind, which are all killer weapon level. With this kind of killer weapon for targeted transformation, he really sympathizes with his future opponents. If species killer mainly adds critical hit rate, then gene kill strengthens a more dangerous attribute. Lethality rate, commonly known as headshot rate. Talent: gene kill. Remotely capture the pheromones emitted by the opponent, can also be obtained through blood, cortex, muscle fibers. After obtaining the pheromones, perform gene enemy simulation. Once the analysis is completed, the next attack plus 40% lethality rate, cooling time, 10 minutes. Gao Gong finally understood why carbon-based plus mechanical is so awesome. Just this kind of targeted strengthening and deformation is far beyond the reach of other schools. Ordinary mechanical hunters, who can achieve half the bonus of the slaughter hunter, are already standard Europeans, and will definitely enjoy countless flattery like Big Brother. Please take me with you. Blade Queen, just wait, I will occupy your path, leaving you with nowhere to go. I want revenge, I want to ride on you. The last one, and the most exciting one, is the expertise template. NPCs have far more military power than players, most of which are piled up by expertise. To know how powerful a faction leader is, count the number of his specialties. First level civilization. Within level 30, whether it is a corporate leader, a rebel leader, or a mechanical legion commander, they all have no more than 3 specialties. Complete form bloodline specialties. Your body contains the bloodline of a high-level radiation beast. Under normal conditions, the power of the bloodline cannot be fully exerted. Violently absorb radiation. Release your nature. In the transformed state, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception. 5 major attributes *2, bioenergy *10, mechanical energy *10, all body parts, enhanced artificial eyes, titanium exoskeleton, enhanced bloodthirsty feet, reaper blade limbs, blood armor, iron back, blue dragon spine. Get temporary enhancement, duration, 30 minutes, cooling time, 24h. Why do I look more and more familiar? Gao Gong thought for a long time. Damn, isn't this the boss template? Double the attributes, multiply the mechanical/biological energy by 10. This is the rhythm of integrating all the modified parts into the life system. All the high-level beasts that Gao Gong has seen, super mechanical gorilla, colorful pterosaur, ironback flying dragon, ionized radiation bird, are all doing this. It is by doing this that they can maintain that huge and complex life system. Biological energy *10 plus mechanical energy *10, it's about 100,000. It is considered to be a step into the threshold of B-level beast. Others are half-step innate. I am half-step beast, sure enough. The latter sounds better. The increase of attribute points is not just a change in the numerical level. Gao Gong can clearly feel that. His whole body is burning hot, and even some biological parts are slowly wriggling. They are expecting and enduring. They know that there is a terrible power belonging to them gradually forming in their bodies. Gao Gong sat silently in the dark, looking at the constantly changing attribute panel. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Beast Tide, I want to see, are you as good as me? Name, Senior Engineer. Race, carbon-based deformed species. Total level, LV 35 physical transformation, 50 consciousness, 81 Main occupation. Slaughter hunter LV1 secondary occupation. Intermediate worker LV4 third transformation. Senior prosthetic doctor LV4 second transformation. Biologist LV1 first transformation. HP 1147/1147 plus 10 skin. Plus 250 armor blood armor. Physical strength. 506/506 mechanical energy. 2996 bioenergy. 4210 personal attributes. Strength 32 agility 28 endurance 25 endurance max plus 10%. Stomach transformation. Intelligence 16 perception 37. Character. 3 free attribute points. 4 free attribute points. 1 skill point. Species points plus 1. 2 chances to draw a lottery. Skills. Professional skills. Human body modification surgery. Intermediate mechanical repair. Slaughter modification. Origin of species. Genetic code analysis. General skills. Full strike modification. Precision shooting LV10 max advanced. Killing warrior LV10 max elite. Reverse knife advanced. LV1. Single molecule line claw passive. Elite. Biological skills. Predator domain. Metal strong food. Leader template. Radiation field mastery. Memory extraction. Information transmission. Activation of nerve bundles. Biological predation evolution. Primary energy immunity. Radiation invisibility. Personal system second transfer upper limit 75%. 25% mechanical modification. 25% biological modification. Mechanical rejection. 150. Biological rejection. 200 mechanical transformation. Endoskeleton reinforcement movement system. Sensory knee movement system. Military micromotor movement system. Combat I*1 enhanced version. Mechanical heart circulatory system. Hand-feel neural stimulator nervous system. Biological transformation. Desert skin excellent. Biological blood armor biological mutation. Reaper blade limbs *4 mutated organs. Enhanced bloodthirsty feet *20 mutated organs. Somatic cell reinforcement mutated organs. Alien insect form biological transformation. Talent. Species butcher. Gene killing individual force. Level 1. Second turn bloodline specialty. Complete form. Professional knowledge tree. None. Regional reputation. 11450. First mechanical hunter. Hostile -700. Mechanical legion. Enemy -1300. Knights. Mechanical puzzle incomplete. April 5th. Bionic return to origin mission fragment *1 lighted. The war is about to begin. The scene is busy. Everyone is making final preparations. Fat Xiang. Fat Xiang. Where is my son? Aunt Xiang grabbed a passerby, preparing to give him a few more words of advice before he went to the battlefield. Fatty. He seems to be at the door, listening to Uncle Sue telling stories. Damn it. Didn't I tell him to keep a distance from that guy? You son of a bitch. You don't listen. Aunt Xiang cursed all the way, then found the huge figure squatting on the threshold at the door, and grabbed his ear without hesitation. Mom. Mom. It hurts. Didn't I tell you to stay away from these old guys? If you stay with them, you will learn bad things. Aunt Xiang stared at Uncle Sue coldly. Especially this old Sue, he's nothing. Old Sue laughed. Little sister Xiang, how can you say bad things about people in front of others? I like this big guy named Fat Xiang very much. Really? Aunt Xiang sneered. The big guys you like don't have a good ending. The two looked at each other with complicated eyes. It seems to be another adult grudge. Aunt Xiang grabbed Fat Xiang's ear and left. An old man with sunglasses walked over tremblingly. I haven't used a gun for a long time. I don't know if I'm used to it. It would be nice if someone could help me. By the way, where's Lao Wang? Old Sue asked. This guy disappeared without a trace early in the morning. It's impossible that he ran away, although this possibility is not impossible. Old Wang. He's electrocuting fish. Electric fish? Those thundercloud electric eels. Old Wang said he wants to make an electric shock gun, which will definitely work well on the battlefield. This guy Old Sue clicked his tongue twice. Everyone is very excited. Yes. Everyone is very excited, the old man in sunglasses murmured. In the direction of the back door, in front of Sun Hong, a full 100 biologically modified warriors were ready to go. These people had indifferent expressions, and seemed to not take their lives seriously at all. The reason why Gao Gong acquiesced to Zhao Xia's piracy was that he wanted to see if this kind of old-school mechanical hunter could be mass-produced. The result was disappointing. There was no firm will to struggle in various dangerous environments. What was cultivated in the end was just a pure killing machine, with little development potential. However, In terms of immediate combat power, each of these killing machines is equivalent to a sea-level radiation beast. Regardless of cost performance, on the current desert map, it is enough to become the backbone. Sun Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity, opened his mouth, and finally uttered only 2 words. "Let's go!" Outside the main entrance of the motel, people were shouting and horses were neighing, and on the huge mechanical beasts, riders were shouting excitedly. Each mechanical beast was transformed into a terrifying war machine, and the thousands of problematic weapons of Mosfengmong were all installed on it. Although these weapons have serious problems, they are at least of the excellent level. "Let's go!" "Go back." Old Wilder dragged Little Wilder, dragging the tomboy inside. "No. I want to go to the battlefield too." "What the hell are you doing?" In front of the mechanical beast army, Huang Yuanli, wearing a super small bulletproof vest, was in high spirits. Beside her, there were 4 leader-level jet leopards. "Brothers, this time, we will let those useless people in the security group know that the tribe is invincible." There was another burst of ghosts and wolves howling. In the conference room, Engineer Gao slowly stood up and looked at the 3 cyber hackers. "The task of supporting the battlefield is left to you. Don't worry, General." Bai Pu nodded seriously. He looked around. On his left was a group of old hunters with different expressions, and on his right were 4 frontline hunters from the Oasis, all with fanatical expressions. "Let's go!" Engineer Gao paused. "Let's go hunt down the Class B radiation beast." Chapter 112 Operation Codename Wild Hunt. It has been a month since the Beast Tide was launched. The sky is gloomy. The terrifying black tide has completely covered the Auto City. Sporadic gunfire occasionally sounded between buildings. Then, there was a surging chewing sound. Cap sat behind a pillar in a somewhat embarrassed manner, listening to the huge footsteps gradually fading away. The strong armor turned black and faded, exposing the naked upper body. 3 huge scars on the body turned outward, very obvious. He took a few deep breaths, took out a bottle of ointment, and slowly applied it. This kind of injury can only be caused by B-level radiation beasts. As the beast tide rose to B-level, the genetic territory completely covered the Auto City. The B-level radiation beasts also began to recover their combat power in the urban area, even stronger than when they were in the urban area. The reason is simple. Although the magic of nature has bred such a strange race as radiation beasts, the law of conservation of energy will not change. Such a huge life energy needs a strong supplier. The beast tide is such a supplier. So to fight against the beast tide, it must be nipped in the bud. But the 2 A-level radiation beasts are really cunning. They just lurked after the initial victory and defeat with General Mo's Han, and they seem to be determined not to show up unless the beast tide was raised to a sufficient strength. In a month, the beast tide has reached a mature stage. It's troublesome. Under the suppression of the B-level beast tide, or the black beast tide, except for the elites, ordinary soldiers can no longer survive in it. Once they are exposed to high-intensity radiation, they will have symptoms similar to altitude sickness, trembling all over, confusion of consciousness, and in more serious cases, they may even die of organ failure. In this situation, advanced combat robots and colonizers became the main force on the battlefield. Then, they experienced the real beast tide, the endless, inexhaustible, and huge waves of mutations that submerged everything. Even an elite like him in the Mother City fell into despair in the face of such endless enemies. Some colonizers even committed suicide. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire sounded, and Cape quickly dodged to the window and looked out through the curtains. He saw that on a building next door, the light of the tongue of fire lit up. A comrade was discovered. Soon, in the shadows, a large number of creatures began to gather. In the sky, on the ground, alien species, heavy mechanical creatures, gun beasts, parasitic beasts, and overwhelming. The light quickly became bright and dim, and it was obvious that his comrades were in danger. Cape's first reaction was not to help, but to think about how to escape. In just a dozen days, he seemed to have developed some kind of stress response to these radioactive beasts. As soon as he saw this kind of enemy, he felt an irresistible strong sense of nausea. He took a few deep breaths, and the black substance transformed by the strong armor covered his body again, and it sawed back and forth several times, and finally covered his whole body. The glass was shattered by his palm, and 4 energy nozzles appeared on his thighs and shoulder blades, and he appeared in the air in an instant. However, contrary to his expectation, before he could make a move, The ground suddenly lit up with lights of thousands of houses, and the terrifying sound of gunfire drowned out everything. It felt like a 10,000-man army descended from the sky and appeared on the battlefield. Cape was stunned. How could there be reinforcements at this time? Or, how did the reinforcements kill through the layers of beast hides and enter this oasis? And the intensity of the firepower was too exaggerated. It felt like everyone had a 6-barreled Vulcan cannon, or everyone had a set of howitzer launchers. And there were even hundreds of energy beams intersecting. Even if there are so many heavy weapons, there must be so many users. The eyes of the strong armor quickly turned red and switched to infrared mode. What surprised him was that the reinforcements were not humans, but armored monsters that were more powerful than gun bombs. The bone armor on the monsters was thicker than tanks. Some had 6 sets of machine guns on their backs. Some were covered with steel blades. They used weapons, they bit, they rushed. The sudden attack of these monsters put the other Radmons into chaos. We are all companions. How can you hit us? Aren't humans good? Kep didn't have time to think about it, because he saw that the light in the direction of his comrades had disappeared. He instantly appeared on the same floor, and with a bang, he smashed a wall directly. The floor was full of corpses of radioactive beasts, as if they were smashed by heavy objects. Just when he was about to move forward, he suddenly felt a little alert in his heart, and flew in the opposite direction without hesitation. The powerful explosive power of the strong colonized armor made him almost stop at no time between the transition between movement and stillness. The next moment, a huge mechanical axe as big as a millstone appeared at his original place like lightning, and it chopped down heavily, cracking the entire floor, and a large number of steel bars and stones scattered on the next floor. The chain-link weapon of the mechanical beast? A murderous look flashed in Cape's eyes, and 8 energy nozzles on his body lit up, and he instantly pounced in the direction of the mechanical beast. However, the next moment, a long flame whip was swung out, turning 5 times in the air, and at a tricky and strange angle. It suddenly grabbed his ankle and pulled hard, and Cape was directly knocked to the ground, and the back of the strong armor made a crisp cracking sound. This skill of using the opponent's force to counterattack, shaking and pulling, according to the evaluation of the game panel, is definitely at the level of a master. Don't do it. It's my captain. Selena ran out from a distance, looking a little anxious, and was relieved when she saw Cape. Hey, old Cha. How about my 5-whip lightning whip? A smug voice sounded. And from this voice, it must be old Ma. It's okay. Although you look very embarrassed when you have diarrhea, but I have to say, you look very handsome when you play with the whip. Another old voice sounded. 2 old figures walked out of the darkness. Cape's eyes narrowed. He saw that one of the 2 old men had his hands cut off at the root, and 2 strange flesh whips replaced them. The other one was hunched over, with a huge chain dragging behind him. At the end of the chain was the axe that almost killed him. Unlike those biologically modified warriors, these 2 people gave him a strong sense of threat as soon as they appeared. They are masters of the same level. Who are you? Who are we? That's a good question. Let me tell you in detail. Lao Ma coughed dryly, and he spoke like an old storyteller. It is said that a horse has the honor of letting the reins go down. A dog has the kindness of giving grass. An ape offers fruit and runs away. A spider weaves a web to protect its body. And there is a man with a talent for managing the world. His surname is Gao. On a certain day of a certain year, he wanted to find old heroes from all over the country to help him save the world. There were 13 such old heroes, and the leader was named Ma. Ma, you idiot. I asked you to save someone, but you got involved with him. A strong wind suddenly blew, and everyone turned their heads. A mechanical eagle with a wingspan of more than 2 meters appeared at the broken wall. A petite figure jumped down from the eagle's back, with her hands on her hips, and looked Cape up and down. You are the guy from the colonization team, right? Perverted consultant. Oh no, your new boss has told me about you. You mean the special military consultant? Kep was excited. It's been almost half a month finally. I heard the news. It's not easy. Yes, it's him. He asked me to tell you that you will work under me in the future. I want the list of all the logistics personnel in your hands. Also, you have to cooperate with us to install the simulation equipment and clear all the war zones. Kep had to interrupt the other party and said anxiously, regarding the beast hide, Consultant Gao. Don't you have anything to say? Huang Yuanli gave him a strange look. Why, don't you know yet? A new special military operation has been launched. Operation Codename Wild hunt. Uncle Sue, why didn't my mother let me play with you? Different positions, same squatting posture, on the ruins of a high-rise building outside, two figures, one large and one small, squatted in the same posture. Fat Xiang touched his chin, very puzzled. Old Sue took a look at the hideous bone armor on the other party, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Has Xiaomei Xiang ever told you about a guy called Lao Gong? I think she has. Fat Xiang touched his chubby chin, recalling seriously. My mother said, my new clothes belong to Uncle Gong. Yes. Your Uncle Gong is our good friend. He, like you, has the ability to transform into a giant. In terms of combat power, even at our peak, Lao Gong was the strongest one. He called himself a monster hunter, and we all called him the Big Muscle King. And then? Fat Xiang asked curiously. Old Sue suddenly made a gesture to silence, pressed his big head down, and then, a huge vibration sounded. Both of them were injected with the desert potion, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered because of their own breath. There were many ambushers like them around. According to the intelligence, although the B-level beasts had not yet entered the core of the Car City, the huge figures of many B-level beasts had already appeared on the periphery. Fat Xiang couldn't help it, and quietly pulled out from the bunker. Then he saw a super big back of the head, using the same posture, pushing to the 7th floor of a tall building. So big, Fat Xiang quickly covered his mouth. When he transformed, he was only 3 stories tall at most, and the other person was twice as tall as him. Old Sue ignored him, but took out a hand-rolled cigarette and put it in his mouth, but did not light it. Fat Xiang, do you know that in the desert, there is a type of newborn baby with a special physique? Not only do they not resist radiation, but they also adapt to it perfectly. As these babies grow up, especially after adulthood, their strength, endurance, and speed will experience a surge. How old are you? Fat Xiang? I'm 18 years old this year. Old Sue looked at the other person's huge body of about 2 meters and 3 meters, with knotted muscles, and nodded. This outbreak will last for 10 years. During these 10 years, their physical fitness will increase exponentially, and their stature will also increase. Isn't this a good thing? Pang Xiang scratched his head. Of course it is a good thing. But in addition, their humanity will gradually disappear, and be replaced by animality. Lao Su slowly stood up, and put his thumbs on the scabbards of the 2 red unicorns. There are 4 three-dimensional mobile devices above and below the mechanical scabbards. When their animality completely overwhelms their humanity, they will no longer be human, but Class B deformed species. Deformed giants? Many of our companions back then were of this kind, and Lao Gong was one of the best. When they are about to lose their humanity, someone will send them on their way, and that person is me. Send them on their way. Where will they go? Pang Xiang widened his eyes, and his eyes were full of innocence. Old Sue grinned, rubbed Fatty Xiang's head, and walked out with a swagger. The giant face also turned slowly. The next moment, 2 thick high-temperature air columns spurted out from its nose. A powerful explosion sounded from the 3-dimensional mobile nozzle, and Old Sue's figure instantly appeared in the air. The wind was sharp, and he turned on the electromagnetic exciter. 2 sonic booms appeared and shot out from the opponent's palm gap at the right time. At the same time, he drew his knife. Old Sue, whose real name is unknown, was nicknamed Giant Hunter. Chapter 113 Tree Demon Grandma. Compared to other oases, Auto City and Scavenger City are very close, only 200 kilometers away in a straight line. If the armored vehicle set off at full speed, it would only take an hour to drive. Gao Gong used to kill monsters in the urban circle, going out early and returning late. His schedule was the same as that of an urban white-collar worker, but the radiation beasts didn't care about food. Now, the empty and desolate road has long been covered by the dark light. In the darkness, from time to time, there are heavy footsteps, or the low roar of wild beasts. One beast roars, all beasts roar together. To be honest, Captain, I'm a little scared. A newcomer wiped his sweat, looked at a group of creepers passing by not far away, and whispered, "What's there to be afraid of?" Saber Tamir snorted coldly, and fixed the mechanical feet of the large-scale simulation equipment with force, and then connected the wires, connecting this thing similar to a high-tech projector to the power box of the abandoned gas station. Most of the power boxes of gas stations were destroyed, and this was one of the few intact ones. A gas station, for sets of large-scale simulation equipment, can cover a radius of about 10 kilometers. Of course I'm afraid they'll do it. Coward, the boss has implanted desert skin in us. So the signals in our bodies can't be transmitted at all, they won't be interested in us. Hurry up and do our work, we still have to go to the next stop. But we are human, are they really not interested in us? The newcomer complained while doing his work. This large-scale simulation device is generally used in nightclubs and entertainment cities. Once it is turned on, thousands of ladies will appear to accompany you to dance. Tactile, hearing, including the smell of women's perfume, sweat, can all be simulated perfectly. If you pay enough, they can even take you to a virtual party, as long as your kidneys are strong enough. The only shortcoming is that its visual simulation is not good enough. It can only simulate 50%. If it is not a dim environment, violent music, it will be easy to be exposed. Of course, in order to prevent exposure, the nightclub owner will mix enough companion robots, or bionic maids, to make it look real. In the tribe I was in before, the elders had rules. In order to increase the number of babies in the tribe, we were not allowed to go to the entertainment city. I haven't used it myself, but I gave it to the beast. What a waste! The newcomer shook his head and sighed. Aren't all babies cloned now? They are raised in factories until they grow up, and then distributed to various oases. My oasis has 10,000 quotas this year, said another mechanical hunter. If this continues, I think the native people will become extinct in our generation. Why bother? Just be able to support yourself. Yes, as long as you have enough mechanical coins. You can reserve a wife. Of any age. Reserve a wife. How much? The other man was about to brag about his experience, when Tamil swung his arm knife violently, and the bright red blade made a harsh sound as the high-pressure spring squeezed it. I don't know when. A creeper appeared in the corner, staring at the few people coldly. Fuck. Beast. Be careful of its tongue. However, Tamil, who was the first to discover it, threw his hand away, took back his arm knife, and continued to work with his head down. The creeper also began to transform, shrinking in size, growing skin, and finally turned into a gloomy old man. Your vigilance is too poor. As expected, when there are more people, the quality will decline? The creeper sneered. The others looked at each other, and all of them looked a little ashamed. Knife boy, come with me. Tamil shook off the oil on his hands, and said without raising his head, I still have work to do. Just give it to these newcomers. The boss has a new task. About hunting B-level radiation beasts. Tamil's eyes lit up, and he followed the creeper out in 2 steps. The rest of the people looked at each other, and continued to work. Tamil and the creeper went out, and got on the heavy armored vehicle driven by iron plate. The surface of this armored vehicle was covered with a camouflage net made of inferior desert skin, and the engine was also modified. And it drove very quietly in the dark. Didn't we agree to do it tomorrow? The situation has changed a bit. The creeper turned on the virtual projection in the car, and saw that on the map around the car city and the scavenger city, there were dense green dots, which had covered 80% of the area. The installation of the simulation equipment went much more smoothly than expected. For some reason, those annoying mechanical birds didn't show up tonight. The boss means that, since they are not coming, we should move around. It should have been done a long time ago. Tamil hammered with both hands. His eyes were full of fire. He was not interested in gossip, enjoyment, and procreation. The only reason he became a mechanical hunter was that there were enough prey here to fight. Whether human or beast, they can be prey. His character is very suitable for this profession. The creeper looked at Tamil, who was eager to take action right now, and warned, don't underestimate the B-level radiation beasts. Their strength is completely beyond our imagination. Even the boss may not be able to reach the level of B-level beasts under normal circumstances. Tamil glanced at the creeper and said disdainfully, if that's the case, why is there this action? Because we are hunters. They are prey. We don't need to surpass them in all aspects. We just need to surpass them in one aspect. In this regard, those old things do a good job. Although the creeper is not young, even older than the youngest old hunters, he still calls them old things. This is a very special kind of praise. On the way, Tiepi received a call. In this environment where electronic signals are severely interfered, even if it is a call, it was informed by a third-party cyber hacker. Yeah, got it. After Tiepi hung up the phone, he turned the direction, stepped on the accelerator to the limit, the camouflage car cover rustled, and the surrounding environment was like a cursory tour. Without waiting for the two to ask questions, Tiepi spoke directly. It's too late. A B-level vomiting monster has been killed. Now change the scene. Killed. The Creeper and Tamil were stunned. The Creeper looked out the window subconsciously. In the darkness, it seemed as if a mountain of corpses stood at the end of the field of vision. The vomiting giant, the radiation beastroth species, is known as the largest monster among the B-level beasts. It can be imagined as a meat mountain as tall as a deformed giant. Among the B-level radiation beasts, it is an existence that is hated by humans and dogs. Every B-level beast has its own territory except the vomiting giant. And the reason why it does not have its own territory is that everything in its territory, whether it is a mutant plant or a low-level radiation beast, will be eaten up by it quickly, and the hungry instinct will drive it to go out to find food. In order to eat, it has fought with almost every B-level beast. Its means are also mediocre. Apart from a large amount of corrosive liquid, it has almost no other offensive means. But it has almost never been defeated by beasts of the same level. Its instinct to devour everything has brought it a terrifying amount of blood. In this respect, even A-level radiation beasts cannot compare with it. In normal times, even A-level radiation beasts hate it very much. Once it appears in their territory, they will not hesitate to use the authority of gene territory to expel it. But it must be said that, in the beast tide, it is very useful. There is almost no targeted way to deal with such a huge blood volume of meat shield. Unless the security group no longer cares about the rising beast tide energy and uses the most powerful intercontinental missiles to blast. Those old guys are really amazing. The Creeper exhaled and said, as one of the few hunters with biological transformation ability. He was invited to practice with this group of old hunters. So he knew their strange and dangerous abilities. In a sense, they can even be said to be normal people with some of the abilities of Class B radiation beasts. We're at the battlefield. From a distance, you can see bizarre electronic buildings rising from the ground, with countless mechanical beasts running around in them. The way to distinguish between the enemy and us is very simple. That is, on the ears of our mechanical beasts, there are special versions of neural frequency amplifiers. This equipment allows them to avoid interference from the monster-killing artifact and directly receive orders from the driver. Whenever a chaotic group of beasts enters the area outside the electronic city, they will block them back. The B-level radiation beasts can already use part of the power of the beast tide. This means that, in order to deal with them, you must first break through the endless beast tide. In the original Broken Arm operation, they were able to mobilize half of their troops, and almost broke through the mechanical defense line. However, the simulation equipment plus monster attracting artifact can trap the beast tide in a maze. Of course, the biggest contributor is Gao Gong. Although he has embarked on the path of carbon-based plus mechanical, in most cases, his knowledge and skills from his previous life are not useful. But in the creation of this virtual reality, even if it is limited to simple equipment and technology, Gao Gong can still use the vision of his previous life to show off his skills. To create a virtual environment with a range of more than 200 kilometers, if calculated by the level of the blueprint, this large virtual empathy blueprint must be at least level 5. Hold on tight. I'm going to start racing. Ironhide screamed excitedly, and pressed a button on the armored vehicle. Look at my newly ordered liquid nitrogen injector. The next moment, Tamil and the Creeper suddenly thrust back, and it felt like sitting on a rocket launcher. After a burst of rapid progress, and knocking over dozens of beasts, the two finally rushed into the center of the battlefield. Contrary to their expectations, the one who took action was not the boss, but the strange biological transformation unit under his command. That unit that has been proven to be a failure. And their opponent is a tree root that can crack the ground and grow countless tentacles. Like the metal nest, this tree root monster belongs to the nest-type boss. Its attack method is very strange. At the end of each tree root, there is a radioactive beast or a mechanical beast hanging. Some are even mechanical hunters. These beasts live in a way that is neither human nor ghost. At first glance, it looks like a night parade of 100 ghosts. In short, the scene is quite a tree demon grandma. Chapter 114 Old Wolf. All B-level bosses are born with the ability to control radiation fields. At this moment, the terrifying black air waves are rising one after another, washing these biologically transformed warriors. If it were in the past, this kind of high-intensity radiation, these transformed warriors would have been affected by biological rejection long ago. But now, it cannot be said that there is no impact at all, but at least it does not hinder the battle. At this moment, these biological warriors are fighting as a team. The biological warrior holding the tree sickle is at the front row, slashing horizontally and vertically with the nearly 3-meter-long sickle in his hand, cutting off the tree roots that are spreading wildly around, and at the same time fighting closely with the human beast controlled by the tree demon grandma. Behind them were biological warriors wearing bone corpse armor. They were using the unique abilities of the bone radiation corpses to constantly reverse control these corpses, making them turn against their masters on the battlefield. A group of biological warriors, like Lao Ma, whose forearms had been transformed into gasoline flame whips. The long whips in their hands were like waving flames, constantly whipping the tree demon grandma's body, igniting various roots, and causing this B-level monster to scream in pain, like the strange sound of wooden boards rubbing against each other. On an armed helicopter, Gao Gong watched the scene calmly. When he saw these biological warriors withstanding the first wave of radiation field attacks, he knew that they were safe. He slowly raised a strange-looking rifle. Compared with a normal rifle, this rifle was obviously one size larger, without a buttstock and a barrel, and looked like a rectangular mechanical box. Compared with a sniper rifle, it had no scope, a weird gun shape, and the gun feeling experience must be very poor. Engineer Gao lifted it up easily. Its trigger was twice as big as the average trigger, but it didn't take much force to pull it, and after pulling the trigger, there was no recoil at all. The next moment, on the system panel, a big 500 plus appeared. This was not an ordinary firearm, but a top-level electromagnetic rifle. Name, Storm. Category, electromagnetic rifle. Quality, rare. Weight, 14.8 kilograms. Basic attributes, DPS, 330, attack power, 413, attack speed, 0.8 attack/second, attack range, 5000 m. Additional attributes, high temperature plus 35% thermal damage, penetration plus 20% armor penetration chance, wild wind plus 30% bullet speed, magnetic storm plus 30% electromagnetic damage. Plug-in bar, advanced charging charge for 3 seconds, next attack power plus 80%, advanced magnetic field. Choose to energize bullets, create a 3x3 electromagnetic field. Smart plug-in, technical adjustment after the first attack, the aiming system of the electromagnetic storm will automatically calibrate the gun path, greatly improve the hit rate, slightly improve the headshot rate. Sure enough, after the first shot, Gao Gong could clearly feel that the gun body was more comfortable to hold, and the gun body began to automatically adjust the muzzle direction. High-tech guns are good to use. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and fired again. The next moment, a big 800 appeared. As the highest military commander of the 4 oases, Gao Gong naturally enjoyed the convenience brought by his position, such as the clone armor that had been sliced and studied, the thousands of sets of equipment reimbursed for kickbacks, and this high-level weapon specially provided for generals. He looked down at the grip and saw the small words Marubeni Global Security. In order to get orders, these military contractors will do anything to get them. Giving away guns is nothing. Some even give away cannons. High-end customized bionic maids, with 154 adjustment functions, achieve 100% simulation. Shameless, too shameless. Why didn't anyone give me one? Thinking of his maid army in his previous life, Gao Gong sighed with nostalgia, and added the specialization points to the precision shooting. You upgrade precision shooting LV10 Advanced to Elite. Precision shooting LV1 Elite. As a dangerous gun master, you are not only proficient in using weapons, but can even actively capture inspiration when using them. Gun damage plus 35%, recoil dash 20%, critical hit rate plus 40%. Additional status, bloody and mangled. Bloody and mangled. When using sniper weapons, your excitement will be greatly improved. Headshot success rate plus 40% when you reach the elite level. The experience value for improving skills will be in 10,000 units. Gao Gong upgraded accurate shooting to level 5 in one go. You upgraded accurate shooting elite to level 1, perception plus 1, gun damage plus 2%, critical hit rate plus 1%. You upgraded accurate shooting elite to level 2, perception plus 1, gun damage plus 2%, critical hit rate plus 1%. After upgrading to level 5, the total increase in gun damage is 10%, and the critical hit rate is 5%, which is not much. However, in addition to this, 5 points of perception are added. That's right, some skills will have their attributes increased when they are upgraded to elite. In addition, there is an additional state, Mangun Unity. Mangun Unity, a mental state when a high-level gunner enters killing mode. In this state, the critical hit rate is plus 50%, and the killing intent can also be attached to the gun body. It's not easy, Killing Warrior has added 6 states to himself, and finally the shooting skill has a second state. And Man-Gun Unity, isn't this a state added to high-level gun fighting? Ordinary shooting also has it? In Gao Gong's memory, once you enter Man-Gun Unity, you will get it no matter how you shoot. He raised the electromagnetic rifle storm, aimed at the tree demon grandma, activated the advanced impulse energy, and entered the unity of man and gun at the same time. A faint blue light extended forward along the barrel, and when it reached the muzzle, the conical special bullet flashed by. Electromagnetic weapons are silent when used, and there is no recoil, and in the side of the artificial eye, below the body of the tree demon grandma, a tree stem as thick as a water tank exploded instantly, and half of the tree stem was directly torn off, and fell heavily to the ground. You caused 25-40 damage to the giant tree root monster. More than 2,000 damage. Even a B-level beast would feel pain, but the grandma could no longer care about the senior engineer. An even more ferocious fellow had already climbed onto its body, and the biological guillotine as big as a door panel seemed to have a spirit, and whenever it hit the giant tree trunk, the guillotine would slash down fiercely, cutting it off. Although it was not as powerful as the electromagnetic rifle, each slash could still cause 500 to 600 damage. More importantly, this guy's ups and downs, jumping up and down, are very similar to the previous version of Gao Gong. This werewolf, with a machete on his back, is the old wolf among the old hunters. He alone has consumed 1/3 of the energy of the giant tree root monster. Gao Gong has an impression of it. When he went to the hunter cemetery to get the legacy, there was a biological weapon blade wolf of the same level as the harvester. Its owner is the old wolf in front of him. The fight is almost over. It's time to harvest the heads. The reason why Gao Gong added points is because when he was fighting the vomiting giant just now, he almost didn't get the head. As a leader of the faction, it is reasonable for me to be responsible for the final kill. Staring at the decreasing health on the system panel, Gao Gong is ready to take action at any time. In the biological group of radiation beasts, those that can run are not as good as those that can fly, and those that can crawl are not as good as those that can swim. To put it simply, for radiation beasts of the same level, the marine species are stronger than the flying species, and the land species are stronger. Fighting this giant tree root monster is much easier than fighting the colorful pterosaur by yourself. This guy has no explosive skills. And most importantly, it can't fly. Almost done. Seeing the black wave on the grandma getting bigger and bigger. In the electronic city not far away, many mechanical beasts have begun to be unable to pull, and are rushing madly to the core of the battlefield. Gao Gong once again raised the electromagnetic rifle. Killing thoughts plus human gun unity plus clear mirror, and still water. In a trance, a tentacle emerged from Gao Gong's eyes, connected to the gun body, and the other end connected to the tree demon grandma. The next moment, nearly 10 electromagnetic bullets were fired without any pause, forming a line, and half of them were critical hits, taking away nearly 10,000 HP of the tree demon, and even this person's life. You have killed the giant tree root monster. Experience plus 23,000, regional reputation plus 500, and a chance to draw a lottery. Since I was not the main attacker, the reward for killing the monster this time was greatly reduced. But even so, Gao Gong was very satisfied. If it were a player, if he was killed by me, he would definitely fight with me to death. But if it were NPCs, they would thank me. Hundreds of meters in the air, Gao Gong jumped down, and in midair, for blade wings spread out, reducing the momentum as he fell. Unlike the bear, machete-like blade limbs before, the blade wings are now larger, and there is an extra layer of flesh on the surface. Although they cannot fly, they can still glide, swinging from the helicopter to the corpse of the tree root monster, stepping on the head of the grandma. Gao Gong said happily, "You guys fought well. I give you a thumbs up." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. These biological warriors now only have the instinct to fight, and their consciousness is indifferent. If it weren't for the fact that when the senior engineer performed the operation, he adjusted their nervous system that receives commands, they would have killed him. In other words, in their eyes, everyone is an object of fighting. But it is strange that these inhuman guys are very friendly to other biological transformation warriors. Some people began to take the initiative to rescue their seriously injured companions. There are not many seriously injured people, only 7 or 8. And these injuries that can kill ordinary people are not serious for them. While these people were biologically transformed, they also inherited the powerful recovery ability of the radiation beast. Another part of the bone transformers unfolded their abilities. The next moment, the corpses that fell to the ground because of the death of the tree root monster stood up one by one, and soon gathered together. The number of people suddenly increased tenfold. Gao Gong looked to the other side, and the werewolf was holding his head and roaring, with a very painful expression, and his body was strangely expanding and shrinking. It was not because it was a full moon today, but because he was having fun. He played for a full 10 minutes, far exceeding the 5-minute limit given by Gao Gong. Soon, the biological guillotine fell to the ground, and the 2-meter-tall werewolf turned into a pale, pot-bellied middle-aged man. Although he was in a weak state, the middle-aged old wolf still looked excited and swore, "It's so fucking cool. I've been holding it in for more than 20 years. Chapter 115 Triangle Stealing Home. Gao Gong glanced at Lao Lang and said, "Then your kidneys are good enough, but after this round, you will have to move to the rear." Isn't it a test tonight? You won't come with me?" Lao Lang said cautiously. "I changed my mind. There is still action to be taken next." Lao Lang's eyes suddenly widened, struggling to get up. "I have made contributions to the security corps. I have shed blood for the tribe. You can't do this to me. I want to see the Great Elder. I want to see the Great Elder." Looking at Lao Lang struggling to climb out of the stretcher, Gao Gong curled his lips in disdain. "The Great Elder is still here. It's no use looking for the chairman." After the B-level monster died, without the control of the beast tide's will, most of the radiation beasts began to disperse, and the remaining small part was tormented by the mechanical beast troops, and was frantically killing each other. The creeper, Tamil, and other hunters came late and only caught up with this wave. As the creeper turned into a crawler, it bit off the neck of the last prey. There was no living creature on the entire battlefield. A total of 14 first-line hunters surrounded them. Each of these people had undergone surgical transformation by a senior engineer. Some had strengthened their weapons, some had strengthened their systems, and some had strengthened their vital points. They all used nature, the gifts of the security group, and their average strength increased by 30%. Now they are ready to fight, looking at Gao Gong with expectation. "Boss, are there any hunting operations?" Gao Gong crossed his arms, looking at the soldiers who were cutting up the remains of the tree demon grandma, said calmly, "Wait. Wait for what? Just wait if the boss tells you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Since he didn't participate in the last fight, which resulted in a piece of his arm missing, the squirm has become Gao Gong's most loyal licker. When someone asked him about it, he immediately retorted angrily. Gao Gong did not speak, but waved his hand, and someone immediately dragged the rock-sized tree heart over. "You get a B-level radiation organ. The symbiotic tree heart." Gao Gong destroyed this thing. If he did not destroy it, it would have terrible consequences. The self-explosion of the B-level radiation beast could take away at least 1/3 of the people on the scene. Feeling the surging spiritual power in the tree heart, and the tree stem that looked like a neural network. A good thing that can strengthen the nervous system. It is certain that as the B-level radiation beasts hunt more, there will be more such treasures. The gap between bioenergy and mechanical energy will only widen further. The original owner's human mechanization cannot be said to be bad, it can only be said to be mediocre, which also led to the fact that bioenergy came from behind, and the gap continued to widen. Going the fusion route, imbalance will cause big trouble. Gao Gong made up his mind. The electromagnetic rifle alone is not enough. He must go back and kill the security group. In the top military supply warehouse, there are many good things that are not sold to the outside world. But the question is, am I an outsider? I am obviously an insider. Gao Gong said nothing, and the others did not dare to speak either. For a while, the scene became strangely quiet. Soon, a familiar feeling came over me. The remote hacking of the Legion hackers really had the Legion style. Simple, rough, and the simulated code was rampant, without any aesthetic feeling. "Boss, it was not Bai Pupa who spoke, but Huangwen. Have you investigated the situation clearly?" Gao Gong asked in his heart. "Those two monsters really don't seem to be in the city. Only 17 of my 40 drones were shot down, and 3 of them were not attacked after passing through the Scarlet Block. That is the Scarlet Queen's lair. What do you think?" There are 2 possibilities. The first one is that they predicted our actions and prepared to ambush us in the urban area. But this possibility is very small. Yes, we are only here to install the simulated equipment tonight, and the main goal has been achieved. Gao Gong's eyes suddenly condensed, and the terrifying pressure overflowing from his body made everyone feel cold. Wouldn't it be an extreme home swap? No, I had confirmed with Huang Yuanli before that. Auto City had no signs of being invaded. And neither did the other 3 oases. If the beast tide was launched, this sign would be impossible to cover up. That's strange. If they didn't attack the oases, then where did they go? Gao Gong fell into deep thought. Even the remaining 2 flying beasts were transferred away. They couldn't have gone to attack the lair of the security group. Boss, what should we do now? Should we retreat according to the plan? Why retreat? If the enemy can go, I can go too. Since they don't steal our homes, we'll go steal theirs. Keep a close eye on the 4 oases, and report to me immediately if there's any movement. Gao Gong let out a sigh of relief, and faced the crowd, and began to deploy troops. All the old guys. Go back. The old hooligans around immediately became dissatisfied and protested. What can you do with these 5 minutes? Gao Gong suppressed them forcefully. Also, the biological troops go back too. Sun Hong nodded and accepted the order very straightforwardly. For these people, Ma Shan's previous use was very problematic. Whether it was the old hooligans or the biological troops, they were not used to kill soldiers at all. Brushing bosses is their destiny. High intensity, low duration, can well control biological rejection within a certain range. There is no need to worry about them exploding on the battlefield. The rest of the people. Gao Gong swept his men around. Follow me to attack the city. The urban circle today is completely different from the previous urban circle. The high concentration of black covers everything. Any electronic equipment that enters it will inevitably fail. Any species other than the radiation beast will be madly weakened if they enter it. It already has the style of a future beast nest. But since Gao Gong dared to go deep into this place, he was naturally well prepared. The 2 pairs of iron wings stretched to the limit. With a wingspan of 2.5 meters. A large amount of flesh and blood began to cover the wings. And blood-colored feathers squeezed out from the skin and flesh. Biological predation evolution. A unique ability of high-level hunters. The prey may not be prey, but also radiation power. You absorb the deep radiation field. All major attributes plus 20%. And obtain the status, Beast-Tide Blessing. As the 2 pairs of wings slowly flapped, a large amount of radiation power gathered. And Gao Gong suddenly felt an itch in his buttocks. In front of his men. He had to maintain his posture. But with years of anal lifting skills, he clearly felt that it was the coccyx. The next moment, an arm-thick spine magic spear pierced out from the coccyx. And with a gentle flick, a tree next to it was split open. In the huge dust, Gao Gong's spine rose and fell. And his 4 wings exerted force. With the sound of a palm leaf fan, his toes left the ground, and he slowly flew up. After biological predation evolution, you gain the ability to fly. Your motor system transformation rate plus 2%. Your biological energy plus 500. Feeling the role of the coccyx in the flight process, Gao Gong suddenly realized. I wondered why it couldn't fly before. It turned out that it lacked the dragon bone. The bivalve's spine inherited from the Ironback flying dragon is the best dragon bone. The nearly 2-meter-long magic spear is divided into 10 sections. Each joint is 2 centimeters, as thick as a forearm, as long as a forearm, and is now flexibly rotating according to the thoughts of the engineer, and the spear head is half a meter long, like a double-edged saber. Fortunately, this thing didn't pierce out from a certain part, otherwise it would be a rhythm of heavy bleeding. Gao Gong was relieved, but also a little sad. Now, even the Hulk's underwear can't protect my butt. Fortunately, no one knew what Gao Gong was thinking. They only saw that, in the darkness, the aura of their boss became more and more terrifying. He grew wings and a tail one after another, and slowly flew into the air. That is, the moon cannot be seen in the current atmosphere. Otherwise, it is quite consistent with some scenes in myths and legends. The next moment, the terrifying black light overflowed with the boss as the center. Wherever it passed, the mechanical hunters were shocked to find that the chest tightness and shortness of breath caused by the deep radiation field, and the feeling of erect pores disappeared, and was replaced by a warm feeling. It seems that strength, agility, and perception have been enhanced to varying degrees. General beast tides will naturally not bless humans. But when Gao Gong absorbed all the radiation into his body, what was left was pure state blessing. Look how good I am to my subordinates. They drink Fukushima drinks and squeeze nutrient solution. Almost at the same time, Gao Gong sensed a huge energy like a river, and each B-level behemoth was equivalent to an island in the middle of the river. There are a total of 13 islands in the middle of the river, distributed in various urban areas, occupying various territories. It was indeed much less than expected. From now on, I am the B-level radiation leader, and you are my kind. Do you understand what I mean? The creeper was the first to react. If we become radiation beasts, we won't be besieged by the beast tide. That's right, a good hunter often appears as prey. Now no one is allowed to speak human language and shout. Everyone understood and immediately stopped being human. Awoo! 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 Roar! 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 Awoo! 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 Meow meow. Which bastard learned the cat's meow? Gao Gong was furious, and his status, which had been raised with great difficulty, suddenly dropped. Among the radiation beasts, challenges of the same level are very common. The Duke of Fission rose to the top in this way. Soon, a 1000m long B-class gun beast, General Centipede, sensed the hostility from the radiation field of the same level. General Centipede slowly stood up. There were thousands of various implanted weapons on his body. Each weapon changed flexibly with the rotation of the centipede's legs. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, swords, axes, chainsaws, small howitzers, energy weapons. This monster is like a large arsenal. General Centipede was ready to go. Soon, in the violent radiation field, the challenger appeared. General Centipede's eyes flashed with doubt. Why did this challenger look a bit like a human? A new species? 5,000 miles away, on the edge of the central desert, one of the 3 hidden missile launch bases. Dark clouds quickly covered the sky above the base and cut off all electronic equipment at the same time. Electronic interruption. Electronic interruption. What's going on? Is there an unidentified flying object shooting at us at supersonic speed? Intercept immediately. Activate the backup power supply immediately. Report to the superior immediately. However, the next moment, the terrifying radiation power began to gather, from black to white, from white to bright. And the next moment, the terrifying nuclear explosion appeared again in the center of the base. Radiation, flame, high temperature, fission energy overwhelmed everything. In the center of the violent shock wave, in the blooming mushroom cloud, a huge figure loomed. It slowly lowered its head, looking down at the world, like a natural disaster itself. At another missile launch base, tens of thousands of red lanterns floated in the sky. Whenever the defensive rain of bullets swept over the lanterns, there would be blood and flesh raindrops falling on people, penetrating into the skin, and then implanted into the human body. And on the ground, a huge carpet of blood and flesh began to flood the outer defense wall. One after another of the B-level radiation beasts crossed the defense wall and killed into the base. This was not stealing each other's home, but a triangular stealing of the home. You steal my home, I steal his home. Chapter 116 Iron Chicken vs. Centipede. 2 terrifying black tides collided with each other, one wave higher than the other, making the raging sound of a level 6 storm. Under the blessing of the beast tide, Gao Gong's radiation field completely transformed, turning into the black color that only B-level radiation beasts have. At this moment, he was fighting against the opponent he had just found, the Centipede General. In the battle between B-level radiation beasts, whoever's field can cover the other party will gain the upper hand. DD. Name, Centipede General. Radiation level, B health value, 76410/76410 physical value, 3211/3211 mechanical energy, 13530 biological attributes, strength 64 agility 121 endurance 84 intelligence 45. Perception 66 skills, Centipede Entanglement LV6 advanced, Biological Poison Mist LV4 advanced, Iron Wall Centipede LV3 elite, Electronic Shock Wave LV4 elite, Thousand-Legged Joint Operation LV4 expert, Mechanical Body Separation LV6 expert. Leader Template, Thousand-Legged General, Radiation General. Thousand-Legged General Mechanical Module. Effect 1. Your control of various parts of the body is like a general with strict military discipline, obeying orders. Effect 2. When necessary, you can abandon your limbs and turn them into kinetic weapons. Radiation General Mechanical Template. Effect 1. Control the radiation field. Effect 2. High temperature radiation. Effect 3. Most radiation beasts reach level B, will develop their own tribe and dependents. Centipede General is one of the few lone wolf level B mechanical beasts, and the reason why it is alone is also very simple. It alone is an army of 1,000 people. Gao Gongda came all the way here, not to fight it alone. In fact, using the minions under his crotch is also the fighting mode of most B-level beasts. Soon, These frontline mechanical hunters experienced the horror of B-level monsters. A large number of gunshots rang out almost at the moment of the fight. In terms of firepower alone, the mechanical hunters were directly suppressed and couldn't raise their heads. It seemed that what they were facing was not a beast, but a large army. In the hail of bullets, Sun Tzu set up a paratrooper-type heavy machine gun. 2 gun mounts popped out immediately under the machine gun. At the same time, the intelligent module lit up, and he fired crazily along the gaps between the trees. He strengthened the weapon system. Since installing the intelligent plug and auto-calibration, his firepower accuracy has directly reached a higher level. However, within 20 seconds, the heavy metal maniac, whose transformation was no less than that of Black God, staggered, fell to the ground and rolled into a large pit next to him. There were at least 30 more bullet holes on the heavy parts of his body. Not far from him, a stronger explosion sounded, and a howitzer fell from the sky, exploding a terrifying flame. An unlucky guy rolled out of the aftermath of the flames, cursing, "Shaolong, where is your smoke bomb?" The next moment, more than a dozen radiation-shielding bombs were thrown from all directions. And soon, a thick white fog covered an area of several miles. Almost at the same time, the centipede opened its mouth, and thick poisonous smoke spewed out of its mouth. The white mist that could even block radiation rays was blown away by the poisonous smoke. Be careful. It's a biological toxin. The 2 mechanical hunters surrounded the centipede general from the left and right. The speed of the plasma horse is even faster than most vehicles. As the energy pipelines on its body light up, its speed is even faster. The next moment, Apu swung his arm violently, and an explosion sounded. On the modified 3-dimensional mobile device, a lasso made of a single molecule rope shot out a kilometer like lightning and grabbed one of the centipede's mechanical feet. On the other side, the hunter from the horse farm waved his hands, and his 2 arms shot out and began to transform in midair, turning into 2 traps, clamping the 2 front limbs of the centipede. At the same time, with a wireless remote control, 3 single-molecule ropes suddenly shot out from the mechanical clamps and tied to 3 big trees. The 2 mechanical hunters of the control flow worked together and finally controlled the 1,000-meter-long monster. The centipede's body was like a straightened sports track. "Well done!" A mechanical hunter of the gun flow whistled. This mechanical hunter is dressed like a pilot, wearing a helmet, camouflage uniform, and carrying a heavy mechanical box on his back. As he spoke, the box opened, revealing a 4x4 cannon launcher. As he pressed the button, the sound of whoosh, whoosh, and whoosh rang out. Then there was a fire and explosion that could cover a block. It is interesting that each Oasis hunter has a different style. For example, the Auto City focuses on teamwork. The Newport City focuses on mechanical transformation. The Horse Farm hunter is better at controlling the flow. And the Entertainment City is not suitable for children. Almost at the same time, Sun Tzu once again set up the heavy machine gun. Shells kept falling. 6 gun muzzles were spitting out flames crazily. The melee hunters who had been suppressed and couldn't raise their heads before, Saber Tamir, Bone, Cold Blood, Wriggler appeared in front of the centipede general at the same time. Tamil closed his eyes, entered a state similar to Mingjing Jishui. The next moment, 2 bloody knives slashed continuously along the gaps in the centipede's armor. Among the dozen or so cuts, at least half of them caused bleeding and tearing damage. Although his swordsmanship is called animal-like swordsmanship, in this state, it is like a butcher cutting an ox. And his skills are close to Taoism. This guy's swordsmanship has already touched the edge of expert. The other hunters have similar tricks, which are generally more powerful than ordinary firearms. They are standard mechanical hunting transformations, with a tribute blessing, with the high-level engineer suppressing the opponent's radiation field. More than a dozen hunters in just 1 minute wiped out 10,000 points of the centipede's health. However, if the B-class radioactive beasts were so easy to kill, before the rise of the high-level engineers, there would not have been no news of hunting for several years. This is not just the case in the Auto City, but in the 15 oases in the Central Desert. All the mechanical hunters are like this. General Centipede began to fight back, accompanied by a continuous strong jet sound. And all the mechanical feet ejected a stream of white gas. For a moment, thousands of white gas came out at the same time, and the air began to blur. The surrounding temperature rose visibly. Tamil felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he fell to the ground and rolled over without thinking. The next moment, A black shadow swept across his original position like lightning. The creeper next to him was not so lucky. The shadow flashed by. And the next moment, the creeper was nailed to the tree alive, with a mechanical centipede foot stuck in his chest. At the same time, Apu hid in a stirrup and dodged the centipede foot. The pupils of the other control hunter shrank, and the mechanical foot appeared in front of him like a sharp arrow, leaving him nowhere to hide. Fortunately, at this time, a blue light bullet appeared, hit the mechanical foot, and knocked it away. Before the clamp could thank him, someone shouted, "Fuck! Someone's been caught!" As the hot white fog spread, the leaves on the ground dried up visibly. Ordinary fog couldn't do that. In the fog, a huge black shadow climbed up the tree trunk, and the centipede's head seemed to be entangled with a person. Sun, too, who was the closest, was the first to react. After all, they had been drinking and eating brothers for so many days, and he would never stand by and watch someone die. Sun Tzu's arm quickly deformed and turned into a huge mechanical arm again. He was much smarter than Haitian. Haitian wished he was covered with weapons, and even had a machine gun under his crotch. Except for his arms. The rest of Sun Tzu's body is an exoskeleton, which greatly reduces mechanical rejection. In addition to his arms being able to transform into machine guns, his arms also have another skill, which is the jet hammer. As the 4 jet holes on his elbows blew out strong airflows, Sun Tzu roared, and his iron fist that could smash a wall fiercely smashed the opponent's tail. However, the next moment, the fog suddenly opened, and an iron ball appeared at some point. The surface of the iron ball was densely armored. When the fist and the ball collided, the first person to be knocked away was Sun Tzu, who weighed 500 kilograms. The metal fingers deformed visibly in midair, and then a few of them flew away. Iron Wall Centipede LV3 Elite. The centipede holds eggs, does not eat or move, uses external armor to create an iron wall without any gaps, can block rocket attacks. The fog gradually dissipated, the true appearance of the centipede general was revealed, and the one entangled by the centipede's head was the Kimimaro. Kimimaro is not named Kimimaro. White Bones is just his nickname. Contrary to his dangerous methods, he is recognized to have a good temper. As for this body of bones, it was an accidental mutation. At this time, the centipede general was like a giant python, speeding up the entanglement, and it was clear that he wanted to kill one first. The bone's face was squeezed red, and the biological exoskeleton made a crunching sound, and there were more and more cracks. Fuck. Xiaobai. Hold on. Don't breathe. Its biological toxin has a paralyzing effect. Everyone rushed over again. But something unexpected happened. With a huge metal twisting sound, the kilometer-long mechanical centipede was actually split into 2, becoming 2 500-meter-long mechanical centipedes. Among them, one centipede rushed towards the crowd. The other centipede accelerated its entanglement. The mechanical centipede's feet stabbed randomly like daggers, and soon pierced more than a dozen blood holes in Wenjun's body. Is it really the limit? Under normal circumstances, even if this group of first-line hunters can fight to kill this B-level centipede, they will also suffer most casualties. If they want to form a group to kill monsters, they may have to wait until all these hunters install the mechanical module and break through the hunter profession limit of 20 levels. Then it should be almost done. Gao Gong was not going to stand by and watch any longer. His figure instantly appeared beside the centipede ball. This centipede general was more intelligent than a human being. He had long been on guard against Gao Gong's surprise attack. The 2 tentacles on his head lit up at the same time. An invisible electronic shock swept across several miles. The next moment, Gao Gong's artificial eye, for micromotors, and mechanical heart stopped working at the same time. This guy's electronic attack actually penetrated the desert skin and directly attacked the human mechanical body. Fortunately, Gao Gong was well prepared. His forewings flapped, and his palms did not stop at all. And he chopped the centipede ball hard. Arms to subdue the dragon. The violent airflow rushed into the centipede ball through the gap, and the centipede ball that was about to close swelled. The spine magic spear pierced into it like lightning. The spine and the centipede biological armor rubbed against each other, producing a series of sparks, and at the moment when the airflow reached its limit, it pulled hard, pulling Kimimaro out of it. At the same time, it took advantage of the situation and kicked. The countless air holes on the thighs sprayed strong airflow, and knocked the mechanical giant to the ground. Thank you, boss, for saving my life. After Kimimaro landed safely, he bowed his head to thank him. No problem. Kimimaro looked a little ashamed. As if so many people were fighting together. And still couldn't deal with the B-level radiation beast. And finally the boss had to take action himself. No need to apologize. Gao Gong said without turning his head. Without you guys, I can't capture enough pheromones. And I can't complete the targeted transformation. You played the first half. And now it's my turn to play the second half. Kimimaro was stunned. He looked up and found that Gao Gong's body had become bigger. His height, which was originally 2 meters high, had increased to 2 meters and 3 meters, especially his limbs, which were a full circle thicker. The next moment, in the violent airflow, Gao Gong rushed forward. General Centipede seemed to sense the danger instinctively, and hundreds of guns and weapons were aimed at Gao Gong and fired wildly. The blood armor on the body quickly covered the whole body, and at the same time, the 4 blood wings closed together, blocking most of the vital parts. Ordinary bullets hit them, making a crackling metal collision sound. The next moment, Gao Gong appeared beside General Centipede, with his blood wings spread out, and his limbs, like small pillars, were densely packed with pores. The violent airflow sucked in, causing the large centipede to fall into a moment of stiffness. 4-limbed crazy dragon. As Gao Gong's 4 limbs slammed into the ground, the next moment, a visible shock wave burst out from the ground. Even the huge body of Centipede General was shaken up. Dragon subduing. The jet devices of 34 vertebrae operate simultaneously, creating a powerful air wave, shoving away 3 by 3 enemies, causing a dizzy effect. Now Gao Gong's body configuration clearly strengthens the effect of dragon subduing. The strengthened jet holes allow the airflow from the spine to extend into the ground along the limbs. Both the range and the shock force are doubled. At least 10 centipede bodies rolled in midair, revealing their smooth, unarmored abdomens. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his figure instantly appeared in midair, for bloody knives protruded from his wings, and at the same time his palms deformed. His claws hooked and barbed continuously, and 6 biological knives were generated, and the swords danced wildly. The next moment, the violent knife waves raised the blood waves of more than a dozen centipede bodies. A large amount of blood, biological fluids, organs, and flesh fell from them. When Gao Gong landed, not only was his killing powerful, but he also took away nearly 5,000 points of the opponent's health. Almost without a pause, Gao Gong pounced on the other body of the opponent. The Centipede General opened fire. However, Gao Gong did not dodge or evade. At most, he covered the vital points. Anyway, he could suck blood to make up for it. What was there for me to be afraid of? Just before the Centipede General was about to roll into a centipede ball, Gao Gong glared fiercely. Even if I only have one eye, I can still stare you to death. Murderous thoughts, an advanced application of the murderous field, interfering with the enemy's pineal gland, and producing the illusion of death. Murderous thoughts are not very effective against boss-level monsters. The figure just paused slightly. There is still a difference between pause and stiffness. At least the critical hit that must be made in the next attack cannot be made. But even if it was just a pause, it bought enough time for Gao Gong. 4-limbed Mad Dragon was used again, with the same moves, the same fighting style, and 7,000 HP. The opponent was not a Saint Seiya, and the same moves were almost equivalent to weak point attacks on this giant creature. Talent: Species Butcher, Realm, Phylum, Class, Order, Family, Genus, Species. You can perform targeted transformations for the weaknesses, and keep points of each species. And after the transformation is completed, critical rate plus 100% to 200%. Combo rate plus 50% to 100%. Key point kill plus 30% to 50%. The damage dealt by Gao Gong in less than 10 seconds is comparable to the hard work of the henchman for half a day. In just 1 minute, the opponent's health entered the danger zone. The pheromones have been collected almost. Senior engineer looked at the progress bar on the panel, which was close to 100%. And a genetic impulse was born. The same feeling was born in General Centipede. This is fear at the genetic level. What is the natural enemy of the centipede? In a trance, General Centipede seemed to see a bird creature as big as a small mountain flapping its wings, and a huge mechanical claw descended from the sky. Talent: Gene Killing. Remotely capture the pheromones emitted by the opponent, and also obtain blood, cortex, and muscle fibers to perform gene killer simulation. Once the analysis is completed, the next attack will have a plus 40% fatality rate. And the cooling time is 10 minutes. You have killed General Centipede. Experience plus 40,000. Regional reputation plus 800. Skill point plus 1. And specialization point plus 1. Chapter 117 Scarlet Laboratory. The Scarlet Queen walked into the communication center submerged in the meat blanket step by step. On the surface of the meat blanket, there were large meatballs. These were all living people, including many high-ranking officers of the Security Corps. And now, they all became nutrients for the meat blanket. You, don't come over here. In the communication center, a Brigadier General Commander looked at the Scarlet Queen, who was walking towards him with a horrified face. Apart from the fear of alien species, the Scarlet Queen, who was about 3 meters tall, was actually a great beauty. At this moment, the beauty gently picked it up, and the headless body fell to the ground. And the nerve bundle on her brain stretched out intelligently, piercing into the still bleeding neck like a snake. The next moment, a series of data flashed in the Queen's bright red pupils, and the A-level radiation beast skillfully typed out a series of passwords and entered the missile launch system. She was rebinding the password lock for this launch system. On the screen, a hoarse voice sounded. Well done, Xianhong. This launch base will be ours from now on. If the senior engineer was here, he would hear that the person who spoke was the Grand Knight Flag, the initiator of the Hydra campaign. The Scarlet Queen did not speak, but occasionally a sizzling sound could be heard from her nerve bundle. She seemed to be communicating in a special way. Don't worry. Keep your word. We will not forget the transformation of the highest creature. You will become the first S-Class Beast King in the new era. The Scarlet Queen's mouth curled up slightly. However, the next moment, the Scarlet Queen frowned. What's going on? A large amount of meat blankets began to wriggle, which was a manifestation of its emotional excitement. You mean, someone entered the urban area? No, not a human. It sneaked into your nest? A new A-level radioactive beast was born in the Waste City? Not a beast, what does that mean? Although the Scarlet Queen has human wisdom, she is obviously not used to communication. She is also obviously confused. Not a human nor a beast, then what is it? Calm down first. To put it simply, your nest was attacked, right? The Scarlet Queen opened her mouth. Her mouth had no teeth, and instead was full of blood. This is her expression of rage. Don't get excited. It's too late for you to go back now. In that case, I'll let the Duke of Fission go back, and let him deal with this invader. Don't worry, although Fission was spawned by us, it is undoubtedly A-level. It can solve everything. Don't look at its size. It is the fastest in travel. Don't worry about finishing here. I'll have someone notify it. You have killed the radiation giant lizard. Experience plus 35,000. Regional reputation plus 500. Skill point plus 1. 1 chance to draw a lottery. Another huge B-level radiation beast fell to the ground. This atavistic lizard with the size of a Tyrannosaurus Rex had cracks all over its body, and above it, a big bird fell down. The huge bird claws turned into human hands. The big wings turned into 4 blood wings. The bird body turned into a human form. Chickens defeat spiders. Birds defeat lizards. Boss, we killed another one. It seems that B-level radiation beasts are just like that. Bullshit, if Boss hadn't saved you several times, you would have died long ago. Creeping old man, how come you were nailed to the tree again? Including the first centipede general killed, Gao Gong and his team have hunted for B-level radiation beasts successively. Each time was smoother than the last, and everyone cooperated more and more tacitly. Even without Gao Gong's help, they could fight back and forth. When the senior engineer's species butcher and gene killing were completed, the death of the radiation beast was announced. It is worth mentioning that I don't know if it is destined. Every time he fights with the radiation beast, the old man will be nailed to the tree in various ways. The face of the creeper is black as he pulls out the tongue of the giant lizard, and the crack on his belly heals rapidly. What can I do? As soon as these monsters see me transform, they attack reflexively. Who told you to transform into their food? Fuck, if the old man can transform into a B-level radiation beast, I will eat you first. Hunting B-level radiation beasts is what everyone present dreams of. Everyone is in a good mood. Someone even suggested, boss, just don't leave. I feel that we can recover the wasteland city by ourselves. If you want to be besieged by all the B-level monsters, you can do this. Gao Gong's expression was calm. It seems that you are all very confident. How about I show you the truth? Gao Gong thought about it. And a gap appeared in the radiation field. The next moment, the strong evil thoughts were rising one after another. It was not just one B-level radiation beast, but at least 5. The food chain is about balance. If we fight again, we will become the prey. Otherwise, I will retreat first. And you can fight by yourself? Everyone's face turned pale in an instant. The battle between radiation beasts is like a challenge in a martial arts gym. If you are strong, you can destroy 1 or 2, 3 or 4 families, and no one will say anything. But if you are ready to keep destroying like this, you will be the one to be beaten. Unless you are a Class A radiation beast. Then boss, shall we retreat? Including the ones killed on the way, we have hunted 6 Class B radiation beasts tonight. If I tell anyone, who would believe it? Let them go for now, or those old guys will start to cry again. The mechanical hunters who can get to the front line, in addition to being powerful, are also quite thick-skinned. The next plan is this. Gao Gong looked around. You two in a group, separately retreat. The radiation field on your body will not disappear in a short time. It is enough for you to evacuate here. What about you, boss? As for me, I'm going to visit some friends. Except for the first centipede general, the remaining 3 are all radiation beasts, and to be more precise, they are all followers of the Scarlet Queen. This is also the important reason why other B-class radioactive beasts did not surround and beat him. The top of the food chain is always the challenge. No leader-class radioactive beast is willing to be stepped on, even if the opponent is A-class. It is rare that a greenhorn dares to make trouble. They are too happy to wait. Gao Gong seemed to be walking in a bright red world, whether it was the high-rise buildings on both sides, or the viaduct, all kinds of shops. They were covered with a special meat blanket. In addition, there were lanterns floating in the air, making people feel like they were in a ghost cave. You are oppressed by the A-level radiation field, all attributes minus 10%. Gao Gong lowered his head, the flesh blanket covered his feet, and soon covered his feet. In addition to losing 5 points of blood per second, there is also a negative state of scarlet corruption. In this state, biological rejection increases at a rate of 1 point per second. TSK, scarlet corruption, you shouldn't be called the Scarlet Queen, but the Scarlet Queen, although you are not a Valkyrie either. Gao Gong opened his palm. The next moment, countless blood threads pierced into the flesh blanket, and memory extraction was activated. Countless memory fragments came to him, most of which were swallowing the prey and sucking out the brains. And only a few contained the memories of the Scarlet Queen. Soon, Gao Gong found what he wanted. When Gao Gong appeared again, he was at the entrance of a theater. This theater was a building from the civilized era. It looked very dilapidated on the surface. The 3 big characters Night Jasmine could be vaguely seen on the sign. The location of this theater was on the edge of the Scarlet Queen's lair, and it looked ordinary. But who would have thought that this was the biological laboratory of the Knights? Standing at the door, Gao Gong was even more serious than when dealing with a B-level monster. Without much hesitation, he played his trump card. Bloodline specialty. Complete form. The shadow under the steps began to lengthen. 12 wings, 8 claws, and the almost burning radiation field. Your strength *2. Agility *2. Endurance *2. Intelligence *2. Perception *2. Your bioenergy *10. Your mechanical energy *10. Your mechanical body begins to mutate. Among the Reapers, the males are like iron blood warriors. The females are like aliens. And now, Gao Gong's form is like a combination of male and female. The huge body was nearly 8 meters tall, with steel spikes everywhere, fist-sized yellow eyes, emitting a dangerous light, and 6 pairs of wings on its back instead of 2, and 8 arms instead of 2. With such a large body, it had to lower its head just to enter the theater door. The moment it pushed open the door, a terrifying meat blanket rushed in. This time, the complete form chose to block it, burning with terrifying black flames all over its body, and walked in step by step, pushing the meat blanket. The blood volume is rapidly decreasing. However, this time, Gao Gong's blood volume is no longer 1,000 points, with 2 zeros added at the end. This feeling of being submerged in the meat blanket is very familiar. The little woman is very experienced. When the blood volume drops to about 2/3, the meat blanket disappears. You resist the illusion of the A-level radiation beast, experience plus 10,000 points. All the experimenters stared at the monster that suddenly broke in amazement. And Gao Gong set his sights on the center of the theater, which was a huge pool of blood. As expected, is this the transformation pool of the beast god? How could there be a monster? This is the territory of the Scarlet Queen. Quickly press the alarm. The claws of the perfect body suddenly shot out 100 meters, crushing the upper body of the experimenter, who was about to press the alarm. A knight from the Knights of the Order stood in front of the perfect body, and his body expanded rapidly. I am the Mad Lion Knight, named however. The perfect body had no martial ethics, and the figure instantly appeared in front of him, and the terrifying eyes made his consciousness freeze. The next moment, a giant iron palm descended from the sky, stomping him into a pulp. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. The Mad Lion Knight became the Mad Shit Knight. After the transformation, the vocal organs also changed. The complete body opened its mouth, but it made a piercing scream. Shaking its head, the next moment, the nerve bundle split into 56, piercing the brains of the researchers present. Accompanied by the sound of brain digestion, a large amount of transformation memory fell into the brain of the senior engineer. I see. A deal. Beast God. Advanced biological product. If ordinary knights are the combination of mechanical bodies and biological bodies, then, the Beast God General is the fusion of energy and flesh. The Fission Duke is the nuclear energy prepared by the Knights for the Scarlet Queen. No wonder they can merge, they are originally one. Chapter 118 Biological Transformation. Gao Gong understood a little. It turns out that the Fission Duke is a nuclear battery. This battery is not prepared for them, but for the Scarlet Queen. No wonder this guy hardly made any moves, the battery is dead. Right? Gao Gong walked to an instrument, opened the password lock very familiarly. Countless data were spinning rapidly in front of Gao Gong's eyes. You get 1%, 2%, 3% of the Beast God General's data. At the same time, outside the waste collection city, in the violent radiation, one after another radiation sun lit up, and between the suns, the high concentration of radiation power was like a sea of fire, igniting everything. In the center of the sea of fire, there was a black light. Then it turned into white light. And then the white light turned into gray light. The light grew bigger and bigger. And finally, a human figure as big as a small mountain came out. It was the Duke of Fission. His body was overflowing with magma. And wherever he passed, even the mutated plants were quickly ignited. The huge radiation rays spread to half of the city. And the terrible power made all the radiation beasts feel afraid. In the theater, the lights above his head suddenly made a sizzling sound. For a moment, except for the instrument with backup power, all electrical appliances went out at the same time. The dark environment did not affect the sight of the perfect body. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He was thinking about how to give the other party a hard blow. According to the information, the Duke of Fission has 2 abilities that people fear. One is naturally a small nuclear explosion, and the other is to use the power of the Beast Tide to transform into radiation and teleport. The range of the Beast Tide is the range of teleportation. Just imagine, how many people can the other party take away with a teleportation plus nuclear explosion? Under normal circumstances, facing this kind of monster, Senior Engineer has no way to deal with it. However, now there is an exception. The eyes of the complete body fell on the transformation pool. The Beast God will be an advanced biological product of meat machinery technology. And the liquid in the transformation pool has a function similar to the strong armor of the radiation beast. It is responsible for the perfect integration of energy and flesh. In fact, they have tried it once before, but the fusion was not perfect that time. And there are still many biological parameters that need to be adjusted. The sharp hearing of the perfect body has allowed him to hear the heavy footsteps. The knowledge that is being digested quickly is perfecting the plan. You have obtained 100% of the information about the Beast God. The next moment, the perfect body strode into the pool, and at the same time, his body shape changed, and a series of alien insects as thick as water tanks squeezed out of the skin surface. Gao Gong performed biological transformation in the perfect body state to transform into the alien insect form. And almost at the same time, on the meat carpet that covered 1/3 of the scavenger city, a large number of neural networks began to appear. The Scarlet Queen, thousands of miles away, screamed in pain. At the same time, the Fission Duke stopped. The Scarlet Queen is back? The Fission Duke was born for the Scarlet Queen. They have the same gene module. Their relationship is similar to that of a dog and a goddess. So, as they are both A-level, it is so obedient. It is also because of the quick success that its wisdom is far less than that of a normal A-level. Watching the surrounding flesh carpets raise huge waves, and rushing towards itself crazily, it quickly forgot about the enemy. This kind of pleasure turned into pain. The perfect body was not really here to serve the other party. He was here to cause trouble. And the way to cause trouble was to advance the fusion, and implant the power of the Scarlet Queen into its body without adjusting the biological parameters. It was similar to Ouyang Feng practicing the 9E manual in reverse. This felt quite sour. A large number of flesh blankets turned into granulation, crazily drilling into the skin, absorbing the radiation power of this giant. And the flesh spores that absorbed the power soon emerged one by one. The human face struggled to get out of the flesh blanket, and the black hole mouth opened and closed painfully. For a moment, it seemed as if tens of thousands of faces appeared on the body of the Duke of Fission. These were the dead who died at the hands of the Scarlet Queen. And under the power of the Duke of Fission, they were resurrected. The Duke of Fission finally reacted, roared, and a huge explosion came from his body. At the edge of the huge carpet of flesh and blood, a wet figure took on a human form and crawled out, controlling such a huge force at once. Especially the power of an A-level radiation beast. Even a senior engineer would find it a bit overwhelming. But he had no intention of stopping to rest. For wings were squeezed out from his back, flapping out with all his might. If he guessed correctly, it would be bright here soon. Sure enough, before long, a strong light emerged from the Scarlet Queen's nest, and then illuminated half of the sky. It was like a little boy falling in Hiroshima, and the mushroom head flew into the air. That A-level monster wouldn't be blown to death. The next day, when hearing about the great achievements of the senior engineer, Huang Yuanli rarely said anything tough, and a circle of little stars of admiration appeared in her eyes. It won't die. The vitality of A-level creatures is terrifying. But in a short period of time, it shouldn't be able to explode. Are you sure? Of course. Can a battery that has been soaked in water still be used? Gao pushed the other person in disdain. Do your work, don't always rub against me. After hearing this explosive gossip, Huang Yuanli left contentedly, while Gao turned around and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your hard work these days, which has led to our harvest today." The dozen people present were silent. Rebut? It's not appropriate. Severely injuring an A-level radiation beast. This is something that even Lord Mozhan has not done. This is not called harvest. What is harvest then? But when I think of this half-month of living a life worse than death, some words can't be said. The monster from the scavenger city landed in the gasoline town. Oh no! The Supreme Consultant arrived at his loyal car city today. Why? Do you really have nothing to say? Everyone present, at least a school-level officer of the security group, but under the aura of the senior engineer, they couldn't say a word. Gao Gong looked at the three leading men. These three were the few who were not afraid of Gao Gong. The instructor of the first and second teams of the Tiger Split team, Colonel Cape, the strongest man of the Crazy Slaughterers, Iron Maniac, the commander of the Shadow Force, Gao Shu. These three were once the confidants of the mountain, and they were also from the Mother City, and they were level 30 elites, especially the Iron Maniac in the middle, who gave Gao Gong a feeling of a small mountain. It is worth mentioning that the former captain of the second Tiger Split team, who was at the same level as them, died in the siege of the B-level radiation beast. So Cape served as the instructor of the first and second teams. The elite troops left by Mozhan now only have less than 20 people. The rest, all perished in the beast tide. Finally, it was the old acquaintance Cape who spoke up, since the Duke of Fission has been severely damaged, and the other Red Queen has not returned yet. Isn't it a good opportunity to counterattack now? Senior engineer glanced around, and chose not to provoke them again. He said calmly, "Not for the time being. Now the defense is in the charge of our people. You can also take a rest. The head of the logistics department will stay first, and the others will go back first and wait for the next order." Tai Kwangtu was the first to get up and leave without looking back, and the rest of the people also left one by one. They had no other ideas, just wanted to go back and have a good sleep. Gao Gong and the logistics department counted the remaining troops. Large combat robots, 22. Ordinary combat robots, 134. Combat aircraft, 44. Special elites, 18. Ordinary combatants, 3210. Missing, 2210. Weapons, several. Logistics supplies, several. Gao Gong exhaled, closed the list, and said to the head of the logistics department, "Next, just follow my plan." A supervisor said boldly, "Isn't it a bit late to restart the biological factory now and manufacture biological soldiers?" Who said that restarting the biological factory must manufacture biological soldiers? Gao Gong asked back. Then, do as I say. The supervisor dared not say a word. TSK, you have lost so much. Let alone the A-level radiation beast. Even if the B-level radiation beast comes out, you may not be able to stop it. The senior engineer tapped the table with his fingers. The only good thing is that there are still a lot of military supplies. The senior engineer is arranging for people to move. He does not intend to stay in the Car City. Mozan is concerned about political influence, but he is not. The fall of an oasis is none of his business. His mission is to withstand the beast tide. And he believed that what he would bring out next would definitely satisfy those people. Gao Gong opened the system panel, looked at the nearly 300,000 experience points, and almost without hesitation, upgraded Biologist to level 5. You trigger the job transfer task. Biological Instructor. Job transfer task. Biological transformation. Task content. 1. Submit 10 biological transformation materials. 2. Perform 3 biological improvements. 3. Submit a biological design plan. The first and third plans are both very simple. In the beast tide, biological materials are everywhere. And the beast god general information he obtained is definitely the top biological design plan. As for the second one, he seemed to remember that several biotransformed warriors were injured, and they probably wouldn't mind having a few more parts on their bodies. Oh, that's right. When Gao Gong opened the biotransformation panel, there was indeed a new prompt. Since he returned last night, he felt as if something had been added to his body. You absorb the synthetic fluid of the beast god general. You gain the ability to separate organisms. You absorb part of the Red Queen cells, and unknown changes occurred in your body. You absorb part of the Fission Duke cells, and unknown changes occurred in your body. Chapter 119 Mechanical Committee. The girl with the ponytail left New Steel City, and came to the core of the factory thousands of miles away. The Metal Gear Institute. The new Mechanical Committee convened. Others could go online virtually, but the initiator of the proposal must be present in person. If the factory system is regarded as a country, then the Mechanical Committee is the Parliament, and the Security Corps is the Army. The power of a Parliament member is naturally not as great as that of a senior military commander, but if the metal bill is passed by the Mechanical Committee unanimously, even the factory's founder, the Lieutenant General, must be resolutely implemented, because opposition is equal to treason. The high-tech door opened. Du Xiaodi walked to the main seat in the center of the Parliament. Virtual projections came online one by one, curiously looking at the new Mechanical Committee member. The ponytail girl had a calm expression. Except for work clothes, she usually wore high-legged pants plus white t-shirt. The only part of her body exposed was her wrist. Quite director style. The new Mechanical Committee member, a woman? Which company is behind her? Is it newly listed? Background of the security group, that aristocratic toy. Du Xiaodi didn't mean to speak at all, and the silence lasted until the 3 mechanical chairmen came online. There are 3 mechanical speakers. 1 AI, 1 human, and 1 bionic man. According to the process of the Mechanical Council, only if 2 of the 3 approve it can the proposal enter the next stage. That is the voting stage of the 40 Mechanical Committee members. If more than half of the committee members vote in favor, the proposal will be passed. Among the 3 mechanical speakers, Du Xiaodi is most confident in the AI speaker, whose main body is a factory system, and everything is based on production and manufacturing as the first priority. The human speaker is a corporate representative. To be precise, the biological company is the other party's big sponsor, and her proposal will definitely be opposed by the other party. The person she is fighting for is the last bionic speaker. This bionic speaker looks no different from a normal human, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a great beauty, and especially fair skin, as if she has no pores at all, and is so beautiful that it seems unreal. Ms. Du, this is your first proposal since you became a Mechanical Committee member. The content and results of this proposal will affect your qualifications as a new committee member. Please choose carefully whether to submit it. The AI speaker has no face. It is a humanoid body composed of countless mechanical pipes. Its voice is the same as its appearance. Mechanical and calm. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Du Xiaodi's face was full of confidence. My proposal is the new Biological Warfare Act. The content of the bill is to solve the birth of radioactive beasts from the source, provide more space, resources and output for factories. And as we all know, 90% of the Iron Sand Desert is occupied by mutant creatures, including a large number of energy mining areas and excellent ports, which will reduce our productivity by at least. While Du Xiaodi was speaking, the electronic content of this plan had been transmitted to the brains of various mechanical counselors. The expressions of these mechanical counselors changed from carelessness to surprise, and then from surprise to disbelief. They looked at each other, some puzzled, some surprised, and more incomprehensible. Unfortunately, in the proposal phase, only the voice of the proposer could be heard, and the voices of others were cut off. They could only endure secretly. Although the voice of the girl with ponytails was clear and pleasant, they felt that the days were long. Finally, it was time for the proposal phase. A mechanical counselor took the lead in asking questions. Ms. Du, your proposal says that you have a biochemical agent that can eliminate low-level radioactive beasts on a large scale? Yes, sir. You can think of it as a large-scale insecticide. Except that it targets creatures with mutated blood. But your proposal doesn't include the formula for this agent? The provider of the agent, and I agree that only drugs that have been tested in practice are more convincing and more valuable. So, this drug has entered the practical stage? Yes, in the Auto City Oasis. This drug will be used in the war against wild beasts. The mechanical congressman wanted to say something, but the question time was over, and his right to ask questions was quickly taken away by another congressman. This congressman was very rude, even a little aggressive. Those who are familiar with him know that. Behind this congressman, there are several large biological companies. How can we determine the effect of this drug? Mr. Commissioner, I have said before that actual combat is the best way to test it. What about the side effects of this drug? Will it bring a worse impact to the mutant environment? I don't think so. I have explained in the bill that this drug is only for radioactive beasts and will not affect the environment. It will not be used in large-scale spraying. It is more about injecting the drug into weapons and carrying out large-scale disinfection through actual combat. I think you are talking nonsense. The results prove everything. Let's assume that this drug has a considerable degree of practical value. Then, according to Commissioner Du, you want to exterminate all mutant creatures? The word extinction is too intense. In fact, I just want to increase the production capacity of the factory system. If the number of our factories is 10 times the current number, our output will also soar. In the competition with products from other continents, we can have a big enough advantage just by relying on production capacity. And I don't have the idea of exterminating species. It's just that there are too many radiation beasts. They have footprints all over 6 deserts? No, that's definitely not possible. I think 1 desert is enough. I think there is nothing wrong with your idea. We can first clear out the mines, good ports, transportation hubs. No, it's impossible to create higher-level radiation beasts. This radiation annihilation potion targets the mutation factors in their bodies, which is equivalent to artificially creating rejection. Rejection is the exact opposite of evolution. It can be clearly seen that the sponsors behind those aggressive mechanical committee members are all biochemical companies and military contractors. They are not trying to protect the environment, but to protect the raw material production area and market. Those who were interested were all business representatives from other industries. They were very interested in expanding production capacity. The girl with the ponytail was indeed a wealthy woman in the industrial sector. She was very good at drawing pie-in-the-sky lines. Sometimes she talked about global trade, sometimes about corporate wars, as if all the industrial chains on the continent would benefit from her proposals, and that future corporate wars would win. The arms dealer and the biochemical enterprise counselor looked at each other and felt bad at the same time. Finally, the counselor's questioning session ended, and it was the turn of the mechanical speaker to ask questions. As expected by Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi, the AI speaker focused on the specific efficacy, production, and raw materials of the drug, while the human speaker focused on environmental damage and species protection. The attitudes of the two were self-evident. Only the bionic speaker asked with interest, according to the plan. The drug provider believes that the greatest value of the radiation beast is their bionic system? Du Xiaodi was refreshed and recalled Gao Gong's original words. What do bionic people care about most? Of course, it's bionics. On the one hand, they think they are an emerging species that surpasses humans and represents the development direction of intelligent species. On the other hand, they are obsessed with simulating the life form of native people. If you want to get the approval of this speaker, you must start from this point. Du Xiaodi took a deep breath and said, Madam Speaker, we all believe that species bionics is the development direction of future biological enterprises. The speaker of the bionic man held his chin with both hands, and the eyes of the photosensitive material stared at her. Tell me more about it. Desira walked back and forth at the door anxiously. She knew what this bill represented. It was not only a guarantee for their force to survive the beast tide, but also meant that once the bill was passed, The sale of the Annihilation Potion alone would allow the new oasis they opened to leap forward and become the most unique among all oases. The door opened. Du Xiaodi walked out expressionlessly. And suddenly, she smiled brightly in her uneasy expression, and took out the document hidden behind her. Past. The two beautiful girls immediately hugged each other. Did you get it? Is it the Bill Sponsor Protection Ordinance? Du Xiaodi pulled out a document, on which were the seals of the three mechanical chairmen. In order to encourage innovation and prevent internal friction, every initiator of a proposal has the right to apply for protection during the implementation of the bill. Once the bill is passed, all mechanical systems will be protected, whether it is a mechanical city or a factory. This is the highest order from the mother city. Now, let's see who dares to use a nuclear bomb to attack us. Let's go. Let's go back. I want to tell him the good news in person. Du Xiaodi said happily. Is it inappropriate for you to go to the battlefield? Desira hesitated. Her mission is to protect the person in front of her. Of course I have to go. If I don't go, who will protect you? In Littlefinger's underground workshop, accompanied by the last transformation operation, the transformed soldier clenched his hands, and the bone claws pierced out from the joints. The system's task reminder also sounded. Your job transfer task has been completed. You have successfully transferred to a biological instructor. Genetic code analysis has been upgraded to intermediate level. You have learned the professional knowledge. New gene map. You have learned the professional knowledge. Radiant energy. The knowledge limit of the first job transfer is LV5. The knowledge limit of the second job transfer is LV10, and level 10 is also the maximum level of professional knowledge. Senior engineer invested a lot of experience and upgraded. Zoology. Botany. Cell debugging. New gene map. Radiant energy. All to the maximum. You upgrade. Zoology. To LV10 max, intelligence +1, obtain occupational characteristics. Animal simulation. You upgrade. Botany. To LV10 max, intelligence +1, obtain occupational characteristics. Plant simulation. You upgrade. Cell debugging. To LV10 max, intelligence +1, perception +1, obtain occupational characteristics. Cell reinforcement. You upgrade. New gene map. To LV10 max, intelligence +1, perception +1, obtain occupational characteristics. Gene editing. You upgrade. Radiation energy. To LV10 max, perception +1, obtain occupational characteristics. Energy infusion. TSK. Nearly 100,000 experience points are gone. Subjobs are indeed big spenders of experience points. But in this way, that thing can be made. There was a knock on the door. After getting the consent of Engineer Gao, biology tutor Daibin walked in. Engineer Gao said in a subtle tone, Teacher Dai, you should know what I want you to do. Daibin was refreshed, and said with a slightly red face, General, do you want to create tentacles and whip me? Engineer Gao's face turned black on the spot. Ah. Bah. You wish for it. I haven't encountered such a good thing yet. Chapter 120 Antispecies Cells. Gao Gong snorted coldly, ignoring Daibin's unreasonable request, and said straight to the point, I still say that, I want the biological evolution template. Daibin also became serious, pushed his glasses. General, you know, this is not something I can decide. Then who can decide? The leaders of the Biological Mutation Association? The president can't decide either. All the copyright loopholes have been blocked by the 4 major biological companies. You can't beat them. Gao Gong's face changed, and he smiled. Then what about the deal? Trade? Daibin was a little confused. Not all biological evolution templates can be recognized by those corporate vampires. Right? There will definitely be some abandoned plans. I only want the ones that those vampires don't like. What do you think? That's no problem. Daibin hesitated, but... General, what do you plan to trade? 3 rejection plans, targeting biological mutation, metal mutation, and cyberpsychosis respectively. You know their effects best. Daibin certainly knew that. Except for the core content. Most of the work on these plans was done by the strong men of the Biological Mutation Society. As for the effect, to be honest, it is quite outstanding. Even some of the expert proposals in the Mutation Society are no better than this level. He suspected that these 3 proposals were not proposed by the person in front of him, but by the mysterious Professor Han. That's not a problem, but those biological evolution templates are basically worthless, so they are not favored by companies. If you are looking for a bargain, I'm afraid it's Out of love for tentacles, Daibin kindly reminded that, after all, some mentors and experts in the society often rely on their professional knowledge to fool around, swindle experimental funds, and use them for food, drink, and pleasure. To be honest, it's not like he hasn't done this before. But seeing that the other party has so many tentacles all over his body, Daibin decided to be an honest man for once. No, I just want to understand the technical level of those biological evolution templates, and I don't plan to develop them into products and put them into production. It's just to broaden my horizons. Since the other party has said this, Daibin nodded and asked, then I will report to the association, but General, what type of plan do you want? Well, I heard that the most powerful biological expert in the Biological Mutation Association is Vice President Charles, so I'll use his abandoned plan. Crazy Injector Charles. Daibin's eyes twitched fiercely. Master Charles's level is naturally no problem, but his style has always been known for being radical and crazy. Crazy? I like him, I choose him. Daibin was speechless. Although there are not many normal people who can do biological mutation, but on the surface, everyone pretends to be normal. Some niche hobbies, such as tentacles, cat ears, women's clothing, are all hidden for self-entertainment. But Master Charles is different. He has a wide range of interests, his hobbies are very popular, and he never minds bringing them to the table. In short, he is not a human being. The biological mutation, which was not well known to begin with, will become even more infamous because of him. Since you are sure, then there is no problem. In the end, Daibin agreed with difficulty. This is also because the value of the rejection plan provided by Senior Engineer has been proven. Otherwise, Daibin would never take out the highest level information. The discarded biological evolution template is also an evolution template, which is the highest crystallization of biology. Gao Gong did not let the other party leave immediately, but chatted with him in a relaxed manner. Although he knew many things in his previous life, he could get a different feeling from the perspective of NPCs. For example, the 4 biological giants that monopolized the entire planet. The Holy Brain Group secretly cooperated with underground sects on many projects. Tianping Biotechnology had the most chaotic internal management and the most serious internal strife. Vino's Life Safety Group was the least safe. The experimental projects created several biochemical crises in the colony. But they were all fooled. Johnson & Johnson's biological tycoon Merkel has lived for 400 years. He is an antique who has lived from the civilized era to the present. The longevity project he endorses is the most popular among the cloud nobles. These are all shared secrets in the industry. However, if you don't enter the industry, you don't know these inside stories at all. Gao Gong also knows some secrets, which were discovered by players later. For example, biological tycoon Merkel is already the 4th generation of Merkel. The old Merkel has been dead for a long time. The other 3 Merkels are all cloned. This is a secret that the Merkel family has covered up for 400 years. Also, among the 4 major groups, the Holy Brain Group is the weakest. But it had the last laugh and was the final winner of the corporate war. They won the biological transformation rights of the 5th level bidding electronic brain project of the Mother City. The electronic brain project is also very simple to say, which is to replace the brains of all intelligent creatures in the world with electronic brains, so that everyone can connect to the cybernetic network, which can improve the computing power of the cybernetic network. After a pleasant industry exchange, the two of them discussed the 48 uses of tentacles. Daibin was a little reluctant, but under the urging of Senior Engineer, he still went to apply. And the Senior Engineer also opened the synthesis panel. LV10. Botany. Plus LV10. Zoology. Plus LV10. Cell debugging. Plus LV10. New gene map. Plus LV10. Radiant energy. The upper limit of the 1st level civilization knowledge is 1,000 points. The full injection of all knowledge, which is 5,000 experience points. Fusion successful. You research the 4th level biological blueprint. Giant dwarf. Not this. Fusion successful. You research the 4th level biological blueprint. High energy clone. Not this either. Fusion successful. You have researched the 5th level biological blueprint. Black winter. Damn, the biological weapons have been opened. Senior Engineer brushed 10 blueprints, finally. On the 11th, he brushed out what he wanted. Fusion successful. You have researched the 5th level biological blueprint. Antispecies cell. Antispecies cell. Synthetic biological rejection factor. The special life unit antispecies cell produced. Combined with the biological evolution template origin of alien species of Master Charles, will develop a virus specifically targeting radiation beasts, that is, radiation annihilation agent. This drug can make the radiation power and mutation power in the body of the radiation beast devour each other, achieving the effect of suicide. For radiation beasts below level C, it can achieve large-scale elimination. Why did Gao Gong know this? This is the final product of a task chain in the beast machine disaster. And he is the one who completes the task. When the Scarlet Queen appeared in front of the bombed biological laboratory, her anger had reached its peak. The trophy head on the nerve bundle at the back of the head kept exploding because of anger. The remaining flesh blanket was like a bright red skirt, clinging to it. Her anger affected and stimulated the beast hide, and the black torrent visible to the naked eye gathered in the sky, and its direction was exactly the Auto City. She could feel that. The damn intruder was there. In the scavenger city, all the B-level radiation beasts and their followers all surrounded her, and the huge monsters guarded her like a queen. Her bloody hair began to stretch, and pierced into a charred corpse as big as a mountain. Then, the body of the Duke of Fission opened one eye.